actually quite the theory. Many people will say that dyeing your hair is simply for vanity. And I'm here to prove exactly why that's the opposite. I think peroxide is actually power. And there's one man that epitomizes this. Russell Van Dalken, also known as Twistzz. You're quite a good friend of his, or were at one point in time.
Yeah,
right?
I've worked with Twistzz a couple of times in the past. Yeah, we're friendly. He's a good dude, but yeah, he does have look, he's got a great head of hair, obviously, and he changes it quite frequently. And I guess why wouldn't you when you have that kind of hair?
No, he's got some thick locks as well. Like he's got a lot to work with.
Flows in the breeze.
But I think he's actually clocked onto something that we're all missing. I think there is actually... Okay, let me just explain hydrogen peroxide as a concept, right? The chemical formula of hydrogen peroxide, which is what bleaches your hair, H2O2. But it's the O2 which is really important because that's purified oxygen. So it's not just the regular oxygen we're breathing every day. It's purified, which makes everything in your head more clear. It makes you more attentive, more assertive, more noticeable of other things going on, right?
Is it the chemicals that are causing some of these changes you think of? Is it the actual like chemicals themselves, or is it the result of the dyeing of the hair?
So I think people underrate how much hair is actually important to you, and maybe we can attest from this from two people from maybe different sides of the hair spectrum. I think my hair offers me a lot of wisdom and knowledge. I think people say, that's held in your hair.
Sure.
And I think by dyeing it, it actually increases your knowledge.
Okay.
Did you feel smarter when you had more hair?
Not smarter, but
okay.
I felt a little bit more maybe easygoing, a little bit more, things were a little bit easier, I guess.
Because of the wisdom.
Yeah, but the nice thing is now I wake up 5 minutes, shave the head, bish bash bosh, and you're off into the studio for the day.
It's a short-term solution, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm thinking more long-term, which is what I think Twistzz has done. So I just pulling out of the ether, what do you think was one of the high moments of Twistz's career when you think of him?
You'd have to say, two that come to mind. You'd have to say the Intel Grand Slam would be one back in 2019.
Which one?
That was the other one, is the other Grand Slam that also included the major. But I would say the liquid one has to be something special. That's the team he'd been on for quite some time.
And this is the one. And notice what color his hair is.
Yeah, it's a little bit bleached,
isn't it? It's bleached blonde. Yeah, he's got the natural roots coming in, but it's on top.
Right.
Is the bleach.
Yeah, it's great. It's a good look. It's very 90s. It's very like JTT.
It's he's gone just more than the frosted tips. It's like getting closer to the root, which I think is not only stylish but actually helping his performance because the second time he has the Intel Grand Slam, not only completely bleached but also a bit of pink in there.
Yeah, a hint of rosé.
I think gave him the edge.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it's been a while since I've dyed my hair. When you color your hair like that, if you have a dark shade of hair, you have to bleach it first and then you put the coloring in afterwards.
You do, and you have to bleach it multiple times if, as a previous dark hair enjoyer, Bertha, I guess, it's taken me a while to get to this shade. It takes you a couple of years. So Russell's really been putting in the work and it's been paying off. Made me think of a time, if we're going to go on the opposite end.
Okay.
A time where Twistzz was really struggling. A low point for him.
Maybe really just early on in his career. He's been going without the dye recently in this return to liquid. He has been undyed, I believe.
That's exactly what I want to talk about. And what happened back in February 2024 time? What happened?
February 2024. That was they failed at the RMR.
That's exactly what we've got here. And look at the color, dark brown. Going back to his natural roots. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm onto something. I don't know. I've spent a lot of hours, so just correct me if I'm wrong.
Is there any strength in the different colors of dyed hair? Because we've seen a lot of players bleach their head over the years.
Yes.
Just keep it bleached.
So I think it depends what you're going for, right? So this first one, just as an example, this is a first Intel Grand Slam. This is just pure bleach. But if you want to go for the two-time, you've got to add a little bit of pink. And then if you just want to win a major, bleach is also sufficient. This is back at PGL Antwerp.
Absolutely.
I think that kind of makes sense. I think the color maybe gives you an upgrade in terms of what you've already achieved. Double it. Why not?
Now here's my question. With all the research you've done, bleaching your hair, it's not good for the hair. It's going to dry. It's going to thin out. It's going to just be kind of gross. Like there's got to be a time limit on how long you can keep bleaching and dyeing your hair.
I think maybe that goes in the same vein as the time limit you have as a pro, right? Not to be ageist in this regard, but I think there is a certain peak you have, and I think from the maths that I've been doing, that actually lines up with how long you can healthily bleach your hair for. I'm giving about 5-6 years of peak bleach, peak CS performance. I'm not saying Twistzz is washed. I'm not saying that just yet, but maybe he's given his hair a bit of a rest, which means his own performance is, just
Taking
going back
rest.
to restful levels. I'm not saying you're bad. I'm just saying it's not the peak. Is there any theory to this?
There could be. It has some compelling research. You've come with a lot of supplemental, evidence of this situation, and at the moment it's looking like that's very likely with his performance recently.
So it was worth taking the major off for
it's
this,
worth
right?
taking the major off.
Yeah. Sick.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan podcast by night, all day.
You gonna tell me that this game is ready?
I never said that. Let's say about this tournament and we'll see.
Have it your way.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Jerry Kinger Show. All right, settle down. We've got a great show for you all here today. So let's go ahead and meet our first guest. Meet Freya, a 27-year-old CS2 matchmaker who claims that her teammates invited a known cheater into Discord. Right, settle down. Let's hear what she's got to say.
Well, Trace, I've been in a bit of a tricky situation because my matchmaking partner, he just turned 28 and apparently he's completely washed now. So we knew that we needed to add somebody that's going to, help our performance a little bit.
Okay. And so what did you do?
So we decided to maybe get someone younger into the lobby, help us get our spark back a little bit.
Okay, a little spice never hurt anybody. Carry on.
Well, at first I just thought, man, this guy's really good, but then I noticed that we were climbing the MM ranks maybe a little bit too quickly.
Why were you not suspicious immediately?
Just gonna slop this in here. Look at the whole thing.
Colloquially known as the Crimson Jelly.
Well, audience, let's get down to the bottom of this one. Let's go ahead and bring out Freya's duo Q partner. It's Chad.
Is that you really want to do it, huh?
You
International television, you want to do this? I did not know.
to get us to 20 kilo yourself.
Fantastic.
You want to know your balls and you want to get them in hard and fast, all right?
And every single time you get it, I had no idea. I told you everything you knew.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Are you telling me I need to upgrade my fucking video card again?
Now, Chad, did you know you brought a cheater into the lobby?
Absolutely not.
Fucking shit.
Well, Chad took a lie detector test before we came in today, and the results are fresh off the presses. Thanks. Chad, when under the lie detector test, you were asked, did you knowingly invite a cheater into your lobby to boost your elo?
Absolutely not.
He's
The lie detector test has determined that is the truth.
how?
Vindication!
There's no
Vindication,
way.
baby! There is a God!
There's no way. There's
This is what
literally
I'm
no
talking
way.
about. You want to accuse me of that shit?
How accurate are these things? Like, there's got to be a percentage, right? Can we run it again? There's no way you didn't know.
However, after contacting Chad and Freya's matchmaking partner and them submitting a valid DNA test, I can now reveal the father of this convicted cheater is none other than Jason Moses O'Toole.
Listen, obviously I felt we could have nailed that cast, to be fair. But a lot of circumstances we didn't, and normally I'm not focusing on individual performances because we can all have a shit cast. But I also think a lot of it started before the cast, and I have to point my finger at you. Changing accent when you had a tournament where you cast really well, it's a risky move in my opinion. I don't know if it's an old accent or if it's a new accent. Forgetting your player pronunciations. You were, for me, totally gone though. You're just sitting on fucking Twitter and checking in the middle of the game. It's fine to have a bad cast, but there's just so many circumstances that fucks it up before the broadcast. The reason I'm getting angry is because I know you're fucking better than that. You've always shown such reliability, but we fucking need you. And I don't want all this overcompensating. If we're boring because of BP or Spirit. We don't need stupid fucking accents. I don't know when to take it up because we also have 3 weeks of broadcast, but I feel it's fucking necessary. We need to fucking show up and be there. And if there's issues, talk to us. If there's issues with your audio setup, people can help you set it up. But it's a fucking risky, changing your accent. There's no way.
Point is, my weakness is my analysis. Your weakness, your strength, is your analysis. At the fucking Katowice, you had the most insane color commentary.
So good.
Some of the most insane storytelling I have ever seen. It's enough. Don't change an accent before the cast and waffle because of it.
The thing with changing accent, it also tilts me. Like I watch you, bro. I'm off shift green room. Harry spotted you take the tack and you're waffling 20 lines in a row. Waffling around. I've never seen you waffling. And this is probably because of your changing accent and mic settings and watching Chad settings. And it just makes you feel uncomfortable. Stick with your accent. You're casting insane, bro. I know Mo would never miss those narratives. 20 lines in attack. I think there are too many disturbances. And it just doesn't make sense. This is EPL, and we need 100% commitment. I don't want to be going on fucking Reddit and talking about a fucking accent. Are you gonna say anything?
Why are you all fucking yelling at me, blood? Why can't I fake a fucking accent if he fakes one every day?
Because people don't want to hear Australian accent, you
Jason Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogan Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Pro League going on right now. A lot of the players have probably been in the lab coming up with different ways to be better individually.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, people talk about burnout, pressure, stress. I think, to be honest, what's underestimated and not talked about enough is the power of masturbation. You know, how it can help reduce stress for you. It can improve sleep, which is really important when you're traveling to different continents for events and dealing with jet lag. They're not to mention that it's safer.
Yeah, I always thought it was the other way that that you shouldn't masturbate and have that as as that won't have you in your prime position. You know, boxers they're not supposed to have sex, not supposed to masturbate before a big match. I always thought that applied the same way to Counter-Strike.
Well, interesting that you should mention that because it's a common misconception. Also depends on the individual, right? You just have individuals like yourself who produce an excess amount of testosterone, and you need to, just alleviate some of that. Otherwise, you're going to maybe get a little bit too angry.
Yeah, and I mean, we always talk. Players have plenty of pregame rituals that they do, and I mean, there's no reason why they wouldn't be able to find the time, so to speak, between all the, just listening to music before you get into a match, death matching. This just seems like another routine that you could have to get yourself in the mental space to play a big game.
Absolutely, and funnily enough, there's been a great study recently by two British scientists on the topic, Hugo B. Byron and Harry R. Russell.
Oh yeah, well accredited, those two as well.
Both with PhDs, and they just made a terrific sacrifice for science. One had to observe while the other one was performing the experiment for scientific authenticity.
If I could pause you for a second, this Hugo Byron and Harry Russell performed these experiments and just sat there watching each other conduct the experiment?
Yes, you're exactly right. Also had to chime in at different times when things would potentially get out of hand, but
so to speak.
So to speak.
Yeah.
But yeah, it involved a lot, suggestions. And
like whether you go normal style or southpaw.
Yes, and yeah. I think also depending on, because they are different people, just giving some suggestions into trying something new, right, and unorthodox, and they come up with some brilliant results.
Have you ever heard of The Stranger? I wonder if I wonder if their studies ever included that. It's where you sit on your hand for like 20 minutes until it falls asleep, and then feels like a stranger. So I like that. That would be where I would maybe interested if there's different tactics to maximize.
Well, in their particular case, they had the stranger there with them. So
yeah, true.
That kind of changes how you approach that in particular. And yeah, I recommend to everyone to read up on that study, because it was hours and hours and hours of just masturbation.
That feels like a really good place to end it. Hours and hours of masturbation. Good for you.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan podcast by night, all day.
So what is it, my son, that is troubling you?
Fear. Father love. I fear for my teammates. Returning to place of such misery. Emzinho, that poor boy, still wakes in terror. 910, the way he crumbled, he should rename to 911. I thought we'd have to call an ambulance.
Fear not, the Mongolian resolve is firm.
Yes, Mongolian blood is strong.
Now we're talking.
Things have been better since Kadian got kicked. We even won our first S-tier LAN.
CCT tier.
All is well, except for poor Yapian's town.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They too have suffered.
He was shouting and smashing the walls.
Yapi even comforted us.
So unlucky. Kicks happen every week, and yet somehow they get hit with a nickname.
Unlucky? Father, you think I forgot? I am familiar with your content.
Heroic is sad to announce that Stabby and Jown.
And perhaps it is you who should confess your sins.
Stabby and Jown.
There is a little bit of Stabby going on here.
My map, Dust 2, is so beautiful when the sun is low. At nightfall, the Elo harvesters land. Their cruelty to my people is all I've known.
May thy MOUZ whip and splatter.
And a double kill, it's all onto Alexei.
Peeking.
He's got 19 bullets, everything he needs.
No, you gotcha.
Does he swing off the nade? Jiggle fade! Alexei Al-Gaib!
They're not human. It's brutal.
My desert, my Elo, my Dust 2.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Can this move any fucking faster?
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and Noor.
of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's MOUZ!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
This is the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024, and this is day 3 of stage 2, Janko. But I want to talk a bit about yesterday, because we already saw 2 teams cementing themselves in the playoffs, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We had Navi and Saw already make their way into the Lanxess arena. Navi, the only team looking really dominant in this tournament so far. On the other side, you have Saw with a historic achievement, right, for the Portuguese scene, for that lineup as well, making their way into the playoffs.
We also had to bid farewell to 2 teams. One very big surprise in there, in Spirit being eliminated by G2, and quite handedly at that, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, no one saw that one coming. Spirit feels like they never showed up to this event. 13-3, 13-1 over the course of a best of 3. That's just unimaginable, really. And even for the 9Z's side, you know, getting eliminated by Pain, it's not something that we expected after their performance in Dallas. You were hoping they could take another step forward here in Cologne.
Well, we're going to be breaking a few more hearts today. That's 4 to be exact, because we do have more elimination games coming your way. I want to turn our attention to one of the more interesting ones. For you, G2 versus Astralis in that lower bracket. That's going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, it should be. Astralis didn't look too hot yesterday versus Navi, while G2 gave the shellacking we mentioned to Spirit. So yeah, they haven't faced really in recent times against each other, so those matchups are always interesting when you haven't played a team in a long time.
Liquid versus Furia coming up first on the A stream, though. That's going to be a really interesting one, because we've already seen it go down in stage 1 where Liquid took advantage of Furia.
Yes, we did, and I'm worried that Furia won't have such a good time this time around. You know, that's where they played Anubis for the first time. Apparently it's a very good map for them, so this time they won't have that in their pocket against Team Liquid, and we'll see if Fallen can put someone else in his pocket like he has been eluding so far in Cologne.
Well, Twistzz has so much history here in Cologne, obviously lifting the trophy and netting the Intel Grand Slam back in 2019, and we had a chance to spend some time with the kid from Kelowna for the first episode of Live Legendary.
A lot of people would say that home is wherever their family is. First home, I mean, it's childhood, it's like Kelowna. Lived in like 6 different areas in Kelowna. Lived in California and San Jose, first team house. Sort of on my own, at least that's what it felt like. From there, lived in Los Angeles in California, went back to Canada, lived in Vancouver, lived in Germany and Cologne. In between that 2 years, I had to move to Serbia. I got my visa for Malta, and ever since that, been living here in Malta. Traveling is our life, basically, so for me, moving around so much is it's not ideal, but it's also not the end of the world. The funny thing is I never say going back home. I mean, it's a physical place, but it's not one that is staying still. Nowadays, when someone asks me where I'm from, I just say Vancouver, because explaining where Kelowna is just very... I mean, I just may as well say Vancouver, that the town is located like in a valley, so there's mountains everywhere. Not much has changed, especially Kelowna itself. It's a small place, there's not much going on. Growing up in Kelowna, I don't know, it's difficult to say really, because the issues I experienced in my childhood can happen anywhere in the world. Some of the most challenging things were, I think, poverty. My family was definitely not doing good money-wise. We moved frequently within Kelowna. You know, it's never a good situation when you have to rely on the government to assist you in life. Besides growing up in a broken family. And at the time, you don't really know why parents separate at a young age. And my mother ended up in a not so great relationship, which ended up being abusive for both of us. And my dad moved away to another province and kind of had another family to take care of, per se. It's probably what's made me appreciate the good people even more. I first discovered Counter-Strike through a group of friends that I played League of Legends with back when I was like 13, I think. You know, people started telling me that I'm very good at the game, that I have good mechanics and so on. And that was around the same time I got into FPL. When I got into FPL, I got picked up by SKDC.
First heard of Twistzz in FPL. We were just trying out different players, looking at some of the young talent. Me and Daze actually at that time had a chat on who he thought was some of the up-and-coming talent, and Russ's name kind of popped up. So, you know, let's get you in some scrims, try you out, see what you're about. And I think one thing just led to another. And
eventually I found out that Ocean was living in the same city as me the entire time.
I thought he lived in Vancouver, and then he ended up just saying that he couldn't get a ride from school to home, so he had to wait and take the bus. Just like, yo, where do you live kind of thing? And he's like, I live in Cologne. I was like, wait, what? We live in the same place? That's kind of when I started picking up for our Pro League matches. I think he got out of school around 3, and our pro matches started at 4. So I'd rip to the school in my car, pick him up, and rip back, and then just for us to start our Pro League matches. Just getting him out of his shell was cool, and yeah, he definitely was a more quiet kid, we should say.
I will say not all of school was like bad. I mean, there was definitely some friends, but bullying was a huge aspect of it, as well as not always having the best housing situation, you know, family environment. When you grow up, you kind of just realize how shit kids can be. As a person who wants to be a father one day, it's a scary thing to realize, because I feel like it only has gone worse, to be honest. I cannot imagine how it is in some schools now. This is things that added on to me kind of just wanting to be in my own place and play games with people that are friendly and nice. First time I got salaried was TSM, and that was when I was 16. That was when I pretty much officially moved away from Canada. All the other players were in the team house with no plan really. I mean, there was no furniture or anything. It was only our setups and a bed. Mom just gave me the green light to ditch school. I mean, she was very skeptical still of like a contract and what it means and having to move away, and she was unsure of the people that I would meet or where I would be. I mean, she never was in America before. Quickly, she realized that it was no joke. I think there was some drama back then that someone wanted to come into the CS scene and franchise everything. A lot of people were not a fan of that, and I think Sean Garris was one of the main people to kind of stick up against it, say this is bad, and I don't think TSM liked that very much, and his contract, I think, was terminated almost instantly. I think it broke something legally that caused us to be able to go to a different organization. So I think the core of the team went to the other organization to join him. Considering I was only on Misfits for, I think, 3 or 4 months, I went back home to Canada. I think we only attended one LAN, which was DreamHack Vegas. We played VP and Fnatic, both top 3 teams, so that was great. Quick event exit right there. That was when I really first started to feel like I'm learning CS the right way. I think Sean Garris was a great leader to play under. He kind of taught me the game in a way that's easy to understand for me. I think I was on the radar of Liquid as a potential pickup. I just think there was accusations of cheating. I kind of just went with wherever life was going and living in the moment.
The first time I heard of Twistzz was in 2017. We were scouting for a new player, and this like really young, like snappy aimer just kept coming up in our discussions.
Even on TSM, I was talking to Nitro, and sometimes Alish. I would be asking them like what I can do better if they're watching my games. Nick was already becoming a friend, I would say, and the person that was kind of looking at me as like a potential pickup for Liquid in the future. And then that is when I got in touch with Steve.
Counter-Strike was way more like regionalized, and there wasn't as many international teams. Hearing that there was like a young up-and-coming aimer from Canada, like, okay, we need to investigate this.
The team that I had this like dreams of joining was the team that wanted to offer me a
broke like through and won an event, the whole like vibe just changed. We can do this now.
Without a doubt, in 2018, we were the second best team. Even individuals were playing better. I was playing at a much higher level. Each person in the lineup had a positive impact on me. When we won the Intel Grand Slam on Liquid, it just happened so fast. We went to like 5 events in a row and we closed it out. Started with IEM Sydney, won Pro League, went from Pro League to DreamHack Masters in Dallas, played great CS there to Cologne. I think it was actually when we were in the playoffs of Cologne, it's like when we realized like, what the fuck, we're actually like, it's right there. Like the Grand Slam is like on the other side of this event. I mean, to win Grand Slam on the Cologne stage, I think we're the only team to do that. Yeah, definitely a memorable moment in my career.
It created an aura in our team of like invincibility, and players that needed to get over the hump and get that extra bit of confidence, like your Elysias and your Twistzz and your Naps, finally got it.
Looking back at it, and obviously the teams that have won Grand Slams, it makes it even a more impressive feat for the team. I will say I think the real change in life happened for me after meeting Caro. She's German. She lives in Cologne.
The first time I saw Russ was actually 2019 when he won the Inter Grand Slam.
Cologne after party, like we just like kind of noticed each other. There was no exchange of words or anything.
I think we acknowledged each other's appearance or existence in this case.
But she just looked so like chill. It just felt like she was my person in a way. Outlooks on life, maturity, everything just aligned. Won Grand Slam, won some of the biggest events in the game. Met my now fiance, and then COVID hits and everything shuts down and borders close and CS is kind of segregated into 2 regions. Definitely sucks. I was in Los Angeles, but Liquid quickly gave a company-wide PSA, like, go home, basically, and then borders close. And it all happened very fast, abruptly. I've tried to kind of forget about some of the shit that happened that year. CS was not going well. What used to be the thing that you love to do every day is no longer that thing. In a way, it made me resent being with my family, because I just felt like I had things taken away from me, that I could not stay where I actually wanted to stay and be with the person who I want to be with. In some ways, it just felt like life was collapsing on me, and I had to find answers for that. Leaving Liquid, initially, the team did not want to relocate to Europe, the regions were completely separated, and if you're going to have an impact in the game, you have to be in Europe, because that's where the biggest events are, and that's where you have a chance to really excel as a team. In general, the team environment was not good, but certain people did not get along with each other. Yeah, it just felt like a good time to leave, considering my contract was kind of nearing its end. And my girlfriend at the time was living in Germany, so I think everything just, I don't know, everything was appealing and made it easy to do.
That was actually my last games with Team Liquid. That could be exciting to some people, or very bad news for a lot of Team Liquid fans.
I felt kind of at peace instantly afterwards. I didn't even go back to Canada. I just took what I had to my fiance's apartment. I set up there. It was just at peace, and I felt like there's going to be something for me anyway.
Hello? He reached out to me when I was in MOUZ still. Of course, there was rumors about me rejoining FaZe coming to the new year.
Christmas 2020 was when Russ also met my family for the first time. The day before Christmas, when we were sitting on the couch with my mom, Russ left basically to have a phone call with Kerrigan.
Meeting Caro's family for the first time, and I have a call with Kerrigan for the first time. He just knew what I can do in game, and he wanted to help me get there.
I wanted to win. I think that's what he needed to hear, because I think rough times in Liquid, and he just wanted to kind of move to a European team, play a new style, and also, of course, with his girlfriend staying in Germany, it just kind of all made sense that he came to play with us.
In some ways, being on a European team instantly gave me more of a home feeling. The FaZe guys were perfect for me. We just knew each other's decisions all the time without vocalizing it. This was the team to succeed as an international team, to really make it and prove that this is possible, to win a major and then also win a Grand Slam. Just shows the depth and the levels that roster had. I mean, I've played with pretty good IGLs actually in my career. Shungaris, Nitro, Kerrigan. There was something to learn from all of them. But I'd say if there's one to look up to the most, it would be Kerrigan, for sure. Leaving FaZe, I mean, even thinking about it now, it's just a lot of unfortunate things happened at the time. Maybe a change is necessary for both sides, because I was not able to play consistent good CS. FaZe unable to give transparency as to why a lack of talks happened. If I stay, is there still an organization, or that pretty much just sparked the move back to Liquid. I didn't feel limited. I was really happy to play in the trio, and I understood my role very well in the team, but I was also interested in still growing as a player. It also wasn't made to get back closer to home, because I feel like I still see that's a comment a lot where, oh, you wanted to be closer to North America again. That's just not true. I mean, I live in Europe, my life is in Europe. It's hard in the scene to find a person who genuinely cares. I don't know, just Uncle Steve. I don't know. I mean, he is such a honest and friendly person, and he values my opinion. So I feel like I can help dictate, what is the future of the team in a way. And it was more of a pride feeling too, that if I can go back to Liquid and build a winning team here, and get the organization back to what used to be, the player that they drafted comes back and tries to bring the winning formula. Wanting to escape in some way, I don't think it comes from negativity. It just, I think, comes from wanting to see the rest of the world, but also wanting the urge to take a leap in life. I feel like people that never leave their hometown, they plateau as a person at some point in life.
I think Russell is most at home when he's in a practice room, like in the zone and doing his thing, when he is just grinding away and talking about the game that he's loved and given his life to.
I think he also feels most at home when he's with his team, like in the practice room. I hope that he also thinks he's most at home when he's with me, but I think that's more like on the private side, since like CS is obviously a huge part of his life too.
We are traveling 200 days a year, so being in the practice room is actually feeling relaxed, shutting the door, no cameras, and we can always just go full ham.
Home for me is now wherever my fiance is and where I play the game. 100%. I would go through everything again. Despite knowing, you know, the bad things too, I would go through everything again. I didn't really think of what I can achieve. It was more of like, I saw the events and I said, I can be there.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
There's nothing better than starting your day with an elimination match, watching hopes and dreams destroyed. Seems dark, but I know that's why you're here, because we have that elimination match going down on the B-Stream. It is Falcons up against Virtus.pro. This is a massive matchup, and there's only one prize. An extra life here at Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. It's not even a chance to get to the playoffs. It's nothing else other than just trying to stay alive in this competition and keep your head above water. Now, here's the thing. Survival games like this, we can talk about the teams not really performing, not really showing up here in Stage 2, but I thought we should have a little bit of fun with that. So today, joining me, Blair and Babsky, we're gonna play a little game of true and false. Here's how it's gonna work. I'm gonna throw out the most random statements I can think of relating to these two teams, and you will tell me whether they are true or false. You can also play along in the chat if you want. You can see how you feel. Let's get right into it. It is time for your first statement. It involves Falcons. They've been pretty disappointing leading up to IEM Cologne, but we saw glimmers of hope yesterday against MOUZ. True from Blair.
Yeah, it's been, saw decent signs over there, a little bit of fight being put up from Falcons, but it has absolutely been very disappointing overall. That being said, the fact that they're able to steal a map away from a very well-performing MOUZ side gives me a tiny glimmer of hope.
I'd happily join you for this one. Okay. Just a little bit more to the left. I think we have to credit MOUZ as being one of the best group stage teams out there, and I think Falcons deservingly had a good game. They didn't win, so it doesn't really matter in the end, but like for the internal structure of the team, they're probably a little bit happy about the result regardless of losing.
Next statement about Falcons is that Sun Pius's return to form from CSGO time is incoming. Ow.
I saw maybe, one series or 1.5 series of him coming back to his old form. And yeah, sure, we saw an interview, I think it was Majesco said, this is a bit of a boost for his confidence, but man, I haven't seen enough. And it is so far from what we used to expect from him. I don't think CS2 has been kind to him. And despite the small glimmers of form we're seeing right now, I gotta say, I just have no belief right now.
I think I'll even go further to the right because people forget how good this guy was in the last year. Many of the games that ends won last year was solely due to the performance of Sun Pius. He is a top 10 player from last year, and he's nowhere near that performance this year. I mean, you can argue that it's the team atmosphere and all these sort of things, but him individually has been very, very mediocre.
Of course, ESL let me do this and gave me some freedom, so we're throwing in a little bit of spice. This statement. This entire team, if they lose today, Team Falcons are dead men walking, because at the end of the year, the Falcons organization is going to completely change up this roster. Boom! All the way to the left as well. I like it a lot.
Yes, like that's nothing else to say. It just been disappointment after disappointment. And here's the thing, even if they win a game here and there, even if they make an okay run eventually, if they wind up beating VP, for example, and maybe fall in the final hurdle in the group stage, it is still going to be counted as a failure, especially looking at what this team was built to do, was win championships. And right now we're going to be praising them for making to a playoffs. I don't think so.
This is the issue. If you sign Magisk and those guys, they're going to be expecting to win, and they're nowhere near that, right? They're very, very far from realistically dreaming about getting a trophy. The only thing I would say, there is pieces on this roster that will probably survive. I think there's a couple ones who will be on the block for getting their heads chopped off, but realistically, I think we'll still be seeing some of those names for next year.
I tell you what, we've had a little bit of fun here with Falcons, but I actually gave James Banks a bit of a heads up as to some of these statements, so let's find out how Magix feels about what we've had to say.
Another day and the Falcons are fighting for survival. I've got Magisk with me here, and Magisk, I first want to ask you, yesterday, during that MOUZ game, especially on Nuke as well, I heard you being so vocal, hyping up the team, having a lot of input to kind of get you guys back alive in any of the games. Is this where you're taking more responsibility in the team?
Yeah, I think it's quite natural that, with my experience, and obviously I think it just makes sense that I need to go in and help the team bring some good energy and some good vibes, especially sometimes when it looks so rough. So yeah, I think it's quite natural that I need to take that role upon me.
And how do you think the MOUZ game went overall? I know it was a loss, but how do you guys view it when you've looked back at it?
I mean, obviously we got smacked on the first map, but other than that, I felt like we were playing some good Counter-Strike, playing good as a team, and obviously we had the chances on the last map as well. And at the end of the day, you know, if you don't convert good situations against one of the best teams in the world, then obviously it's gonna be very difficult winning the game. So at the end of the day, we have a good feeling because we felt like we had opportunities, but obviously the more we play together and the more experience we get as a team, the more we also get to know each other and how we want to play those situations. And you know, you learn a lot from every official game. So yeah, we take it one day at a time and we focus on improving slowly.
I would also personally say that I feel like you guys are making positive steps forward across Cologne, right? Now you're going up against VP. It's a team you know pretty well. What does it come down to in this kind of matchup? Because they're kind of trending downwards. They're on a bit of a loss streak where you guys are going up. Does this make it more of an even fight now?
I mean, the last time we played them, we also beat them. So obviously I feel like we have a good opportunity to win today. But, you know, VP is kind of like night and day right now. They can beat the best team in the world on a good day. And the second, on the other hand, they can also lose to almost any team right now. So yeah, of course, we need to beat them individually and as a team, because individually they have a very strong team. So if they show up individually and playing good as a team, it's going to be a very difficult game. But I also know we can play some good CS. So it's, I mean, for me right now, it's more about how we are going to show up today, sure. And if we can pull out the level that we know we have. So yeah, I think it's in our own hands today.
Okay, well, good luck with the game. Let's see how it goes down for Falcons taking on Virtus Pro. Thank you very much, mate.
I do hope that you have kept a record of your answers for those statements in the true and false games. We're going to continue playing, though, because now we got a little bit of Virtus Pro action on our hands. So to start us off, I have my first statement. On paper, the trio here are the best rifling trio in the world, and we should be referring to Virtus Pro as the super team. Boom.
I think they're a very good, solid rifling core, don't get me wrong, but I haven't seen enough since Electronic has joined, for me, where I can see they have the best trio of riflers. I can just look at MOUZ, for example. I think they have the best better trio of riflers than what they have. I can look at, for example, what G2 have been doing right now. You're looking at Hunter, Nico, and MOUZ. I could name virtually every trio of riflers from the top 6, top 7 teams, and I think they're better than VP. But if VP are able to make it click, then sure, I might change my opinion about it. But right now, despite the fact they have the firepower, it's just not showing up in the server.
I'll join more towards the middle, and I'll do this for the sake. When this roster was signed, everybody was stoked. We believed that they could actually be one of the best. Realistically, the story is just so much different, right? But the potential, we know they can play Counter-Strike. And if all those guys hit their A-game, surely I don't think it's a stretch to say that they can be one of the best or potentially the best. But right now, they're dreadful.
Off the back of that, though, I mean, there's the next statement for you, which is there is very obviously a clash of styles happening in this lineup.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I think even they would be more than happy to agree with us on that, right? Like initially when Electronic joined, we saw Jay mention in multiple interviews as well that this is he's welcoming Electronic coming into the team. They took out Dastan as well, to trying to come up with this new amalgamation of the old VP style with the style Electronic brings to the table, and it looked like it was kind of falling in place in London. And then it just fell apart again. This is a team with an identity crisis right now, and if they don't figure it out quickly, this free fall is going to continue.
So this is the issue for sorry for spamming it so many times, just wanted to make my point clear.
Make your point very clear.
My face in there. So yeah, the issue is that this team was known for their passive style of play. They would always get an entry, they'll play safe, they'll do things methodically. They changed everything when Electronic came into the server. I just think mid-round segments, he would just say, what are we doing, guys? We need to push. And everybody was just running around confused of what to do, right? Electronic has somewhat ruined this roster right now with the way they want to play. It surely should improve over time, but right now, it's a mess.
Final question, or statement, if you like, which is, if Virtus Pro lose today, bye-bye, James.
Oh, I don't know about that. I would stick with the false here. Look, here's the thing. James, I completely agree with, I think Bobsky and I are on the same page that there is an identity crisis, and even though Electronic is trying to call it a different style and whatnot to help him out, rather, the protocols are in place, right? If you have the protocols in place, you can see the players, the trio we talk about, looking much more comfortable in the server. Yesterday against Complexity just got absolutely abused right there. I don't necessarily think it's James. I think it's still a very, very capable operator. I think it's still a very good caller. It's just that if anyone's going to be cut, I don't think it's going to be him.
No, I think there's one player before him, and it sounds crazy at this point to say Electronic might even be cut before him, even though you paid so much money for him.
No, but just want to say they spent so much
I know,
money.
but like...
They're never getting rid of him right
I agree.
away.
I actually agree.
I mean, it's the same thing. Sometimes you buy a house with a nice garden, sun in it, and then the skyscraper right by the side decreases the value, right? I feel like there's a realistic argument. You can say that the old roster of VP played better CS. They had a concept. Right now, VP is a mess. I'm not sure if Electronic can implement those, but I think James realistically survives longer on this roster.
I agree, and it's a case of like, it's not like Electronic's a bad player or, you know, a bad rifler or someone who doesn't understand the game. He does, but sometimes the ingredients depends on what the dish you want is. And right now I feel like his chili powder while you're trying to make pudding. You know what I mean? It works in a different dish altogether. So maybe it might change. Looking at this is a free fall. This is a free fall for the side of VP. Fine, they took down Vitality at EWC, fair enough. They lost to a G2, just coming in a debut game, then losing to Big just last week. That for me was alarm bells being sounded loud for this team.
I thought by setting up this game show that the two of you would disagree on something and we could have a little bit of a debate on the desk. And now it's turned out that it's me, because I think the fact that Electronics come in, we've had a coach change. I think that maybe VP's looking, going, hey, if we want growth, if we want development, the James style needs to evolve. And if it can't evolve, we need to look at a new style.
I understand that argument because there's also a lot of talented overs in this region that they could potentially pick up, right? So there is an idea, but it really believes when they have those team talks, does Flit and Fame stray true to the ways James wanted to approach the game, or do they like the new way Electronic? Because right now, I could potentially see a little bit of division inside the teams of like some facing with James' way of playing and some facing with the Electronics ways.
We did have a chance to catch up with Norbert. Let's find out what he thought about some of the stuff we had to say.
Virtus Pro are looking to fight for their survival here against the Falcons. And Norbert, I want to look at your previous game because on the maps you lost, it was pretty harsh losses. Then on Dust 2, it was one that you just about won in overtime. What did this tell you about VP right now?
There is a lot of things we need to work on. And sometimes we're struggling some problems in official games, especially on maps like Vertigo. But I hope today we will show better CS than against Complexity. Yeah, that's it.
What is going on inside the server when we look at VP? Because it feels like there's kind of like an identity crisis. Like, I don't know which VP we're going to get. Maybe you guys don't know which VP you're going to get. Have you been able to put your finger on what the problem is or what you can do to change things if it starts to go bad?
I think we're fixing it after official games only, because the problems are happening inside the games. So not on practice. It's okay. Every time on the games like that.
Official games.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, you've had Zoma now, who's been with the team a little while. I wanted to see how much he's been able to add as the coach and change things up as well to help you. Is there a different direction he's trying to take you, or is it not enough time?
I think it's not enough time to change direction, but we're keep playing our things, and sometimes he's giving some other ideas, and we'll try to mix it and get it worked like it was before.
It's interesting that you say mix it. Is that why sometimes we kind of see like two different sides and different styles of VP?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Now, Falcons, though, today, certainly a team that can fight against you guys, but I want to see, in your opinion, does this game not more come down to the Vita, but more come down to the individuals on the server this time?
I think it's both.
Both? Okay.
Yes. It depends on what they pick and what we pick. And of course, it's individually as well. We played against them 2 times at Bad Boom Dacha.
Yeah.
One time we won, one time we lost. And now it's 3rd time to decide who is better.
3rd time to decide who's better. That's what we're going to find out real soon. Let's see how it goes down.
Holy hell. I mean, production shows this really memey face of mine, but that is my face in response to that Norbert interview. That was, I'm sorry, it was dejected. I've had a chance to chat to him numerous times at different events. There was a lot of honesty there, so I'll give him that, but I don't think that was a very positive interview. Oh, well, sometimes we have this style, sometimes we don't have
It was honest.
It was honest.
And I'll take that.
I'm a little bit scared for Virtus.pro. Babsky, you are grinning so much. Well,
they should be. They should be scared because, you know, what we're seeing in the service, what he mentioned there as well. And I want to highlight what he pointed out, that in practice it's looking good. It's in the game that it's falling apart. And I tell you why. It's because when the pressure is on, when the teams are actually trying to find holes in the system, there is, again, I'm going to repeat this, an identity crisis. What do? Do we default back to our old VP protocols with James Call? Or do we go with what Electronic wants to do, which is a little bit more aggressive in your face? I wish someone just decided what they want to do and stick with it instead of just flip-flopping between two sides.
The good old story about we're doing so well in practice. Let me tell you something. Back in 2020 when I joined Astralis, we don't talk about what happened afterwards, but before that they told me... Berlin major, Astralis went into that major losing every single practice. They dominated everybody at the stage. Practice means nothing. Teams are practicing different things, focusing on different stuff during the game. This is the real deal. This is where you have to fully find a game plan that works, and VP has not been able to do that. I don't care if they're winning 13-0 in a prac or whatever they're doing, because right now on the server it's not looking like the same.
I loved the way you were grinning during that interview because you were waiting to drop this honest. What did you think, though, of the way he was speaking? Because it did seem very dejected. To go into a matchup already talking like that, that's not a positive thing.
No, I feel like it's rare we get players who will actually go with those type of interviews, especially before a pre-game. I like the honesty. I think it's a difficult environment to sit and potentially give out your public opinion of why things are failing, and you're going to try to salvage that a little bit to the outside. But I don't think he even tried to do that. I think he accepted that it's been difficult, and they don't really have the answers.
Interesting. I mean, nothing interesting from the map video over here. Obviously, for Falcons, Vertigo is going to be the pick coming in. That's the one they beat MOUZ on. It's a map that VP have struggled recently on. For VP, they had an option between Anubis or Mirage, and picking Mirage means Anubis getting banned out. And Dust 2 is going to be a bit of a handshake map. I think both of these two teams are going to be very happy with the maps.
It was a true or false game, but the truth is neither of these teams look very good, and they both know that their lives are on the line. And by lives, I mean Counter-Strike options in the organizations they're in. But it is going to come down to this particular matchup to see if they can have a bit of a stay of execution. Virtus.pro up against Falcons. And real quick, boys, seeing as we're just waiting to jump into game, where is your allegiance lying?
I'm just looking at that fist bump from Norbert to Zoma, and he punched him in the forearm. That wasn't even a proper fist bump. If you can't even synergize your fist bumps, I have to say, based on this high-level analysis of fist bumps on the side of VP, I'm going to go the way of Falcons. I think Falcons at least get the fist bumps right.
That was deep analysis right there. I love it. I mean, you'll probably be more correct than Pimp using that information. Babsky?
I'm going to go with the 2-1 for Falcons still. I don't think the main issue also for Virtus.pro is actually we're seeing those two towards the end, right?
Yeah.
They were so comfortable on the old map in the form of Overpass. They would always pick that, and they, for the most time, had one map they would win in the series. They don't really have a comfort map right now. They're constantly falling into the trap of trying new things, and they're not really getting anywhere.
You were busy chatting to Sonic just before this. I mean, how's the mood on the side of Falcons?
He wanted me to say that please give us some praise because we played great against MOUZ yesterday, who are one of the best group stage teams in the world. And I gave that a little bit, so I'm going to see this.
They played one really good map, I won't lie.
Yeah, I mean...
But they didn't get smacked on the other two.
But that's... I mean, the argument is just so low, right? They want to achieve so much more, but I think internally they're trying to avoid putting too much pressure on themselves because we do it from the outside.
This is their opportunity for Falcons to redeem themselves. We're about to find out if they can continue to stay in Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. It's time to get into game. This one's going to be a tough one for both these teams.
Thank you very much, Sam, Blur, and Bubsky. Yes, we've got Virtus.pro versus Falcons, and it's a tale of misery for the two sides. They're seeking survival today in the lower bracket of Stage 2. These are two teams that would have good expectations for Cologne maybe at the start of the year, but based on these results, Jason, it has been a rough old time for both squads.
Absolutely. I mean, both teams have high expectations, especially Virtus.pro. Once again, another roster change where Electronic comes into a team and we're all ready for this team to pop off and rise up the rankings and just falls flat. Let's see what Virtus.pro is going to have in store for us today, but this has been such a disappointing run for a team that was always the gatekeeper of, the top 5 teams, like one of the hardest teams to put away. They've fallen off a cliff here in these past few months.
Especially on Vertigo. Vertigo's been a real tough show for them. They only got 6 rounds versus Complexity. 3 of them on the T side. And they're going to be charging in towards Dupree and Madden. The setup together, swinging out with the flashes. They're blinded. Finally, first blood will be drawn. It's Magis to pick it up. Flit and Norbert battling back. And this pistol round looks comfortable for Virtus.pro. But Snappy's on that flank.
Oh, he'd have to do something real special to make this happen, and he needed that kill real quick. And you can see everyone, 3 players peeking in rebuttal. Nice hit from Virtus Pro, but it was good and simple. I think it was, Dupree over behind Quad in the pillar, and the Molotov comes in. He evacuates both players playing at the default boxes, and that's not a recipe for success. Tough pistol round for Falcons, and they're going to be down 0-1. This is the first time I've casted the new Vertigo.
This is the first. Yeah, it is the first time we've casted the new Vertigo. Oh,
you haven't had one either?
No.
Nice.
Nice. So this is the first time. Kind of weird that it's been this long.
Yeah, it has been. I've been like waiting for Vertigo to come out.
It's great to be here.
No one wants to play it anymore.
Yeah, it's true, especially Virtus Pro. But they're going to have to. And they played it against Complexity earlier in the competition. They lost 13-6. Now, I will say that's not a great result from Virtus Pro. But Complexity, you got to give them their flowers. They're a very good Vertigo team. They played it quite a lot, even in the older editions. It was kind of their go-to map. So in that kind of conversation, at least you can say the Complexity are a very strong Vertigo squad.
Yeah, this isn't to take anything away from Complexity. I think it's more of an indictment in Virtus Pro. That was maybe one of the matches I left like being like, that's one of the ugliest Virtus Pros I've seen in a long time.
Yep.
It didn't seem to come together whatsoever. Magisk, full MP9 buy-up for Falcons. They've got no utility, 1 nade on Magisk, but all SMGs, and they've set up a trap at A ramp. But that means Magisk has to survive to funnel them in that direction.
And the gathering of Virtus Pro players coming up the stairway. Magisk is trying to spot it out. I haven't seen anybody staying committed yet. That grenade, right onto the backside of Norbert.
Falcons starting to shift now as well. They've just peeked A ramp and cleared it. The longer Virtus Pro sit here, the worse this can become. Slowed down on the rotation by caution in middle, but I think they'll be here in time. And Falcons will have a decent attempt at stopping this hit.
Oh, Magisk burned out, forced into the open. And that Rifle of Fame takes him out of there. Sampaius with a good peek. It's Norbert that hits that deck. Now 40 seconds left for 4v4. Electronic already boosted over the top of the wood. The rest of the Falcons players starting to be picked apart. And they fully rotated. They're all on this side of the map now, and these kills going the way of VP until that one from Snappy. It's still doable here for these MP9s. As Snappy swings out, clears out Electronic, and VP bailing out. They're trying to get away from this, and that bomb is sprinting back towards the A bomb site.
Oh, Dupree, he's actually going to stick around at the B site. Denied of information. Virtus Pro get away with one. They get out of danger. They had that trademark Virtus Pro pause. A full execute showing presence that's top of stairs, met resistance, and just waited. And that lured all the Falcon SMGs to swing and peek. And it's not the fight that the SMGs want. And they trade their way out of a tough scenario, so 2-0, but Dupree's got an AK.
You know, he at least gets something for his hard work in this round.
Give him a little bit.
And Dupree, it's been great. With the setup we have, getting to look down on the players, you know, it's great seeing how early Dupree's in on his setup. Everybody else is off, getting ready for the game in different ways, but Dupree's just warming up, going through these motions. It doesn't even look like he's like warming up his aim. It looks like he's just warming up his sort of pathways, his utility. It's been great to just watch Dupree coming in, get that early warm-up.
Making sure all your utilities on point, you're not misthrowing anything, and yeah, just going through your routine. And Dupree's been a consummate professional for all the years of his career.
Oh yeah, and I mean, it's great to see him back in the squad. I think after Vitality, you were wondering, where is Dupree going to go? You give it one last try to qualify for every major. And couldn't quite get there to the first CS2-1 with the side of Parisi, but finds himself in Falcons again, rejoined with Magisk and Zonic.
I think they wanted like a calming, you know, reliable presence.
Yeah, someone
on the team.
to bring.
But I remember that the pickup of Dupree too, like for as good as he is and as the kind of career that he's had, it was a little bit criticized for a team like Falcons to be like, you should be making a change that's like a home run. That's like obviously going to increase your ceiling.
Yeah, they struggled to get some of those when they were building this roster, and this is the one they fielded for at least this season and the last, so tough situation for the Falcons in terms of results. Let's see if they can get it going in round 3 with that AK-47 saved over for Dupree. Snappy's gone into an M4 in Kevlar. I want to give this a good try. Utility rains into the bomb site. Magisk burned off the double stack, and he runs backwards. There's no safety for Magisk. The floor is lava, and he burns away.
3 Molotovs just land all around him. And dupreeh, Snappy, save these rifles. Get away.
Get out of there.
Pistols should survive as long as possible to dissuade any kind of a hunch from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, be the bodyguards.
Virtus Pro come into this having lost their last 4 series.
Yeah, it's rough.
1-2 to Complexity, 1-2 to Big, 0-2 to Liquid, 0-2 to G2. They have not had a whole lot of success and positivity. I think the hard thing for them at the moment, when I look at all the interviews and all the conversations that they're having, actually, let's hold the phone a little bit because dupreeh is finding a little bit of safety. Might be able to grab one more kill. Electronics lost track of him. Good shot from dupreeh, but he's got plenty of players around him still. He should be okay. But just from what I see from the interviews from Virtus Pro players, you know, whether it's James, like with the text interview and the translation, is talking about trying to find ways to kind of mold the style that he's like to play, the philosophy that he has in Counter-Strike with the philosophy that Electronic brings to the team, and it's not going well. It's not syncing up well. They haven't found that balance quite yet, and the problem with that, you know, even outside of the fact that you don't really know, you don't have like this set, consistent way of your playing, is it creates confusion and it creates disorganization for all the players around you. So it feels like everyone on VP has just taken a step down in level because their focus is more on trying to make this system work, find this balance rather than just playing within it.
And it's not like it's a very similar style of play that you can maybe make a few concessions and get close to a middle ground. It's very different, you know. James has a very unique way of thinking about the game.
Yeah, it's just the conversations, like when you hear James say in interviews things like, you know, we're working on it, we're talking about our philosophies, it's not coming together, we're trying to find that balance. Like, there's just no single cohesive style that the players all are playing with. It's almost like there's kind of 2 leaders on the team in a way, and 2 styles that they're bouncing between.
And you throw a new coach into the mix, and it's a tough one to figure out right now for VP. But they've gone under a minute in this clock, and they've creeped up the ramp. Flit is at the front of this attack. Sampaius with his scope up, ready to go. Just going to hear the steps being made around that corner. Virtus Pro starting to run thin on time. We'll see a commitment shortly as they get their final pieces ready for this A attack. Madden, it is so important that he protects short so his teammate Sampaius can focus on the ramp swing.
When does Falcons rotate? Because this fake is readable. There was noise dropping down from ramp. Now against Virtus Pro, you can never be super confident that that's actually, you know, a true piece of information you've gathered.
Well, there's 2 players in the bomb site.
Yeah, no one's shifted away from A.
They're so ready for this. Now that we know what's coming at them. Great flash to get dupreeh off of default boxes. Magisk, a very good position for him, but it's only 1 kill. Great entries coming in from Virtus Pro, but limited time, 8 seconds as they cross into the bomb site. Just enough time to get this bomb down for James, and Snappy couldn't stop it. Now Flit steps up with a kill on Sampaius. It goes in a little bit too early, and Flit closes up the rest. So 3 kills for Flit at the end, and a 4th round in a row for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, that's pretty well done from Virtus Pro on the entries as well. You mentioned 2 defenders inside the bomb site, only able to get 1 kill between the 2 of them, and that's not good enough.
This is the pistol round reminder.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the Virtus Pro that round throwing that fake towards the A bomb site. They used all their Molotovs. So previously when they attacked B, we saw the 3 Molotovs kind of go towards Magisk. This time they didn't have it, but still managing to just straight up headshot. Falcons, out of that big series that they played, the 2-1 victory, would love Sampaius to build upon the success he had there. We saw him kind of stroll into the bomb site, miss his shot on the swing and retake. 61 kills in that series against Big. They need that alt presence badly.
(3v3) on a perfect position for Virtus Pro to find themselves in as this bomb gets planted on default. dupreeh sprinting back in from Generator, sending that Madden MP9 into the chaos, and James there to cover off Electronic, but now the AWP must close alone, and James is pushed down by the Spaniard. Finally, Falcons able to get their first round, and it comes in a pretty unexpected fashion.
Absolutely it does. I mean, good job working around the map for VP. Bomb took a little bit of time to get over to the B bomb site, allowing Falcons to get there, but still felt like those AKs and the AWP would have the range. See James towards the end trying to find a way to work his way back towards the stairs to get some safety after a shot and just couldn't couldn't find it. But those SMGs win all the fights. And Falcons finally on the board. Timeout called by them. They get a free AWP on Sun Pius, which is very nice.
First timeout taken for Falcons. Virtus.pro still with a really good buy here on the majority of players. Norbert's on attack 9 for the time being. But everybody else with the AKs and AWP, there might even be a Galil down there for Norbert he can pick up. But you jokingly tweeted the other day, Jason, a picture of the old end score, right, with the Wolverine picture. But,
yeah,
you know, it's crazy. That
wasn't even a joke.
It wasn't a joke. It was just sadness. It was just a reality that we live in. And this Falcon squad, I mean, they shouldn't, on paper, this should have been a really good team. Like, Sapiens was like one of the best offers of last year. Madden, Snappy, what a core this 3 was from the end squad. And you had the Magus, Dupree, and Zonic into it. It just seemed like it should have worked.
I think that what they're missing at the moment is just like a really is like a playmaker, like some kind of an aggressive rifler, some kind of yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, that's unironically that's a good way to put it. I mean, you have Madden and Dupree on the rifles, who are known to be like their role players. Magisk is going to be an anchor.
Yeah.
You don't really have that kind of aggressive, space-taking, playmaking rifler on this team. A lot of the firepower comes from some Pius to create those opportunities, and he's been having a rough time since the transition to CS2.
Well, Dupree set up with the flash ineffective on Fame, so Dupree gets ripped apart. Now all the pressure is on Magisk, and he doesn't get a single kill either. That's multiple times now. This B bomb site has fallen without a single kill on the initial attack. So Pius is trying to plug that gap and maybe a little bit ambitious to peek into the open there. He falls to Flit, and there isn't enough done on this defense. Madden, the blinding headshot on Jay. I mean, now he feels like he can go for this one. He's going to sprint down into the bomb site. He's got a smoke left, and oh, Norbert taking damage on board, but that smoke deployed just at the right time makes it uncomfortable for Madden. It is a 5th round for VP, and they stop Falcons from stringing 2 together.
Yeah, I think Falcons, you know, going into the next gun round where they buy, which might be right now, and it's limited utility, so maybe this doesn't come to pass quite yet just because of the lack of nades. But I think you're going to want these B defenders to be a little bit more aggressive over towards stairs.
I mean, they tried last round, but the flash doesn't work.
Yeah, well, you might want to go back to it, because Virtus.pro just getting control of stairs for free, like right out of the gate in the first 10 to 15 seconds. We've seen in this opening 6 rounds, they're more than happy to just kind of march up, dry challenge into the bomb site, take those fights with AK-47s, or the full-blown execution with Molotovs. And if you don't slow them down, if you don't harass them and force them to use some utility for safety of the stairs,
yeah,
you're just going to make your life so much harder in the mid to late round.
Nade blown open on the ramp. It doesn't reveal who is behind it because it just didn't land perfectly. So Madden doesn't see how many players are down there.
And then just wasted a nade. Yeah. Smoke that was fading.
Not the most efficient
He's
utility
like,
usage.
Dang it.
Falcons throw to Hampa smoke. Bottom of the ramp. Gives Madden some cover to stand up on top of the ramp itself, and he'll peer on down. It's 1 for Madden before being traded by Norbert.
Electronic gonna monitor the flank.
Here comes a walk down those stairs to the MP9. It's Dupree. Finds himself at the bottom of the B stairs. Tough to get away with more than one here.
Yeah, but tough angle for Electronic to deal with. You're going to be clearing other angles. Oh, but he managed it so well. Snaps down, and with that aggressive stance, he says, you're probably the only defender here. Yeah, I'll walk into the B bomb site.
The mullet construction, Magisk is just sprinting to the generators, but how much can he really do to change the outcome of this round? Flashes up in the air. Snappy comes in. Magisk goes down, and Snappy will fall quickly after. Electronic just mauls them. It's 3 on that B play, and 6 rounds for Virtus.pro, and I'm starting to get very worried about Falcons now. This is their map pick. This is the map they look good on, and this is a map that Virtus.pro have been struggling on, and they're up 6-1.
Yeah, it's been nice from VP. It's been very simple. They haven't tried to spread out and work the map. It's just been hits towards this B bomb site for the most part. This time, Electronic is just a god. The entry on Dupree, and the trades to ensure that the bomb site stays secured after the Magisk swing.
We heard Magisk in his pre-game interview with Banks talking about the last time that they played, they got a victory. Now, he does fail to leave out the detail that they played each other one day after the other, and VP beat them in that opening game of the same tournament he's talking about. It was a 13-10 victory for Falcons in the most recent match on Vertigo against Virtus Pro, but only a few days before that, VP won 16-13. So we know they're actually, as far as back as a few months ago, pretty close when it comes to Vertigo.
Yeah, but you never know what kind of work's been put in, especially if Virtus Pro realizes and senses that it's been a weak spot for them. I'm sure this is a map that they focused on and put some more thought and ideas into. Second timeout for Falcons.
Yeah, it's not the start that they would have hoped for.
No, and they can't control anything is the problem. This B bomb site is a massive, massive issue.
Yeah, Sonic getting on the mic, very, very vocal right now. They gotta figure out this B bomb site problem. But they just don't have resources still, Jason. I mean, you look at the money, they don't have enough to really get a great, solid buyout. You have to go to SMGs again.
Had a lot of rounds with SMGs.
Both B players have SMGs. Dude, this is still a really weak B setup now.
Well, they've smoked it off defensively, so it's buying him some time at the moment. Fame didn't want to mess with it whatsoever. Jame covering Flit as he makes a play through the smoke. And he's found a gap. Oh, he's just gonna keep moving forward.
Oh, this is a disaster here for Falcons. He's in behind them. Behind enemy lines, detected by Snappy at the right time.
Oh, that's that timing though is so important for Snappy to get that. But James like, oh, you got there for free? Yeah, let's see if I can do it too.
Yeah, and they're focusing on this. It's Jame with that quick shot on Snappy. Sampaius though, from the back of the sandbags, makes it a triple kill before being put in the ground by Electronic, who now has to clutch this out, a total 1v3. And he has sustained a lot of damage in his prior fights, but he's got the right idea. Both players from Falcons have rotated over to the other side of the map, and that opens up B for Electronic.
He can't run, though, is the issue. He can't make any noise whatsoever on this path over to the B bomb site, so it's going to take a long time for him to get here. Long enough time for Falcons, yep, to salvage weapons, clear out A, clear out ramp, and say, oh, he's at the B bomb site. And one bullet and Electronic is done, so a plant is going to be beautiful. But can he actually... They haven't actually upgraded anything. They didn't
picked up the kit.
They didn't want to get sound cues, I guess.
All right, well, bomb plant going down for Electronic. I wonder if they go back and upgrade and pick up that kit on the way now.
Nope.
Oh, they're just going to sprint. They want to do this quickly.
Oh, this is not a winning position from Electronic, though.
Yeah, this is rough. He doesn't know what to play in this. Oh, he has to hope that he's able to instantly kill them, and with that mobility on the SMG, you can jump around. It's a perfect recipe to get a second round here for Falcons. And the most important kill felt like it was that Snappy turn back on Flit. If that doesn't happen, then it feels like the round goes VP's way.
Yeah, and it actually looked like Flit was going to move all the way to the B bomb site. He was going to go backstab towards middle. Nice jump from Dupree, making it tough for Electronic to get his target. Second round for Falcons, and they got to go on a streak here. They got to build in. Sampaius has his op again, 8-6, top in the server for Falcons.
Yeah, he had a massive round. 3 kills from the sandbags. You can see Zonic giving him some plaudits. And this has got to be a feeling now for Team Falcons that this is where they get the CT side going. This is where they recover this. VP CT side is not strong. We've seen that be the main problem against Complexity. So if you can limit the amount of T rounds they win here, the game is back on.
I think that lurk smoke Complexity was using at the B bomb site made things very difficult for them. I'm sure they had a very deep conversation about protocols if that comes in. I'm sure they had a big conversation about the CT side overall. Fame's boosted up. Hero AK-47, ready to pounce. Dupree and Magisk with rifles.
Running into the bomb site, Magisk blinded in the middle. Dupree trying to hold on. It's just 1 kill again from this initial B defense. It's cleared up by Virtus Pro, and they're back to it. Bomb plant denied though. Grenades land on default. Remove Jame, and now a 3v3. Fame goes forward though, and Fame is feeling it today. 12 kills, make it 13. He drops Madden. Now Snappy gets a little closer to the bomb site, but Fame still is the problem they're worried about. And he's just run back through that smoke. Snappy's down, and Sampaius is locked out. That's 4 kills from Fame in this round. And Sampaius goes into the battle. He knows he's got some time left, so he switches to the rifle. But he realizes now it looks way too difficult. He wants that all back.
He's like, where did I throw the op?
Where did I put it?
I don't remember.
I threw it a little too far. Oh no. Norbert's coming forward. Yep, he can't get that all back. That's frustrating. He's hoping the
now he's like, how far is the bomb radius? Will I survive here? Did I go get the bomb or the AWP?
See if he goes to get it.
He's trying. He's looking. Didn't find it. So they lose an AWP.
Oh, that is disastrous. Again, it's just B.
Yo, this is a great round if you ever want to watch the different, like, intelligent baiting. Fame does such a good job. He gets the entry. He's blocked off by a Molotov. He waits till his teammate at double stack gets into the engagement with Magisk along the wall. Once he goes down, he swings through the flames, takes a little bit more damage, but no HP has been taken away from Magisk, cleans up that kill, and then makes that play around the smoke. It's just, everything's perfect. Even the 4th kill he gets inside the smoke, Norbert's Glock taking some attention away, and he swings right back out into the bomb site. That's a perfect round for a Hero AK-47. 7-2. And Falcons can't even stop the B hits against 1 AK and Tech 9s and pistols.
Yeah, this B bomb site has been disastrous. They've had 3 timeouts as well. They've used 2 of their own and 1 of VP's. Fame again getting an opening on the B defense. Dupree's dead and Falcons B collapses again.
Fair play. They did exactly what I said they should do, and they still go 2 for 1. Or 1 for 2, I should say. Oh, James going to cover up with the off. Yeah, aggression hasn't been working. Passive setups haven't been working. Stacks haven't been working.
It's just brutal. It's absolutely brutal right now.
Falcons are, I mean, Virtus.pro's like, cool.
Sweet.
We'll take a B bomb site. We love a B bomb site.
I'm loving that Vertigo is going this well for them. We heard Norbert in that pregame interview very candidly speak about how terrible the Vertigo has been, how they've had problems on it. And how they haven't really been able to work on the issues because they only really come up after official games. He says practice is going well, but officials aren't. Well, it seems like a good start to the day here for Virtus.pro. Up next is Mirage. That's the 2nd map in this series. That'll be the map pick of Virtus.pro.
You know, having been in that environment, that's always one of the most frustrating problems to have to overcome.
Going well in practice and then officials just fall apart.
Yeah, and trying to get players sometimes, and I mean, it's always a conversation of seeing like, hey, we're not doing the same things in officials that we are in practice when it looks good. We're not calming the same way. We're more locked up. We're more reserved. We're not making the same aggressive swings. We're a little bit more worried and stressed and don't want to die. And fixing those issues are really, really hard because they're such a subjective. There's not like an easy target to just tweak.
There's no problems right now for Virtus.pro. 2 sporadic round wins from Falcons. But other than that, it's been a one-way street. And it's Fame that's just driving right through them.
Seven bomb plants in the 10 rounds of play. 5 of them explosions. VP's just had open access to bomb sites when they want to take it. Once again, coming right back to B. A little bit of presence at A. They haven't had to mess with mid whatsoever. Why change it if it ain't broken? And because Virtus.pro is always this quiet, it's so hard as an A player to just be like, hey, we hear nothing. They're probably at B.
Fame about to molly out default. Electronic rips apart Dupree again, and this B-bomb site is wide open. Magisk plays from the generator. Finally, more presence here from Falcons. They have a triple setup around the back of that generator, trying to back up the initial B defense, and it has evened out the numbers. There's a little bit of time now for Virtus.pro. They try to leap towards the bomb site. Norbert's down first. Snappy holds on, and just James left with 10 seconds on this clock. It's a second shot, but a third round for Falcons. And I guess the resources just being committed, dumped into that B bomb site is enough for Falcons to finally hold it.
Did the smoke miss? I think they missed a smoke over towards E-Box. Like it's deep. It's not actually blocking anything. That smoke is thrown way later when they realize that other one had just kind of fallen shy of its mark. I mean, maybe they wanted that smoke, but it gave a free line of sight from on top of construction. Gave a free gap to go around the left side, so that just stalls them out on that B hit. Finally, Falcons get a stop at this side of the map. I think that's the first time they've stopped a B hit from Virtus Pro.
Now they're scrambling to get a 4th round here for the CT side to work with. The best outcome possible here for Falcons. Flit at the top of the ramp.
Fame's applying a little bit of pressure to the B bomb site, making sure they know he's there. But he's fallen back. I think with the space on ramp that they've created that Flit has, Virtus Pro is just going to join up with him. James is watching for the peek from Gap.
Yeah, Flit can be a great space taker. And he's just waiting for his moment. His time to go into this A site. The rest of his squad getting ready to place utility. Madden will deploy a defensive smoke. They're going to run right through it or around it. Flash catches them, so they can't commit around that corner just yet. But that follow-up flash from Electronic sentences Madden to death. Some Pius goes down as well. And the only player getting anything right now for the defense is, in fact, Magisk. And he's gone, so Snappy from short. Electronic walks right into him. And now they're trying to deal with that threat of Snappy by throwing flashes towards his face. And that bomb plant is now coming through. So 3v2 to close this half out for VP.
All right, Dupree, you need this kill on Norbert. Snappy needs you to take some attention away from him, some heat off of his position. Dupree, oh, he's got it.
He locks that one in. Flip back on the headshot on Snappy. Dupree charging in. It's a rough half for Falcons to have to stomach. 9-3. Virtus Pro looking a lot stronger today on Vertigo.
Well, a wise man always said you don't have to outrun elimination at IEM Cologne, you just have to outrun your opponents. And Falcons has still come into this limping, barely moving, flaccid defense. No resistance.
Very flaccid. And they didn't really even get a perk me up. It was not happening. It never got solid over on that B-bomb site. And now 9-3, second half kicking off. Team Falcons trying to show us what they've got on the T side. Now, the one shining light is Virtus Pro absolutely sucked on the CT side versus Complexity. So there might be a way back into this if Falcons can win this pistol. And Madden is just charging up short. Flit is dead first, and Falcons have the opening.
That's some attitude from Madden. Nice swing into a first bullet headshot. No defenders here. They're kind of, where are they coming from?
Sneaking up the ramp. And Magisk is wondering when they're going to show. And now he's seen them instant goosh, but instant death. What a peek from Norbert. But
that's a death slam.
Yeah, it is. He popped off from the sandbags on the other half, and here he goes again in the pistol. So Norbert goes down. Sapias is a real nuisance now. Not only is he staying alive, he's just wasting time, and he'll start to clean up as he comes out of those sandbags. It is going to be Falcons winning this pistol round.
Yeah, really smart from Sapias playing that conservative, just staying alive, because you create so many opportunities for your teammates to play off of you. If he goes down, Dupree has to tuck in a lot safer. Electronic's giving this a go right at the end just to find some kills, but he's got no kit. There's no chance he can defuse this, and Dupree puts him down. Fourth round and a pistol round for Falcons to get started in the second half.
Now, we'll see what Virtus Pro decides to do. I think seeing how weak their CT side was in the previous match against Complexity, I don't think they're going to go for a force buy here, Jason. That would...
Maybe Complexity's offense was just really
good. I'd imagine there was a good mixture of both. VP, yeah, they're not going to go for a force here. So it's going to be a full eco. 5 rounds for Team Falcons. And then the gap's only 4 rounds, Jason.
Well, that's at least a good start to start forgetting about the first half, right?
Yeah,
you want to get that behind you. Whatever conversations you had during halftime, hopefully you're focused forward. Sometimes you're not. But get it out of your mind so that you can get this T side moving. Mac-10's chewing up all of Virtus Pro's push to the B-bomb site. 1 kill, that's it. Electronic gets knocked off the building, and we've got 5 rounds for Falcons. And first gun round coming in for VP.
It happened so quickly, but we're into the good rounds now of the second half already. And 4 out for Norbert. Everybody else getting into the rifle. There's no AWP going to be spotted anytime soon for the Virtus Pro camp. But Falcons are going to keep 2 MAC-10s, a Khalil and 2 AK-47. So they do have the option still to go pretty quick with this if they desire. We'll see what kind of call Snappy's got for us in round 15. Magisk is thrust into the bottom of the B-stars.
And Snappy, Dupree, and Sapias are all in middle, so I imagine they're going to want to follow up behind that MAC-10, baited a little bit. Almost looks like they want to wrap towards this B-bomb site. A lot of space in mid for them to work with.
Yeah, VP giving them plenty of wiggle room. Dupree, timing to look back is good. Fame will get knocked off the top of construction, and that B-bomb site's open.
It's going to be a save as well from Virtus Pro, as we all know.
Quite conservative when it comes to these kind of rounds, so...
Especially early on in the half, especially still with a 4-round lead.
And you just got the AWP out. I was wondering if we'd see the AWP. They actually did invest into it for VP. Not that we really got to see it do too much, but Electronic actually took the hit to go for an MP9 instead of a rifle.
Yeah, what a god. James doesn't return the favor with a kill, and now they hear that AWP ring out. I wonder if they want to send those MAC-10s on the hunt.
Yeah.
James doesn't have anyone with him. He's alone.
Oh, he's on an island. Shot lands, but it's not enough to bring the belly of the beast down, and so Electronic defending his MP9 with honor. That JM AWP is gone. Norbert looking to try and recover that, but unable to do so, and now it's disaster for Virtus Pro. You've lost the AWP.
Yeah, that was everything, was keeping that gun alive, but they just got 2 spread out in the save. 2 players down at the bottom of the ramp, 2 players back, and nobody to help James retreat.
The gap is closing very quickly indeed. Virtus Pro unlikely to win this next round. Falcons will be up to 7. These matches can get out of hand very quickly. Yeah, that's a desk slam.
Ideal start for Falcons. It actually couldn't have gotten better just because Virtus Pro went for that kind of a buy.
Yeah,
you take all of that away.
And now VP down to a weakened buy. See Khalil here for Electronic. It's actually an upgrade from what he had previously. But there's 5.7s and MP9s in the mix, and that 5.7 gets to work. It's Madden that goes down first. Flick to follow up on Dupree. And if you're Falcons, you cannot throw away your golden opportunity here.
Yeah, good bait and switch as well, though. Dupree swings thinking he's going to be cleaning up and engaging a low HP 5.7, and it's Flitt's M4 instead.
I'm worried about him. Oh, James looks the wrong way as that smoke fades, though, so we're all good.
Yeah, don't be worried. James very paranoid about someone crawling through that smoke. Strong position from Electronic at this stage in the round, coming back to the A bomb site. Falcons is going to want to remain quiet as long as possible. I doubt they'll even Molotov sandbags. Virtus.pro have an idea of what's going on. Fames felt no pressure at B. Shifting over to this A bomb site.
That will give him a headache, that's for sure. I'll feel that one in the morning.
Oh, fair play.
Oh my god, Senpais, that's one way to clear it.
I thought that would go overlooked. Fair play to Falcons. Way to not forget a detail. Fame gets his 17th kill of the map.
Now Magisk, he's got a lot ahead of him. A lot to figure out and piece together. He's got a full belt of utility, a decent amount of health, and an AK-47 with a bomb on his back. And 30 seconds as he marches his way towards the B-bomb site silently. No one over here, so he's got space to play with. And then it'll be down to the post plant. Then it'll be down to the 1 versus 2. And both remaining Virtus.pro players are damaged. One of the most experienced players you can get here in the clutch is Magisk.
They could use him. There's no kit. There's Molotov smoke flash.
Was unable to find the kind of impact he would have liked in that first half.
They're just going to let this smoke fade. They're going to be really patient with it. But once that smoke does disappear...
Got no kit.
Yeah, they've got to go. It's got to be fast after the fact.
They've got utility. They can make it uncomfortable for Magisk, but he's not going down those stairs. Instead, he will fight within the site. He spots out his first victim. That's Flit brought down low, and Magisk one more to get. The Falcons need a 7th round to recover them, and it looks like it's going to be picked up off the back of their Magic Man. And it's going to be the runaway from Flit. 7 rounds secured. And this comeback is still on.
Probably didn't expect that position because it's so exposed to B stairs, but that's the risk Magisk decided to take, was if they push B, or if they push down A ramp and flank the B bomb site, I'm in a lot of trouble. You could see him have eyes on it for some time until he realized that the timing of a flank would have already occurred, and then he gets to focus forward in a tough position where he gets to isolate fights. Nicely done from Magisk to keep Falcons moving forward. All back in the hands of James.
But James Orp is gone. Instantly. Second kill for Senpais. Oh, great awareness to look for Electronic. And this Virtus.pro defense is collapsing.
Well, I mentioned they're going to want Senpais and they're going to want his AWP presence. They're getting it today. 19 kills for Senpais. Plenty of that's done with the rifle, but now we're starting to see the AWP ring out on the map. Single-handedly clears mid.
And the CT side woes continue.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you were right. Their CT side is a little busted.
Big time.
Hit it. Give him a jump. Oh.
Yeah, 2 players left now for Virtus.pro. Under 1 minute left on the clock. Flick goes for the peak. It's 1, then death. And Fame falls. So it's 8 rounds now for Falcons. The disastrous start is recovered. And I think Zonic is very happy with Senpais and how he cleared out mid there. Instantly removed. James stayed composed, looked for Electronic. Nails the 2 shots that he's given.
Feels like Falcons is winning the openings game very, very well.
Oh yeah,
in this second half. They're getting the first frag wherever they head. Wherever they want to go on the map. Virtus.pro hasn't been able to gain an advantage on this CT side. Now playing with 2 MP9s, 2 5.7s, and an M4.
Flit waiting for Snappy. Doesn't have to wait for long because Snappy charges through that smoke and Flit is given a free opening. So there's a little change up for you.
Yeah, but again, the rifles and all this utility, this is still within reach of Falcons. Madden's going to move forward, sees one out in the open. Good peek from Norbert.
Starting to get out of the reach.
Yeah, double aggression. And yeah, now it gets a little bit more sketchy.
They're going to reposition that M4 into the hands of Norbert.
Senpais hasn't even tried to do anything yet, you know?
Yeah, there's still that. He's having a great time. He's 19 kills, 9 deaths. Grenade onto Norbert. Takes some health off the top. Follow-up also landing towards Norbert. And the final pieces of utility being put in place in this A-bomb site as Falcons send their final 3 into this fight. James is still short. Remember about him into this late round. His teammates, though, are arriving, and with Norbert going down as the one rifle holder, it's not looking pretty for Virtus.pro. Twistzz sends one shot back. James to take out some Pius, and once again, it is all magic, but this clutch is a lot more difficult. This one is a long road back into it.
He's got to cut him off before they get to the bomb. He's got to take at least one kill before they start defusing. There's no kit. He's got time to work with.
Many angles, he has to think about it once. But now he just needs to focus on the fights in front of him. That first kill, that's Fame with the health. He goes down. Now Magic's worried about Short. He swings into the open. He gives that kill back. And that allows Virtus.pro to stick this defuse. It just looked like Magic had no information as to whereabouts of all three players.
Yeah, it felt like he was very paranoid about that third player coming from somewhere, from anywhere, and he could never really make a decision because of that, of how exactly he wanted to play it. Still looked like he was in a pretty decent situation, all things considered, for a 1v3. Good attempts from Falcons at recovering the 3v5. It's now a 2-round lead as Virtus.pro inch a little bit closer to a map victory.
Finally, right, it's the AWP for James. Is this the round, Jason, where we get to see James get a kill with the AWP? He's had it 3 times.
I think he got one in like the save situation.
Yeah, okay.
But he missed a couple easy ones in that scenario too. Oh. Nice flashbang from middle for Fame to come down. Oh, the second one is oh, that's Snappy's.
Yeah, it's all good.
Shout out to Snappy.
It's a sick flash. In the end, Electronic comes in to trade out one of those kills. That's information. There was 2 positioned outside of B at least.
Look at the difference though. Like, this is something Falcons were never able to do on their own CT side. Anytime they wanted to get aggressive, they got shut down. But you can see the result. If Virtus.pro pushes down, if you have success on that aggressive stance at the B bomb site and deny access to those stairs, you get to have a lot more freedom to be mobile around the map.
Oh, Electronic gives away the advantage.
And Norbert takes it right back.
Gotta love Norby. So the final play for Falcons is the B-bomb site.
It's gonna be on Norbert again. Playing from default boxes inside the bomb site. I doubt he's peeking stairs knowing the AWP is still in play. Wants to take the off angle. Looking for the jump up off this boost.
Ooh, smoke lands up.
It's Virtus.pro smoke.
Dupree is covered off by it. He gets close towards Tetris. Norbert moves in behind that smoke of his own design, and Norbert cleans up the entire B hit. It is 11 rounds for Virtus.pro as they take another huge step towards removing Falcons map pick.
Well, if you're Virtus.pro, you're hoping this is the moment that things just get locked in and get a lot easier from here. Started this half down 0-5. You watch that 9-3 lead dwindle. But you've won 2 in a row, so now it's got to feel like, okay, we've got our feet beneath us, we've got money behind us. And this is Snappy going back to that first gun round they ran. 3 players in mid. They got the free kill on construction on, I think it was
James
Fame.
Peek this. Oh, that's a big reposition for James.
Nicely done. All right, Magisk. Gonna start lurking in, saw an elbow. Saw an elbow, but he's gonna get lured into it.
Yeah, Electronic's position behind the wood is perfectly placed, but he ends up getting traded through that wall. I say wall, but I mean thin piece of wood, because Electronic now gone 3 versus 3, minute left.
Yeah, that ain't no wall. That's just plywood. OSB. Nice shot from James inside the Molotov. He tanked 77 damage to take that shot.
Oh, Madden trying to keep Falcons in this, but his work is done in this round, so it's all Snappy. 1v2. Not completely out of the realms of possibility, especially when James walks right into his crosshair and suddenly just fling it. Snappy is given the chance, and he will sink both of those Virtus.pro players.
Damn, they really wanted that fight. They really wanted that fight, and they wanted it 1 by 1. Nice shooting from Snappy, ripping the head off James at the end. And a couple big clutches in this map from Falcons players. The 1v2 from Magisk earlier on, a 1v2 from Snappy here is keeping them in contention for Vertigo.
Snappy stepping up. That would have been map point. That's got to be frustrating for James because he does so much great work to get them close to winning that round, and then Probably feels like he gave away an easy headshot there to Snappy. Madden at the front of the charge. A lot of utility dropping in behind him. Half of his health is gone off the back of these early engagements with utility. Jay in position to deal with Madden, but the quick swing from the Montenegrin comes in. Dupree following up. Falcons getting 3 kills on this A defense, and it is 10 rounds.
Yeah, great utility usage, good timing, good coordination. Uh-oh, VP. That 2-round streak didn't click in.
Money's gone now, too.
Yeah, money's gone. That's the big problem. Falcons have a real chance of tying this up at 11-11. We went through the scores of some of the recent verticos. All of them were close. One overtime, one 13-11 victory, I believe 13-10.
And then it was an overtime game as well, so definitely very close, and time hasn't exactly changed that. It was 16-13 the first time they played on Vertigo. That was in favor of Virtus Pro. A few days later, Falcons able to bounce back with a 13-10 victory. VP have already bettered that previous result by getting 11 rounds. But let's see if we go to OT again. It does feel like that is a real possibility here. This round should allow Falcons to tie things up 11-11. A little bit of context to this matchup as well. It is elimination. Not only that, though, if you win this game, you go on to play the loser of FaZe versus Vitality.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Look, that's one of the reasons why Cologne is
brutal.
Well, it's such a valuable trophy to have in your cabinet because it's not an easy tournament to win. Especially not when you come into the event struggling on a streak of losses. Virtus Pro trying to win their first series in 5 attempts at it. They've lost 4 straight. This is their 5th. Snappy's going to lead the way with his MAC-10, and he's got the opening.
That's a great opening kill with that MAC-10. A lot of space created off the back of it. Flit. Oh, he thought he had a good position, but Snappy was very aware of that possibility. Spams through the smoke, sees the head of Flit. Seizes his chance. So 11 rounds to 11. Scoreline is all tied up. And you've got to give some great plaudits to Falcons for being able to pull this half back. They started this in the bin.
And I mean, the beautiful thing about it is they still have a chance to win in regulation.
Yeah.
Like, they still have a chance to just actually take this map straight up. Not grinding back for overtime. You're grinding back with the shot at taking the map. That smoke ain't going to stop Snappy. A MAC-10 specialist. Electronic coming back for the trade to make sure he can't build upon anything, and that's the end of the hunt. So an AK-47 and an M4 brought into the next round for Electronic. And they have a full losing bonus on the CT side, so Jame will have his AWP. But Virtus Pro have run out of the runway that they created for themselves in the first half, so good luck. Good luck.
What? That's their first timeout?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Well, they had the 9-3 half. They never needed to call a timeout in the first half. But yeah, now that I'm seeing it, it's like there might have been a time for a timeout earlier in this half. Maybe were a few moments you could have tried to take a pause and have this conversation and get things turned around before things were tied up. But they got plenty for overtime.
Yeah, they got those. All back out for Jame. Last time he had it, he did get impact.
Round 23. Fame at the B bomb site with Electronic. James up in middle. Norbert and Flit at A. And there's a lot of quick pressure coming in from Falcons. That molly will slow them down. But Snappy's getting frisky in these past few.
This time he gets to play with a real weapon. But he earned himself with that MAC-10 in the previous. Dupree ready to go around this corner. Madden's with him. And actually he's going to use the catwalk to give himself a better angle. Madden and Dupree both get their entries. Jame, He has to realize that this site has opened up completely, and dupreeh is keeping Fame occupied. This is uncomfortable for the CT defense. James has got to worry about so much, and in particular dupreeh, who's able to come through that smoke. Fame couldn't stop him from taking out his in-game leader.
It's a huge kill from dupreeh. Alleviates a lot of pressure when the AWP is in the field of play. There is a kit on both players, a smoke on Electronic as well, and they're going to give this retake a go.
So smoke goes out towards short. That's Snappy held back for the time being, but Magisk is taking the position that dupreeh had earlier, which is pushing this catwalk and getting the same result. A flank kill. Now Fame detected. He switches out to the AWP. Is it the safe call? It is. He is going to back away. It will be Falcons to take 12 rounds first here on Vertigo, and they're staring down the barrel of a map victory after a terrible first half of play.
That felt like a very old school style defense for Vertigo, like the two players towards gap, you know, along that wall, and with the new changes to the way the bomb site has and that little avenue to wrap around it, that little catwalk to get to the back of it, you actually got no presence there to slow down any of those pushes.
The fact they got to use it twice in the space of 10 seconds to get the exact same result is really rough.
Yeah, and I mean, dupreeh just gets there and there's so much safety and he can just peek out with impunity. And second timeout used, back-to-back rounds. Virtus Pro from 9-3 at the half, now staring down a map 1 loss. And for a team that's struggling, that hasn't been able to find success at all,
yeah,
this just feels, if you sit there in your seat looking at the screen and you're like, yep, this is about how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Virtus Pro and we talked about their CT side versus Complexity. They only won 3 rounds. They started on the CT side. They only won 3 sporadic rounds. One of them was the pistol on the CT side. Now against Falcons, they've won 2 rounds, and they didn't even win the pistol, so it's looking rough here for Virtus Pro. If they match the amount of rounds that they won versus Complexity, we at least get overtime.
How's that tiny little shot glass?
I didn't get to see it.
Yeah,
watch that one
you
back.
Go back on the VOD. I want to know what that was.
You want to get a shot, Jason?
Yeah, well, I want to have what he's having.
Shot if it goes to overtime.
Yeah. Utility out. Snappy once again was trying to pressure Gap very quickly in the round. A lockdown B defense at the stairs. But much like Falcons had an issue with the B bomb site, it feels like Virtus Pro's having an issue with the A bomb site.
Here's Jay. Hello. Oh, damage done to Snappy, but not enough to even worry about it. Now Jane being put under excruciating pressure actually somehow wins that fight. What? The reload in the open for Flit. It's punished, as it should have been. dupreeh takes him out. Now a 4 versus 3. Norbert's trying to stay alive at the sandbags as long as possible and delay this Falcons push. James is taking steps back into the elevator. They just need 3 kills, and they find themselves in overtime.
Thankfully, Electronic came over with the flashbang to help Norbert escape that position. 4-on-3 advantage.
There's some time still for Falcons, plenty of it, as we hit the 45-second mark. Electronic using the catwalk this time for defensive purposes. It's James that gets that pick on dupreeh. Electronic cleaned off the top. Now James survives on 1 health. Is there still impact to be had for the AWPer here of James? He misses the peak, the timing on Sampaius, and Magisk able to take him away with a shot through that smoke. Falcons 1 kill away from securing this first map. A disastrous first half, but an even worse defense from Virtus Pro. And Falcons about to take their map pick. Fame creeping up the ramp. Crosses by Sampaius. It's a kill on the Spanish sniper. Magisk to close with a 4K. Smoke into the middle of the bomb site for Fame. Will he detect Magisk in time? He won't pick up the kill. Magisk with the 4K and Falcons with a first map. Vertigo is secured. It wasn't easy, but it is successful. And Falcons 1 map up.
wasn't pretty, it wasn't convincing, but a win is a win, and Falcons takes their map pick 13-11. They are able to knock out Virtus.pro in this instance, and hopefully it gives them a little bit of confidence. Obviously, I've got analysts on the desk who are going to deep dive into what we actually saw on the server. I'm going to add a little bit of fluff, though, and hear me out. I'm going to tell you what we didn't see on the server. I mentioned it early on, the dejected attitude of Norbert during that pre-match interview. Here, where we are at IEM Cologne, there is a hunger and a sort of anger in Falcons that I'm feeling. There is an energy, and you saw it right at the end of that game when they won that map, the way Magic stood up and he shouted and he let that all out. Sometimes it comes down to who wants it the most, and I feel like Falcons, we mentioned it, they know that this is at risk of ending for them, and they are feeling really hungry, and that's what we saw.
Oh yeah, absolutely what we saw, and I think you placed it in a very nice way there, where it was a tale of two halves, right? Two very different halves. The first half, it was quintessential VP. That T side, which we hate to love and love to hate. It just classic, just bleeding out the utility from Falcons, just leaving them guessing, going for this last second hits. And I won't lie, it looked like Falcons were kind of out of it. But a couple of individuals you're not really looking for kind of stepped up to the plate. That Majisk 1v2 on that B bomb side in the first half, and later on Snappy getting the 1v2 as well. Those two very crucial clutches, I feel like it instilled a bit of life on the side of Falcons, because after that, when they won the pistol, they just start rolling ahead. And a VP we were praising in the green room, talking about a T side looking so good, so calm and composed, looking like old VP. It just completely disappeared on CD side. It was just a very rough CD side from both teams. Falcons a little less worse.
I do often not say this, but I do feel like Virtus.pro should have won this. I feel like many clutches went in the ways of their side, right? And I also think that's why they screamed after the game, because they knew they had to fight all the way back for this game. So many clutches where Virtus.pro misplaced, but let's give it to them in the other hand as well. Magisk and Snappy having really important moments that really makes a difference.
Let's take a look now as we move back to the first half, where it was going right for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is basically a very classic VP round. We can just play it out here, right? So you can just take a look at the time right there. It is about 48 seconds. 48 seconds on the clock. I think I've lost myself.
You haven't lost yourself? You're still going strong.
Oh, okay, I can hear myself now. And there we are. So we do have 48 seconds left on the clock right here, and it is going to be a bit of a fake coming in from the side of VP. Let's take a look over here. And just keep an eye on the radar, right? You're going to be seeing 3 players grouped up on that A-bomb side. We're going to have 2 players from Falcons just holding towards B. There's no aggression coming out from them. They're looking at the time, 25 seconds right now, and then the hit comes in from VP. Again, keep an eye on the time, 15 seconds. Utility reigns in, and the 2 CDs holding here, they get only just the 1 kill, which shouldn't be happening. Great trading coming in from the side of VP there. The spacing was brilliant, and a bomb gets planted with just enough time remaining on the clock. And that you see this happening, and I'm wondering, okay, this is like the VP of old. They seem to have agreed on one particular playbook, the old James Hall playbook, and I won't lie, it felt like they were going to be running away with it. And then you head over to the second half, and man, the CD side was just dead in the water.
Yeah, it was on the scoreline, right? But I do think it was massively impacted by those clutches. I mean, I think James makes a massive mistake against the 2v1 of Snappy, but I also think Falcons made it hard for themselves, having that horrific CT side where they don't really do anything. Makes it very difficult to actually make this comeback. But due to the individuals winning a couple of clutches, they actually even get a chance to win this game. And it was their own map pick, so really, really important for Falcons to at least get a good start.
What were they able to do right in that second half, Babski?
You're talking Falcons?
Yeah.
I mean, I think they were taking it a little bit more slow. I think Snappy, for once, it's a guy we've spoken about often not being able to match the level that we expected of him coming in from the lineup of ends, where everybody praised him as one of the better IGLs, especially as a prospect, being able to take relatively no names in the form of Sunpeus back then, and also Spings to those heights. But I mean, he's not been able to replicate it here on Falcons, but all of a sudden we see a little bit of Stardust in those moments that really made a difference. Also a great call, generally speaking.
And I also want to point out, like, the A-bombs, and in particular for me, they were just abusing the A-bombs at time and time again, right? For VP, they were getting picked apart. I think Madden, even though he had a bit of a quieter game, he was getting very, very important entries over on that A-bomb side. Of course, helped out by the aggression from Dupree as well. But the man you see on the screen right here, Snappy, I think he did a very good job in a lot of aspects. Firstly, marshalling his troops, bringing it back. Some really good calling coming out from him on that second half. And individually as well, we spoke about the 1v2 clutch he got on the B-bomb side. That really did wind up, meaning a lot for Falcons, because they closed it out in a very, very close fashion in regulation. And on top of that, it was just finding impact throughout the entire game, it felt like, especially in that comeback. So it wasn't just, Majisk popping off, or Madden and Dupree, getting all these entry kills. Everyone chipped in, and even Sunpius as well.
Even Sunpius, who we'll get to in a little bit, but I do want to focus just before the half, Bubsky. You had a particular round that you kind of felt showcased a lot of what you're saying.
I mean, we speak about often proactive CS, passive CS, but what does it mean in the end, right? I think I have a round that displays it pretty well. We have here a basic CT default. They've played a lot of time throughout the round. Not really much has been done, but look at the radar what they're playing. They're just playing 2B, one guy sidestepping in mid, and then they're playing 2A. Bro, at this point, you could just stay in spawn and just play retake from the start. The way you approach this round, by having no information, you can't play top Counter-Strike at this point. So we'll see them execute. If we can find the play button, it's over here. At this point, they execute into 2 people. This is a perfect scenario. But why is there nobody? Why is this guy not pushing mid? Why is this guy not pushing B with this guy? Like, get some information. You can't just play default in this way because you're going to be forced to stay in and execute. And it's so uncomfortable for these two. Look, the rotation is smoked off. He tries to come through. They have the smoke, but they're just going to go right side and kill Madden. I mean, this round, you can't really play it like this. You need to at least do something. This is the definition of static CS. There's no proactivity from the coming side of Falcons.
And this also is basically what highlighted the first round I brought up as well, right? When you had 3 plays on the A bombs, had 2 tucked into B, you have no control towards middle, you have no one playing towards stairs, so you're giving so much space for a team who are notorious for abusing that. This is a team who likes taking that, the control extremities of the map and then executing it late and, going from A to B and just confusing their opposition. And they allowed VP to run away with it, but fortunately, they had a T side at least to kind of make up for it, I guess, at the end.
Now we go to MOUZ, though. Is Virtus Pro equal out the series?
Honestly, I don't know, man. I don't know. VP just looks so flat in the second half. I think it's 2-0 to Falcons. I think they're taking this.
Wow. Babsky?
I mean, I'm staying true to myself. I said the 2-1 before the game. I do also think that Mirage could potentially be a map they worked over the summer break for. I think James is also in a period where he needs to reinvent himself, and I think Mirage is a perfect map for that. You kinda can't do just the slow defaults. You have to force out mid. You have to actually take the duels. You can't just stay in T-spawn and play with your...
Can you adapt, James? That's the question we're about to answer. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we are going to Mirage.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you. No more T-tours in chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Lame duck in this man. 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, he doesn't go for the one, and he wins it! Lovely
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. It's a battle for survival between Falcons and Virtus.pro. That first map was close, but it's another map where VP just fall apart. It's got to start getting so frustrating. It's just piling on. You've got series loss after series loss, then you're up 9-3, Jason, and you can't close out the map.
No, you can't. I don't really have a great explanation for that. I'm a horrible CT side. Obviously didn't fix some of the problems. They go a little bit deeper than whatever Complexity did to them a couple series ago. And yeah, it was certainly ugly. And for a team coming into this with the struggles they've had, losing 4 series in a row heading into this one, like, again, you're mentally, you've got to be, you're always at that breaking point, right? Like, you're always at that point that you just get tipped over the edge. They got to be really careful about how they approach Mirage. Mentality is going to be very important, and they got to be able to sustain some early losses and try and come back into this series. We do have, we're going to chill a little bit just for you guys at home, just because there's a tech issue just as we came back live to the show. So we're waiting for those to get fixed up and we'll get into it. But otherwise, we're going to hang out and chit chat with you. Liquid game was cool. Ultimate sweet. Twistzz sweet.
That's great to see, isn't it? You got to see the Twistzz documentary this morning, Live Legendary, if you haven't seen that.
I don't think it was the whole thing. I think it was just like a little snippet.
That was a snippet?
I think it's like a 20-minute documentary.
Oh, damn. Okay, so we got to see a little bit of it. So I'm going to sit down and watch that later on today.
Yeah, head over to the ESL CS YouTube channel.
Documentary about Twistz's life and career within Counter-Strike. Very fascinating stuff. And also, we've got one little teaser today. Launders is going to be featured in one of those Live Legendary documentaries. So if you're a fan of the B-Hop Master, you know. I was going to use his other term, but I think I'll leave him to have that phrase. And we've got Mirage up next.
Launders, top racist documentary.
Okay, you can say it.
That's what's going through my brain at the moment.
Yeah.
Self-proclaimed
#1 racist. Now, we have got Mirage up next. Headsets are getting back on. Last time we seen Falcons play Mirage, it was a loss versus Big in the stage 1 of this tournament, in the former play-in of Cologne. Big didn't look that solid in this tournament. Is that maybe an indictment on Falcons Mirage? The only team they did beat was Alternate Attacks, and that was...
Look, you're gonna have maps. No matter how good a map might be in your pool and how good you might be on it, you're gonna have off days. You're gonna have bad days. You're gonna have days where someone doesn't do, you know, someone just isn't as effective in what they do as they normally are. So, I mean, I don't take anything crazy from that one win. They did go on to win the series. I think just here, this is Virtus.pro's map pick, and you start getting into that situation where, as we saw in Vertigo, the T sides, where things go quiet, things go silent, you have players taking space, you got Flit and Fame kind of lurking up A ramp, lurking up mid ramp. It can get really awkward. So Falcons have a tough test ahead of them here to try and close this series out 2-0.
Well, fist bumps in, and that means we're getting closer to the match starting. It is a seeking of survival between Falcons and Virtus.pro. The winner of this game will go on to play the loser of FaZe versus Vitality, but it's all about getting one step further here in Cologne. And Virtus.pro, it's about winning a series finally, and at this point I think they'll take a map. Electronic with a heap of utility, Norbert with some of his own. And Virtus.pro start with 3 players positioned outside of B, 2 outside of the A bomb site. All that utils outside of A.
It looks like a fake at the moment, although there's the potential for the 3 players to drop in underpass and come join up at the A bomb site, but that's a good start. If you want to negate a fake, an immediate headshot, now they know. Now they know. They can say, hey, it's not A, it's the B bomb site.
The fake has worked out to get players into the site, but holding on to it becomes a different challenge.
Look at Electronic on the minimap as well. He's still at A ramp. He's so far away.
Yeah, he's still slowly sneaking out, and in the meantime, all these fights going down in Market. It's Madden and Senpai stepping up and Flit at the back of the bench. It's a stroll in the park for him with that kill on Dupree. He wants a second, but dropped by Madden, and Norbert is the last remaining member who gets caught coming through Market on that flank. So Magis to defuse, and Falcons will win the first round of play here on Mirage.
Apologies, Electronics only got deleted at the start of the round. That was Norbert with that really, really late play. Good job from Falcons, though, understanding the situation. They saw 2 at A. Once they realized it was a fake, there's one player who cannot be involved in this retake, who cannot hold us back. Let's do this fast. Let's do this quick. Let's get in, and Virtus.pro obliged them by pushing into Market. 1-0.
More energy from Falcons to kick off map 2. I think they'll be very happy. They just got that Vertigo win. 13-11. Another close Vertigo game between Falcons and VP. But it's all done now. And pistols for Virtus.pro. No force buy, just some players investing in Kevlar and upgraded pistols. Very likely to see Falcons take a 2-0 start.
What does Virtus Pro do if they lose this series? All the struggles they've had making this lineup come together, bringing Electronic in, changing your coach.
Yeah,
What's next?
There's a lot of events coming up for them too, right? Like, it's hard to
and I mean,
decide, do you want to get rid of them now, or do you want to make some changes, or do you want to just stick it out? It's really tough for Virtus Pro to figure out, because you've made a huge investment getting Electronic into the team, and
it's really hard to kind of judge it, or not judge it, but see what the options are from the outside, because eye test wise, like, you're not even seeing positive signs. Is the scary thing for me, is like, you know, I could justify keeping the roster together if we were seeing improvement or seeing changes and they were getting close and just falling short, but this has been a heavy drop-off for the Virtus Pro squad. Easy kill for Snappy. VP's going to finish at the A bomb site, coming through Palace and 2 up ramp.
Madden jumping off the stairs. It's going to end up being Jay Malone, and that dream of a bomb plant this round won't become a reality. Nice and clean from Falcons. And you'd expect their CT side to be much better here on MOUZ. It couldn't get worse, surely. So they're off to a pretty decent start with 2-0 up.
See how this continues as well. Like, you know, that first map, crazy that Falcons won it, but they needed a lot of help. They needed a 1v2 from Magisk. They needed a 1v2 from Snappy down the stretch as well. All right, Virtus Pro, you're facing elimination here on MOUZ. You must take this map or else you're out of IEM Cologne and headed home.
There's a charge up top middle. Dupree at the top. Just around that corner is a whole pack of Virtus Pro players. And they're held back by that utility.
Yeah, Falcons really, really telegraphing and want Virtus Pro to know we have mid and we're willing to step up and be aggressive and fight you at your first stage of control.
The flashes come out from Virtus Pro to run into Madden and Dupree. Fame takes damage, Jam is down, and this mid play is shut down instantly. Virtus Pro's first gun round has resulted in nothing.
And I don't know if this would go into a call like this for Snappy and for Falcons to be this aggressive, but you really start to pile on not only in terms of the game and the fact that you've just deleted 4 players, but the mentality of Virtus Pro, who can't even come out and execute a strategy in their first gun round after that really tough loss they just took on Vertigo. This is rock bottom for this series for VP.
They thought they waited out the initial barrage in mid, and then they threw the flashes in to retake mid control, or at least challenge for it. And everybody got melted. And Virtus Pro have to just sit back and wait. Not getting anywhere near a bomb site, not even getting some kills or damaging that CT economy, so they're likely just to be down a couple upgraded pistols in the next round again. At least they'll have this AK that saved over from Fame. They're at least giving them that mercy.
And he had a wonderful round on Vertigo with the Hero AK also, where he got a quad kill.
Yeah, he had a great T-side in general.
Yep. We'll see if the Hero AK-47 can do anything on Mirage, but yeah, this is just Dupree and Madden shutting everything down. Another easy kill for Snappy at the B bomb site, and no sweat for Falcons, surviving with 5 players. Surviving with 5 players, building money, and then going into a round where Virtus Pro is going to have a low buy. Tech-9's and armor picked up around that AK-47, but a clean round from Falcons here would be such a strong start.
VP throw out the common mid utility with that top mid smoke and window smoke combination.
I think they're hoping that Falcons is going to be so focused towards top mid again like the previous round that Fame coming from underpass will have an opportunity to jump up is going to be important. Oh, dinked immediately.
Yeah, that's great work from Dupree. Fortunately for Fame, it was through the metal, so it wasn't an instant headshot with that AK-47. Madden defends off Flit, trying to break through connector.
All right, starting to piece it together, Falcons. You've got 1 kill. You know there's still an AK-47 in middle. You just heard a Tech-9 ring out from Palace. So putting the map together. And will they read this jump up in towards window? Sunpius is safe inside con.
Oh, Oh, he's got his teammate now Snappy to back him up as well. Norbert through that window boost. This is the only play they've got. The only thing they've got in this round for Virtus Pro.
And it's probably going to net them 1 kill. Magisk will... Actually,
he's turning...
It could be 2. If there's trigger discipline, Norbert, he could find a second one up on the balcony.
Okay, now he's got 2 locked in, and he doesn't get a single.
Okay, 0. He's not going to get any kills.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. He's so close. Oh, but he couldn't get a single kill. Electronic, the only one to pick up a kill for Virtus Pro in the last 2 rounds. And yeah, they're having a chuckle about that one.
That's just unfortunate. A smart play from Norbert, even the trigger discipline. Go for the far player first, transition over, but Magisk just turns at the worst possible time.
Can't catch a break right now, VP. The AWP will be in the hands of James.
Deep sigh relief. 4-0. AWP is out in the hands of Sampayas, AWP out in the hands of James as well. Money for Falcons is unbelievable. They're going to be super pleased with these first 4 rounds of this map. Virtus Pro have been denied mid-control once. They've had it with pistols and an AK-47 and weren't able to do anything with it. And ever since that piece of aggression from Falcons in the first gun round, they've gone passive on middle.
Norbert, peek into the Sampaya sniper. Once again, an opening kill in favor of Falcons. Electronic revealed by that smoke. There's 2 players staring right at him. He does well to get 1, but always was going to be traded. VP fall to 3. Flit loses over half of his health. And Fame now feels responsibility to make a play and create some space, so he gets out towards Sandwich.
And this is exactly what I was talking about in terms of the strengths of VP, is these kind of individual players who are willing to sense an opening and kind of challenge it and risk it. And he's got a really good position, and even in a 3v4, this could be a really nice spot to crack this open. Falcons is playing at retake on the A bomb site. And now going to start moving in with the cover of this smoke.
Oh, snap,
that flank is so brutal. Falcons being very proactive on the map.
Yeah, now Fame is going. He's finally coming out of a sandwich, and he's got himself that headshot on Sampayas. Magisk on the stairs, also dealt with by Fame, and Flit stops Snappy.
Yeah, but you'll never read the follow-up flank from Dupree. The timing isn't great. He's a little bit further behind than he'd like to be, but can still be impactful.
He can still be impactful. No kid on his back. You'd imagine there's one down somewhere in the site here, but Dupree is coming up through that ramp now. But VP with that smoke in the middle of the bomb site, and the bomb planted over towards CT spawn.
Dupree's got 7,100 and didn't buy a kit.
Yeah, 1 down towards the stairs. Great job from the Alps team again, but Dupree's got a whole lot of chances here. 10-second stick because of this, and yeah, it's just unlikely he makes this happen. So Dupree's going to have to call this one. Virtus Pro are going to get their first round, and once again, it's Fame who picks it up for them. He's the one that wins this for Virtus Pro.
Oh, he's picking up the AWP to save it, but he's even got a challenge over towards the murder hole. Just a spam. Bomb's going to go off. Dupree should be fine. And yeah, first round for VP. Good conversion in a 3v4. Nice play from Fame. That ended up being the winning move, lurking in towards Closet.
Timeout taken for Virtus Pro. I was surprised they didn't use more of them over on Vertigo, so I'm glad they're calling them early here. You see MOUZ has arrived in the building. Complexity sitting in front of them, ready for their matchup.
All 4 stations occupied at the moment here in Cologne.
There's some bold red tracksuit pants, aren't they?
Yeah, you're committed when you throw those on in the morning.
Yeah. You're proud to be MOUZ.
You gotta rock that with style and confidence.
Yeah. How would you feel wearing red trousers, Jason?
Not good.
I feel like it would suit you.
No, I'm okay. I think. Stick with my gym shorts.
Yeah. All right. Timeout for Virtus Pro now done. And they're ready to go. Smokes out towards the window. Dupree looking to disrupt early, but he is held back behind those smokes. In fact, and it'll be a tentative beginning to round 6. Ooh. That is a huge grenade. Flit is down to 25 health.
That's beefy. The rest of them are going to stream out. Sunpius has an off angle, though, towards the other side of those mid boxes. VP's got to be careful. Now he's getting curious. That's Norbert, so the low HP Flit is still in play, and an easy player to get cleaned up in any sequence. And Falcons, Virtus Pro seem a little bit nervous of any kind of mid peaks going on, trying to take as much space as possible without utility. No indication the hit was coming. Electronic goes 1 for 1.
Pushing into the apartment, Snappy to clean up Flit, and 4 versus 2 established off of these fights. 45 seconds left for Virtus Pro. Fortunately, their Danger Man and Fame is still up.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any kind of a position to turn the round the way he did in the last one. Actually, the real issue for Falcons at the moment, Snappy's alone on Catwalk. If Fame gets this kill, Sunpius was just shifting away, and there's the headshot.
You've got to favor Fame winning that duel against Snappy. Now, Jame comes out of the apartments. Fame has set him up with a chance. Fame and Jame must close. Hopping in, Sunpius close, but can't deny with the AWP. And Fame, or rather Jame, he's on the AK-47. He'll go for that peek on Dupree, but the Dane has the angle, and the headshot is collected. And it's kind of a crime that you have Jame and Fame on the same team.
Yeah, you're not appreciating that?
Where's my brain?
It's better than casting Magix versus Magisk.
Yeah, that's true. That is also true. Well, we don't have to cast Magix anymore. Maybe not have to cast Magisk.
That's such a wild thing to have to think about. That's one of the few eventualities that I would have said there's no chance.
Dude, it was weird seeing Dawn kind of just... He couldn't believe how much they were getting.
Yeah, he was given the Shiro look.
Yeah, it's just like, what? What is happening? we can't do anything.
5-1. Fame and Norbert with the bomb over towards A ramp to start this round. A lot lighter in middle for VP. James just throwing out utility. Electronic and Flit will take control of mid from underpass, and looking like they want their end game to be a split of this A bomb site through Con. But Falcons have 4 players here.
Yeah, this is rough for Virtus Pro. You're calling for an A split and 4 defenders on the bomb site you're trying to attack.
Well, they've gotten the window boost a number of times safely. So they're going to put Electronic in a position to be able to wheel his way in there of his own volition. Once they start applying pressure, throwing utility, challenging up ramp, the idea would be that Madden's focus would shift, and Electronic will have the opening.
Sunny P. Ready to try and take down this A-ramp play, and Dupree waiting inside of Sandwich. The first 2 kills go the way of the Falcons. Pick from Dupree stopped by Jame, and Magis caught open at Palace. This is wild.
I don't think Magis realized that he was spotted. I don't think he realized that Flit had seen him earlier. That was a really strong position for Magisk, but yeah. Working between the fact that he can get lurked from Palace Halls, he had to keep checking it and was exposed a little bit too long.
Well, the Jame Fame combo.
And there's no utility for Falcons for this retake. Snappy hasn't budged from the B bomb site. I think they go for exits and save.
Well, Madden is sort of toying with the idea of getting closer to the bomb site through jungle. He's got that first kill, couldn't get the second, and now there's no other option. And that's frustrating for Falcons. You got 2 of those initial kills, and VP still able to come through and win it. And it is the Jame Fame combo doing everything. 2 kills each. Money's still decent for Falcons. Same can't really be said about Virtus Pro.
I mean, the Virtus Pros, these rounds they've won, it feels like it's not done like, I mean, tactically, because players are strategically making good decisions when the opportunities present themselves. But yeah, losing the initial thrust, the utility's not forcing people off, they're not having clean attacks into the bomb site, but the follow-up players for VP have always been so good. Flit and Fame sliding in a little bit later than everyone else, kind of realizing where players are, having that information.
Oh, Senpai is not happy about that. It feels like Virtus Pro have suddenly burst into life. Great opening kill from Jane.
And they've taken the money away. Falcons started with so much cash after their 4-0 beginning, a clean 4-0 beginning.
Oh, timing from Madden. Flit, will he clear underpass? Oh, it's so awkward. Madden turns back before Flit is able to spot him. He has eyes in the sky looking for window. Madden getting away with a second. It looked like he was going to die with 0 impact, and Madden somehow steps up for 2.
That's God tier. And even the Molotov preventing Jane from peeking to trade off of electronics, so they're just going to descend into a B hit. All 3 players in halls, no map control, no presence anywhere else. You've got Dupree shifting over, Snappy tucked into a corner. As long as Falcons don't give away any easy kills while they're still on balcony, they should be just fine.
Dupree to drop Norbert. Snappy with that second locked in. And we're looking at 6 rounds to 2. That looked like a fantastic start to the round.
Back and forth in these last 4 rounds. Magisk is going to be dead.
It's rough, though, for Virtus Pro, because you didn't even have that much money starting this round.
He's going for it.
James going to run right to his death, so he's lost the AWP. You got nothing now.
Oh.
Saving for next game.
Oh. Magisk, he took a little bit of insult to that death he takes.
I like it. It's good. It's good banter.
Ooh.
I love it.
Madden's 12-4. Leading the way for Falcons. Virtus Pro descending into an execute at the A bomb site. Only pistols. They'll throw everything they got at this initial thrust.
Util out. Madden off the top of the stairs gets cleared out by Fame after 1. These pistols stay committed. And we'll try and get rid of Magisk, but the Dane stands tall. He's out of ammo, goes to the USP, and okay. That is just unplayable. Magisk turns to Norbert, and Electronic with a 1v4 ahead of him.
Give me another shot, Magisk. Give me another smack talk.
Okay, Electronic, he turns back. 1v2. If he didn't sustain damage, then I would have trusted him for another, but Magisk is just farming them.
Zonic hyping his boy up.
Tried to quiet myself down, because I was like,
yeah,
I'm ready for what he's going to say.
I'm ready for the smack talk.
But this is a sick round from Magisk. He's fired up now.
Yeah, just playing on the edges of all these smokes. Realizes there was one coming through. Nice and easy, out of bullets. Handles Norbert. Electronic doing everything he can, but Virtus Pro still struggling to find advantages in these rounds. Gotta be frustrating.
Second timeout for Virtus Pro in this half.
Norbert's got 0 kills. Flit's got 2 kills. Fragging level of Virtus Pro is at an all-time low. They've only got a few rounds to fix it. 3 rounds remain in this first half for Virtus Pro to recover. And this is for elimination.
Yeah.
Falcons win Mirage. VP's getting some plane tickets home. A rush. Norbert leading the way. Little bit of nade damage. Madden again has impact. He finds a kill through smoke, boosting Magisk up. A little bit of an off angle towards Palace, hoping to catch somebody, but not there. 5-on-4, plenty of utility for Falcons, and they'll patiently wait and set up the retake. Dupree's got a hustle. He's in T-spawn right now.
Coming through CT, Flash needs to be effective. It is in blinding Norbert, but not in repelling the forces that hold the post plan. It is going to be a 3rd round for VP.
They're probably so sad, Falcons, that they chose... Nope, there's no time to go. They're probably so sad that they chose to start that retake from CT spawn. They all backed out of jungle. They all backed out of window room. They said, let's go around and retake this from CT, and they turn that corner, and there's a smoke up. And there's not enough time left in the bomb for them to wait for it. So coming through that smoke, even with a really nice flashbang and jiggle peek to pull Virtus Pro into staring at it, it's still a pretty easy mop-up for 2 VP players. 1 playing anti-flash.
Yeah, VP call a timeout, they win the round following it. But again, right at the end, it's very expensive. They lose a lot of players, so they're going to come into this with a MAC-10 on Norbert. They'll get the AKs out, but they're never building their money.
This is also just the half that Virtus.pro has to accept they're playing right now, is the T-side's not this well-oiled machine that you'd like it to be. They're not being effective in openings. So yeah, this is going to be a half of Counter-Strike where you have to just fight tooth and nail for individual rounds here and there.
Well, it's a call for Virtus.pro to go in towards this B bomb site. The player tasked with dealing with it is Snappy, and they're charging right in towards him. Things heat up, fire burning away at his feet. He's unable to get a single kill nor stop him, but dupreeh charging back in. dupreeh doubles up, finally taken out by Electronic. And it's a 3 versus 3 as that bomb not planted yet, but soon to be. It's a retake again for Falcons.
Okay, it's all on Madden. He's had the hot hand as well, 14 and 6. Needs to get that SMG out. He's got Flit right around the corner, off angle, so strong. Madden didn't even think about the angle whatsoever, and yep. Virtus.pro, it's been an abysmal half up to this point, but right at the end, they might show a little bit of life.
dupreeh tries his best there. Snappy, if he gets one, hope maybe sets him up slightly differently, but he was just cancelled by utility.
That timing seemed to mess with him very, very much after his nade thrown. And one of the few rounds VP's been able to find a window of opportunity to hit that bomb site with a sole defender.
You can tell VP are struggling because they're going for just back-to-back direct site hits.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, look, yeah, but also that's smart. You know, spreading out. They're getting beat by individuals. They're not able to work the map in any way in these kind of spread defaults. Their mid control wasn't being effective, and sometimes they weren't even able to take it clean. So yeah, call that timeout and be like, guys, this ain't working. Let's switch it up. Let's hit an execute at the A bomb site. Let's just hit a set piece at the B bomb site. And I imagine they're going to stick with it.
Yeah, they are. You're absolutely right. This time it's the A bomb site attack to try and close this half out 7-5. And the points this Virtus.pro half looked dire with no way out. Could be an 8th round for Falcons. 2 kills right through that smoke, and that is so wild. So difficult to deal with for Virtus.pro. Falcons with a 5 versus 3 retake to grab 8 rounds. Fame gets through that smoke, realizing a risk is needed to be taken. We'll take a kill on Magis, but again through the smoke. dupreeh this time. Virtus.pro can't catch a break, and it's all on Electronic. He gets a kill back on dupreeh, but there's plenty more where that came from. And he goes to fight inside of the side. Electronic removes Madden. He takes damage on that fight, puts some Pius off the top of the stairs. All that was needed was a vantage point to peer down into the ticket and punch Electronics to the afterlife. It is going to be an 8th round for Falcons, 8-4 here on Mirage. They are looking to stay in the fight here in Cologne and knock Virtus.pro out.
Magic getting hyped up as Falcons take an 8-4 lead at the halftime. Virtus Pro, you better show us what you got. You better show us what you've learned, what you've practiced, what you've worked on, because you're facing elimination. You're just 5 rounds away from being knocked out of IEM Cologne, and they're going to be on the CT side of Mirage. Comeback better happen here to force a third map, which would be Dust 2.
Let's see what Falcons T-side looks like. Plenty of utility being purchased up into this pistol round. Sampaius has given it a flash on over, and Magisk and Snappy with smokes to boot. Molotov available. And Falcons are setting up for what is going to be an A play.
Got the ideal defense to go against as well, just 2 players.
Electronic close to the Joel Berettas. James about to flash him in. As soon as this attack comes in, it flashes up, but it's a little bit too late. It's ineffective. Electronic cleared out. Dupree charging forward, and James forced back in behind CT.
Oh, they've taken over control. Dupree's in an all-time important position over in jungle. Fame wants to come through this as Khan attacks as well, but another smoke is going to force them into an awkward situation. Dupree hears that jump up.
He stops it from happening into the window as well as going back to check it every now and then.
It gets awkward for him, though, because now he's got to worry about Khan and window.
Oh, well, he deals with the window. He deals with Flit. And Dupree steps up and holds down jungle, and now things are very uncomfortable for Virtus Pro. James inside of the site. Oh, not clean. Not clean at all from Sampaius. Norbert cleaning up. He's bringing them back into this. He's dragging them, kicking and screaming into the pistol. And it's a 4K for Norbert out of nowhere. Falcons thought they had that one. And Norbert has other ideas.
I think Falcons players all felt like they were pinned down and couldn't peek. Like no one peeking when James running through the bomb site, nobody fighting. And despite the fact that they had a man advantage, there was a lot of room for the CTs retaking this site.
I have no clue there's anyone calling. There's no but like Connie smoke.
Yep, Snappy looking a little bit confused on how that played out. Quickly trying to just get past the frustration, but that was a wonderful opportunity to have a huge advantage in this map. Forced by in the second round, straight into an A execute.
There's Fame. Magisk goes down quite swiftly. And they're just charging right in, but Flit in sandwich. Good double as they leap in front of him. He deals with a threat of 2 Falcons.
Sampaius needs to pause here. He needs to let Madden play, because Madden's got the advantage. Ooh, timing. Good kill with the MAC-10. Madden continues to be a menace. And now Falcons can slow this down and make VP sweat.
They have a lot of time. A lot of time here, Falcons. Norbert currently at the bottom of the connector.
Problem is they don't really, there's no way for them to plant at the moment. They need another kill.
Yeah, Madden, he's starting to look for it inside of Khan, but Norbert's very disciplined, very patient, then looks the wrong way. Norbert gets rid of him. It's all on the Spanish Sampaius to try and pull this one back, but unable to stop James. So it is 6 rounds for Virtus Pro, and that Falcons lead is starting to be chipped away at.
Yeah, this is going to be a grinded out map now for Falcons. Good job from VP getting started early. Flit runs through the smoke completely by Madden and decimates the Falcon attack. Make sure that's not going to really go anywhere. Puts him in a tough 2v2. Another buy, though, for Falcons. They feel like they've done a good amount of damage to the economy. Another plant, and for the 3rd time straight in this second half, we're going to start it with another set piece towards the A bomb site. I mean, eventually one's going to work.
Running forward, Madden. Leaping towards Tetris. And they're trying to get through this. They're trying to get through the defense, but it's not being broken apart just yet. In fact, it never will be, because everyone from Virtus Pro taking their kill. Sampaius is in sandwich. Fame's just not giving away even the slightest bit of opportunity here. Sampaius finally strikes to that Tech 9, but there's so many Virtus Pro players in multiple different directions. He can't stop any of them, and that will be the 7th round for Virtus Pro. The gap is now 1 round, and Falcons have no money. This all happened so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons really feel like this A hit was going to be a solution at some point in these early rounds, and it never pans out. So once again, a hero AK-47 is picked up by Sampaius. Pistols are going to be around that, and we'll see if Falcons change things up and start moving around the map, although not a lot of zero utility, I should say. One smoke thrown out early, and that's all that Falcons had, so everything's going to be about Sunpius and where he wants to find a kill.
And that AK is about to be peeked from short. Electronic heats up behind those boxes. Now VP pounce in middle. Flip being unleashed towards top. Distraction set up. Sunpius able to relocate his crosshair down in time, and that snappy Tech 9 straight through up on the bench.
That ain't bad at all, considering no utility to break out of mid in that fashion.
Here comes Norbert. Swings out short. Sunpius, so that AK is now down, and Falcons' chances have just shrunk thanks to that play from Norbert. Fame collapsing onto Snappy.
Yeah, Snappy trying to make a play. Sense an opening towards Khan. He was right. It was there, but shut down by Fame. So walk up catwalk, a very long walk, and there's an AWP in that A bomb site. If Jame ever swings a little bit wider, although he's held back by the lack of knowledge towards A ramp and Palace, but now we know a B hit's coming, and Norbert doesn't have to win this by fighting. He can just stay alive for the moment, let all the attention be taken onto Fame.
Oh, Magis goes down. Norbert just cleans up. And this CT side start from Norbert has been very effective. And that's the scoreline all tied up. And yeah, the start of that round was really impressive for Falcons to get themselves into a competitive position. Just too difficult to close it out. That's a very guttural, yeah.
Yeah, that was. She's trying to get the boys hyped up. Look, you'll do anything when you're in this kind of a situation. When everything seems like it's going wrong, when you've lost 4 series in a row and you're facing elimination, whatever you can do to get the juices flowing. Palace pop to pre-Magisk and Sunpius. Oh, that nade is perfect.
Oh, it's so good. And it just slows them down as they're coming out of that entrance, so it makes it easy for those 2 VP kills to come in. Fame is committed down sandwich too. It's such a tough angle to clear if you're Snappy, and Sunpius is stuck at Palace. Madden trying to make space, trying to create an opportunity for Sunpius to get out of Palace. He does well. Madden's up the stairs now. Sunpius gets caught from Fame. He plays that perfectly through the sandwich smoke, and Norbert comes in to clean up. So Virtus Pro into the lead. Falcons have fallen apart on the T side. Yet to see a round win from them.
All right, boys. A bomb site's closed, I think.
Yeah, forcibly closed. I mean, this has got to feel just hopeless for Falcons at the moment because they're not even really getting kills in their full gun rounds.
Something ain't working. Remember, Virtus Pro went through these same struggles in the first half as well. Buried a little bit earlier, looked hopeless. Figured out some solutions towards the end. We had that late comeback on Vertigo from Falcons. Yeah, this half they seem pretty unwilling to kind of spread out when they have rifles. Play a default, take mid control, kind of build something from there, see what trades you get, see what rotations you forced. Everything is just won or lost on the execution.
Tech 9s and the AK-47 make their way through the underpass. And a pack of 3 player steps being heard from Electronic. Oh, it's so perfect. This boost could be so nasty for Falcons to deal with. Electronic rips the head off Magisk. The bomb now joining the rest of the attack through the connector. Electronic gets his second. Fame is there to shut down the rest. It's double figures for Virtus Pro. And it just keeps getting worse here for Falcons. They'll have the AWP out for Sunpius. They'll get the AKs out again, but as you were mentioning, that A bomb site is close. So where do we see them go next?
I think they needed to try kind of what they've just done in this round. Just do it with a full buy. You have the AWP on Sunpius, get him parked up at top mid. You have some AK-47s to take space. Start out with just taking mid and see if Virtus Pro is going to be aggressive there, if you can get some trades. But once you have that, you can start pressuring Khan.
That's the first time off for Falcons used here. Sonic trying to fire up the rest of his squad to get back into this game. They had a 4-round lead. Now they're behind by 2.
It's the worst thing as a coach when you get that sense that there's just like a bad vibe within the team during a game.
Yeah, it just feels dead.
There's nothing you can do, and you hype them up in that fashion, cheering, yelling, clapping, and you get no response.
It's like, shut up.
Having
Stop
nightmares.
with your positivity. It's okay, Jason. Someday you'll get through the trauma, you know. And
one of these days.
One of these days.
Have to hire a very expensive therapist. Magis creeping up catwalk. Oh, this is tough. One
It's so
indoor.
rough. It's so rough because you feel like Electronics got this absolutely locked in. It's Magis to go down. Falcons lose the opening.
Sampaius didn't have utility that round to activate Magisk with a flashbang in towards ladder room or anything, so now Madden's on a little bit of a hunting mission. Spots one out. Didn't clear all the way deep. There is still one in the site.
Yeah, and that side player's fame behind those fireboxes. So unlikely that Falcon's able to deal with him. Flit is pulling distraction and attention his way to the stairs, and this is just setting Fame up for the perfect moment to come out and take out the rest of the Falcons. And in this round, they felt like a Falcon soared a little bit like a pigeon, and Sampaius is left in a 1v4.
This T-side has nothing. No strength to it, no danger to it, no energy to it.
It's flat. Life support turned off. Half by coming in, Tech9's around this Hero AK that Madden's decided to invest into for the next round for Falcons.
Falcons have only got more than 2 kills once in this half, and that was in the second round. All these gun rounds, last 3 rounds is 4 players surviving each and every one for VP. Money's growing, confidence is growing. And conversely, Falcons are just like, how do we find a kill? Another Hero AK-47, this time on Madden. He's tracking these footsteps.
Oh, this is the AK coming through the smoking con. And Madden finds exactly what they were looking for. It's Flit and Fame to go down. That Hero AK has created enough space for Falcons to finally break through to this A site. Snappy's received a lot of damage. Dupree looks to cover that off, but Snappy goes down in the site. Madden's down too. And if Dupree loses his life, it is all falling apart for Falcons despite a beautiful beginning to this round. Sampaius is looking to drag them back into it, but he's all alone in this world. And Electronic gets away from the danger. Sampaius knows he has a few seconds extra to now focus on this 1v1 in the site. But Norbert deploys that defensive smoke and makes it uncomfortable for Sampaius. He's up on top of the fireboxes, but Sampaius has made the right wrap, but Norbert makes the right read. And there's nothing Falcons can do. You get 2 clean entries, you have everything you want, and it still falls apart.
It's by virtue of the pistols behind that AK, right? That was the only weapon, so you're trying to cross over. James able to pick one off, but you just don't have the weaponry to hold them at bay throughout the entire round. Snappy brought very low by Spam into the open. A good recovery. Well done from Norbert. I think he was like 0-7 or 0-8 at one point.
Yeah, just popped off here in the second half.
14 and 13 now.
Yeah, Norbert's second half performance has been beautiful to watch. Falcons haven't won a single round on the T side.
They haven't even gotten close.
Yeah, it's miserable.
All right.
Up next is Dust 2.
5th time is the charm on this A hit.
Surely. That's what they say. 5th time the charm. At least no one's died yet.
True.
That's a positive.
It's always good having someone who looks at the bright side of things.
Could change. Right now, Fame at Sandwich again. He's played this position multiple times in this half and always to devastating effect for the Falcons. The jump over the top. Okay, that's wild.
That's one way to clear it.
Yeah, it's definitely a way to clear it, that's for sure. Madden not stopping. He's been the one shining light here for Falcons in this defeat. It's a 3v3, and Falcons searching for their first round win on the T side. Plant is going down. My God, a bomb plant. Oh, it's denied.
Oh, that's actually huge. What a great play from Norbert. Slowed it down. Oh, the timing. Sampaius was looking for that play from Flit through the smoke. and just got into cover, spammed, and he gets away. 2 health.
Oh, just about getting away from that. Now the swing from Electronic is perfect because Magis didn't have his gun out in time. Sampaius to keep Falcons in Mirage. Virtus Pro about to drag this one to Dust 2. A third map decider here in Cologne, and Sampaius will fall. Falcons do not win a single T round on Mirage. It is a flawless CT side from Virtus Pro to draw this to a 3-map affair. They will fight for survival on Dust 2.
Falcons goes into Mirage with a win on Vertigo 13-11. They go into the half on Mirage 8-4, and then not a single round on the T side for this team. They have now allowed Virtus Pro, and I'll say allowed Virtus Pro, to even up the series and potentially knock them out of IEM Cologne.
Yeah, I think that second half was VP waking up, and I like the fact you used the word allowed, right? There was nothing on the T side from Falcons. As much as we were praising how proactive the CT side was, they were doing such a great job, just completely stymieing whatever VP had in store for them. You switch to the T side, and it's like they weren't even getting kills, and it seemed like the only plan of action there was just go for this A side, execute every gun round they had, or in some of these half-buy rounds, maybe have an AK and hope there is like a 2K or a 3K or something. But apart from that, from a tactical side of things, it was empty from Falcons.
Falcons approached this game with trying to win the economy very early on. They lost that pistol, they got the bomb plan, so they tried to, okay, let's do the force. And then they realized, okay, we killed 3 in the next round as well, let's force again, and let's force again. And then they constantly just kept themselves on shitty weapons, forcing themselves not to be able to default, going for A executes. They should have taken the beating on the chin, realized, okay, we lost that round, and then let's just play onto the defaults when we have some real money.
Let's just break it down, right? We'll go right back to the beginning.
Yeah, I actually want to highlight what VP did, right? What gave them that injection of lifeblood. And this was when Falcons are kind of running away with it. I think it was like 8-2 or something. And there were 2 rounds back-to-back where VP is like, all right, our defaulting's not really working out. We're trying to play it slow over here. We're taking it too slow. And the Falcons are just in our faces right now. Let's speed it up. Let's speed it up. And that's what I really like from the VP's T side. So we're going to have round 10 and 11 play out back-to-back. And it's pretty simple. Round 10, What is it? It's just going to be an A exec. Once again, you can see Falcons going for that mid control, contesting mid, and VP are aware that Falcons are going to keep doing that. So what did it do? Just a clean, classic execute onto its A. Nothing complicated. These are very default smokes over here, and it's still a kill going the way of Falcons, where Madden was getting a lot of his opening kills initially, and then bomb's going to get planted, and then there's a deep smoke here being used by VP. This is a great smoke that prevents Falcons from going from the retake early on, and you can see Dupree, he's got a flank as well, but then as his teammates fall while attempting this retake, well played by VP, by the way, having the 3 guys just holding, they're playing anti-flash as well. Round's done. And what did it do the next round? Another fast play. Where did it go this time around? It's going to be the B bomb side. So these 2 rounds, even though at that time it didn't feel like it was going to be enough, if you look at it from the broader, from a broader picture, so to think, it did give them that little bit of breathing room to work with. Take a look here. Simple round from the get-go. Snappy gets absolutely bamboozled and nuked by the utility. And despite a couple of kills going the way of Dupree, it is going to be VP closing it out. And yeah, at the end of the day, when you look at how the game kind of played out there, those 2 rounds were the ones which gave a little bit of oomph for VP.
It gave them the safe space to actually operate on the CT side, where if you are too many rounds down on the CT, you often
play too safe.
Yeah, you're forced to play too safe because you don't want to be that guy who lost the game, right? But I do also agree that I think Falcons plays a mediocre game at times. I do think they make it really difficult for themselves in many situations where they should probably convert. I think there's a very obvious one, just speaking in round 5, where they are having such a strong start to this game, and they are in a point where they can close this game. Like, they can mentally kill off Virtus Pro in this subject, or this point. So we have just a standard scenario here, right? 4v2, he's going to be killing the guy behind. They have all the information in the world. They know that they are locked in towards A side. We have 2 guys who are forcing a duel on this one, and we have 2 guys behind. Why on earth are these guys to the left forcing a duel when they have all the information? You should go back here, buddy, and play safe and play retake, but they're forcing the duel. A good play also from Fame, we have to give him to that. He wins both his duels, but they make it so hard for themselves, Falcons, right? And that's just not viable if you're going to be winning against Team Virtus Pro over the long course.
And especially for the fact that the only winning scenario there for VP, as you pointed out, was if a fight is being given by Falcons right there. And Fame was looking for those fights, and Falcons were like, yeah, let's take it. And again, the angle being held by Sunpies as well, right next to Connector. It's such a risky angle to take. Sure, he might win the round right there by getting a kill, but if he gets taken down, then his teammate is isolated. And it just, yeah, it felt like the comms weren't quite clear, the protocols weren't there, and it's easy for us to say in hindsight, right? Yeah, maybe they were kind of feeling a little bit overconfident. It was a 4v2, they probably thought it was in the bag, but you can't make these mistakes when you're Falcons, when you're facing elimination here in Cologne. So yeah, a couple of mistakes going their way, but that second half there, Sam, that was ugly.
It was ugly, and I mean, even before the second half, I think, Babsky, you have a really good example of this, where Virtus Pro just looks a little bit more prepared, which is saying a lot, because Virtus Pro is in the middle of like a weird style clash.
They've changed their coach, right? Soma coming into the lineup, and we often speak about, oh, you prepare for your opponent, but how do you prepare, right? And I think this is just a very clear example of how ready James is for a certain play. I think he's going to be jumping on the middle area, if we can get it up on the screen here, great. So he started off the round in this boost position, and James, most people will just go into that angle and die because it's a very common and good play coming in from Sunpeus, but look at the way he approaches this angle. He goes under his crosshair, goes back up and kills him instantly. This is an easy way to look off patterns of a player and then use it in game.
And this is something which we have to touch upon, right? As much as we were praising Falcons for the CT side, they were, why did Jim get his kill? I'll tell you why. Because Sunpius, the previous round, got a kill from that very same position onto a player who just swung out wide, got a kill towards top mid. So James like, yeah, he's probably going to be holding the same angle. And also, if you contextualize this with the 2 rounds I spoke about, it was as fast A hit and a B hit, because Falcons kept doing the same thing towards mid, keeping 3 players over there. And for VP, they're like, hey, there's only Snappy and B, and just one defender over an A bomb side. Just exec into it. So I feel like for Falcons, they had a decent game plan initially, but you need to adapt or you die.
Screw it, I'm just going to say it. People are going to be upset with me. I have backed this team for so long, and I've said we just need to give them time, we need to give them time. Everyone is being really polite. Falcons is facing off against a hobbling Virtus Pro. The one-sidedness on Vertigo that we saw in the first half, where they allowed VP to run away with it. Granted, yes, they turned it around, they got the map win, but seeing it again here, this is just not good enough. You are at Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. You are going up against, there is a chance that you could go up against Vitality, FaZe, MOUZ. You can't play play like this. It's not good enough anymore.
This is also one of the events they surely had in their calendar. This is where we are supposed to be peaking, right? We've had enough time together where we actually can say we expect stuff, right? I think in the start you were kind of coping and being like, oh, we just need a bit of time. But at this point, realistically, they need internally, also they know that we need to have some sort of result, or else this is not going to be the 5 who's going to continuing. This one, they need to win. They really need to win.
They keep saying, the bell tolls in Cologne. Right now, the bell's tolling for this team right here, right now.
It's harsh, but it's the truth, and sometimes we have to say it. Falcons is on their last legs, as is Virtus Pro. One of these teams is going to be heading home. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, they'll be playing on Dust 2.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
Life without reason is no life at all. We are taking over. We can change it all. 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 Hey, hey. We can change it all. We can change it all. Hey, hey. We can change it all. We can change it all. This is the moment, chosen for the game. Live for the glory, fighting through the pain, fighting through the pain, through the pain, through the pain, fighting through the pain. We can take it all. my dirty mouth will drown you out, and I won't let you turn me down. I won't let up. I speak my mind.
It's Falcons versus Virtus Pro here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, and they're facing elimination. This is a battle that comes to Dust 2, the third and deciding map. Falcons fell apart. They didn't want a single T round on Mirage. They've got to try and somehow put that out of their heads and refocus, recalibrate as they get a CT side start here on Dust 2, Jason.
Yeah, that was egregious. So hopefully they were able to have some kind of conversation to move past it. But that was a very ugly T side that, you know, I'll be honest, I don't really want to talk about anymore. So Dust 2, third and deciding map. One of these two teams is going home. Falcons or Virtus Pro. Whoever wins it moves on to play the loser of FaZe Vitality. And right out of the gate in the pistol, we're going to get a clash in tunnels. Dupree, Doolies. Oh, and Virtus Pro, they all just say, nah, we want nothing to do with it. We'll hide.
Magisk and Dupree have occupied the upper tunnels.
T-side equally occupied. Not for long. Nice kill from Flit. Magisk is going to be a little bit frustrated. Gushed and cleaned up. Now Dupree still going to stand strong because he's got Snappy with him. 4 pistols to defend upper dark.
You don't see this kind of fight happen all that often.
No, it is a unique one.
Oh, they're going to have to reset here, VP. They're not happy about this. So they're going elsewhere. They're going back over towards where they started the round, which is spawn, and thinking about top middle instead. There is a slight adjustment for the Falcons defense. So Pies has drifted over from A to middle just to see if he can spot those players coming out. Now he has seen them reposition into mid. He sees multiple opponents and he can call that to his teammates, but he kept fighting and he lost that duel at long range against Jane. The Julie's not positioned well enough to deal with that short presence, and the flash is sent up here for Virtus Pro. They're charging in towards Madden, and he needs a massive moment inside of this site. First headshot's good, but couldn't quite get anything other than that, and it's just Snappy coming down the B ramp that's stomped by Flit. So one round, Virtus Pro recover that pistol very well.
Yeah, there was no plan B for Falcons. When plan A, when that kind of push towards upper dark didn't pan out, didn't net them anything, any kind of kills, any kind of real information that they could use to win the round, there was nowhere else to go, especially just getting wrecked like this. Unfortunate for Magisk, but no defense mounted from there after the first kill. 1-0 for VP, and I mean that's what, 9 rounds straight if you go back to the first map.
Yeah, that's pretty depressing, isn't it?
Or not the first map, the previous map.
Yeah, Mirage.
Double scout. They want to get some tags to allow the MP9s and 5.7s to clean up some low HP players.
Actually, that would be their 10th round.
10 in a row? Oh yeah, it was 8-4. Yeah, 10 in a row. That ain't bad.
No, it's not. Let's see if Falcons can change that with a 4 spy. Now, it is a very tough fight for both of these teams who are both struggling and seem evenly matched. And your reward for getting through this is a very difficult opponent, whether it be FaZe or Vitality, but it's just about getting that placing increased here in Cologne, and a shot brings out through that mid door. 2 players of Virtus Pro softened up, and okay, Norbert's able to at least get that first kill of the round on Dupree.
Yeah, but this can still swing with those 2 players tagged. Flitz at 20, James at 28. Madden, you get a clean first kill with that 5.7 on a high HP player, or that 5.7, as we know, can wreck multiple players. Low HP comes out first. Oh, he can't track him.
Oh god, finally puts that shot into the chest of Flit, but the rest of Virtus Pro collapse upon the remaining defensive Falcons, and Snappy's over towards A. So this round is Virtus Pro's. 11 rounds in a row.
Yeah, not bad. So Snappy Scout's just going to chill over at Car. Yeah, I don't know. This is a strange map to come into. I was trying to think of what exactly we'd learned from the 2 teams in the first 2 maps, and there's really nothing new. Still, we just see plenty of holes. Not the cleanest play, not the most beautiful Counter-Strike in the world. You had Virtus Pro and Falcons on Vertigo, whose CT sides couldn't make a stop. Falcons offense on Mirage couldn't do a thing.
Yeah, well, the only map that Virtus Pro were able to take off complexity was Dust 2. They won at 16-14 in overtime.
When you think about it in the context of the veto, right? Like, Dust 2's always been a map that VP has enjoyed playing, that Jame has enjoyed playing, that this core has enjoyed playing. Electronic as well. Like, everyone, Dust 2, coming into this as a third map, before the series began, I would just be like, yeah, Virtus Pro would win Dust 2. You know, Falcons need to take this 2-0.
I got a mic issue. We're going to try and get that resolved as quickly as possible. Tech pause here for now. It looks like it's on the side of Jame. We haven't had to say James' name a whole lot in this game so far, have we?
No. Not really.
He's quite often a player that will have an impactful moment at some point in the series, especially in a game like this. I can't really recall even him getting close to a clutch or being in a position where he's even thinking about that. Well, the only player that I've really noticed consistently find an impact, well, two of them is Norbert on the CT side of Mirage, and then Fame on the T side of Vertigo and Mirage as well.
You also got to think about, specifically with Jame, you know, as Electronic comes in and you try and kind of mold these two styles into a balance. You know, Electronic being very vocal about needing to add way more fast and aggressive plays into their playbook, which I would agree with. I think he's correct, but I think for Jame, that's a lot of changes. And as an AWP IGL, I think IGLs who are also AWPers specifically really kind of struggle when they lose that control because they're so used to positioning their AWP and the way that they vision the map. And when someone else and someone else's philosophy is being put in play, it can sometimes be difficult for the AWP IGLs. I know that was a point that Janko brought up, you know, plenty of times about Fallen, and I saw with Fallen as well in Liquid when he came on board for a short stint. He is one of those AWPers who's better when he's leading.
Being able to control the game, call around himself, but I mean, Jane was talking about that in the interview that everyone's been referencing. Where he was saying about there's a possibility, you know, in the future maybe Electronic takes over the leadership, but when they were looking about, he was saying that it's actually okay. Wait. My God, they found a way back in. Madden's Deagle's just through that window. No one's in there. Okay, Dupree goes down inside of the lower tunnel. Madden's got another Deagle, and this is wild. Out of nowhere, out of nothing, Madden makes something happen, and he's on that 10-second stick. Flit running around the corner. Madden comes off it. Time was limited anyway, but Flit, he comes around that double doors. Madden was on that full stick and hit some nutty Deags. Oh, a sigh of relief for Virtus Pro. I did not see that happening whatsoever.
Not at all. That turned into a contended round very quickly when it felt all said and done. Bang! Madden just putting together one Deags. And making this a real interesting round. 3-0 for VP, but that's a costly victory. Jame has to rebuy down to 0. Norbert at 150.
Madden couldn't even believe he got it that close, to be honest. Good start into this gun round for the side of Falcons. There's some pies that connects that up lower. Dupree looks up to short. Jame take it away.
Jame giving some footsteps on that progression up catwalk, so Dupree's like, I'll happily take that kill. They thought the AWP was going to be the one watching mid, and Dupree pops out from a new angle. 3v4 as Norbert finds a pick. That's through the smoke. And I think with that call, Virtus Pro just descends into a mid to B split.
Now that B split's coming in. Fame at the front of the attack.
Actually, they faked it. The main thrust is coming from B directly, but Magis still is able to find the frag.
Yeah, bomb goes down. It's loose. Norbert through those mid doors, senses a gap, sees his opportunity, and Electronic, that's a huge shot out towards window. Matt just gripped off the top.
That's spicy as hell.
Yeah, bomb plant coming in, and a retake perhaps. There's no kit on any of these two remaining players. Although Madden was close to making something magical happen with the deagle in the last round, so Wouldn't put it past him, making things uncomfortable here for Virtus Pro. Great Molotov lineup. That forces Electronic away. Madden couldn't quite capitalize with the flash. It's so good. And now Electronic, he's seen the tip here. Madden, he knows exactly where he is. And Madden makes the most of it. That is huge from Madden. He is off to a great start here on Dust 2.
I mean, we forget about it because the second half was so weak, but Madden was phenomenal in the Mirage first half on the CT side. Here again, having impact. 8 kills already. And his is the winning Molotov. Forces Electronic out of position where he can't cover Norbert with the AWP. Flashbang supportive from his teammates, and it's an easy retake.
Brilliant flashbang as well from Snappy. Creates that space for Madden to move forward. Electronic is just floundering, trying to stay alive. Virtus Pro. AWP for James. It's Flint on a Glock. And he's got the AWP now because James dead. Great start from Surprise. Back-to-back rounds. Now he's got an opener with the AWP.
He'll call out the open play as well. Snappy going to dump all of his utility over to his teammates so he can be boosted up because he's not going to want to move for as long as possible on this position. And Virtus Pro playing it very far back, reconvening outside of the B bomb site. 3 smokes, 3 flashbangs to utilize, and there's a 2-player setup inside this site. Dupree back platform, you've got no Molotov for him, and Madden in the site itself.
Dupree lies in wait.
They saw him.
He's going to peek up. Great flashbang from Madden. Again, utility being impactful. Flit now ready to whack them all, but Dupree's kept his head down.
It's so unreasonable. And they're going to save. Well, they're going to try and save. Snappy hunting. In T-spawn, making footsteps. Ooh, spots the jump. Never expected them to fall back. So VP will get away with an AK, a Galil, and an AWP. And Falcons have their second round.
Just seen Zonic put his hand on Snappy's shoulder. Sorry, Snappy.
That's the key one to keep from being frustrated, Snappy, as the kind of brains of the operation. Making the calls when you switch over to the T side. Want your in-game leader to be calm and collected and cool-headed.
This was so unbelievably cool to watch. Just a flash comes in, boop, Dupree pops his head up. That's the one kill that ends it for Virtus Pro. Forced into the safe call. They'll cross, they'll use the smoke to get across safely here. Just trying to bait that shot out, and Virtus Pro put the majority of their forces over towards B. Electronic now making headway into the lower tunnels. Grenades about... Oh, Madden just seen the head of Flit. He calls that over. He then actually challenges, throws a grenade in, hoping that it softens up a couple of opponents here for Virtus Pro. But that's at least information of 2 players being down and lower.
It's a nice thing to have for the moment, but it's not going to give you a whole lot that you can work off of on a big picture scale. Smoke clears in the mid double doors. Virtus Pro have control of middle. Everyone on Falcons defense has been forced far back. Catwalk being watched from A ramp. Dupree playing outside the B bomb site to look middle. And much like most of these rounds, the first 40 seconds is really walking and no noise, no indication.
Held behind the smoke is short by the members of Virtus Pro. 3 premium weapons still stand as we hit 35 seconds on the clock. Bomb positioned in the tunnels. They'll toss a wall of smokes out short.
Oh, the drop into CT spawn, the reverse drop is going to be the play. Dupree's got the first, now it's contend with the AWP and comes out on top.
Oh.
Flit deletes him.
Dupree looked like he just freezed out there. And okay, Snappy starts that flank alongside into middle Fame, the last remaining player, walking out into the waiting arms of Magisk. The scoreline is all tied up.
Yeah, that kill on Dupree did look a little weird. I thought that was just me. Look weird to you too?
Yeah.
All right.
It looked like Dupree just kind of stopped moving.
I'm not going crazy.
Unless we both are together, Jason.
It's very possible. It's very, very possible.
Yeah. Could you react really there?
3-3, we're all tied up.
Yeah, scoreline, that's 3 in a row. One was won by a defuse, one was won by time, one by elimination. So they've had the full variety here. A balanced diet for the CT side of Falcons.
Yeah, these last 2 rounds, though, I mean, this is a little bit rough just because of, I mean, what, Virtus Pro had that round where they had to save. They tried to go into the B bomb site, got killed. One player goes down, they save 3 weapons. Then they have those 3 weapons with pistols. Now you have pistols. Like, I feel like Virtus Pro have only had really 1 good gun round by in this entire map.
Oh yeah, it's been tough.
And you've lost the lead now based off of that, right? Like not being able to fight with all the resources. So that's got to be painful. Snappy's going to go for a little bit of a hunt with the MP9. Knows he's up against unarmored pistols and he's feeling thirsty.
Yeah,
Delicious.
give it to him. That's what he loves, the SMGs. We know Snappy is probably plays those more often than rifles.
A proficient MAC-10 user, we'll say.
Yes, yes indeed. We got to see Falcons play Dust 2. It was a victory versus Big, 13-7. That was in stage 1 of this competition.
It's 3 opening kills from Sampayas now with the AWP. Loving that. 5-on-4 advantages provided. It's a timeout from Virtus Pro as they talk things over. I think they're just happy to be flush with cash and have AK-47s, have all their smokes and flashes and Molotovs. Let's see what they can put together in this round. Round 8.
Falcons look a lot happier at the moment.
Something's happening in the studio.
Yeah, something's happening over there on the A stream.
Sampayas over the smoke. Once another Hurney almost got it. Seemed like it was close, but this is faster paced from Virtus Pro. They've switched into the new style. They've gone up catwalk quickly, not pressuring into the A bomb site yet. Blow open the smoke. They found Dupree. He got a kill from that position earlier, this time shut down. At all, your A defense is in a really weird place. Thank God you have long control, but Magisk trying to take catwalk and kind of stalled out at an awkward position.
Got to take a breather here for a moment for Virtus Pro, and look, was creeping a little closer to them as Matt just gets short. Just having a little pop-up to see what was going on down cat.
Feels like at some point Falcons is going to have to rotate somebody to middle, somebody that can help out at the B bomb site in some fashion.
Yeah, because right now it's all Sampayas left on an island. And we know he's been good so far, but this looks really rough for him.
And I think VP is going to love to have that information now. Okay, up at the B bomb site, you have that lurk smoke down. You have space you can gain against him. You can burst very quickly and be up in his face with the quickness. Sampayas has moved to window so he can focus on middle, hoping and praying that it's going to be a split, but he can't stop all 4 of these attackers.
Well, he might be able to get away with 1 before dropping down the window, but that flash is so effective. It rules him out of actually finding impact on the initial thrust forward.
It's a safe call.
Yeah, they just can't do anything about this. Sampayas will just thank his lucky stars that he can actually get away. So he'll drop down into CT spawn with the AWP. Virtus Pro will tie at the scoreline, and Falcons will save 4 players. Or at least attempt to do so.
They should be fine. I don't think Virtus Pro is going to be super motivated to hunt in any way. They don't have really money built up at all. Now, if they just casually happen to find them, they'll be happy to take those kills.
And that just so happens to be what's going on right now. Snappy at range with an MP9. Can't really expect to win a fight against Flit's AK-47. Magisk to respond. As you mentioned, VP don't really have the resources to commit to a fully fledged hunt, so losing 2 players is a little expensive. But I think they'll just be happy with the fact the scoreline's now tied up and the big expensive gun is kept into the hands of Jame. And Zoma's very happy about that. So it's got a round of applause from him.
Still plenty of cash on the Falcons side. They'll buy up again. Good job finding Dupree. Jame was caught out by that earlier, trying to work his way up catwalk. This time they punished Dupree for playing the same position.
So again, in a 13-11 game, we've seen Eternal Fire play against Falcons, and it was only 7 kills from Sampayas, 7 AWP kills. from Sampayas on Dust 2 against the Eternal Fire. He's already off to a much better start here, and that can be a big difference. Falcons become a different team when Sampayas is feeling it. Electronic receiving damage.
And they haven't had that through a lot of this year. He's really struggled to get going. I mean, not only the individual adaptation to CS2, but also the team has struggled, so it's not like the individuals are going to get any benefit from good team play at the moment. Flitt's going to go for it. Flashbang is out.
Oh, Flitt's blind. Completely blinded. Madden makes that look easy.
Look at this advanced position at the long corner.
Yeah, Norbert.
It's so sick. And you got Jame in the pit, or excuse me, Fame in the pit.
You did it too.
Well, I just assumed it would be the Opper, to be honest with you.
Oh, so
more than anything.
You didn't make the same error.
I didn't even look at the name. I just assumed. I'll throw that one out there into the world.
Okay, Sampayas.
Oh, he missed it.
He missed the timing, and now Norbert's behind him. Goodbye, Sampayas. Surely Norbert, with those steps, able to track Sampayas back into the bomb site. The Allper goes down, and right now with 40 seconds left, Virtus.pro just walking ever closer to this A side, looking very comfortable indeed. They're going to make it out. They're going to put the bomb down. And we're looking at a very good post-plant situation until Snappy just swings out. He goes for that fight, but he gets traded out. Damaged players now for Virtus.pro. Stuck inside of the site is Fame. He's locked in on default. And this is Matt just getting ever closer, about to clear out. Norbert goes down to Electronic in response. Fame still on default, still fighting though. And it's another kill for Fame. Dupree has no kit, no utility, but there's one right in front of him, so he picks that right up. And Electronic's moving closer to help out Fame to close this round out. And Dupree has to go to the sidearm, and what a shot from Dupree! From nothing to the headshot, and instantly victory. It's Falcons heading to the lead. Dupree flips that one right back.
Oh, what's Electronic's reaction? That's got to be like a hands in the air, like what the hell?
How does he do that?
Big boy clutch from Dupree. And remember, to win map 1, Falcons had clutches just like that. They had the Magus clutch. They had a Snappy clutch. Now they've got a Dupree 1v2 as well here on Dust 2 deciding map.
You see Zonic calling for a timeout immediately after this one, but this is so filthy from Dupree. I thought Electronic had made the right play, you know, getting closer to the ramp. He was last spot along, you know, he comes out close. Maybe Dupree's looking at it long, you get an extra second, but Dupree just insta-headshots him.
What's sad about that for me is I actually really like that round from Virtus.pro. I thought that's probably my favorite round I've seen them play in this map so far. You kind of have Flit get up catwalk aggressively, and he challenges. He notices that there's a catwalk defense, probably 2 players. That allows Flit to sneak up to the long corner with cover from Fame and Pit. And then you get that cross smoke going on, and Falcons are thinking this is an early cross smoke. No one's close by. They're baiting for utility. They might start creeping up. We'll get a second smoke in the future, but it's actually just activated a timing that they didn't know existed. I thought it was really well put together from VP, and Dupree snatches it out of their hands.
Double push through the upper tunnels here from Falcons. It is Flit snapping open, the in-game leader of Falcons.
Snappy's usually the long defender, so now VP saying, okay, we got one on catwalk, it's clear. The defense is going to be out towards long. That'll make Norbert chill and be patient, especially with an advantage. He doesn't need to make his play yet.
Magus,
and what's Magus supposed to do against 5 Molotovs?
Yeah, burn. That's what's going to happen right now for him. He's down to 50 health. It's uncomfortable. There's another Molotov. Yep.
He was the one surrounded in the Vertigo B bomb site as well. He had the 3 Molotovs positioned at each.
Yeah, that's true. He's had a rough relationship with Molotovs. In
that's a crappy round if you're Magus.
Yeah, that's one you won't remember.
I hated everything about that.
Oh, it doesn't work out for Falcons. That's tied up for Virtus.pro. So you have a heartbreaking loss in the previous round if you're VP. Dupree just flies into your crosshair with a USP and stops Electronic. But you get your revenge. Norbert chases after Dupree. Senpai is trying to save this AWP, but he's getting pushed. Fame in the tunnels. And the wrapper on the backside, this AWP isn't going anywhere for Falcons. It's down on the ground. Tied up scoreline. There is money again for Falcons that can buy into this.
A little bit busted due to 4 kills in the previous round for VP and that nice A hit, despite a loss. Here we go, round 11. MP9 on Madden, pistol on Snappy. You do have the AWP on Sunpius. And he's been solid in finding you some openings, but not as of late.
Ooh, Magisk gets rid of Floyd. A lot of damage done to Norbert as well. They're very fortunate here, VP, not to have lost 2 members early, but here goes Patience for Madden. It's going to work out for him. Electronic walking into the site. MP9 waited a little bit longer there to see if there was another opponent for Madden to sink, but turns out it's just Electronic on a solo mission. And now 2 players up here. Falcons guaranteed at this point, unless a massive mistake happens, to grab 6. Jam thought about going into the longhouse. If he did, he would have died to Snappy.
Snappy's hearing those footsteps, the basic cat, so he's saying at least one top mid towards catwalk, towards middle. Good cover from Norbert, low HP with the AWP. Looking towards this long cave, looking for Snappy.
Some pious. Impales Fame and forces VP to take a few steps back here and realize, yeah, there's no chance in this round. We might as well save these 2 weapons and go for it in the last of the half. Falcons take a small lead. Scoreline can still be tied up 6-6 at the turn of the first half, but
I think this is what's frustrating watching VP these days, where it's like stylistically lost a little bit. We've seen a couple of these rounds in this half that have played out similarly. Like earlier, there was like a pick mid. Sunpius gets a pick mid. 4 players try and walk B halls. Dupree kills 1 in halls, and 3 of them just fall back and save. Like that was the round. Those are the 2 things that you guys did to try and win. This one is similar. It's, you know, Flit out long. You had a long spawn. Try and activate him. He goes down. And then you're kind of walking up catwalk with an AK and dry peeking into the A bomb site against an AWP. And then there's nothing. And walking through a smoke. And it's just these seem to be low percentage ways at finding yourself back in a round. 6-5. Second timeout from VP. Final round of the first half as well. Looking to have a tied scoreline on Dust 2. It's been a nice switch in like these past 3 rounds. I don't want that my previous criticisms to kind of take away from the fact that we've seen that little stylistic shift from VP where you're starting to see them tell Flit like you're unleashed, you're unchained. Get up catwalk quick, go challenge, go fight, go make some presence, go cause people to move, cause people to use utility. They've needed that in a half that started out extremely slow for Virtus Pro.
VP sprinting with 2. Electronics already got short control, and he's definitely had a quieter half than he would have liked. 4 kills so far on the T side. Just going to be flashed into a peek on the site. Not seeing anybody on default.
Jame tagged, 31 health. Sunpius wins in that engagement.
Solid start here from Falcons. Matches that grenade.
This looks poised to be a catwalk hit, but they can fall easily and descend into a mid to B split, which we haven't actually seen a whole lot out of VP in this half so far.
Smokes starting to be deployed. Magisk knows what is being constructed in front of his eyes, but that's a great grenade. That's half of the health of Electronic gone, and Magisk has given away the element of surprise in his push forward. Doesn't connect any of the shots.
Yeah, but that's fine. That piece of aggression has stalled out that smoke while they set up. Okay, Sunpius got 1 locked in. Tough shot, tight gap.
Yeah, that's rough. Really difficult to land that one, but no one comes out worse for wear. It's now 35 seconds left in this round, and VP are still gathered at short. If they come through this smoke, Magisk is waiting on the other side. They'll throw another one. They'll use that as cover, and it reveals multiple targets. Magisk unable to get a single kill. This attack is still coming. Madden heated up, forced into the open at the back of Goose. It's a blanket of fire coating this A bomb site. Played with a headshot, and now VP stand with 1 player up as they still stay committed towards this A bomb site. But the rotation's here. The cavalry's arriving. The Falcons are soaring in, and Virtus Pro left with nothing. It is 7-5. Falcons take a 2-round lead, and this all-deciding map here in Cologne.
It's the final half of Counter-Strike for one of these two teams here in Cologne, and it's time for everyone to step up and put out a performance that won't leave you disappointed upon exit. Leave everything inside the server, bring your A game to this second half. Falcons got a 2-round lead. Virtus.pro going to try and come back on defense after a very flat, a very slow, a very lethargic T-side that didn't have a whole lot of production in it.
Well, Falcons haven't won a T-side round since map 1 of Vertigo, so let's see if they can change that up a little bit here.
That's a fair point.
You know,
all right, checkmate,
setting the expectations here for Dust 2. You know, this could get out of hand.
I got no rebuttal for that one.
We got a smoke and flash here from Madden. Snappy, nothing to work with, just his Glock. Fame deploy the smoke and unleash bullets straight through that smoke inside of tunnels. Sampais in the meantime is drawn first blood. Electronic no longer with us on the server for this round at least.
Yeah, and that kill makes Falcons a little bit more confident about being able to fall back away from that B hit. They used all their utility. They used their smoke towards doors and just got stalled out. Counter-smoked and spammed. Lost Magisk. So Sampais has to be a little bit patient over on Catwalk, as his teammates are in no position to capitalize on any information he can pass along or any kills he gets. To long we go for Madden and Dupree. Snappy's coming up late in middle. Sampais just looking, just flirting with that A-bomb site, sees 2.
Okay, Jame absolutely annihilated. Snappy coming in as well with a headshot. It's still 3v2. It's still winnable here for Virtus.pro, especially with Norbert getting closer to the bomb site and that headshot out on Dupree. Madden's still low on 22 health and Snappy charging back through CT spawn. Remember, he has no Kevlar. He could be absolutely ruined by aim punch here, but he'll still step up with one headshot. Norbert, though, is the king of this pistol round. It's 3 collected, and he'll grab a P250 on the way out the door.
Yeah, his kill over at the A ramp is huge. The fact that he's able to just get an immediate 1-bullet headshot is everything. Just after he reloaded as well, he had nowhere really to fall back to in no man's land, so he had to press forward and just hope he could get that kill clean, and boy did he. This is the final one at the end, making sure Snappy doesn't have time to reload and get in another fight. 6-7. A scout is out on Snappy, a P250 on Sampais, and that's it.
Ooh, a little sneaky play from Flit, and he is not allowed to get away. That scout just ripping him apart. James' turn. Last shot of Madden sends the grenade towards Magisk, and he's able to get away, just about.
Pass that UMP over to a teammate as well. Dupree's got it now.
What a lovely gift.
Well, Norbert, I imagine, is going to come in and be a little bit aggressive with this M4 towards double doors to help clear this out. The MP9 is coming down from the B bomb site to make sure they're doubled up. They can hear these footsteps on Xbox. Magisk is done, and they're calling out to look for Catwalk where Electronic stands.
Dupree's UMP actually making something happen here. Electronic's not peeking. He's stuck in behind default. He's calling his teammates to come and help out. He'll make out 4 with a double kill in the FAMAS and put it all onto Snappy. And what can Snappy do? They're all within 1 shot. This now becomes an AWP in a weird way. 1 body shot would be enough. Instead, he goes to the Glock, and he's very unlucky not to have dropped Electronic.
Yeah, but it still feels like there's like a miscommunication there, or like a different philosophy of how to handle the situation between Electronic and Norbert, right? Like Electronic kind of hunkers down inside the A bomb site, not fighting, as Norbert's trying to come up the ramp. And I don't know if maybe they didn't communicate, maybe they assumed they'd both be on the same page. But like if Norbert's coming up the ramp, those Catwalk players are going to stop and fight with him, so it's perfect for Electronic to peek. Or if Electronic's peeking, it gives Norbert a chance to take the fight coming up the ramp. And those 2 players being out of sync, it doesn't get punished this round. But to me, it just feels like another example of kind of different thinking in the team.
This is a clean round from Falcons, losing 2 players, sure, but now they know where Flit is. It should help out completely. Magisk is just going to keep him occupied and locked in the tunnels so that bomb makes its way into the A site. That's Falcons taking the lead. And their first T-round win.
And punishing VP pretty harshly with no losing bonus built up. So Flit will have this M4. He'll be able to drop an SMG if he'd like. Jame will be able to buy an M4. Other than that, though, VP is going to struggle to put together a buy in this round. So 8-7 on this deciding map.
More action coming up here on the secondary stream of the B stream you're currently watching. We've got
MOUZ Complexity is next.
Yep.
And then Mongols versus TBD. Oh, I'm looking at last night's schedule.
It's pain. It's pain.
Okay, it's pain.
Otherwise known as TBD. Everyone
TBD.
calls him that these days.
I was looking at the schedule so I knew which games were on the B stream and A stream.
Currently, we've got FaZe versus Vitality going on as well. Ooh, that's a spicy matchup. And whoever loses that plays the winner of this game.
The winner of this game, we're going to have to see a whole different level out of them to take on FaZe or Vitality. Even a diminished FaZe or Vitality, I think, could handle the level of Counter-Strike we're seeing from VP and Falcons right now. So VP doesn't go for the force-up. They don't invest in this round. They're content with Flitz M4. They're prioritizing Jame having the AWP in the next round. Falcons taking this one slow and cautious. No engagements. They've taken control of long. VP's on the other side of the map, so
yeah,
Falcons...
the stack is the wrong way, isn't it?
Yep. Oh, Magic's playing the same spot again. Let's see how... Oh, he's pushing forward now. Awkward!
It's not comfortable whatsoever, so that's a little AK, and I think they'll be happy with that, VP, considering they had nothing. So Falcons will be on 9 rounds, sure, but VP want to focus up into the next round regardless. Split's going to make it a little uncomfortable. He's got that M4, so taking Madden out of this round... Surely Falcons don't let this one fall out of their hands. That is the fight that should confirm it.
Yeah, but that's a scout. There's a world in which that's just a body shot.
Yeah, it's true.
M4 salvaged by Norbert, but I think Flit is making a play, and in case he does something miraculous, they can go for it. At this stage, it's just save the AK, save the M4, don't even think about it.
And Electronic's trying to get something extra out of it with his exit position, so if they try and save long, he tries to do some damage and salvage a weapon that drops into the pit at the late stage.
They will, by the way. They know there was one catwalk. They don't have CT spawn handled in any way because of the smoke, so Electronic's going to get his chance.
I just think with the amount of players here, you won't be able to keep the weapon, but if you can drop one player, that's huge, and Sapias will go down. And traded by Dupree. 2 weapons saved over for Virtus Pro. So it's 9-7 scoreline, Falcons in the lead and starting to build it, but VP have plenty of cash, so finally that CT side will get a strong purchase, and that's definitely helped out by those 2 saved weapons.
Third and final timeout should just tell you how important this round is for Virtus Pro. There's a big difference in losing this round. You'll still be able to fight, you'll still have some money from some of these saved weapons, but winning this and they're still going blow for blow and they're still right there in striking distance. Losing this and all of a sudden you're in a recovery situation where you're 3 rounds back with a weaker buy and have to fight back into the series or fight back into the map. One final conversation about how this defense wants to be positioned. And we get started in round 17. Back-to-back rounds on the T side for Falcons.
Sapias going for a boost. On top of his teammate's head, he can get information on the crossing of the players, but won't be able to even take a shot against them. And Jame, he's going for the risky play into the lower tunnel. He's very fortunate to get away. He'll get back behind those doors to safety. It was worth the risk. Especially now he gets away with his life. Fame was like, hey, I was gonna do that. A lurk smoke make things a little worrying for VP. They'll have eyes on it. Mid flash coming in, setting up Dupree to have a little peek.
Yeah, Molly behind it and a resmoke as well, so they negate Falcon's lurk smoke. And now Dupree leads the way in middle.
CT cross smoke is being deployed. little play in behind that. There's 2 CTs currently inside of the B site. Now the bomb is currently making its way up short. Those kills starting to come in now. Falcons takes Fame out of the contention of the B bomb site defense. Flit taking a risk, charging through that CT smoke, but dupreeh is handling business like a pro. That B site is empty of defenders. The last player left for VP is Jamie, and he's over towards long.
Yeah, dupreeh gets 2 very nice kills inside the B bomb site to help clear things out up towards window. Snappy was able to grab that one earlier, trading Snappy's death off, and a convincing round for Falcons, walking out middle and splitting that B bomb site. And they're doing all that while there's catwalk pressure going on as well, so VP was never able to shift anyone over before the hit began. And that's rough for Virtus.pro. This AWP is important. Falcons can risk a couple players on the hunt. It'd be really, really worth, and they've already got a player in cave, so I don't think James actually saves this AWP. He's got the first kill. Oh, can't hit the second one. Tough to adjust.
And you called at the start of this round, you said you can tell how important this round is for VP because they've called their 3rd and final timeout. They don't really do much with it. And now they're gone on money. They're back down to the 2.5K, 3K average. This is Team Falcons starting to see the finish line. And for Virtus.pro, it's the finish line they don't want to see.
No, it's rock bottom. So it'd be their 5th series loss in a row.
Ugh.
Eliminated very early from IEM Cologne. Not even close to playoffs.
Not even close at all. If they started in stage 1, you would imagine they wouldn't even make it out of that. It's been so rough for them. Double nade onto Fame. It just keeps getting worse for him. Shot from Senpai straight through the chest of Norbert. Flit will do what he can to try and delay the inevitable attack into the A site. The Falcons are 5 players up, will make no mistake. They are 11 rounds on the board. Snappy just flying through the sky. Earns his angel's wings. Flit down and out. And Snappy to attack in towards James, as you called him earlier, Jason. A Mac 10 specialist.
Yeah, he's playing pro skater here in Counter-Strike. Just doing ollies off catwalk.
Yeah.
11-7.
Well, last round probably, in terms of having a good buy here for VP, they'll put everything together. It's an all for James. They'll have the rifles out, but we haven't seen too much to get excited about for CT side of Virtus.pro.
No, I mean, look, I hope we see some life out of Virtus.pro at the end of this half to make this contentious and maybe take this to overtime. Just because I'd be so disappointed if this is the level that VP brought into the 3rd and deciding map. If, like, after watching that T side and how... Oh!
Okay, dupreeh. And he's going to go on it. He's going to charge. They run right in as they look to break them, but Fame builds his team back into it with the triple kill. That is huge. He stops that Falcons onslaught of players charging in towards him, and Snappy, even with his Mac 10 specialist award, he's unable to get that kill through CT spawn. So instant great kill from dupreeh. You thought that might end it, but Fame steps up.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can really fault them for trying to press the issue after that kind of a kill from dupreeh. But I bet they wish they could have it back at the same time.
Yeah, they're like, okay, maybe we could have relaxed a little.
Like, maybe dupreeh tests it. Maybe dupreeh goes through his own swing, but everyone coming through. And I mean, you got to say, a little bit of luck for Fame. Finding 2 kills, they line up.
They got, like, stuck looking at the wall as well. Yeah, that's frustrating for Madden.
That's also a gift to Virtus.pro. For a defense that struggled in these gun rounds, struggled to get things figured out, that's a huge gift to have. Madden gonna leap out long quick. Everyone's blind. He takes tons of damage and nade cleans them off. But dupreeh responds through the smoke, and Long is in control of Falcons.
This is a chaotic start to round 20. Started with a wallbang damage onto Flit as he crossed over, and then the long fight going down 1-for-1 trade between Norbert and Madden.
They have to get catwalk control, Virtus.pro. They have to push forward with the cover of this AWP because they don't have Long. They cannot sit in the bomb site. Electronic will make sure that happens. But a lot of runway for Falcons at this A bomb site. One more smoke for the cross when they need it. And this will always end up at the A bomb site. 4 players out here for Falcons. They don't know anything about the flank. They don't know anything about mid or B or catwalk. There could be pushes behind them into double doors, and both teams realize it.
This is going to be a brutal bloodbath on the A bomb site. 50 seconds remaining in the round as Falcons continue to commit all of their forces here.
Break the smoke. Is there a timing for it?
Oh, here they go. The smoke about to be shattered open, but the flash connects. Fame can't make the most of it. Falcons had already crossed anyway towards the ramp. Things are heating up. Fire at the feet of Dupree. Sampaius still waits it long. He covers off his teammates. They push into Snappy. They push into Sampaius. And Virtus Pro are collapsing before our very eyes. It will be 12 rounds for Falcons. Map point. Series point. And for Virtus Pro, that spells elimination point here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. Flit will take a few steps back, but it's to his death as Sampaius peeks from car to close it. This is starting to look so dire for VP.
Yeah, not starting. It is dire. They got to win 4 in a row to force overtime. And the only gun round they've won was that really fortunate triple spray down from Fame as Falcons came out of smoke. Other than that, Falcons T-side has been way more aggressive, way more assertive in terms of taking space, in terms of showing presence, in terms of making you move. And Virtus Pro can't handle it.
Sampaius starts with a kill alongside. Flit is dead first. This is a Virtus Pro team that was put together to become a super team. A move to bring Electronic into the roster to start winning titles like Cologne.
Not going to give you that twice.
And now it looks like Virtus Pro, well, they're going to go out in this tournament. And this is so disappointing to see Virtus Pro playing Counter-Strike at this level. Too many styles, too many cooks in the kitchen perhaps, but they're not cooking anything nice. We'll be sending it back.
There's always a chance with James AWP. You mentioned it earlier, though. We haven't had to say his name a whole lot, but he's in a great position to have impact here. First kill. No follow-up peek from Falcons to trade that, so James gets it a little bit closer, but they've lost so much control. They've lost so much vision of different parts of the map. Falcons can challenge so many locations.
James coming back right into the eyes of Sampaius. Yep, heads up. There's the kill from Sampaius. He'll dive down into CT. 2 kills to collect, and Falcons will stay alive in Cologne and knock out Virtus Pro. Magisk, here's the steps. Fame will be sentenced to death. Electronic down at long, and it is Virtus Pro that will fall out of Cologne. The Falcons stay in the fight, and for Virtus Pro, it's a new all-time low.
Yeah, tough conversations for the Virtus Pro camp, but if you're Falcons, you got to be happy. They've had plenty of tough conversations themselves. They're going to play the loser of FaZe Vitality a little bit later on. And you could see the heartbreak. You can just see the frustration.
This is a player that is used to going deep in tournaments, that has a history of winning the biggest titles in Counter-Strike, and you move to a team, you leave Cloud9, you leave your former teammates, and you go to this new squad with so much potential, and it's not being reached right now.
Think about it from the angle of Electronic going to Cloud9 to form a super team and the failure of that. Now coming to Virtus Pro when they were a top 10 team, when they were a very dangerous team, and looking to be the finishing piece to bring them, to elevate them to the next level, and even that is now failing. It's a tough stretch for Electronic's storied career.
Well, for Falcons, it means they play the loser of FaZe versus Vitality in the next round. Whatever way you look at it, it is a difficult road still in front of Falcons.
I want to give some credit over to Dupree as well. You want to speak about storied careers. He stepped up. He stepped up at the very end of Dust 2 and had some very important kills for Falcons. Regardless, talked about frustration from Virtus Pro. We're going to hear it directly from them. We've got an interview with Electronic.
Electronic, I know right now things are probably feeling pretty damn bad, but this VP that's coming to the server right now doesn't seem to be the VP that we saw before the player break. Can you explain what is happening right now with the team?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, we just don't play our game, that's it.
In terms of not playing your game, you went into this, right? I think Vertigo, you come into this, looks pretty good, right? You can't knock yourself on that. And then we go into this Mirage, you say you get a good start, you roll them after that. It looks like you can come back on the third map. What happened in order to kind of build yourselves back into the game? Where did that not go? Like the lack of fight I'm seeing.
I don't know, I won't say like we was like lack of the fire. We had like fire, we were screaming like, but the things just wasn't work out for us, you know, that's why.
Is it coming down to just your mentality, the way you're approaching the game? What is it maybe inside when you're talking? Is there anything you can give me some insight on?
I don't know, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Well, there's not much more to say on it. Sad times it is for Virtus Pro right now, but hopefully they'll come back stronger. Over to you, Sam.
Wow, that was a very telling exit interview from Virtus Pro as they leave Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. And I'll call it now after seeing that. There will be a change and it will be soon. Electronic is not happy. Someone is going to be leaving this lineup very, very soon.
It's like we came into this matchup looking at both these two teams and saying a loss here at this stage could sound a death knell for a couple of players on his team. And yeah, VP falling in this fashion, losing to a Complexity who were looking shaky initially against a Falcons lineup who have their backs against the walls as well. And you can see from the interview from Electronic, I mean, that is the face of someone who literally has nothing to say. It's literally what he said right there, right?
He looked like someone angry. He looked like there was a level of disappointment, but also slightly pissed off, which tells me something's been going on there. Babski's having a little grin, because you've been on the side here. You've been on the losing side with teams. What do you think?
Yeah, probably more on the losing side than the winning. That's why I'm standing here with you. But
so I could get better insight right here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it's difficult for Electronic. He's tried a lot in his career, right? Let's not pretend that it's a rookie standing there doing an interview. But the thing is that they can't find any solutions to their problems, right? Many teams feel like they're on the right path sometimes, like they get better at times. I just don't think anybody realistically thinks that inside VP right now. And that's just a challenge for them. Should they change? I mean, I'm not sure if they can make things work long term. It does really concern me, the balance between Electronic and Jame. It does feel like there's no concept. And the thing with Virtus Pro, there was always a concept. Maybe people didn't like it because it was so slow and not really taking any initiative, but as of now, it's just a mess.
Very, very quickly, Babski, you said at the start of this when we were playing True or False that you think Electronic goes, not Jame. You still stand by that? It's a yes or no answer.
Yes, I think Jame stays.
I think you're wrong. Okay, so we are going to now talk a little bit about the team that survived. We were very harsh on them between map and map 2. Falcons still lives to fly another day. And again, it wasn't pretty, Blair, but they're here. So let's give them that.
They fought like an animal cornered in that second half, in the final half of Dust 2.
A kitten cornered, maybe. I mean, I wouldn't call it a
bite. I think they had some
falcon,
bite.
maybe a small pigeon.
I'd give them a little bit more. I think it showed up, they showed some claws there, a lot of fight being shown, and that's the difference between, again, just trying to, place these two teams alongside each other when they're both battling not just for the identity and just survival in a tournament as well. It did feel like Falcons had that extra gear, right? They had that extra need to get the win, and I want to give a shout out to the team overall. I think Madden and Dupree, and in the second half they had some very impactful moments, and Pius is starting to hit his stride as well. So yeah, at the very end, it was a bit of a marathon. It was a bit of like who is going to outlast the other. And I won't lie, I thought it was going to be VP, but this time around it is Falcons.
When I was a small child, I was chased on a farm by a goose. They're pretty vicious.
Geese are scary.
So instead of Falcons, let's give them. We'll give them their goose. There we go. They're geese, and they're still here. So maybe the geese can soar. It is time though to celebrate the IGL, who gets a lot of criticism from Falcons.
Yeah.
He is our US Air Force aim high player, Snappy. He showed up today, Babs.
Yeah, you said it yourself. It's probably the guy most people have on the block to get his head chopped off if they're not going to be progressing with this lineup, right? I think Snappy on first map had so many important rounds, and it's the only reason why we're standing here. If he would have lost that 2v1 against Jame and Flit, I think it was, I don't think he would be standing here with the victory, right? I think all of a sudden this is the end Snappy we're seeing, just glimpses of. I don't think they're back by any means. It is also a relatively easy opponent on paper right now. Virtus Pro have been looking like dog poop, and I'm just not sure where it lands.
Have you ever eaten? Can you eat goose? I was just wondering, because Babski keeps talking about chopping their heads off. So I was like, well, maybe in the next round we can have roast goose.
I think also that might be, I think that is his highest or second highest rated series ever since putting on the Falcons jersey, right? I was just looking at numbers, and it's like just red, and then you see these two numbers, really a captain's performance, so to speak, right? And listen, when you're pushed against the wall, when you realize the only way forward is you just deliver the results, it is good to know that they still have some fight left in them, and hopefully it'll continue. I don't know, listen, the path's only going to get harder for Falcons, and sure, they've passed the first test right now, and they are heading the right direction, but man, look at some of the teams they have to go up against. I still don't have full faith.
But they did take a map off MOUZ, who I would argue is one of the teams in contention to lift the trophy. So that is a positive sign. Now beating Virtus.pro, is there a little bit of hope for them, Babsky? If you're a Falcons fan, should you believe?
I mean, at least they are out of that contention of the 50-50 matchups right now. They're only going into games where we don't expect them to win, which is sometimes a little bit of a benefit. But I mean, the issue with Snap, you said it before, right? I think the issue for him is that there's a very good IGL on the team already in the form of Magisk that is also pressuring the team internally. I'm just saying that Falcons do have a pretty rough road. I think it's going to be FaZe or Vitality in that lower bracket. Probably not going to be the favorites, but who knows?
I mean, maybe Dreams can geese fly. They can, right? So maybe they can soar.
Maybe they can soar. Question is how far, because at one point you have to land.
I mean, there it is. I have nothing left to say. Blair just hit it right there on the nose. We did speak about them. We're going to speak about them again very soon. MOUZ is coming up. They are facing off against Complexity. One of those teams is making it through to playoffs. We'll see you in a little bit.
Think you've seen it all? With FACEIT Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FACEIT points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, FACEIT.
so hard to let go. Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings, let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you find out if you crash and burn and straight to the ground.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
Welcome back to Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, and we have a banger matchup coming up. One of these teams is going through to the arena. It is MOUZ up against Complexity. We're going to jump straight into it because behind us is that trophy, the trophy that every team wants to lift. And Blair, I would say that MOUZ is in contention to do just this. I would argue that they are one of the best teams in global Counter-Strike right now. I just don't know if they won't choke when you put them on a stage.
I think that's a big question here, right, for the side of MOUZ. And if you're looking at these two teams, obviously for Complexity, it's about making a playoffs run, hoping to have a deep placement here in Cologne. I don't think anyone realistically expects them to really lift a hoist a trophy, rather. And for MOUZ, it's about slaying their demons, right? They've been called the group stage studio king, so to speak, and they're really good at it. And if you look at the results they have right here in EPL, again, small little arena. The Dasha event was also just a studio event right there. When it comes to the big ones, that's where they fumble on the stage, on the arena. And for MOUZ, one more opportunity this time to make sure that they are indeed champion caliber.
Babski,
yeah.
I think that they have some of the best players in the world. I think that they're a team that plays really good Counter-Strike. I don't understand why every time we put them on the stage, it doesn't work.
Maybe you should look at their average age and how little experience these guys actually have together, right? I think this is a team that gets better every event. They constantly go back and rewatch their stuff, and they actually want to improve. There's no egos on this team. They all sit together, listen to Cyclone, and they will build it together. Is it too early to lift a guy like this one? Potentially, but I mean, I'm at least positive for the future of this lineup.
You think it's too early? I say it's time.
You say it's time? I mean, I think I spoke with the coach of MOUZ, and they said, because they have such a young roster right now, they even went to their academy roster and picked even younger players to ensure, because they believe in the long term of these guys. So, I mean, if they're going to win it, that's the biggest win they could ever get. But if they lose it, I don't think they'll lose their faith.
Complexity can hear us, I'm sure, and are going, hey, you're not even mentioning our names. We will in a little bit, but first, I actually want to hear from the MOUZ lineup, see what they're feeling and thinking. I do believe Banks has one of the players.
MOUZ are going into their playoff qualifying game. They've got to take on Complexity. I've got Zershan with me. And the first thing I want to look at is yesterday's game. Nuke was maybe almost too easy, a little bit of fun for you guys. But then it felt like you maybe preempted the win a little bit early and things started to go in a different direction. What was going on throughout that game?
Well, we were highly prepared for Nuke for sure, and I think that we were ready on the get-go to play City side. I think we also came in the game a bit more loose than usual, which is nice. We were playing really well, and yeah, I mean, on second map, I think that they are experienced players, and they did the bounce back they had to. They were very confident coming into it, even though they lost, and yeah, I think that they kind of just stepped up, and we maybe were not so ready for it. So yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of why it went this way.
What did this first game tell you about the shape and the form you guys are in?
I think we're in pretty good form. We lost Vertigo. It was close on Ancient, but for me, we had control on both maps, Vertigo and Ancient. So obviously, especially Nuke. But yeah, I mean, I think that we were in control the whole time. It felt very comfortable for us to play against them. We were very adaptive on the fly. So yeah, I was really happy to play with everyone. I think that Kamil also called really well, and everyone had important rounds. Obviously, the Torji 4K and Jimmy holds on A on Ancient and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I think that everyone did their job really well.
Now I have to ask this year for you individually has been looking really good. Just that's a fantastic right now. What is bringing this level up for you overall? What is the defining factors you think?
Definitely mentality. I worked a lot with our sports psychologist and also my coach. And yeah, I mean, they helped me a lot understand where I can be more consistent. I think it's what every player in my role should strive to be. Obviously, I'm still not there yet. I want to be better. And yeah, I mean, I think I had some mentality shift, and also I gained a lot of confidence. And in general, I mean, we have had Brola now for quite some time, so it's much easier for me to play when we have a player who already knows what he has to do. And yeah, I think that we just play better as a unit now.
And just real quick, Complexity, you've never lost to them at all. This would obviously put you closer to going for the trophy as well, especially the first chance to win a big trophy. How bad do you want this?
Well, we want it really badly, but we also take it step by step, like always. It's a boring answer, but I think it's very important to just focus on the next game. Complexity are still a good team, and obviously they have a Liege. I think he's one of the best in the world in this moment, for sure. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's always an exciting matchup. Even though we won against them, it was always pretty close. So, yeah, just looking forward to see what they can bring this time, and hopefully we can take the win again.
I like that. You give them the respect they deserve, but let's see what respect is shown on the server.
Boys, you know what I love so much about that particular interview was one of the things I've been worried about is this live audience arena fumblers sort of conversation that surrounds MOUZ, and I think that can sometimes get in the heads of players. They hear that all the time and they start believing it themselves. He mentions they're the sports psychologist, they've got the mental coach. That makes me very excited. If we do see this team in the arena, they're getting the support they need. There's always a lot of conversation about the riflers from MOUZ because they are so good, but today I think we should do something a little bit different and start by talking about their AWP.
Yeah, I think Torji, you know, we can talk about how when Torji started out in his team, there were a few question marks about him, but so far he has really, you know, started to thrive under this Shoei system. And again, you know, this tournament just hitting the ground running. And it's not easy to be getting ratings like this when you have someone like Exertion, you have someone like Jempad, when you have someone like Brolan in the server sitting alongside you as well. Three of, I might even say, you know, probably, perhaps, arguably, the best in their respective roles as well. So yeah, Torji has started off this particular run looking fantastic.
And it's not often we see many of these raw AVP talents anymore. I mean, often we have Saiwu, all these guys, but they hybrid so much. I feel like this guy actually, when he has the AWP in his hands, he will bring a lot of impact. It doesn't necessarily scare him away from using a rifle, as we see in the clips as well, right? But I do feel he's one of the more superior AWPs when it comes to those raw mechanics with the sniper. The thing about him is also that he has grown with this roster as the what levels they want to achieve. This organization, he's grown with that. Like, he's been here since the beginning, and he's just getting all the good stuff coming along that path.
I love that so many of these players came from MOUZ Academy, you know what I mean, and built their way up. I think it's a beautiful story of building young talent, creating a project long-term. And it's showcased now a lot with that rifling trio that we love to speak about with MOUZ. These young talents who are just, I think, getting better and better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in any discussion of MOUZ, when you look at it, obviously, keeping aside Xihui, who is, I think, destined to be spoken with some of the greats in IGLing, still very young though. But if you look at Jempad, you look at Exertion, you look at Brolan. Brolan obviously coming into this MOUZ lineup on loan initially from NIP, and then he realizes, oh, you know, playing Counter-Strike with a good team can be fun as well. He's having fun, popping off in the server. For me, I look at Jimmy, I look at Exertion, and in their respective roles, Bobski, I'm sure you agree with me on this, I think they might be just some of the best in the world.
I'll throw Jempad in that one. I think he is the best on his respective role. He's not had the easiest event so far. He's been playing fine. But we've seen it so many times where he's just allowing MOUZ to play another game on CT because he's so safe on his positions. Ancient is the obvious one, right? Where he's just always on that A side, covering himself. He doesn't need to be babysitted by anyone. Yeah. And I think that just gives you a lot of opportunities to actually play the game. I think my best example is Shuz in that online period, right? The reason why Heroic could play that dynamic style is because they could trust that guy.
Jempad for me, Jempad stands. I know you're out there watching. I think that he should be in the conversation when we talk about some of the best players in the world. It was mentioned in the interview, Banks did bring it up, but we'll talk about it again because on the other side of the server is Complexity, and it hasn't been very good for them when they go up against MOUZ.
I think it's also because if you're touching upon the core three riflers of MOUZ, we have to touch upon the core three riflers of Complexity, right? It's not like they play a bad game of Counter-Strike. It's not like they don't understand how to approach the game overall. I think JD's a great caller overall. He's also kind of a fragging IGL right there. I think Halzerk, sure, a bit hit or miss at times, but I think it's more hit than miss. And then you have a Liege, who, if you ask me, is going to be the best player in the server coming in here. I think it's an incredible form right now in CS2. And then I'm looking at Floppy and Grim, right? And this is where the problem arises. So far in Cologne, both of them have delivered to a certain degree. We saw Floppy being phenomenal and being the anchor and whatnot, but it is just the inconsistency from these two players which have been plaguing Complexity all this while. And if you look at the results right here, again, clearly siding the way of MOUZ. And if you look at the numbers, it's the individuals falling off, and you can't afford to let that happen more often than not.
Babski, you were with me when Complexity beat Virtus.pro, and Pimp stood here and said the argument for Elige being one of the top players in the world now stands because he's got these massive shoulders, he's carrying Complexity. I don't know if those shoulders are big enough when you go up against MOUZ.
No, and that might also become an issue for Complexity. They rely a lot on him, especially both on the fragging side, but also on the communication. He is a bit of a momentum player, I would say. When he has his game, he will communicate a lot and give a lot of opinions to JT to operate in the mid-round. But when he's having bad games, he becomes a little bit more quiet. I do also think he is, I mean, we don't have any economy stats here, but he is also the guy who set up to success for eco kills and these sort of things, because they actually want to boost his momentum, you know, want him to feel great. I would love to see him give a little bit more space sometimes to Grim. I know Grim is nowhere near the caliber of a player for him, but Grim, in my mind, is such a momentum player. Like, he's always in his emotions. I would just love to see him get a little bit more room from Elige to actually operate on the CT side.
If you give him more room, though, is he going to be perform?
Exactly.
That's my concern.
I think that's everybody's concern, and that's his concern as well, right? I don't think he believes that Grim can take it, but he needs to be able to take it if Elige and the guys at Complexity actually want to go to the next level, because they're going to be easily operating at this level, top 7 to top 15 for a long period. But if they wanted to take to the next step, they need those guys in the form of Grim and Floppy.
Now, if you're talking about Grim, you look back at how in the Liquid days and how much he struggled over there. When he got picked up, it's because he had really good stats in his previous teams, right? And then after he left Liquid, he was feeling more comfortable. He was getting the numbers in. So I agree with you, actually. Maybe giving him a little bit of space and whatnot. But right now, it's about getting the win, right? Right now, let's try to contextualize this Complexity team, that it has been a very mediocre year so far for them. And yeah, going up against this team, it's not going to be an easy feat at all. But if they can make it at least competitive, make it a little bit close, maybe I could believe in them a little bit, Maybe I could believe in them a little bit more.
Banks is with Grim, so let's find out how Complexity is feeling. I'm sure they believe in themselves.
Do they?
Complexity have been heating up for sure here in Cologne, and this is 3 wins in a row right now. Talk to me where your confidence is at. Is it finally back up?
I'd say so, yeah. Definitely good to get some wins on the board after a rough few games. But yeah, I think everyone's feeling nice. We've been playing much better, and yeah, everything's been good so far.
Talk me through that VP game, though, because on the maps you won, you dominated, and on Dust 2, you still could have had it as well. What was going on throughout that series?
Yeah, I'd say we definitely had good reads on them on Dust 2 as well, but it just fell through, and those were so many close rounds. They had a lot of good gambles, like classic VP, having a bunch of good gambles that paid off well for them. But, if some closer rounds went our way, I think we would have won that game. I think we lost a few 4v2s. So, but I say, yeah, it was a crazy series. I think they played well, especially on Dust 2.
Now, you're going up against MOUZ today for this spot that could guarantee you getting into the playoffs. You've wanted this playoff streams again for a long time, right? You're waiting for this, but you've never taken down MOUZ. What is it that you struggle against this team with?
I'd say they're just really good at playing in the mid-round, and that's something that we need to be watching out for is, someone dies early on. They're really good at, forming a plan really quick, and, one guy just equalizing, and all of a sudden, you're at a 5v3, but now it's a 3v3 just because they had the plans ready really quick. So I'd say for us, it's about just making sure that we're also ready for their plans, and also make sure we're shooting hard, because they also shoot really hard. So
you're definitely going to have to do that. But when you look at it, right, with this confidence been building up, do you think this is the time you strike? This is the time you can get that win?
I think so. I think with our recent wins, everyone's confident. We've been playing really well, much better than our previous forms against MOUZ. So I say this is the best we felt in a while. So this is definitely our time to make it and go to Langsess. Because personally, I want to play there really bad. I've never been, so I can't wait. Hopefully we can do it.
There we go. Hopefully they can do it. He wants it really bad. Let's see if they can get it done when they go to server.
Realistically, is their form good enough to beat MOUZ, one of the best in the world?
I don't think so, but I will say this, Vertigo coming in, I think no one's really surprised about that. In the last 3 outings they had, the 2 maps they won were on this very map as well. And even recently, they took down Eternal Fire, VP as well, very convincingly. MOUZ is still hard, but I think Complexity can at least make this interesting.
Let's not pretend that Complexity has a great start to the start of the season. They had a rough showing, got thrown out at the World Cup by M80 local rivals. They arrived at Blast, had a horrible showing, lost to a standing coach in the form of Heroic. Now they found the form, right? I'm just saying this narrative that they've been playing really well for a long time is not building in my mind. They have a chance against MOUZ. I'm also liking that they're going back to their Vertigo. They did abandon it a little bit before because they lost confidence in it. But before the player break, they had such a strong showing on it, almost 100% win rate.
Here we go. I mean, yes, Complexity might be on an upward trend, but they haven't faced off against opposition at the level of MOUZ. In most cases, the bald eagles eat the mice, but in this case...
Well, that's not a bald eagle.
That's not a bald eagle, that's just a chicken. But in this case, I truly believe that Complexity is going to be fighting an upward battle. We'll find out if I and my analysts are correct. Let's get into game.
Oh, Sam, so poetic, perfectly put. Yeah, who eats who? It's a tough question with this one. I also want to say shout out Bubsky for not buying into this Complexity confidence.
Yeah, good. He kept it real, man. He just said exactly what it is. And, we can be hopeful for Complexity, but there's no ignoring that. They haven't shown a super strong track record for a long time or anything like that. They are just maybe getting to a peak or leveling up in time for Cologne. They're obviously now in stage 2, which is new ground for them. And a great sign. This will be the hardest opponent, of course. It's a bit more than Alternate Attacks, a bit more than Eternal Fire. Not to say that those teams were bad because they weren't, but MOUZ might be a whole different beast. Yeah. I can say, though, that Complexity have beat MOUZ on Vertigo. I think the interesting part about this is that Complexity love Vertigo, but their pistol win rate is extremely low.
Okay. Oh, it's a red flag early. Berettas are taken off of it. And Brolin keeping his head down from behind the sandbags, all looking good, but ooh, backs turned all too many a time. Have I seen this from Cole? They let it slip, and Brolin gets nothing out of that. Oh, man.
Ooh, I mean, I don't know if he could have aimed much better there. I kind of feel for him a little bit.
I understand not going for the planter. His hands are busy.
Down, yeah.
You go for your second target, but you miss that shot. Then you end up stopping nothing. So Brolin could have been, but instead Grim gets his late flank, and Complexity will indeed pick up a pistol.
Yeah, so they're shooting around like 35% on pistols with a lot of maps played, and that's something that can affect you, especially in MR12 on a map that you really like. So here's a good first step. They don't clear the sandbags. And in terms of target selection, Brolin's correct. You should go for the guy protecting the bomb planter before the planter themselves. And also the planter was like turned down, crouched, and looked the other way. He missed. It was like a Nico miss, you know what I mean? He was close.
Well, yeah, but it didn't cost him a major.
Damn. But Vertigo did last time.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, off to a good start then, Complexity. No pistol woes at the start of this series. And this series is going to have to be, I think, a convincing one for Complexity for me to really buy into this narrative they're trying to sell about kind of coming in and playing better Counter-Strike. And, you know, I do think some of their shortcomings just even a week ago undermine a few wins here. You know, this is a team that obviously kicked off CS2 with an IEM Sydney Grand Finals. The Complexity era, they said. I don't know who they are, but probably just Darth Mike.
We're almost a full year out, you know?
Yeah, it has been a while. Well, speaking of full year out, one of the nice things I think about this matchup in particular for the likes of MOUZ is the fact that Shuhei 1 year ago made his debut with this MOUZ main team at IEM Cologne. They got cut short, of course, of making playoffs, which was the new standard for MOUZ, seeing as 1 year previously Dexter was able to do that with his ragtag gang of arguably lesser fraggers. So 1 full year since, and look at what MOUZ have been able to accomplish. Hoist trophies, touch number 1, and regularly lose to FaZe.
That was an interesting part. Before we went into the break, one of the biggest stories was, you know, were MOUZ ever going to take their big win versus FaZe? But then, you know, that was FaZe reaching number 2 in a lot of events, getting their big trophy. MOUZ competing against everybody, destroying in best of 5 grand finals, beating Spirit, and never getting to play FaZe. And now the story sort of changed. The Na'Vi are getting good again, and now there's other teams that are up there. And suddenly MOUZ has to play a little bit of catch-up, and FaZe have to prove that they're that team again here at Cologne, even though they looked a little sloppy to start the year off, the second half of the year off.
Well, Floppy gets into it right out of the gate. That's a heavy bit of emphasis from MOUZ to try and take lower B. JT sensing an opening and a chance out on ramp. This is Brolin down to a 0-3 start, and one that will bode well for Cole, looking to convert through the first gun round out of MOUZ.
And it absolutely is the CT side that's a problem for MOUZ on this map, or we'll see Brolin challenging the ramp a lot. And when he's on point, it's great, but moments like this are up for question. But look at the flank in place here for Shuhei.
Wow, well timed. Takes the head off his counterpart. Of course, bomb now spotted as it tries to work its way up. Ramp Elige! That's what we're looking for.
Okay.
Just this rifle dominance from Elige. Torji stuck inside the elevator waits. He's got a teammate along the yellow wall. Insertion, but Floppy's flank a little too slow to be able to trade. He does get the other, and Hazard finds it from the top of ramp. So we go 2 up for Complexity. Survivors here in place, 3-0. An excellent start to a map pick we all could have predicted.
That was such an excellent reaction from Elige. I mean, it's only body shots that he gets the kill from, but as you can see right here, you know, he was almost dead to rights. Like, Jimpad had a good swing. It was sort of right on him. That was just very, very fast. So nicely done out of Elige and Cole, making sure that Brolin can't trade out on the ramp. And the problem is not necessarily Brolin's form on the ramp. It's that they don't have anybody with him in some of these rounds. So a lot comes down to, like, how good does he feel right now? And that's not what you want your you know, one of your most important maps performances to rest on.
Xertion locked in behind wood. Yeah, Elige ready. Instant headshot.
That was nice. He was watching for it perfectly.
Leash swings through, clears Jimpat, so none of these pistols are going to be a problem for John. 2 kills in. Oof.
Still going, man.
Looking like Doze. Stuck in the headlights here, shook by Complexity's 4-0 start.
They're definitely cooking right now. And you'd think that it's funny because Anubis gets banned here from MOUZ. Maybe that's actually a good thing for Complexity. You know, sometimes they, obviously a lot of their close games are on it and they love the map, but oh man, sometimes I see a Liege in his hand. It's actually his keyboard hand, but I see him sometimes shaking out, and I've got some tendonitis in my hands before. You know, it's very hard to beat, especially when you have to stay active. The only thing you need is rest, and the only thing you can't do is just that.
Careful, floating out there, Brolin again.
Wow, Alicia's playing amazing right now.
Without a kill. Oof, Elige half health down. Great grenade. But you are right, Elige starting incredibly hot.
It's the nature in which he's getting these kills. Just that right amount of aggression too.
There's
that was yesterday lost to Falcons on this map.
Yeah.
You know, in that series.
But you were saying they were kind of laughing through it.
Laughing through the misery. Laughing through the pain, I guess. Yeah, there was that clip, of course, where Torji gets with the 1-on-4 attempt and kills his own teammate. And so they were a little lackadaisical. And that's a little bit worrying for MOUZ because that's kind of how Dallas went wrong.
Right. Insertion alongside Jimpat here inside B. Floppy and Grim, though, coming out on top of this, and Floppy's doubling down. Now, listen, if you've got a Liege popping off at the start of a game, that's one thing. Come to expect it. But Grim is 5-1. Floppy just got a double kill. And we have all, from North America, sat back and awaited the core rifle of Complexity to come together as a pack, because we know the skill that Grim possesses, we know the ceiling that Floppy has, but it's the three of them alongside a Liege coming together that unfortunately doesn't happen often enough, right? It feels like that is the undoing of Complexity.
They don't need any more ceiling, just floor. That's it. With Alicia's consistency, they have a complete star player who shows up literally every single time. You know, 2 maps out of a 3-map series, he has got like unreal numbers. So that's enough to argue that, you know, it's just a floor.
Okay.
Okay. Nice.
I guess so. Go ahead and do what you have to, Torji.
Man, we've already seen G2 take out Spirit. So Mongols beat Spirit. Now we have MOUZ on the back foot here.
Yeah, sure. I mean, saw taking down G2.
Slightly. They've got one more chance, though.
Been 0 shortcomings in terms of upsets thus far in Cologne.
Psycho, I'm going to try to talk some strats into him. The buy this round is just going to be like a slight investment behind Torji's op. And moments like this are pretty important because you come in with a decent enough buy that you can reasonably pull off a win, and it's on a round that you save, so you're going to have double up on your economy if you pull it off. So, oh, but a shot missed.
CT's given up a bit of slack, man. If it's not Brolin missing the back of heads and pistol, it's now a missed op shot and what could have been a free one.
It was a right play. They would have gotten a kill there.
You can sit around and laugh your way through a Falcons map loss, but Complexity are truly believing. They've talked about their confidence coming into Cologne because of their opening games here. They're shooting straight, but Jimpat and Shuhei.
Did he just fall off? Floppy just fell off the whole map. Oh.
Where?
Just right where Jimpat was looking.
Jimmy jumps over the wood and just scares Floppy to death?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sat here trying to criticize their individual levels. Apparently, they don't need to shoot you.
This is a way back into the half. That's around where they don't invest that much.
Of course.
Half buy. Torzi misses his first shot. Complexity still try to commit forward and lose to the MP9.
See if Halzerk can get anything done. He takes a tag back from Torji, who may have just shot through the cone. Process that.
Rules.
Grim, he gets his as well, but even with the Torji shot, they set him up to close this. So with a round that features less weapons, we get Jimpat coming through with 3 kills, and I'll even give him the 4th if he's the reason Floppy jumped.
Yeah, he just euthanized Floppy right there.
Let's jump over the wood wall, killing a liege. Shuhei likes that one. An SMG inside of a B site to get there first on the board.
Oof. And it was off the tack from Cyclone.
JT looking short. Has been his. He's made impact from these spots. Oh, he saw the Opper. Torji repositioned here behind sandbags. Opening kill yet again for MOUZ. Utility pressure both ways. Torji just trying to escape. Floppy waiting out to see if anybody jumps wood again. There will be this consistent Floppy versus Jimpat fight queued towards B site as the map goes on. Floppy is somebody who has been bringing these more aggressive lurks to the table for Complexity in recent weeks. And him versus Jimmy, oh boy. That head-to-head could be worth its weight in gold as this series goes on. For now, Halzerk scouring the battlefield, looking for that Torji op. Sitting half health and backed up closer towards the CT ledge. We start to get a lean back into middle here for MOUZ. Shuhei takes a quick glance, but the smoke grenade will bring him back closer to the A site. Looking to hold off on short, as we're going to get 2 players to the top of the ramp. Torji missed chance. And now Halzerk knows where to hone in on if he wants to get that counter pick. We hit 35 seconds as Grim gets softened up, the wide swing comes through, and it is MOUZ to indeed just stop this one before things get too problematic. Torji back to Floppy. No response out of Complexity, not 1 kill, as that half-buy last round converts to 2 in a row.
Yeah, man. MR12 can be really punishing if you have a slow start, but one way back into it is you win the half-buy, and then you get around like this. Very clean stuff from MOUZ. They have a lot of money now on top of their op. Complexity, on the other hand, will actually have to save now. So there's a chance. MOUZ, Complexity are a little bit more even-handed when it comes to both sides on Vertigo. They put up very good sort of T and CT sides. MOUZ are looking forward to the T side, on the other hand. They haven't really figured that out. This new map.
Oi, 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 JT's new shoes. This one already a little muddied. Brolin had failed to kind of get the ball rolling out of the gate on ramp. Well, Torzi's off presence started to make a bit of a difference. But again, we are just talking pistols here, so Complexity get caught out jumping around down in the corner, tagging Torzi's one thing. Deagle's trying to find a home. And Brolin gonna make sure that they can't get close without casualties.
Oh,
why not, huh? A little style point sprinkled in here as we go 3-5. MOUZ coming back quite quickly.
Not missing any more. Are we, Torji? So when we look at the multi-pronged attack on the ramp, you really want to see them, I think approaching with Torji and Brolin. Instead of what feels like sometimes just Brolin. Because their mid-round re-aggressions on the ramp are, it's like those flash retakes, the sliding out to try to get it back.
The Liege hands off mouse and keyboard as the smokes pop, so there's no rush here on the A play.
There's a bit more support this time in the way of exertion.
Well, they almost catch him exposed on the crossover there. That could have been a kill for Brolin. I think they saw a glimpse of him, so they chuck another nade down. That will soften up a Liege. Susceptible to the M4 headshot now. But it's an AK on the front line here for Brolin. Oh, and a Liege's spray. Not that far off. A lot of posturing going on as we hit the minute mark. With Torzi's angle deep in middle, though, it's got to be a cautious approach from Grim. Meanwhile, a couple of rounds where there's no action on B, so Utility gets Torji back, takes half his health down. That's not bad. Floppy's patient, waiting.
Jump up.
Flash comes over, Jimpat jumps, and with it, the opening kill. So very nice util usage, back and forth, MOUZ makes it.
Now they know it's a B split, right? At least for that second 45. But the thing is, they can go back if they want to. Brolin, perfect position. to make sure you get the info to guarantee it's not going to be A in this round. Now the CTs can just sit and watch this. They have a distinct advantage. 5v4 and full information.
Twistzz takes a more off angle. Not going to give anything to the counter pick that could be, but again, hulzurk not working with the AWP.
That's a massive call out.
Jimfat finds him on the edge of the wood. We do get that mid-split trying to come through, but Grim doesn't have that killer instinct just yet. Wants contact. Means hulzurk or someone else from ramps got to go big. Twistzz turns over towards the climb up. We've still got the quad control. That's Jimmy swinging. Twistzz overwhelmed. JT with the double kill. Crunch into the B site. 2 fights on 2 fronts, but MOUZ hangs on.
That was a very good effort, but every C2 move there is perfect. I mean, Jimfat plays his position so well. And I think that once Brolin makes his final move down the ramp and gets tucked, there's no way for Cole to screw up the rotations because they can't trick MOUZ into believing it's going to be an A split. Everything got spotted. And right here, Jimfat realizes like there is going to be an attack coming in, and that's what makes him such a good B anchor. He's just got a great intuition for exactly when he needs to fight, even if he can't see anybody.
Faster pace to this one. They're looking to just take over the ramp, but good on Twistzz to get the opening kill.
This fight is so awkward sometimes, but he still wins it over top of Alish.
Good, right? We need Brolin kind of getting more active.
Yeah, and that's why he does fight there, because he's normally good on those weird angles.
Twistzz comes back. Ooh, wanted second servings. hulzurk gives him a spoonful. And then Brolin slides forward with Xertion because MOUZ know they've got the advantage. And that 5-0 start for Complexity has dried up. Majority alive to boot as MOUZ's CT side comes alive. Now in their last 2 showings, right, we're talking about MOUZ and Complexity locking in against one another. 3 matches so far in 2024. Last 2 both go 3 maps. The last 2 both began with a Vertigo win for Complexity.
Without that, who knows? And I really feel like after their loss versus Falcons, they probably had a serious discussion about, okay, listen, we cannot come in and chill no matter what. If Complexity caught them yesterday, guarantee they actually take this one. But it feels like MOUZ are not taking Falcons lightly or any other teams, and I don't think they feel like they have the same aura coming out of the season, the first season, where it's like everybody they could beat at least once, you know. Especially before we get to the playoffs. That's sort of the final boss here for MOUZ. Right now, they're in their maximum comfort zone. Oh yeah, just like that, the lead vanishes. Even if you tie at the half, you just want to be the guys who won the last rounds, not the first ones.
Opening momentum. A moot point by round 12. Feeling a little friskier for the mid control this time. Grim is not ready for a fight. He's just here chucking nades, and so they jump him. Oh, they go in and isolate the utility support of the ramp fight. I mean, silver lining, at least Complexity did get one towards ramp, but you've lost mid control, and you didn't have what was that continuity and utility to scale forward off the frag. So they try something different, putting hulzurk over top of wall. Doesn't look like anybody's going to step back into this. There's a chance the Opera comes over, but Twistzz is more concerned about the possibility of a B hit. Shuhei goes in off the flash, and the CT's just staying so active here. Maybe running a bit of a risk, but it all cues this up. Xertion comes through to clean up, and it's another majority alive here for MOUZ as they find their groove on Vertigo.
They just haven't lost since winning that half-buy round, literally. It's like clockwork, man. It really is.
You know, if you got a spark, just pour gasoline on it. That's what Stunna taught me.
Okay, yeah. I wondered. That sounds like Outback advice.
I said, Stunna, what's the best way to start a fire?
That'd be a great, yeah, go ahead.
And he said, when no one's looking.
That's funny. That's funny.
Brolin peels back. Final round of the half. It's featuring Galils across the board here for Complexity.
No one's looking. You don't even have to verify that he said that. You know he did.
Oh, Brolin.
It's that fight. Ugh.
He really wanted to get into sandbags.
Yeah.
Wanted to maybe redeem it from the pistol to end the half where things went awry.
And the site is it's understaffed.
Yeah. Looking like one of the better moments here for Cole just because it banks off of contact. And one of the few times MOUZ didn't actually go fighting down ramp since we've seen them progress with this momentum.
Oh, this walk around.
Nice climb from Shuhei. Floppy doubles down.
Okay.
And then Shuhei slides right back into the same angle, gets a double kill himself. That is his third of the round.
No.
Xertion out from Elevator, and Grim is going to have to piece up a 1v2 with a minute to the clock and the bomb down on that railing. He gets one, but Shuhei delivers, and that is 4 frags for the IGL. That is 7 rounds straight for MOUZ, and Complexity's early momentum, nothing but stardust at the end of the half. Up straight, ready to rock and roll after the 5 rounds in a start mode. In just a burst like that, it felt like all their woes were gone. They were so excited after the Grim interviews, talking about newfound confidence off of the 3 wins they've had so far in Cologne, and then MOUZ gave them a reality check. Jim Pat busts them at the base of the B bomb sites, and MOUZ never looked in the rear view. Complexity in the dirt.
Yeah, I mean, look at the half now, and you think that was probably close and a decent try into the half for Complexity, but little did you know they could have ended this with much more rounds, especially losing that half by. So pistol rounds are important for Complexity because they score at like 35%, and it's the map where they win the most. So a lot can come down to it. They've already won the first one, but unfortunately, that's only totaled them 5 rounds and a half. Can't help but assume they need a second as well. And MOUZ also get way more comfortable here on T side.
Oh, for sure. It's a common sight to see Halzerk here with Berettas on short, so this shouldn't catch MOUZ off. Pretty mainstay of the CT pistol. It ain't pretty, but it is 2 kills to come out for Complexity. But the man advantage also opens a door for Jimmy.
Little sneaky Jimmy, slipping Jimmy.
A real slippery one this round. We get that huge transition over from the other 2 T's. Of course, Floppy has to be extra careful. He cuts down Torji, gets gushed, and he would have seen the peek from Jimmy, surely, right, as he dies? Bomb has been planted. You'd think.
They might just jump on him. Brolin plays it perfectly, though. I think this is to prepare.
Tries to distract, tries to pull attention over. Jimmy takes a slightly wider angle. He gets his fight to CT and gets his 2 frags. Oh man, 2v3 post plant. JT just has to try to hammer it home. And, oh, he gets one! The jumping player falling back. JT
nice
killer instincts there, but the second frag's not. Jimpat sees the opening, takes the space, and closes down with 3 frags in the pistol.
Very, very good effort there from JT, but yeah, it's a round for MOUZ. That's what matters for them. And they really do have some massive problems on CT side, but they just don't on T side.
Oh, Jimmy lines up the drop off.
Of course, the second guy just comes right into his crosshair.
Nice, Jimmy! Like, I don't know how I don't kill him, man.
Little keyboard issue here for MOUZ. It's okay, you just smack it. Fixed.
Hulk smash.
And we jump back in. We jump back in.
They don't limp back in, they jump back in.
Complexity looking like they're having fun.
Mm-hmm. Tapping the side of the monitor. I've never done that.
Better tapping it than punching it.
Yep, 100%.
I like this new content ESL did here in Cologne. I'm not sure if you saw it with Shocks, with pro players rating rage moments.
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
But based on like the other players from that region, right?
Yeah.
Where I told you about the Brazilian one?
No, I don't recall.
Where it was like Vinny to KNG.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, on a scale. Vinny being a 10, of course.
Yeah. Most toxic Brazilian player. Vinny. So which one were you talking about?
Oh, wait, no, sorry. This content was literally rage camera moments. Like Device punching the monitor, for example. Or Halzerk was featured in the video, surprise, surprise. And he was, punching his leg 4 times. Yeah. That kind of stuff.
I'm not a very particular person, but one thing I never do is I never touch my monitor with my finger.
That's what all the players said. You never touch it at all?
Like the
screen itself. No, that gives me anxiety.
I remember we were with Dinko in Sweden
a
couple months ago.
And he went to poke.
And he was like pointing at something on a web browser.
Just touching it.
And he was like touching it. Ugh.
For me, the monitor
trying to create little galaxies. You know what I mean?
The monitor is like an eyeball.
Yeah.
I don't touch it unless I really have to.
Yeah, who pokes their own eyeball? You want to keep it as clean as possible.
Don't go fishing around in there.
That weirds me out.
That's Dinko for you. Halzerk with one eye, stares down the ramp and tags 2. Here we go. Listen, you're the scout of the round. You got SMGs all around you. 2 tags out of the gate like that is the perfect setup.
Almost job finished already. There's 4 SMGs here. They are super happy to hear about this news.
Almost job finished. I love your optimism.
Yeah, for sure. You know me.
Ton of utility still for Shuhei to call around, so let's see what MOUZ do in the face of a little bit of adversity. 2 scout tags. We hit a minute. MOUZ play as a pack, grouping up. Halzerk right now is alone on A.
I think this call is so good from Shuhei. I mean, going back in the scout, of course, could only get them killed, but an explode up towards A, I feel like this would be the lesser stack site. I think they queued into that.
They go all in off it.
And a retake on A, that's probably not happening. So let's see. There are more CT options now to push and get in faster.
T's going through all the appropriate motions with the utility. Trade frag from Elige is the only real wonky thing for MOUZ to deal with. He can't come back in for the second side of the peak. And so because of the util, yeah, I think that's a fantastic call.
Yeah, that's a Shuhei classic right there.
Fantastic.
If you're Halzerk, of course you sit there, full ramp control. You've got your tags, no one can peek you again. And if for MOUZ, they think, well, the obvious thing for us to do is go over towards B site. And so since it's obvious, of course, Complexity, they're probably going to stack there on the stairs. They happen to play in MP9 behind the half wall to play. There's a number of spots where the SMGs are very strong there. So it seems more brave to go towards the A site, but it'd be way less likely to stack it. So that'll be 9 now.
No. 9 in a row.
Oh my god. Man.
In case you needed to be
something
reminded.
Something brought up was that Complexity don't do huddles.
Yeah, it's one of the weird things that they are the only team that I can really think of that never do a huddle before a match goes live.
And like, what's the #1 thing Complexity are missing? Team spirit.
Team spirit.
Team spirit. Yeah.
Camaraderie.
Yeah. That's the #1 criticism for Complexity from the outside, and it's like a huddle shows that, you know, it's like no matter what happened yesterday, no matter what's going to happen today, we're in this together.
Yep.
And you just don't get that out of them.
You don't need to be friends to win Counter-Strike, but you want to be friends when you lose.
Yeah.
And going into a match where the outcome's uncertain, little huddle might go a long way in case the loss comes through. You know, it's just a humanizing thing.
And the fact is, man, being a pro player, being any player, you're going to lose more games than you win, unless you're the top 5 teams in the world in any given month, you know? You have to be able to suffer tons of losses. And you also can't just fold like a lawn chair when you lose to 1/2 buy when you're up 5-1. There ain't nothing more to that than good spirits.
Surgeon looking for it. They try to peek before fire fades. Little surprise attack, I think. Nets them 1 kill. Not bad. Brolin waits back. That's an MP9 here from JT pressed against it. A half buy back the other way would do a lot of good for Complexity. But Torji's got other ideas. 14 frags secured. Floppy in the 1v3. Has managed to get past 1, but they're all over him, and they'll close down from that point forward. Triple kill from Torji, just when things looked like maybe Cole could rob a round away. Yeah. But I don't feel like Complexity could buy a round at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic round from Torji. He can barely see the first player, and then comes back in off the corner of the smoke for the next.
And talk about the contrast, I think, between MOUZ and Complexity. If we do want to kind of beat them down on team spirit and camaraderie, MOUZ just incredibly group of young players.
That's what they mastered right away. Yep. They mastered that years ago.
I asked Bubsky earlier today if you could join one team, who would it be? And he said MOUZ. And he said because of the lack of ego, because it's a real unit. Nobody's trying to be bigger than any one other player. It's not about that. It's about the team, the results. And I think that one of the reasons they do hit so hard is because they have each other's backs.
It's like a total contrast, right?
Grim sat in middle, waits 5v4. MOUZ just playing their options, sending Jimmy out to do his thing on B. They get the climb up here from Shuhei. Jumping over the box, gets dinked. That's good damage from Grim at least, but Xerxin activates. The extremities start to move out. Jimmy felt resistance, Xerxin did not, so they do start to move over to the A play, and Hulzerk at the moment just kind of utilitied out of the zone.
They're not playing outside the perimeter, so Xerxin just is a nightmare for them. They feel like they have to sit in place. The T's can come over. He's made the move. He's made the move.
Yeah, we get the smoke over towards short arch. Xerxin crossing into the site. Looking for those headshots as he does. It's JT to just emerge. And Brolin and Jimmy take it right back. So any little bit of success for Complexity just gets stomped out so fast. A little peek from the CT halls. Brolin just gonna show some skin, keep them back, make sure nobody can come through and stop Jimmy. Bomb plant, and we're talking about 11 rounds straight.
Dude, 11 rounds straight. Not a single player from Complexity has 10 kills yet. They started 5-1 in this game. And at least looked like he was about to have a map and a half. Now he's even negative. Wow. Nice lurk from Xerxin. And nice lurk from Jimpat on the second pistol to recover in situations. So they did a good job on this T side of like keeping options open towards the end. Will JT be the first to get 10 kills here? Here's his chance, maybe.
Shuhei, you are just ratty. Flashbang pressure.
There it is.
Oh, they hang on. They hang on for good measure. 4 MOUZ members down and 2 saves out of Complexity.
Okay, listen, that was not a bad save, and I think that actually allows them to fully buy this round with lots of grenades. Kind of said that in Italian, with lots of grenades.
And they got a lot of grenades, yeah.
Jimmy, my favorite Italian CSGO player.
Is that a Gaji, a classic Evo Pro? Oof. There you go. Soften him up. If you can't beat him, nade him. Floppy doesn't jump on the chance, as I think that Molotov just blew up in the sky. Fireworks. Ooh, careful now.
Yeah, be very careful. Oh my gosh, okay.
Torzy feeling like a ticking time bomb. Falzer keeps giving him that chance.
They're pulling back to reassess. I wonder how Complexity are reading the map right now. They haven't gone for really deep control of anything so far. They're waiting for the exec to come to them. I think MOUZ are just hoping some aggressive option comes out. The damage on Jimpat, I mean, they were targeted grenades, but I don't think they, you know, they're unconfirmed damage a little bit. So as far as Complexity are concerned, they haven't done anything quite yet. They're just on even footing here with MOUZ. And they've established full ramp control. CTs need to take back ramp control. You need to call it out. You never call it out. You never get the rotations. You're never there in time.
Here we go. But
30 seconds, man.
A bit too late.
Yeah, they're not even in a position to rotate because they aren't sure.
Floppy. There's a Molotov out there on Shuhei, so you'd think it's destined for him. But he's able to hang on to his position, gets blown away by Brolin. He hit the dink and he sets up JT, but then Grim comes out from smoke and it looks winnable here for Complexity. After 11 rounds out of MOUZ, will they finally put another on the board, or is Zershin just going to break their hearts? He doesn't have the time. He doesn't have the bomb, and so Cold Deuce sprinkle in a 6.
Oh. Kill maybe after time, right on the second? I'm not sure right there. He's got a little bit of money left over.
31.54.
Right.
Zershin.
This is a great hold from an individual perspective. They get the dink off. Of course, Jimmy's damage matters, but it's one where they're sort of just, it's all resting on whether or not their side players hold it down.
It was after time.
It was after time, okay.
Yep, confirmed.
Okay, they made it pricey.
Yeah, but leave it to MOUZ to win a round.
Yeah, and
with another half buy.
And it was pricey for Cole too, so they can't afford to lose to a half buy. I mean, they broke the streak. 11 rounds straight.
It's a silver lining. And a golden opportunity. Flashes over the top. Floppy peeks out, gets his damage against Shuhei's jumping Mac 10. But that's the only thing he saw, right? One player getting beyond wood. We get the rotates coming through. Complexity looking to bolster this. 2 eyes in mid, just in case there's a split. It's not the case. And so MOUZ just looked to pound through the site. Floppy hangs on. And still Shuhei trying to get that Mac 10 active. Hanging on with a little bit of health. Brolin's Tech 9 toppled. Shuhei's jumping SMG delivers, but it's a good rotation. It's an original hold from Floppy. He doesn't falter. He hangs on to his bomb site, and Complexity can start to play the catch-up game.
Yeah, they're shooting really good right there, and they do also win with 3, so it keeps their money up. They get the op this time around. They survived. They had good counter flashes to interrupt that first layer of exec. MOUZ did not want to have to wait and then go for that again because they were low on grenades. So really well-placed utility here for Complexity. This is Jimmy at EDC. Not doing any drugs in the bathroom right now.
Definitely not. Kisses, bro.
Oh, it's like 7 minutes in heaven or whatever it is.
Yeah, but nobody wants to hang out.
I still don't know the number because no one's ever played that with me.
Is it 11 minutes in heaven? 7?
No one's played it with you either, huh? Loser.
They always just ask for 20.
Do we have to have a timer?
Please don't leave. Can I get your number?
All right. Good etiquette from Jimmy here, closing the bathroom doors.
Yeah, but he left the seats up. What an animal.
Yeah. Connor shaves his head if they win this round.
I think the rest of Complexity lose all their hair if they lose this round.
Oh, his gun's sticking out.
It's dinked by the Glock, but it's fine. All's good. JT's got rotators to come over, so I hope that MOUZ had an enjoyable powwow, talked out whatever they had to. As you could have expected, this one gets swept away. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're tuned in from North America.
Yeah.
You're thinking, nice, Complexity, back in the game. They've only got 3 rounds until things are tied, but it was an 11-round streak from MOUZ. Okay, so Complexity needed much more than a couple of anti-Glock rounds to get that confidence back, all right? Not even Complexity believe in this yet.
They broke the streak on a good rifle round. Then they won with a half buy. Then they got an eco out of it. Now it's going to be another sort of real hard test. Halzerk up front. And oh my god, the peek from Shuhei is so careful because his teammate already goes by and doesn't get shot. He could have been lazy on that. That could have been an opportunity for Halzerk. Yeah, but instead it's a bullet in the dome.
Shuhei.
JT's just dying.
Oh my god,
he was sitting in the molly.
Forced him out. Nade finds him. We know Shuhei's that's your teammate.
Relax, Torji.
Liege on the chase. Zershin hangs on for a bit. They're starting to sense that they can go overwhelm that B site. Odds are it is just Floppy, and it is indeed. No utility support. No flashbang to come out from middle. Nothing here to help Floppy. It is all him and a wood wall between the rest of the MOUZ players. They're going to soften him up, spray him down. Just such an unsafe position, unfortunately. Torji's able to turn back. Liege will not win that flank, and so Grim is left to go for the save. Yes, they get a few in a row, but back to the gun rounds, back to reality, and back to the MOUZ winning ways.
Okay, no save here for Grim. Very expensive, but still a position for Cole to buy. They just somehow now have to make this comeback happen here in the second half. And as soon as the second test comes in the second half, they fumble it.
It doesn't sound like they're progressing. It doesn't sound like they're progressing good. One guy right.
Yeah, that's a tough way to die for Halzerk. It's perfect one bullet peak there.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Like you said, Shuhei could have skipped the protocol there.
Yeah,
could have been a little lazy. Zershin gets softened up pretty badly here, 10 HP, as he was sitting inside smoke. So grenade usage looking good for Complexity. It's only 4 rounds. That's what an optimist would say. Halzerk.
Yeah, it's good that they're getting info here on the ramp. I mean, they do need to do this. Man, one molly would make such a massive difference in this position because they have the sense that somebody's over here on the right in this default.
JT's got it over towards B site though, so that won't be a part of this. Nice. Good peek from Halzerk. Working alongside Liege, and he hits his follow-up. So round 21 is an instance of Halzerk's success.
I know why MOUZ waited, because they normally have not stuck around to keep eyes down ramp, but this time they do with Halzerk, and look what it nets them. A kill and a half.
Jimpat closes in.
Yeah, careful.
Man, how many times are you going to give Jimpat this space?
Yeah.
You can't respect it. Molotov back quad. Jimmy's got him locked in. Floppy smoked away. But his teammate hadn't left entirely. We get this walk back from JT, trying to add himself into the B site, trying to do anything to keep Floppy alive back on quad, which he will. JT offers a lifeline. Floppy just still trying to stay alive as Grim even rotates in. Liege is down, Floppy's dead, and oh, MOUZ, 4 seconds. Twistzz gonna try to go for the frags here. It's no peek from the second to guarantee it, and it's Halzerk's USP to finish what he started. Complexity. It's only 3 more rounds.
It's only 3 more rounds, and that's another good one. And being optimistic, hey, they only need 4 rounds. Being realistic, they needed to take more map control, and on this round they did do that. They stuck around on the ramp long enough to see a fight. They countered the fact that MOUZ were going to come in late. They stuck to their guns. They didn't just fall back for no reason. And if they keep that sort of attitude, it feels like that's going to be one of the solutions they need to make this comeback possible. And on the other part of this that's also nice is now that MOUZ spend this money, well, it won't be full 3 rifle rounds in a row. They've bought to broke here right now. MOUZ are defaulting pretty much every round, you know.
It's a different setup with Holzerk on B. It was a chance. But a missed shot. Gives MOUZ an inkling that this A setup's going to be a little different. Still this forward presence from Complexity, but not looking to take overt risks. Xertion more than happy to slide through utility in these kinds of moments. More than happy to take the fight to the defense. A bottle to the chest of JT, a peek off of the sandbags. Now Elijah stranded, and Shuhei double headshots. Just like that, this newfound A setup with no op included gets owned. MOUZ 5 strong, 2 wounded, but a couple Complexity players able to push through smoke and gain these angles. There is still something for them to work with. Fighting off with the back foot. Shuhei puts his 3rd into the kill feed. Holzerk's hanging on. 2 kills. And as he doubles back, he is safe to wrap round. Cautious that someone's in sight, but it is that Brolin flank that could be the end-all. Oh, he misses. And so this 2v5 gets equaled out. Holzerk's looking for more, but a missed chance from him is the end of Complexity here on map 1. Trying their damnedest after the 5-0 start. MOUZ's resilience shines through. It's a different looking MOUZ than that faced Falcons yesterday. This one kept clean.
Vertigo was Complexity's map pick, and it went quite simply in the favor of MOUZ. 13-9 was the scoreline, and some might say it was a MOUZ versus a bald eagle, but the truth is it was more like a pigeon going up against a New York sewer rat named Splinter.
All right, that's a nice reference. I'll take that. Listen, for 5 rounds being won by Cole initially there, it looked really good to start things off. But then again, once MOUZ got their hands back on the rifles for the second time, they just completely shut it down, right? I think one winning almost 11 rounds back to back to back to back to back. And it's good to show that MOUZ have been able to kind of adapt on this map. This would have been the one, if Complexity would make this competitive, it would have been a Vertigo where they get the upset win over here, but MOUZ say no, completely shut it out and shut out Complexity.
We spoke about Elise. I think it's fair. he didn't have his best game, and this is the issue with Complexity, right? When they win, he plays lights out. I mean, he's getting all the confidence, he's doing the mid-rounds, he's being proactive. Now he has a mediocre game, and there's just nobody to carry his weight, right? We see in the start of MOUZ, right? They have a relatively rough showing, especially Brawlan, but he gets carried by his teammate to a point where he can also deliver some rounds, right? It's just such a difference when we look at the individuals compared to the side of Complexity.
Let's also talk about the fact that when Elige doesn't play, that whole team stops talking. Because you can see it on the cameras. And their faces are so grim because they completely shut down.
I noticed when they had that long drought of not winning many rounds, then when they finally convert, it's just like, nice. Like, and in the start, they're screaming and like they're getting the hype. So find out, where do you perform the best? What must the atmosphere be when you're on your A game, right? I know you can't fake it always, but at least try to replicate it. I know it's hard when you're down and so on, but you really need to find a more consistent way of dealing with the atmosphere.
I think this is something which we can touch upon, because Grim did mention it as well, right? He's like, oh yeah, we've been dealing with our issues when it comes to just the body language and how we deal with when things aren't really going your way. I don't think they really have dealt with it, honestly, right? You're just watching the player camps right there. It wasn't like it wasn't like a rough scoreline. I think it was like 5-5 or 4-5 or something. There was always a real chance of them coming on in, and everyone just super silent, right? You can see TC talking a little bit in the background, but that's about it. And yeah, there was a bit of a cosmetic comeback, I guess, in the second half, a little bit here and there, but then MOUZ was just abusing it. And even the CD side hold towards the A ramp position from Complexity, it was a bit one-dimensional. They kept doing it time and time again, won a couple of rounds here and there, and then MOUZ had the right answer, a bit of a contact play coming in, Shui getting a couple of kills at the end, and that's all she wrote.
11 rounds. MOUZ won in a row.
It could have been 13 in a row, by the way.
Complexity had nothing. They had absolutely no answer.
No, and when you go into a game, when you are the weaker team, you also know that you're in for a treat when it comes to like the individual plays, right? You're going to be facing people who are going to be instant headshotting you. I think Grim said it before the interview, that they shoot hard. I think he felt that throughout the game. I mean, the reality of being Complexity, they've had a decent start to the season considering what they've done at Cologne, but before that it looked grim, and I mean, playing against MOUZ really showed their true color in my opinion.
Let's talk about what MOUZ did right though, because I think we got a bit of a masterclass as to why we could argue that this is one of the best teams in the world right now.
Yeah, Sui is a prospect of an IGL that gets a lot of talk, right? Like, what is it he's good at? I think it's just like slowing down the game to their level, where they want it to be. And I think I have a good round on the monitor where I can actually showcase you what normally other IGLs would do in a round. So if you can see here in the start of the round, Horswick is just going to start off doing a regularly normal peek, going out yellow. And at this point, he's going to be forcing those scout kills, or scout shots, sorry. He's going to get 1 tag and 2 tags. And at this point, many players would be like, oh no, we can't go here, guys. Like, the scout is right there. Yep. And look at the information that Horswick is giving his teammates. Hey guys, I got my shit over at A. Look at the rotations. They're going 4B because this guy's calling it. But Sui, he doesn't dare to face, or he dares to face that scout by just doing a simple flash and a hard strafe. And I think many IGLs would have done the easy play, be like, oh guys, we can't go right now because the scout is there, we have to go back. But he forces it, and look at the rotations. They're so far off the map, and they're almost forced to save off that situation.
And what I really like here as well is the fact that just because they get the first kill, right, they don't fall into the trap of assumption, assuming there's no one else on the bomb side. They still dot their I's, cross the T's, use utility as well.
I just think that MOUZ is a team that needs to be in the conversation when we talk about that IEM Cologne trophy.
Yeah, they are. And there are, in my opinion, only 2 teams right now who objectively gets better every event for my liking. I think it's Na'Vi and I think it's MOUZ. And I also think it's the teams without egos. I think this helps a lot for the coaching staff of this team to build the fundamentals and where do we want to improve. Like, I remember, okay, I'll be peaceful here and say I play with some players, when you give them criticism, they're just gonna be like, nah, I should have just killed him, you know? Like, it's not really constructive. But if you say it to a guy like Torsi, hey bro, can you flash for me in that situation? He's gonna be like, yeah, I see what you mean, that's a good one, let's do that next time. You know, if you get that balance of having that atmosphere inside a team, you just improve so much more fast compared to other ones. And the way I see it is only MOUZ and Na'Vi has that right now.
Torsi's on your screens because, of course, he had a fantastic game on this particular map. And we spoke about him a lot in the pre-show, how impactful he can be, Blair.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And what I like about Torsi is the fact that it's not just like, a one-dimensional type of player, right? We spoke about this in the pre-game as well. He's, of course, going to be opping, but it's not just about being just a safe operator. He's willing to take fights. He's willing to get into your faces. It's not as maybe as unleashed as, let's say, an Ultimate or a Brokey for that matter, but it doesn't really have to be. He's got the back of his teammates around him, and again, having a fantastic game. Vertigo is a map which, you know, if you're an operator with the right mentality, the right approach, it can really reward you as a map, and he was able to use that here.
I also get the feeling from him that he actually wants the AWP in the hand. So many AWPers right now are fine. Yeah, Saiwu, Brokey, all these guys, they kind of fine with a rifle at times and want the util, but this guy actually will save. He will do a little bit of the Shiro moves to actually obtain that weapon to strike fear on the CT side, because in my opinion, it is still the strongest weapon. I think that's the objective truth as well, but many teams down prioritize them due to the individuals not really feeling it as much.
And also one thing which highlights that T side coming in from MOUZ, right, which I want to give a little bit more praise as well, is we were watching the game and we just realized that, you know, for JT, he's actually swapped his position. He used to be playing the A rotate, and it's actually Grim now playing towards the A bomb side. So firepower wise, at least on paper, you have Grim, you have Elite, you have Halter playing towards an A ramp, and yet these are like some of the strongest players they have in the team right now, and yet they're able to brute force their way in. And it just wasn't Torji running and getting an opening kill and whatnot. It was just them working so well together as a pack.
Very big picture really quick when we take a look at IEM Cologne. Isn't it curious that two of the teams that we're hyping up are the two teams that don't have this one standout superstar? They're two teams that kind of have coasted below the conversation for a while, but what they have is this incredible teamwork and this attitude of everyone working together. The change in CS2 is here. Maybe Na'Vi and MOUZ, they knew the secret that everyone else should have been listening to, Babs.
Yeah, teamwork makes the boat float in some reason, right? I think MOUZ is at a point where they can realistically also set the bar higher time and time again, because they are improving. They surely also get that feeling from practice. That is at least what I get when I talk to them. And the age profile is just talking so much more into what can this be. I'm not saying they're going to make a new Astralis era, right? But these guys are supposed to be the next ones coming into potential top 1 or top 2. It's just a matter of time, in my opinion.
I agree with you. It's just a matter of time. And for me, I'm going to say this. MOUZ, they're coming in. For me, they're one of the favorites for the trophy. And I'm 100% sure that they have the same mentality as well. They're coming for that beautiful thing right behind there.
They're coming for the trophy, as Blair said. And right now, Complexity is just a speed bump in their road to the arena. I'm pretty sure they might be able to close this out 2-0, but hopefully our North American brothers can figure something out and even up the series. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll be jumping straight into game.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you. No more T-Tours in chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
This man, 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, he doesn't go for the one, and he wins it! Lovely from Fallen.
No strangers to a Complexity MOUZ head-to-head in 2024, and not once in their matches has Complexity picked Nuke up over top of MOUZ. So it's a dire one. We always talk about Complexity winning Vertigo, MOUZ winning Nuke, and now with Vertigo in MOUZ's back pocket, Mohan, they might have Complexity in their pocket entirely.
Yes, it's very possible that it can be worse than last time. Of course, we're in the upper bracket of Stage 2. It is not death's doorstep exactly for Complexity, but it would have been a nice match to win, to book their ticket right to Stage 3. Yeah. So let's see what happens now. Let's MOUZ start off on the T side. 7-1 odds.
Oof, that's a 37.5% win rate for Complexity on Nuke. However, their worst loss ever at Thunderpick on this map. Beat by who?
MOUZ.
13-3. Last matchup, a 13-6. Chev and Jay taking us through it. Ooh. Sershin gonna have to observe from the sideline. JT gets that one tap. It was looking good for a moment, but now this A site has already been taken over. Floppy comes through with the frag to Brolin. Just didn't look like he was able to disengage from the outer smoke. Floppy then tries to get in. Good flank here from Grim. Oh, the Berettas almost get away from him, but the problem being bomb planted and Twistzz looking to lock it off. We've got no kit for the CTs. Bomb planted on main side, so Twistzz will be able to peek in when he decides to.
Fake tap.
He calls it. Now back onto the bomb. JT's sticking this one. Twistzz, it's all about the timing, and he won't be able to win the first fight. Doesn't get a peek at the diffuser. Grim is the man of the hour. Coming through in Hut. Even if he didn't get that second kill himself, Mohan, he had him scared.
Yes.
Dual Berettas come stampeding out into the bomb site, and Complexity retake for pistol.
That's no joke, man. It's so loud, and there's so many bullets. You just feel like you're about to die, like no matter what, and it could definitely throw you off. Okay, nice start here. On an unlikely map here for Complexity. Buy-up comes in from both sides, of course. Not the end of the world for MOUZ, as they did get the bomb plant.
It's going to take more than a pistol loss to deter MOUZ from the confidence they have on Nuke, but Elige, maybe that'll help. Gets dinked. Offers one back. Excuse me. Floppy dropping down into B sites and hanging on a little bit. Just at the base of ramp, looking to come back in to join Hulzerk on a bit of a foray.
Careful on this.
Ooh, gets punished. Hulzerk, a one and done. Brolin comes through with his, and with it, man advantage now in the hands of MOUZ, but still some work to be done.
Double heaven, and I don't know, they're waiting for it. They're not running and crossing this line.
JT all the while. Oh,
he comes
what?
down. Okay, and JT, a fast step from JT. They hurt him. Uh-oh, that's a huge mistake, too.
Brolin looks back, hits his dink, and things go from bad to worse for Complexity. Just when they thought they had a little wiggle room, MOUZ pounce.
Nice me.
And so it begins.
It's like 5-1, but 1-0.
Yeah. Off the 4v5 to boot. But if Complexity can force buy back and win this round, then suddenly their spirits will be so high, surging in the face of adversity, coming together as 5 men on a common goal to win and to do it as brothers.
Together as brothers.
Complexity Gaming. Together forever. And ever. And ever. One of the longest standing rosters in Tier 1 Counter-Strike at the moment.
Trying to see how this situation distills before we talk about anything else, because Floppy is about to have a swing coming in. Nice one.
A Floppy 5-7 can be felt around the world, but Twistzz makes sure he's not able to jump back over the railing, and so, you know, nice breakdown by Bubsky on the desk. In between maps, talking about how Shuhei in these moments kind of slows down the pack, gathers, doesn't get deterred by, say, Hulzerk's scout over towards ramp on Vertigo specifically. And I feel like this is another one of those moments where let's keep an eye on his calling. Where does he put his pieces?
avoid the hiccups.
Late squeaky's always a great option. 5-7 comes out. Shuhei's a little bit ahead of this.
Yeah, that timing from Shuhei is what gets Grim down. Oh, nice shot from Halzerk. That's a problem. JT off the ladder. 5 men coming together for Complexity to best MOUZ as brothers. That's what it's supposed to be.
15
Shuhei.
seconds. There's actually no time to go downstairs.
Surely,
Might be
Shuhei.
too hard to plant upstairs. Flash, and actually...
Done. Surely. Done.
Okay.
No bomb plant denied in the last second. Complexity. It's a reason to celebrate. And look how happy they are.
Yeah, amazing. You ever seen that Sopranos meme that's it's Christopher and Paulie? And Christopher goes, Paulie, you ever just feel like nothing good ever happens to you? And then Paulie goes, and nothing did, so what?
That's this round?
That's how I feel watching Complexity sometimes.
Oh.
And nothing ever did, so what?
Should be jubilation.
Yeah. And it is a lot about perspective, right? Like to some teams, that would be a massive opportunity. Imagine if 9Z won that round. It would lose their voices.
Bubsky told me it's all perspective. Everything.
It is true. That's what Nietzsche said. Perspectivism is the only ism.
Liege allows the cross. There's a lot of bodies making it over here for MOUZ. All 5 of them down the secret steps. They're going to run fast. Going to try to challenge the rotation timing, but we've got Floppy locking into Dark. JT dies. Torzy, stop team killing.
He loves team killing on this map.
Ooh,
nice
double kill out of Floppy. That's what they needed. Bomb to the back of the sights. And as the hands are busy on Shuhei, it'll be another clutch attempt from him, but one he should really not get much in. Well done from the ramp player to disengage, not offer a 1v2 instead. They double up on the single door. Bomb planted back silo. Shuhei will not be able to stop them. Complexity comes out. Grim, single point of health. That's all he needs. They go up 3-1.
Nice. 3 up and 3-1 here for Cole as they land on their feet, and MOUZ are putting together all these buys off the plants no matter what. Torzy with another nuke TK, but it was on a player who was very low. Lose the ability to camp the vent in this position.
Oh, it was Zershin's fault then. He got in the way.
Yeah. Why are you standing in front of me, bro?
Feels like they've gotten out of the murkiest of waters. Complexity with a chance to stabilize. Don't let it slip. They talked about newfound confidence here at Cologne after their 3 consecutive wins against Attacks, Eternal Fire, and Virtus Pro. They've given themselves a great chance to get into the Lanxess for the organization's very first time. It's a lot of Counter-Strike for Jason Lake and Complexity, but it's always been heartbreaking Cologne. This round, Complexity dodge any threat of all that jazz. 4-1, nice and smooth.
And no plant this time.
Are you telling me things are getting better for Complexity Laundry?
They are. I want to say they're looking more like Vertigo, but that could be a bad thing. We'll see.
Yeah, Vertigo was this kind of kickoff from Floppy, Elige, and from Grim, right? 5 rounds deep, I was trying to sing the praise of the trio of riflers. I sat there saying, oh, it's all coming together. The floor has risen. Just a bunch of Rizzlers. But then that floor, that very same floor we highlighted, fell out from beneath them. And despair sinks in. MOUZ back to the gun round. We get Jim Pat on the receiving end of a 2-player push. They know what they wanted. Oh, Jimmy! 3 kills out of the corner. Brolin stops JT. Complexity signed up for a fight. They didn't realize it was one-sided.
Just Elite 5 alive. Jimmy, take a bow. Uh-oh.
Nice, Jimmy. Seek round.
Seek round.
We could repeat, Camille.
They didn't clear him.
We could repeat.
The fact that he turns that onto the HUD player too.
Ice cream's so good.
Finland's so good.
Finland's so good. Helsinki Jimmy. I don't know if that's where he's from.
Espoo Jimmy.
Espoo Jimmy.
As if y'all needed a reminder as to how good Jimmy is. And absolutely wild, too, that Jimmy pulls off as much as he has, because we thought Frozen departing MOUZ was really going to be kind of this gap that they couldn't fill. And, you know, Shuhei comes through. Frozen departs. Oh no, what will come of this plucky ragtag gang of young gamers? And they find Jimmy. How does MOUZ do it over and over?
That's the golden question. And the even more goldener question is, will they get 2 in a row off of the back of a round like that? Here's one where Complexity have a little bit less to go with. They tried to go with an aggressive option. It would have been nice to build some momentum off a play like that, you know? Tell MOUZ they're here to game. Get 5 off the back of it. Ramp is going to be a little bit weak, man. It's actually open entirely. They started secret with Floppy and have let this open to be taken. This is the perfect call for Shuhei. Man, I wonder if they just read that. If they read the money so well that they could see this coming, or if it's just a gamble call.
Oops.
But Shuhei dies upstairs, okay. So they don't know everything that's going on, but they are right. It is time to go down. And eventually Floppy's gonna get pulled back. I mean, I guess he could get this kill at least first.
It's a sketchy duel to go back into.
I think this speeds him up lower though. There's no one clocked there. Going downstairs, there's no rotations here for the CT side.
No vent drop as of yet. Floppy has to walk down.
Now, conversely, there's no decon or control side taken over, but Floppy goes for an initial kill, and there's just no one else here. Now control side gets taken over. No retake utility. They could frag their way out of this one, but Brolin has to die first. See what happens now. They double up with him.
His first contact against JT, instant headshot, sees a little leg, and softens him up. There goes Hulzerk off of this one. Jimmy down to 37 health, caught out by Grim, crossing over the rafters. Bomb planted along the wall. If they can hold decon, it's all good. Oh, and they will.
Okay.
Elige able to hold off. We said they had to come through with just the guns. No utility for the retake, but Complexity, a welcome sight. Frag out.
Yeah, it was.
A smirk.
Yeah.
A smile.
That's nice. Great cover from Elige. I am in shock that they actually win this round after, you know, no one's downstairs. They spot Floppy inside a secret without that duel coming down. And they are moderately happy about that one.
Good kill from Grim.
That will be a 5th. Ramp was the right play. Shuhei went and, you know, died trying to poke into upper. So I think it might have been just a nice gamble from them on the fact that there was no op, and thought they won't try anything aggressive this time. Let's punish them for it.
Really scary if you're Complexity. You know, you leave a gap open,
yep,
and all of a sudden it's instantly punished. Like, they were that deep down on B.
They were that deep down on B, and there was not even a turnpike player on CT side, so there could have been a, you know, lurk upstairs to hell. A lot could have gone wrong, but it didn't. And it was a 10-second stick.
See if this A site gets targeted this time around. Thing is, Grim's been doing a good job of locking it down. There's more than one body on this A floor. Molotov for Floppy. He's got to give it up. Hut at least isn't mollied, so it's an easy fallback. Oh my god, it seems so. Floppy finds one, keeping his head down and hanging on.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful. follow through from Floppy. He goes up 3 kills deep. Shuhei into the clutch. It's a single bullet to drop Floppy above, but as he slides out, he goes down. Good first protocol on the Molly, but the fact that they just jump onto the hut gave him Sanctuary.
Yeah, definitely. There was a second Molly here as well, but yeah, it just expired by the time they were fully out. Floppy plays off this angle beautifully. An amazing third peak. That was just time to act. They didn't have time to throw out any counter utility.
Is that weird that they don't Molotov Hut at the same time as Mustang?
Didn't they do both?
Hut was never mollied.
Oh, it was never mollied. Oh.
They did Vents and Mustang.
Okay.
Maybe something missed. Fast. Oh, so fast.
All right.
That's just disrespectful. Halzer comes in with the help from heaven. We've got that Vent player almost cleaned up. No way they hang on. This can't be real. Not around like this. You know Complexity can't take it.
Think about the, like, how brash this call is from Shuhei after they get shut down upstairs. On the last round, they don't even give Complexity time to think. They go for the exact same hit, faster with less guns, and win.
They drop a smoking just in case Hut would have been mollied as well, but it wasn't. Complexity just kind of left the door open. Elige trying to come through, and he gets shut down by Brolin. Ooh.
Oh, he could have actually won that if he cleared out opposite vent a little bit more carefully.
That one leaves a mark.
I feel like the best way to ruin the atmosphere is to, like, just don't kill Elige. You know, like, let him be last.
Okay.
Yeah, because then if he has no idea how it happened, then everyone might be in trouble.
Just force him to pick up the slack every round.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. Yeah, these calls are crazy, actually.
Yeah, kill Halzerk first and Elige last.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how you'd get
That's
it
the
done.
formula to raise chaos. And just like that, we are talking about Complexity. Very broke.
Oof.
Yeah.
It's 6 rounds of a CT side. It's a couple solid moments, whether that's a retake down lower or just an abrupt hold up on A. But all that thrown back into question.
Floppy had a nasty hold last round, for what it's worth. But
it's the last quarter of MOUZ's T side, and they're looking to double their rounds.
I swear, forcing it to 0, it doesn't work. So even when the full buy comes, you don't have that much money. Unless, of course, they win. Unless, of course, they win on this side.
Oh, that's all they have to do then.
Yes.
Why didn't you say so sooner? Little cache of flashbangs. And another A hit queued up. Is Hut set ablaze this time around? Yes, sir. There we go. And with it, they get the entry. So nobody able to hang on. Sershin double kill entry, just perfection coming out of MOUZ. And now that force buy is going to feel a little foolish because you got nothing out of it.
Yeah, maybe they did miss that molly.
I'm willing to say they did, yeah.
I thought I saw them line it up, and then
it was just
the molly.
Just above the door was on fire because of the one up in the rafters.
Yeah.
But Floppy gets 2 kills from up there, so surely that played into it.
Hard to know what Shuhei wants to do next. In this game, it's been 3 upper hits back to back.
Man, this is ratty. You're going to catch him on the save because you've boosted a player into heaven. Jimmy doesn't capitalize on Fraggin versus JT, so Jimmy is a humble man. He'll let you go. No hard feelings. Just here for the trophy, that's all.
That's like when Hisoka said to Gon that, why don't you use your fishing rod? You can use your fishing rod. You can just keep that.
Oh, and remind me again, why didn't he use his fishing rod?
Because he wanted to beat him on equal terms.
Of course.
To prove that he was good enough to win.
How did I forget that?
So, that's massive respect out of Jimmy.
Man, that was a really key part of the plot line in that show that we both watched.
We're going to get him on it one day.
The remnants of the force buy in the round prior. A Fomason at MP9 between JT and Flopzilla. The MOUZ killer. Nothing for Elige, nothing for Grim. So Pistols try to get a little frisky. Pistols meet MOUZ. Oh man, even Torzi's approach is just extra cautious. And we kind of said even coming into the series, or you did rather, that, you know, the Falcons game and the loss on Vertigo could have kind of snapped MOUZ out of it a little bit, had woken them up.
Because they're trying to avoid Dallas.
Yeah, trying to avoid Dallas, and then obviously they jump into EWC to kick off this season. They quoted, of course, just kind of like a bit of burnout and a lack of practice ahead of Dallas. They wanted a little time off before an event. That time off clearly didn't do them too well. They end the first half of 24 on a low note. They start the season at EWC. Looked solid. A couple of weird map losses, but they ultimately lose to Na'Vi. No shame in that. We don't get them at the blast groups. They come to Cologne. Falcons beats them. That's a red flag. The fact that they laughed it off and have bounced into their next game for a chance at a confirmed playoff spot, it's all water under the bridge as far as MOUZ
It was just a map at the end. And yeah, I mean, for MOUZ, like this year, you know, between Shanghai, Cologne, these are the two biggest events that they want to be able to make it into the stadium to silence everybody who says that they're only going to perform in a studio environment. They've already proved all of that. And at Dallas, they didn't even make it to the crowd.
What I love too is that we're gearing up for like what's been the best look for FaZe in a few events, and this asterisk that's still next to the rise of MOUZ. Can Shuhei ever best Kerrigan when it matters? Hulzerk, dead. Blown away by Brolin, 11-6. And he's got Shuhei right behind him if they wanted to keep going. But they've got a CT already isolated downstairs. And MOUZ, of course, as they always do, will just slow down into a more comfortable setup. Just bask in the glory that is the MOUZ team play.
Yeah, no kidding. Always someone to trade, always options open, lots of safety. And this spot, Jimmy surely gets caught off guard as Lobby gets taken over, and they'll be wondering why he's waiting for a ramp push, but it's actually sort of not going to give them the full story. They think they're going to come back to Lobby, but in reality, they're going up into heaven. I don't know if the CTs are ready for this.
Doesn't look like it.
No, they just think it's slower, man.
Two players downstairs.
I think Jimmy was going to flank from ramp into lower as well.
Makes a lot of sense. That's what we talk about with options open. And they did leave Torji towards Secret in case there was a push on that other end. Doesn't happen.
At this point, you know, Cole could get some kills here because it's unclear where they are as well. But the bomb's going to go down. Heaven's taken over.
Man,
JT has no idea how this happened.
Plays a dangerous game against Xerxin, who all things considered has had a pretty quiet map. As JT tries to get up there, Xerxin just blasts him off the ladder. Sit down. Who do you think you are?
Last round, got to go for it.
Floppy's going to have to get up the vent. A very difficult job, but he takes the place of Grim. Alige has come over from the lobby flank all the way from ramp, and it's a long road all for naught. Beautiful recovery out of MOUZ, much like back on Vertigo. 4 rounds in a row to close this one out. It was a wobbly start because of the force buys back and forth, but it feels like MOUZ yet again with momentum. Opening punches offered up by Complexity, a little bit of pizzazz as they bounced back from MOUZ's round 2 forced by win. It felt like they had survived a nice early test, but then we get that streak of 4 round wins in a row out of the MOUZ camp, Mohan. And yet again, you've got MOUZ riding a high that could lead them into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit harder here on Nuke, where maybe it was easier to precipitate that a comeback could happen, but Complexity tried desperately to hold on CT side, and that's probably where it was most important. T side will be, that much more difficult. MOUZ should only be more comfortable for now.
Good gush. Torsey hanging on with 16 health here. Grim's going to keep him locked in behind a red.
Oh, they want him out of here so bad.
But as long as he holds that position, he's going to give shots. Oh, they're going to...
Oh, they missed the molly.
Wow, dude.
Oh my god. They got another gush, but they missed the molly. Oh, there it is.
Spreads a little late, but they get there. Of course, MOUZ were hoping that one of the other 2 CTs out here would get a chance to fire back. Not looking likely. Complexity going to be more than happy to sweep away the first 3 frags of the second pistol. Brolin in with Berettas, gets tapped back by Elige. 4-member play from Complexity to skate through this A site. A sigh of relief for Complexity as they pick up the second pistol.
Right, okay. That's really good pistol shooting here for Complexity. Root and tune for the Stars. And the molly spread is perfect for the back of red if they come and swing it as well. You threw the molly that sort of covered both options if they're tucked in the Tetris or if they're behind the red, but didn't just go out wide enough. They kind of just needed one that was a bit more raw.
Hoorah!
Hoorah!
Don't do it to him, MOUZ. Don't do it. JT not too concerned about a little bit of Deagle spam. Instantly down the secret stairs. Elige gonna hang on to top main, while the other 3 Complexity members still sit inside of lobby to some degree or another. JT keeps that pressure up. Jimmy slipped forward into the trophy room. Ooh. Strong position for the Finn. There's Elige's top main contact to pull the first one off. Bomb gets dropped, but Elige has the trade frag. All looks good. Jimmy activates the flank, grabs himself an AK. Brolin down in vents, gonna try to slide up while they're not looking. Oh, and Floppy gets into the site to go for the plant, but then JT offers a frag back. Elige is doing everything that's asked of him. 3 kills into the round, and it opens just enough space for Floppy to try to cross along the wall. Brolin down to 18 HP, grabs the AK, goes for the save. If not for Elige, then who saves the day? A classic tale of Complexity.
Yeah, it's a good question. But you know what? He is hired to save the day. And Jim Pat, Bubsky brought up the point that, when it does go bad and there's a good start and Elige brings you those frags, the moment that he tapers off a bit, there has to be someone there to help him. So, 70% of the time it should and has to be Elige because he has the most space, the most experience, the most confidence, and the most skill. But then the other 30% time, it has to be his teammates, right? There has to be someone there to make up for it. It's the nature of being a rifler as well. Your job is more volatile. Like if you were an opper, you could have good stats every game, like all year round, if you were as good as Elige, because you have such a good gun and you have so much setup and everything like that. But there's like Nico is basically the only rifler in the history of the game that can just be consistently great every game, both sides, opening kills and closing like Elige does. And, not really needs a lot of babysitting. Elige is close to that, but he's not even quite at that level. Oh, that might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not.
Nice. Spotted. And Floppy keeping the pressure up from inside lobby. Oh boy, Zershin was in the smoke. He gets his hands onto the AK. He lights up 2 more.
Oh no.
For real? Zershin. They crossed past him. And you could see the second T just getting scared because all of a sudden there's somebody amongst his pack of players. Chimpat off of the top of hut. It is heartbreak queued up for Complexity.
Ooh, that's not the way to go. Exertion on the perfect timing.
Man, I hope we have a replay of that from a top-down or just straight up from Xertion's perspective, because you can see the panic that it instills in the Complexity core.
They're spamming him down through Squeaky as well, and they don't clear close left inside of Mini. Floppy up, last alive, about to die. He'll go down.
Wow.
With one. Xertion with the heavy lifting.
Nice, boys. I don't know how kill 3 happened though. Or should I spam them from getting?
Check this out. Xertion.
They don't clear it, and then, he finds his own timing. You know, if he just waits, they come and clear every angle, so...
How did he get in there? I saw his POV with smoke at some point.
What, who?
Xertion. I swear we saw his...
Oh, it was outside Mini, yeah.
Okay.
Or...
In the replays, I just didn't see it. Thought he stood
Oh, yeah, I didn't
Maybe
see
he
it
pushed
there
around the one on the
as well.
corner, but I know his POV was smoked at some point. I don't know how he pulls that one off.
Maybe you the smoking, Connor.
Oh! Xertion in the smoke. It was never a smoke. Complexity went up in smoke. And now all they have are Glocks.
Where do you rate this knife?
Well, can we get... Chev, can we look at Floppy for a second? Sorry to interrupt you. Does he have a knife with Vu's name on it? Oh, he's too twitchy.
Yeah.
Take it out.
Oh.
Oh. Come on.
Oh. He switches a lot. He's got no utility. All right.
Ends up being the entry. Jimmy happy to hold the line alongside Torji. Ooh, all's good. Lock down the ramp with a single casualty. No big deal.
Like a
MOUZ.
knife lent to him from Vu?
Something like that, or like...
Name tag?
You know, something Vu.
What's that knife called? The Katy Perry?
The Kukri.
Kukri.
Close.
Right. How much they hate it, vary. Kiss girls like Kukri.
Nice, 4 life.
Is the lyric.
Let's go, boys.
Right, boys. Gun back in for Cole. Remember, they had the momentum. Ooh, they had it. They had 2 hands on it. Ooh, and Shuhei not going to win the fight against the Liege as Brolin goes deep into Hut trying to chase.
Oh, he can wait out the molly. They're not going to test him.
Yeah, it spread it, touched him, tickled his feet. He falls back into the site. Sends a nade in deep.
I guess they got to be pretty happy they got the kill, they got out.
Well, they should be happy, Launders, but there's no guarantee that they are. 5v4. And a good chance to get back. A lead on the line. But what worries me is Elijah's low, and he's been essential for the Complexity success. Trying to stay alive with a passive silo angle, just making sure to keep the body tucked and the head low. And banking on the rest of Complexity to do something for him. Elige probably removed from it all. Main player gets pounced on. Grim just catching him by surprise. We've got damage done to the T's. Xertion swept away by the Hut peak. Very nice split from Complexity into the A site, and they get MOUZ a little distracted with that outer wall of smokes. Too many sets of eyes for MOUZ looking in that direction, and good call by JT to just pounce inside the site.
Yeah, the late Squeaky works beautifully. And then they put Liege top of Silo as well to stop the rotation coming out of Secret.
Stagger?
To stutter it. They want to stutter the rotation coming out of Secret. And he is really annoying from up there. Poking his head up, shooting at Secret. I think he even gets some damage.
A dink in the process. And you can see the main player just scrambled. Didn't know whether he should turn outdoors or worry more about Squeaky. And he found out. He found out real quick. Complexity. Not without a fight.
Yeah, man. That was a nice round. Still a very rich MOUZ after this one. But it's a strong call, it's a clean close, and everything that you want to see. It's weird because it is T-side, so you can't really look at this game and say, oh, Complexity are in some kind of strong position here. It's always going to be very scary for them to the bitter end.
Uh-oh. Halzerk looking for more nades. Elige on an early angle, almost finds Brolin.
Yeah.
Brolin's not having an easy time inside sight, right? Gets tagged inside hut last round, has to kind of play a little more passive, now down to a quarter HP again.
I think that was the same idea that was used against Complexity at Blast Groups last week. Remember, it was JT who swung in front of it, and there was 2 guys waiting behind the molly inside of Secret, or Squeaky. And they get a lot of damage off on Brolin. That's nice, but his peak's a little bit more careful.
Well, they say you learn from losses. Complexity trying to pull one out of their sleeve. Twistzz not going to miss his chance. His counterpart in Halzerk goes down.
And they just leave one and reset.
And Jimmy freed up into Secret to peek as he pleases. JT trying to find a dual outer. Yeah, disengages. Jimmy comes up, doesn't see it. Here we go again. Complexity walking it out from Squeaky. Brolin low, and Floppy's able to capitalize. Shuhei got a one-tap. JT traded outer. And as Twistzz takes to the heavens, fire at his feet. Oh, he dives on Floppy. Jumps and still stands. Grim pinch. 2-2. MOUZ milk it on the A site and tie the game at 9.
Through the smoke, they get that kill. Oh, they were on to it. They had that full spread molly on Twistzz. He had to hit it. In the 1 second he was alive in heaven.
Making the most of little. That is fire on the feet of the player in heaven, smoke in front of main.
Yeah. And you know what? It's a 5v4, and in this position outside,
it's open.
It looks like they were... Oh, they blew it open. Okay. Nicely done. That's nicely done. Bit more merit to the tactic now that happens.
Yeah.
But in this position where they have one big garage, one secret, and one player on the T side lurking outside, it looks like this is lost completely for Complexity. There's no way they're going to get these trades, but then they find the entries upstairs. So nice fight for MOUZ to bring that back, but of course you had to have Twistzz make a decision there, and he decided to be aggressive. Instead of setting up for some kind of retake, he was hoping that they wouldn't watch him, and he was right. And just like that, you know, MOUZ were very wealthy last round, still put together the buy, and now it's Complexity who don't have much. They're really trying to take advantage of Brolin in front of Secret.
There's been a lot of fight coming out onto the A floor. Brolin, tries to hang on. He'll be good. Floppy Grim, JT.
All right.
Like that. And Twitzzz's missed chance, but Jimpat up in the rafters, dives back sight. They're in the open, and that welcomes the re-peak from heaven. Twistz's a little insane.
Yeah.
A little crazy.
Wow.
Complexity. There is something going on with this emphasis on Squeaky, but they're finding wins on A.
100%. I mean, this is even a round where they double up inside of Mini. They have Exertion here to start off the round with Brolin to support, and he gets pushed back. And another 5v4 situation. It definitely could have gone south, but look at the tracking, the trading, the target selection here for Complexity as they explode on the A site. It looks very powerful.
Here we go.
And now MOUZ are broke again. Or I should say fully broke this time.
The one dig that MOUZ have to work with, dead. I feel like JT, while we have had all this lobby to A floor play, has also just been a real nuisance outer. A few rounds he's served up a...
Oh, come on, that works?
No.
He pulled this timing off?
Shuhei.
Oh. Okay, that's all right.
No offense. Good.
Yeah, like they were just watching it.
Never happened. Brolin?
My God.
No.
They're going to turn around. No. They will turn around.
No.
Not get 3 kills. Just a USB. Not going to knife anybody either.
Nope.
Okay, there we go.
Not allowed. 2 CTs behind him. There's more where the first came from. Halzerk, good chance to pad the stats. Little tap on the shoulder from TC.
All right.
Complexity, you can start to feel something here because you're on 11.
Yeah, this is looking great
You're on
now.
11.
All of a sudden. Really didn't think this was going to be possible. The T-side comeback, but these last rounds have sold me. It's looking good. They're looking very powerful inside of Squeaky. The calls are looking strong. Their injury pathing and the trading are both there.
Honestly, this is the third strong start of a half that Complexity have put forward in the series. The 5-0 on Vertigo to begin. The CT side here on Nuke.
That's true.
And now enough to keep MOUZ on their toes. And MOUZ have held on to high spirits, but Round by round, Complexity inch closer to stealing Nuke, something that has never happened in this head-to-head. Is Complexity besting them on this map specifically? It's why everything felt like we were getting led to a 2-0. But an uptick in performance when it absolutely matters most.
Oh man, that smoke and Squeaky gives him some time to try to fight into lower. Exertion will fall back, and it looks like he'll beat this timing. We don't know if they approach on a boost or if they're just going to swing. Oh, JT. That's a big one.
Tries to just rock it down into
That's
B.
massive.
Incendiary beneath Brolin. He can do nothing to help. Jimpat gets 2 dry duels. Survives the second one. Almost gets finished off by the util. JT disengages. That is the bomb in sight. That's Floppy with a late lurk in vain. And nails his timing, but so does Brolin. Comes out, and Floppy's position known. Has to sprint down in, trying to stop the defuse. Covered by Jimmy in the rafters. Oh, there it is. The backbreaker by Brolin.
What just happened? He was in decon.
Guys, I'm sorry. All good, good confidence.
He was in decon. They had no idea he could be coming out that way. They were just worried about the ramp. I actually don't know how he got into this position, if he just came down vent. Is that why he just walked into decon unnoticed? They literally just had no clue this could happen.
Floppy finding a kill top vent as well, right? Thinking he got the rotator, but
they don't need to be worried about ramp.
Yeah.
It can only be decon or control to get that kill. If they're not worried about control, watch decon, Grim.
Floppy loses his line of sight. Squeaky has served up important moments in this map. MOUZ trying their damnedest not to lose that A site yet again. Hulzerk waiting for his chance to pry somebody off at the ramp. That opportunity will not come. Doesn't look like Jimpat wants anything to do with a deep peek.
You know what I mean? They plant for ramp, watch ramp. That's the one thing they're safe from. And the one way they die.
Caught on the cross. Sertion finding JT, who's trying to support the util, trying to get Elige going. Jimmy from the corner. It's not 1, but 3, and a 4th and bound in Elige. Good entry from Floppy. Shuhei could very well cut off the tail end of this pack. As Elige encroaches, we go down to Torsi, who dies. Floppy is turning it up. 2 kills for him in the round. Elige's flank found out. The lurk denied. And so we go down to the B site again. 25 to the clock, bomb planted. And as Floppy sits in the rafters low, Hulzerk's got the angle. Between 2 mines, double door swung. Brolin goes back and Grim closes them. Decon yet again compromised. Doors swinging, Floppy relegated to the backside. T's in the corners, both go down. MOUZ tie up at 11.
Oh my god, they played that so well. Just a perfect amount of pressure, exchanged the information, knew exactly where the last 2 were, and of course won their duels. Kept up every step of the way and didn't freak out when the exec was going on downstairs, and they had that lurk inside of Squeaky to make sure that Elige can't use his aim. They shoot him in the back, and they're patient. These are such nice entries from Floppy. It's unreal that he got his kill in control. But they just can't close out. Now that small mistake, which is actually, a big mistake late in the game from Grim last round into this, a close situation lost. It's a tied match. And Complexity spent every last dollar back to looking at Squeaky.
They've been so adamant about it, so confident in taking this fight to Brolin. And in their best moments on this T side, it has been them rocking MOUZ on A. 4 smokes, all that Complexity have left. They put a bunch of them outer. And the question is, do they commit to the secret to B? Do they try to test that MOUZ rotation? Do they get found out in the process? Frag comes up a little early. 2 more smokes still for Complexity if they want to replace these, but time is ticking, and they could very well still get caught on this cross. Sertion sees a pack of players. Look how exposed they are. But they're gonna fight their way over. Torji wallbangs Halser just as he had entered into Secret. We get that late lurk dealt with. Shuhei hits the shot, and with 3 players tiptoeing their way downstairs, they get found out again by Brolin. You can run from that A site, but you cannot stop him. A final attempt at a floppy. His 2 entries last round, all for naught. And in this instance, yet again, Complexity come up short. 12 secured by MOUZ. The time works against him, the players dry up, and MOUZ are on the fastest route to playoffs.
The entire way, they are paranoid and suspicious that something is happening outside, and you see 1 nade, 2 nade, 3 nades come out, and they don't spot anybody. The end, you have a bit of damage coming in, but it's the fact that they knew now. It was the slow outside cross. Then Torji gets a shot as they delay the cross with those nades. It's been a great game plan here for MOUZ, but it was a game, of course, that Complexity could have won in multiple situations, as we always see. This time, it's a bit tougher. T-side on Nuke versus a team they never beat on the map, and they really do show us some great rounds. But now they just don't have much money, man. They just don't have much money on round 24. We're talking about a UMP here for Halzerk. And you gotta assume their best, most impressive rounds on low buys have been these squeaky explodes, but that's gonna be the #1 thing MOUZ are talking about stopping right now. Let's see what they decide.
The start of so many rounds now, Brolin, MVP of the last round, is just so ready for those fights. 21 kills to his name, 22 to Jimmy. And they try to just trudge over top of the fires. Sershin happy to slip in and to try and put out. Elige spotted inside of the smokes, the first to fall. Sure, they get that footing, but it's already Brolin down in vent. Similar to the last round, Torji slides through, Complexity desperate as always, and Floppy the last to fall. Their second attempt at a Cologne 1 year ago. Shuhei and Jimpat stepped forward in these red jerseys, and they fell short, but not today. An uptick in performance at the start of the second half of 2024. 9 times MOUZ as an org have stepped forward into Cologne, and for the second time only, they will play in the Lanxess.
Yes, that's a massive win, and again, between this and the major, this is where we find out what MOUZ are made of in playoffs. They do it in the least friction possible, taking this match right now, leaving Complexity behind a little bit to think about things. It's one of their potential future opponents. It's not the end of the line here for Complexity. It might be a slightly worrying sign, but they've still got another chance.
And that's a chance they're going to have to take with both hands, because they too, like MOUZ, on this journey as a long-standing organization in Counter-Strike, do not get a chance to play in the Cathedral. The first time ever they have competed here at the second stage of the event after failing to qualify for Cologne at all from 2017 to 2019. The last 3 years have been heartbreaks at the play-in, and now finally they have a chance. One last chance for Complexity. Or is it yet again the classic story of heartbreak for NA?
Right now, we've got Jimmy here from MOUZ. As it's your second time at Cologne and first time you're going to be making it to the arena. Feel good?
Yeah, feeling good.
And that game there, right? Okay, you go down on Vertigo 5-0, then you guys come back and win 11 rounds in a row. Did you just need a bit of a wake-up call?
Yeah, I mean, I think we had on every of these games we had a little bit of rough start, so we needed a little boost, and I think we played really good as a team towards the end of the game. So yeah, I think we need to just work on the starts a little bit, and then I think we'll be really good.
But is it a good sign, the fact that you can have these slower starts and have some games that get close, but you guys continue to pull through?
I mean, yeah, of course, but also it's a little bit bad that we are not starting so hot, you know. So it's a bit like sometimes if we play against like the best teams in the world, it will be like really, like it will really affect the game, I would say. So yeah, I think it's also good but also bad.
Now, you will have a chance tomorrow, right, to fight if you grab the semi-final spot or the quarter-final spot. With you guys and getting this arena and stage experience we talk about, do you want to go and just sit in the semis, maybe be easier? Or do you want the quarters to have a bit more of a chance to enjoy that moment?
Of course, we will try to aim for the semis, and I'm not sure who are we playing against, but yeah, I'm really looking forward with that game.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it as well. Congratulations. Welcome to the Lanxess Arena. Sam, what do you got for us?
Well done, mate.
What have I got for you? A mic that now works. Yeah, I was getting very vocal there because I am so hyped. MOUZ going to the arena, going into playoffs. This is what I wanted to see, one of the best teams in the world contending for that trophy. And damn, I hope they don't choke on the big stage. It's their time. I can feel it in my bones.
At least they didn't do it here in the group stage, right? Because there were times here, I won't lie, with Complexity, they were grinding it back. They're making MOUZ sweat quite a bit. But in the end, some good plays, individuals stepping up to the plate. But yeah, again, like, they got a job done. For us, we all agreed in the fact that today was MOUZ coming to the office, finishing off what they have to do, just getting the job done, getting the 2-0 over Complexity and moving on to the next stage. The eyes are on the prize and they're aware of it as well. And right now they got a little bit of time to relax, prep as well. But this is, again, despite the fact that Complexity put up a pretty good fight, MOUZ just another day in the office for them.
And what I enjoy about the journey of MOUZ the most is that they're able to do this without doing the superstar signings, right? They don't need those guys. They don't need the Symbol. They don't need the Monacy. They don't need the Saiwu. They can do this by teamwork. I'm going to be honest, it wasn't their A game today. I think Jim had said it himself in the interview that this could have been better and they would have potentially lost a bet against a better opposition. But I do think they played a decent game of Counter-Strike and it was enough to get over the finishing line.
I don't think Complexity played bad Counter-Strike, specifically here on Nuke. I think that they put up a really good fight. They were just outclassed on the day.
They put up a really good fight, and this is with in that first half, MOUZ doing some incredible conditioning as well, and it's 6-6, and they win the pistol. But what I really liked from Complexity was they weren't playing too scared, right? They were abusing exertion on that upper bomb side, just grouping up together, well, good spacing as well. A couple of slip-ups, couple of small little mistakes, and that's the thing. It's always a tale of Complexity, right? Heartbreak every single time. I just go back to that 2v2 where it was Grim, you know, trying to get the bomb plant in the upper, and that's the shoot. So I think it was Torji running out and getting the kill right there. This could have been Complexity taking a map 3, honestly.
I just want to say one thing though about Complexity, and we spoke about it between map 1 and map 2, that dejected look on their face, how disappointed they look. Now in the past, with that North American team, I'd go, it's done. They are tilting, we are finished. I did think that they came back onto Nuke looking positive again, communicating again. So one thing that they can maybe take away from this, because they are still in the competition, is that, hell, they seem to be able to do the mental reset a little bit better now, Babski.
They should have won. That's my honest opinion about this game. I think they even failed so many moments. We're not getting the right POVs from the right players in those moments. But there's example Grim on that B bomb side, and there's also on the A bomb side, back to back, and that just completely ruins the flow of the game, right? If you convert those, the moods are high. You're going into a third map potentially having a chance. But I would say they abused the hell out of MOUZ's A side, right? Surgeon and those guys looked so bad in many situations when they were doing those executes. They need to fix that for the playoffs, because on stage it will be even more hectic, because you don't hear as well, like you don't know what's going on, or you're behind me, or you're in front of me, where's the flash, or they're out A. Like, they need to fix that, because that will be abused even more on the big stage.
Well, Babski, you know what? I'm all for MOUZ and loving MOUZ, so tell me about how Shui just out-called JT in these instances, right?
We could talk about it. And this is just a masterclass of calling coming out from MOUZ, right? And this is the final round of the first half, and MOUZ have just been doing these outside smokes every time, denying information to the side of Complexity time and time again. So let's see how this one plays out. And I'm going to quickly highlight what's going to be happening over here. Because they've had no information in the past few rounds, getting just abused, we're going to have a player here, I think Halzer, pushing up towards Secret, having at least some information that is no one pushing down through the smokes. And let's see how this one plays out. And this is where I want to give credit to the side of MOUZ for being so very clinical. They're going to group up together here, and they're going to clear Halzer. Look at this clear here. Instant headshot, boom, done. And now they pause. They don't need to commit down. And Complexity, since they've lost a player, they need to find a bit of information. And this is going to be JT pushing in towards Hut. He's going to be pushing into Hut. He's going to be getting a little bit of information here. But look, the information isn't what they think it's going to be. They're going to stack lower. They think it's going to be a lower play coming in from Secret with the ramp player lying in wait. Instead, MOUZ, they read it perfectly. 3 players go up heaven. Torji still lurking towards outside. Find pretty much an empty bomb site. Rounds done. That's it. And this is basically all the conditioning that MOUZ have been doing throughout the entirety of the T side. So great T side coming out from MOUZ. And I feel like they kind of won the game because of the sequence of rounds they had.
And you want to know the reason why they stack 2 on in that situation? Because he gets insta-headshotted and they shift. Nobody steps. So you only know, one guy down secret, and then they may think, okay, there's probably many down here. Then they kill the lobby lurk, and then you think complexity is in their head. They will be like, damn, we figured it out, guys. We can do it. But as you said, Sui beautifully reads that, okay, we are running into a stack. Let's pivot and do something else.
And I generally feel that was actually the initial call coming in from MOUZ, right? You know, just go for that, go from the lower play from secret, have the lobby lurk coming in. But the fact that they're able to immediately switch it up on the dime the moment something goes wrong, that goes to show what a good caller Shui is.
When we took a look at Nuke, Jim had popped off, right? We saw Brolin popping off, but for the entire series, our US Air Force aim high player is Twistzz. We spoke about him right at the start of this game, saying, pay attention, this guy is someone that can be the difference maker.
Yeah, he was absolutely the difference maker. He had a couple of very icky situations as well on that Nuke game, which could have easily gone the way of complexity, and which could have been us, talking about map number 3 coming up. It was Twistzz shutting it down with the AWP, getting it done, and once again, it just keeps impressing us time and time again, Bubsky.
It felt like a very 50-50 between him and Jimpad, right? They certainly both have their moments of this game, right? I think Jimpad towards the recency bias kind of stood in my head, but Twistzz on the Vertigo side really made a difference, and the only reason why they potentially even got to this one so cleanly.
Complexity not out of the competition. They are going to be keeping a very close eye on what is happening over on the A stream, because it's not going to be an easy fight through the lower bracket for them now.
Do they face the
loser of Vitality or FaZe? Or it might be GT or Stratus. Either way, those are 4 big teams. I don't want to go up against any of them.
It's not going to get any easier, right, for Complexity, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. And for them, it's about... Look, I won't lie, I doubt they're going to make it to the playoffs in the current form they are right now, but at least they can have a deep run over here.
Complexity up
Liquid.
Liquid, the North American derby. Someone's going home. I love it. I love it so much.
Oh, that sucks for Mike and maybe Jason as well, but for me, that's spice, that's drama.
Stunner, Moses, and Mike are going to be very sad tomorrow. But anyway, we have still got so much action coming up here on the B stream, so make sure that you stick around. Pain versus the Mongols is coming up next with Mike.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what point you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and Nor.
Payne are continuing to fight here at Cologne, and I've got Lux with me, who right now you're the highest rated player on your team, and you seem to be playing very well across Cologne. What is clicking for you? Just feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good, doing some aggressive plays. My team is working for me in those plays, and the T side, I guess, is my best side as well. And we are very confident. The team atmosphere is good as well. So I guess this is why we are performing, and that's it.
When you said the team atmosphere is good, it seems to be good no matter if you're winning or losing rounds. I see you guys still there hyping each other up. But how much is that down to this little guy behind me?
Yeah, of course. This guy is like different from the other because we are losing. He's like hyping up a lot because, of course, when we are losing, we need to hype up. We say all the time, man. It's crazy. It's really good.
Is it impressive to see this from such a young player?
For sure. We don't expect like a guy like this and do like, let's go all the time, man. He screams a lot. It's different.
What would you say about Snow? Because obviously he comes into your roster and people are very hyped about what he can deliver. Is this like a star for the future?
Yeah, for sure. We saw potential in this guy early in this year when we were playing the closer to the RMR. We almost lost to his team. It was close game. I always talk about this game with him, but then we saw the potential. He used to do different roles. He used to do like the dunk. He was like actually the Brazilian dunk, and now he's like a ROPS man, and he's playing very well.
And in terms of playing well, one thing you guys have struggled with is playing against the non-South American teams, right? Na'Vi, Liquid, the games didn't go so well. Do you guys understand what the problems you're having against these teams? Because against the South American teams, you seem to be playing very well.
Yeah, I guess it's different styles. We need to practice more against them, play these tournaments against them. But we are making some mistakes against these teams. Like the Liquid game, it's Americas, but they are playing only European. But it was a close game. We got some like rounds, like situations rounds. But the Na'Vi, they're playing really, really well. And the entry frags, the entry kills that they got us, we played the situation. So now we are working on, and let's show in this game.
And today you fight against a team from another region. Over in Asia, you're going to go against the Mongols. Now, you played them back at the major, right? And it was the 0-2 game, you eliminated them. But it does seem like they're maybe a stronger team now. Have you looked at them? Can you see a difference in this team?
Yeah, I guess they switched roles between Techno and Senzu. Techno was more aggressive on the major. Now it's the Senzu, who is the impact player. They're playing really well. They won a couple of lands in this year, but we are more prepared as well. So it will be a great game.
Do you think you're stronger now than you were back at the major when you beat him last time?
For sure. More confident. We have more plays, more tact, more mature. You know. Okay. Yeah.
So you're confident for the wins to save yourself from elimination and go a step further?
For sure. We cannot stop believing.
I love that. Believe the whole way through. Let's see what goes down between Payne and the Mongols.
We'll have to find out indeed, James, what will go down. Do or die elimination on the line here. And it seems like the Mongols, at least, are on a quest to prove that they have the best 17-year-olds. Now matched up against Payne.
18 now.
They still have a 17-year-old, Mzinho.
Yeah, Massina's still 17.
Senzu got older.
18? No.
Oh, Senzu. Senzu had a birthday yesterday, is now 18. So
Yeah,
they don't have
Mac.
all the 17-year-olds, but they've still got one. Young rosters here, young players, young prodigies trying to prove their way in to the Lanxess Arena, and that means we gotta figure out who it's gonna be. We gotta whittle it down here, Blah.
Yeah, indeed we do, and I really love that interview, by the way. So much being given from the side of Lux, and yeah, they did kind of play in an America's RMR to get here, having to take down Imperial, MIBR, even faced off against Liquid, where they of course fell in yesterday, taking on 9Z in a very, very close fashion indeed. You can take a look over here, and now, yeah, revenge matchup for Mongols actually.
I have to say, I can't believe we're getting a Liquid Complexity matchup as well. Like, can the America's RMR? It's not happened yet. We're too early in the season. What are we doing here?
Wrong game, Mike. We're here to talk about Mongolia up against Brazil.
Yeah, it's not about NA. It's not always about NA.
It's about Americas, apparently.
Yes.
Mongols invading.
Apparently. Look,
fitting.
Pain played a great game yesterday. That third map was stellar. Mongols, you know, they've been getting some wins, but coming down here, it is their time to play for their lives yet again. And which flight home do you think is a little bit further? Mongolia? Going to Ulaanbaatar or Sao Paulo?
I think Ulaanbaatar is a little bit further, actually.
You reckon?
Asia's pretty big. Yeah, I think so.
There's an ocean, though, bro. We're not geographers. We're We're commentators, dang it. So let's focus on what we actually do know about, and that is CS. These two teams have been showing some strong form here, right? And I want to focus on the Mongols first, because it hasn't necessarily been the player that we'd been thinking of. Even in that interview, they say, you know, Senzu's on those impact roles. Senzu's that big player. Hasn't really been Senzu so far. It's been more about 910 and Mzinho.
It hasn't been Senzu so far, because a lot of the times, you know, the maps where they're really popping off, you know, everyone else is doing a good job. It's not like Senzu has been very quiet, but a couple of maps where the Mongols have been kind of found out, kind of struggled a little bit, has been Senzu getting found out. Anubis, Dark. That's a position. We saw Senju just getting toyed with time and time again. Yep. In fact, mid-tournament, they started switching things up where they actually have Techno 4K now playing the Dark position while Senzu's playing towards B. So Senzu, while he is, I think he's the best like pound-for-pound aimer the Mongols have, when it comes to playing some of the more tricky positions, right? Playing towards Dark, for example, or Cons, where you need to be very aware of some of the tips and tricks that your opponents might get up to. I do feel he lacks a bit of experience.
Now, one point while we're looking at Ancient for me is that Mongols are almost Ancient specialists. They're taking down some big names on that map. But the problem is, that is Pain's insta-ban.
Yep.
So maps-wise, it's going to be a difficult day at the office. And last time these two went head-to-head, it was very, very close. Went all the way to OT on Inferno, I believe. And we'll see if we get the same veto as last time. But that was when there wasn't Dust 2 in the pool. That was when Vertigo was a little more playable. So we'll see what we end up getting.
I feel like for Mongols, right, I firstly 100% agree, like Ancient being taken out of the equation is already a big kick in the butt for Mongols. And their second and third map, I'm not necessarily super confident in it. They have Mirage usually as a second pick if Ancient's not available. And it's a map where, sure, they have a decent win rate, but I don't have the confidence in them in pulling it off.
Well, let's just dive in. Let's find out what maps are going to be. We don't have to speculate. We can find out.
So, okay, let's take a guess here. So Mirage should be picked by Mongols, right? And for Pain, they have a couple of options. I think Anubis should be the pick coming in. It's a bit of a punish pick as well, because Mongols, despite the win they had against Spirit, who were completely deflated, they still have a lot of problems on that map right now.
Just the contrast between when they're playing well on Anubis to when they're not playing well, or when they're playing...
Which is yesterday right there. The CD side was just non-existent, if you ask me. Playing so scared, nothing like how they played against the Spirits, and this is absolutely the right pick coming in from Pain. Surprise, surprise there. Mirage coming in from Mongols is a comfort second map here, and it could be a Dust 2 decider.
No, it's going to be your favorite.
That's so scary. That is so scary for Mongols.
That's the thing, man. Their nuke is so shaky. It's predictable. That's the problem. A lot of teams, when you talk about Mongols and nuke, they're too predictable on the CT side. And hopefully, Mac, they switched up a little bit here.
Well, they took Dust 2 out of there. So out of Dust 2 and nuke, look, maybe they feel a bit more prepped. Maybe they did more prep from Pain going into this one, expecting a nuke pick out of them. But Anubis getting picked. It's going to be a rough start to the series, and it might be one of the first times we'll see Mongols having to go for another reverse sweep.
Might have to. Setting the stage well here, but let's talk about the captains, right? Because they're going to be the ones who have to overcome this veto, right? Blitz, the chess master, we talk about him. He's picked into this for a reason. Can he justify it?
I hope so. I certainly hope so. These are two men on your screen that are fragging IGLs. They have so much impact in their teams, but they're also the brains, the brawn, the ones calling the shots mid-round as well, and that is what you love to see. It's a conversation we keep on having about fragging IGLs versus the ones that just are the masterminds, but these guys are kind of both for both, smaller regions, Brazil, South America even, and then Asia. These two haven't had a huge amount of success in recent times, so someone's got to be stepping up to the plate, and Mongols, people have had the conversation, they're at a point where they may be the best Asian team we've ever seen, especially with the quality of Counter-Strike in the modern day. So this game has a lot at stake.
I'm just going to try and paint a picture here because Anubis is going to be the first map coming up, right? If he's talking about Blitz, he should have done his homework. The first mistake amongst many they made against Saw yesterday was not really going for any info plays, playing super just curled up, turtled up on the bomb sites, and Saw abused them by going for these contact plays time and time again, and that's how they would just ran away on the T side. What I'm expecting here from Blitz is, I want aggression. I want going for that A main control. I want them to push out towards B. Do what he did against Spirit.
Yeah.
Do that exactly. Don't play scared, because when they play scared and play default on a map like Anubis, you're just going to get run over, especially like a team like Pain who specialize on that map.
And both of these teams thrive in different environments, right? When Pain are winning, you've got Snow there on your screen. He is screaming. They are so loud, so South American. It just makes sense. And then the Mongolians, the most you're getting out.
I don't need to yell, Mac. They're stoic. They're a stoic bunch of men and boys.
Well, they might need to be very stoic indeed, because there's going to be snow on the other side. There's going to be a lot of noise on the other side, and we've whittled this down. The best representative that Asian CS has maybe ever put forth, and the best team from Brazil and South America remaining in this tournament, standing where so many have already fallen. Can they carry the mantle? Can they carry it all the way to the Lanxess Arena? Well, I've got two of the best that North America has ever put forth in Scrawny and Launders, ready to tell you why they just might.
Oh, Darth Mike.
Shout out to you too, Mike, man.
It takes one to know one. All right, brother.
Nice reference to Fallen, okay? Nice
you are right.
Oh.
Earlier today, we've got, of course, the Fallen Furio, which does make Pain the very last South American representation. We had 3 South American teams playing in Stage 2 of IEM Cologne. We were back to the most amount of teams from the Americas as ever before here at Cologne 2024. And maybe, just maybe, the Mongols eliminate the last standers.
So, a quick refocus on this map. It is a specialty map for Pain, but they're on a 4-map loss streak. Okay, and Mongols are coming off of a loss, but also a win, a crushing victory over Spirit on Anubis. So maybe the tides can turn here.
So difficult to make sense of that, right? They smashed Spirit. They destroyed Spirit. I mean, just on Anubis specifically, that upset was historic.
I can definitely say a lot of it did have to do with some individual play. That was Mzinho, who was responsible for A main and the lurk, and he did such a good job. Now the push from Pain, 9-10, just trying not to get chipped off the side, and they're closing in on him, but... Oh, no ammo!
No. Saves it?
Oh,
What?
He saved him and got all 3 kills. Cowez last alive.
Bro, get yourself some friends like 9-10.
No kidding.
They absolutely bail him out of the stickiest of situations.
So sticky icky. Oh, and then they stand on his body.
I'm talking about the handlebars of a downtown Lime scooter sticky.
Ew.
That's how sticky that situation was.
That's a terrible visual. So yeah, basically as soon as Pain have come overseas, they lost to Liquid. They lost to MIBR here on LAN.
Okay.
They lost to Navi, and they lost to 9Z. 4 losses in a row in Anubis here at Cologne.
But 3 of them regional, so it doesn't count.
Wow, maybe you're onto something, actually.
Right?
Okay, and Asia is definitely not regional here for Pain.
Can't believe they got out of this spot with 3 kills. It's not like just 1 or 2 in the trade on 9-10. It's the fact 9-10 survived all that.
We also get to find out from this game by proxy exactly how good SAW are, because they're the team to beat Mongols and throw everything into question again. SAW showed us some brilliant CS the other day versus G2. We had the pleasure of casting that, and now in this game, you know, and then when they played against SAW, when Mongols played against SAW, we saw, well, they're still fallible. They're still human.
Sure. They can still have a bad day. Just like the rest of us. Mere mortal. Big Uzera. No blessings from God. He gets smashed by Techno. We get an immediate move from Pain. Everybody just try to dogpile the site. It's the right pieces in the right places. Wow. But it is indeed the Mongols to come out on top. Very costly, but they know what they were signing up for when they decided to press in through the smoke against the Pistols. You sign up to lose a couple guns.
I kind of love that was such a CS2 moment there, the way that Techno was poking that smoke as they were about to entry, because they're still going in while it's up, but look at this, he's maintaining vision the entire time, right? And because there's teammates below him, because the CTs can't actually flash the cross, like he is setting up a moment there for them to explode. That's really well done. Very, very well done.
Could it be? Could it be? Are we finally playing CS2?
Yes, maybe we're playing CS2 every round. There's going to be some tactic involving a smoke and clipping it. And again, I think the final frontier, as it was in CSGO, is unexplored, is that ammo is free. And because of the new CS2 smokes and the way that ammo can interact with it, there's so much potential for what you can do to exploit rounds if you can get vision through those smokes.
What do you call this strat?
The scared cheerleaders.
Okay. Elaborate.
Because they're in the corner. They're not like proud cheerleaders out in the open.
Okay.
But it's a cheerleader stack, right?
Because they're on top of one another's heads.
Exactly, yeah.
That is the mind of the great Mohan Vindasamy, everybody. Good pistol push. They come out on the flashbang while the T was blind, and they, again, make the most of it. 2 frags deep, Blitz, good rifle control, wants to keep himself up in the face of NQZ's USP.
That's a little bit more damage.
Hit him with it. Nah, it's actually Techno who slides out. Blitz using the most of the pillar, much like 910 did back in the canal. And that is Mongols just making sure that they keep as many players alive as possible. Pain's pistols behind the door, never got a chance to shoot. And they still made Techno and Co. scramble.
Yeah, man, they did. But still, I mean, it's just such a good start in terms of the confidence and the play coming out of Mongols and the creativity. And they're just, it's clear they had a talk. They're working, you know, very much alongside each other, looking to improve their Anubis in the face of a very tough opponent. So, I mean, yeah. You know, high win rate is one thing, but recent games are always more important. And Pain, they don't have max confidence right now.
Ooh, nice one from Cowez. We saw his time to kill yesterday in the cannibalism of South America as they eliminated 9Z. Was just so incredibly impressive. If you stepped onto Cowez's screen last night, you died.
Yep.
Sometimes before you even got a chance to shoot back. We had a top frag performance from Lux. And then we had, of course, the impact of NQZ's op at times too. It just felt like it all came together for Pain. You know, Snow puts forward one of his best maps. It was just gameplay worthy of a win at Cologne.
My goodness. They were a little scared of that. Nate comes in from behind. So much pressure now. Molly, does it go far enough? Oh, yeah, jumps through it. Lux goes down. They dealt with that threat.
Snow given his first kill of the map on the board. Heard the rumblings of the connector play. And so he repositions slightly, which does get Senzu kind of guessing. Swings out. Nice 2K from the kid.
Well, NQZ does not go out to help him.
And now there's an op.
Yeah, there is, but it misses 910.
Dude, we're talking about Cowez yet again. Coming through with the quick kills. Blitz can't manage because Cowez, this is the sign of something special early on, Mo.
Sometimes he doesn't let off the gas pedal. And Cowez, he is going to be the guy to go up against Mzinho when it comes to playing A, which is a key duel that'll happen on this map on both sides. Yeah, there were very few mistakes, lots of nice shots. Almost always headshots, in fact, with him. This is also a nicely played situation from Snow to get his kill.
He's got a reason to be amped. Did his job and then some. Was a little scary when maybe NQZ didn't post up on the angle, but hey, waited for the retake. And Cowez gave him the support. Once Cowez shows up, it was confident. Quick on the swings. Set up for the long B fight. Techno tucked against the wall. There's an op on him. But they give it up.
Yeah, I don't know if they actually noticed him. It's possible that he saw them, but and I think it feels that way to Techno, who's coming up close. Is he just going to jump out, Jill? Okay, no. All right. How brazen would that have been?
910 looking for the kill towards middle. Camera player peeks. It's a little shoulder for 910. But he doesn't pounce on it. Senzu, I love that angle. Just crouching in the water.
Yeah.
Like a frog monster. Senzu looks to double down into the B play, and again, Techno, having sensed that there was space here to take, has set up his teammate to come in. With 910 fighting out in middle, we get Big Uzera backing off.
Wow, I can't believe that. He knows he got that hit in, so he just comes in more aggressive. Cowes burned down to 25.
Not ideal. Still, they are doing a good job of just keeping Mongols at bay, but the utility is drying up. Their health is lower than that of their opponents, not to mention outnumbered. They throw Snow in behind Obelisk as that volley comes out from the Mongols, and Lux is playing a familiar position to the Mongols' previous hit. It was Snow here previously, but they're well aware of it. The lineup nearly his. Snow back in, still looking for another, and we go 3v3. 20 seconds to the clock. That bomb needs to get out. Snow caught out in the open, and his teammates are not close enough yet to stop it. So far, in fact, they may just save.
Man, they were just so far away that entire time. Of course, Cowes, Big Uzera, one of them got tagged inside a middle. Cowes got burned down, I think, to 25 a little bit earlier. And they'll have to walk away from this. There was a chance for them to hold. Mongols' attack wasn't that convincing. They needed actually more of a swing out from Techno to deny any sort of refrag or to take a fight early. But they stay alive. They got 2 ops here on T side. I don't know if they're going to keep them both. Sometimes they do. But on T side, it obviously limits your mobility a ton. Better gun to be picked up. And here's the big one for Senzu.
So ratty, that spot.
Yeah.
That to me is like outside ancient A steps as a T. You can just crouch beneath the stairs. I think I learned it from JKS.
Yeah.
You crouch in the middle of the stairs and you just wait for that lurker to walk out like he's got a moment.
No one ever clears the middle.
And then you just bop him and you pounce. But Senzu didn't go all in immediately off that kill. Waited for teammates to come bolster him. Again, we had that early positioning from Techno outside of B main, so it felt like from the get-go, the moment Techno was able to kind of lock into that corner, Mongols had their eyes set on that site.
So with the buy, we will see a counter. I mean, they're going to have money here, 2 guns up. They're just talking about what strategy. I'm not sure if the coach is talking about which person needs what gun, but surely it's just going to be the 5 rifles. Any sort of aggressive game plan is what we're wondering. It was the game versus 9Z yesterday that Pain lost, most recently on Anubis. Very close map. Very exciting map, of course. And funnily enough, you know, Brazilian CS has a reputation for being fast and aggressive. Pain are extremely methodical. From what we've seen so far here at Cologne.
Ooh, Snow tries to play a little riskier. Lux here to take down his second. Snow almost got the kills on his own, but it's a good assist for Lux, who cannot get anything more from the site. Big Uzera's flank perfectly timed. Pops 910. Cowes's nade gets one.
1v1, and they know the flank is there.
Smoked off a second time, swapping guns. And Senzu's got 10 bullets and a bomb. Spam comes out from Big Uzera. He's got the nade to pop it open, but he delays it. And then Senzu sends shots in between the eyes.
Woo, I can't believe he planted front sight versus that player after smoking him out. Just to be able to get off it in case he ran through, I don't know. And then reading the push. Holy smokes, nice one for Senzu in the 1-on-2 situation. And this is a very aggressive play from Snow, who could have had a lineup. It's technically an off angle. No one's going to clear the front of the site running in.
Sure. Big Uzera here too. He throws his incendiary to the back of the obelisk, so clearly he didn't expect the bomb plant in the front. Little did he know, that frag grenade on smoke, boom. You've got a bomb plant, hands busy,
true.
Easy clutch, but different positioning, catches him off guard.
It is a hard one to read.
And Mongols goes up 5-1 off it.
Hiding in plain sight, if you will.
Right. The best tactic.
Oh my god, if he hits that.
Oh, dangerous game back there in Temple. But a not too dangerous buy, you'd assume, but Cowes just continues. I can't believe he's 9-3, losing 1-5.
Yeah, again, it's that head-to-head between him and Mzinho over on A main. That makes the difference. Luckstead, however, I mean, I would always rather be the team on T side in a 4-on-4 here on this map. When you spawn into the round, the CTs are already spread thin. And the mid timing is really beautiful, because if Pain aren't going to meet them here right away, they're likely turtled up on sites, and they don't have utility. They don't have good guns either. So a split looking like it's going to come through camera, and this is definitely the right call. Just going to say that straight up. We see already over on the B side, 3 players are leaning. Cowaz is super low.
Fingers crossed for Pain that they'll step into that M4. 5-7 shouldn't be long for this world. And Senzu's going to make sure that things don't go awry. Well, definitely looking much more like the team that played Spirit on Anubis than the team that played versus Saw.
And they got away with an 8-4 CT half versus Spirit. And it was also a matter of the fact that Donk was playing such structured CS that it's not even that he lost a lot of duels, it's he didn't take any.
Right.
He wasn't working the map by himself. He wasn't fighting dark like he normally does. He wasn't expanding extremely quickly. It was a strange game from that perspective. Of course, we already say goodbye to Team Spirit after that loss, and then a loss to G2. But right now, the Mongols, man, no notes. This is a strong T half.
Strong individual level between Senzu, Blitz, and Techno. Strong calling, good team play. From the moment they saved 9-10 when he was hiding behind that column, I just thought, oh, this feels like a Mongols that is all on the same page. You know, teams will talk about when the communication and team play can just become cerebral, when not everything has to be spoken.
Yeah.
Earlier today with the Twistzz documentary, one of the things he loved about FaZe and his team there is that he mentioned, like, we were doing things just knowing what the other would do intuitively.
No comms needed.
And that is when Counter-Strike is at its finest. That is the
literally
flow
brought
state
a tear
CS.
to his eye talking about that.
Yeah, that's how good FaZe were. And so if the Mongols can tap into a type of Counter-Strike like that, I'm sorry, I don't think Pain stand a chance.
Yeah, maybe not. And the way that we got 9-10 swinging right now, he's playing so confidently. Like, even took that tag on camera and then pushed in through middle that previous round. No one around to help him if he died. A is a little understaffed at the moment. Mongols eye set on taking it. Oh my god, can Pain afford to save or let this go? So full exec's going to come in. They don't even have a position to rotate. They're hoping for a late mid timing. Mongols are in the zone right now, man.
Yeah. Flow state CS. Maybe acquired. Deep peek from Mzinho. Haven't had to say his name too much. He doesn't actually get that kill. Belongs to Blitz. Steals it while he's blind. NQZ would love to get this op roaring, but tagged down low. Bomb planted, outnumbered, and still they are met by additional smokes inside of the camera. There is no open road here for Pain.
It's time to walk away.
Oh, from the bomb site or the server?
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, they're getting pushed out of that. Won't even be a choice for them. This is a map that Pain love to play, but a map that Mongols have really shown that they are willing to as well. Picked up some very decent wins recently, showing massive confidence, and they already look so much better than they did versus Saw. Wow, this would be a big statement. The game doesn't get any closer. Like, again, the way that 9-10 swinging, he went all the way out to the middle of mid.
Yeah, there's just so much certainty behind it. And that's not a guy who's riding a high of being 10-3. No, just his third kill of the map.
Yeah, barely needed.
Barely needed and definitely felt. Poor Big Uzera, who can be a real pain in the side when it comes to playing bridge on Anubis. I think he is one of the pieces I like. Somebody who, in that kind of window position, will just try to play along smokes, always trying to attack your back line, catching somebody in transition. So if you're just splattering him and pushing him down to a 2-5 start.
Oh, the molly's perfect.
The pain continues. They will pop open dark. Nice play, indeed. Not to mention that frag also just kind of clears close left if the T had been pressed against the wall. Not the case. Big Uzera, here it is, right? These nuisance moments. where he just comes in, picks a kill off of the map, and then disappears into the safety of mid.
It's an excellent situation for Pain, but they've got this double push in Dark, and if this doesn't go well, then they don't have any players left on the B site.
Oh no.
They're starting to come in a little bit slow. Biguzera, emergency protocols.
Frantic.
Oh, smoke missed.
That's not ideal. Biguzera behind the Molotov. But then Mzinho uses that smoke to at least get to the pillar, making the best of a bad situation, but it still doesn't work out. And Biguzera locks in the obelisk. We've got a player on jail sending in flashbangs for support. Great team play out of Pain. Biguzera stepping up as the leader in the heat of the moment.
Right when you brought him up, man. Right when you brought him up. That late
4
play,
kills, dude.
He's got the deep smoke on bridge. They nade past him, and they assume because they do that, that's enough pressure. I don't even think it's calmed that the smoke goes past this, and you can see that from above. Biguzera gets this easy pick off. No one's even watching that push. They don't think it's possible. And Mzinho nearly makes this round viable again, killing both inside of Dark, but that's where the pain stops.
You know, in some of Pain's biggest moments, it is then and there that Biguzera steps up to fill the shoes. Leader in many senses of the word. 9-10 takes the deep angle. Biguzera's getting flustered, but that's fine. He predicts the positioning. And a 5v4 secured for Pain as Biguzera backs up.
And he's not just an IGL man. He is oftentimes the best player on the server for Pain. Right now he's showing us why.
Hot on his heels, they follow through, but he has taken up that passive temple angle, now to be smoked out. 2 defenders inside of A between Cowez and NQZ, which means the op is in the middle of it all. A little distraction offered up by Senzu. Snow is burning into the AK. Senzu, oh my god, that spray almost got a second.
Extremely close. Lux, does he put any shots back? No.
But this draws Cowez out. All that positioning towards the A site that was being set up feels that much more valuable, but Cowez, at least he sits around.
He's waiting for the moment to pop up in this position, and Techno heard him taking a step back there. Let's see who's going to be more prepared.
Cowez, it's all about the timing. Oh, he gets his... fight is favorable, but he doesn't post a kill.
Oh, and NQZ misses. Now they're going to swarm him.
Yeah, Pain, they just can't afford these kinds of whiffs. NQZ waiting for a second chance as the camera players do stall out. Biguzera comes back in to try to save it.
Another
because
miss.
Everybody else on Pain's camp goes down empty-handed. Biguzera splattered on the camera wall, and just like that, it's Mongols back to winning ways.
Oh, man, that's 2 big misses from NQZ. A messy moment. Oh, Mzinho, talk to him. He said, hey, I'm sorry. Everyone's been building up. That's awesome. Oh, man, those are big misses, man. Those are big misses because those are round-winning hits. If he got those, there'd be no time to even put the bomb down.
Adorable.
I need that translated immediately.
Adorable, man. What a difference a year can make.
Yeah. What getting yelled at by Cadian can do to a man.
Learn from the best. And only one of them is here in Cologne.
Tricky round. The bomb is on this side. It's just a lurk setup. Oh my god, it works. Oh my god, and it's just a fake. The bomb is going back the other way. They're going to take their time here, but CTs are going to be so nervous. How did somebody just slip the net like that?
How dare you? Who the hell do you think you are, Techno, stepping through smoke?
That was a disgusting spray transfer. Mongols said, this is our day. That's what they said. But there are still 2 people here on the right side.
Ooh, perfect placed Molotov. Cowez
the
blinded. Oh my goodness.
It's just bellissimo right now. Everything from the tactics to the headshots.
I mean,
Mongols have solved this half.
You said that, you know, today could be their day, that's how they're kind of playing as if it really is. And I would argue that's exactly what they need to bounce back with, because their game versus Saw should have been their day.
Yeah.
That should have been the first Asian team to step forward into Cologne. That could have been it. But it wasn't. And obviously we know the long, hard battle of some of those Saw players also kind of on this journey, trying to put their region back on the map. and have an incredible year.
And I mean,
there's just so many contenders at the moment.
Absolutely. And, you know, I mean, I can't even say I'm that surprised that Mongols lost to SAW just because they both took unreal upsets in the same day.
True.
Like, and as good as Spirit were, they also showed massive weakness when they played against G2 afterwards. Whereas, yeah. Oh, 1 round left in the half, and I don't think they're going to have an op save tier for Pain. That's a kick in the teeth.
I can't believe this techno play. The fact he snaps that down to Lux.
Obviously, he just shows why he's the perfect guy to send in that position.
And what happened to this whole, like, ooh, stoic Mongols conversation? Because these guys are getting rowdy.
Yeah, it's like just Blitz. You know, he's like the Jame aura of the team, and everyone else is opening up a bit, for sure.
And maybe a little bit of pent-up aggression because of the loss versus SAW.
Maybe remembering your own land, and it's okay to show yourself.
Kawes flashed to the A main attack. Will Peel sends you off the round, but
great trade, man. That's
very quickly on top of it. Mzinho trying to keep that pressure into the A site, and look what it does for mid control. Scrambles Big Uzera back. Big Uzera trying to be the savior of this CT side, has kind of thrust himself into the most important and successful moments for Pain. But I don't know. It feels like too much of an ask for one man.
See, it's so good. The pressure across the map, they have the CTs guessing. Like right now, there's still mid pressure. They threw some lurk smokes and grenades into A, and yet the bomb still hasn't chosen where to go. They're trying to keep the CTs either going in for bad re-aggression or just stacking the wrong side entirely. And one more. How are you going to know that this set up a lurk for Blitz? They're coming in to watch it from behind, and he could get caught off if he doesn't clear this deep.
It's a little silver lining. Something to work with here for Pain on the chase of their 3rd round win. Camera's compromised. Long player causing a ruckus. You've got the plat player on a reload, but they don't jump on it, so it's a fresh mag for Snow. And here we go. All of Pain in the sight. 2 left, only 9-10. And while he's had a couple nice shots, he's about to end this half 3-6. Unless he brings somebody down with him. 15 seconds. His hand forced forward. Come on now. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Tries to get in, but knows he is indeed doomed. Pain post a 3rd measly round on this CT side, but we know Anubis, it's all about the offense. boy! Mongols come out swinging on Anubis, and we didn't know which of the versions of them we were going to get. We knew what their ceiling looked like. We saw it just the other day versus Spirit. We knew what a bad day looked like too. But this evening, Launders, it is a very quick affair as far as the map is concerned. Anubis very quickly going the way of Mongols. Not done yet, of course. A T-side still between Pain and their opponent. And it is their map pick after all. So let's see what Big Uzera can cook up, because him and Cowes were really the two shining stars that tried to keep them in it. And here we go. Snow in with the first. Snow in with the second. How dare I forget him? Just as many frags as Cowes all of a sudden, because it is a double entry off of the bridge. I like that Pain keep this one simple.
Yep, that's a fantastic start. Who is going to be able to pull off this amount of frags in a retake? We've got one pair of dualies coming in for Mzinho and Snow. Third frag looking for 4. Doesn't happen.
Hits him with the drive-by. Double
surely
from
there's
Mzinho.
no way he can do this, right?
He's got one on the pillar, who he tries to ignore. Nice tap out of Blitz. Bomb is very quickly going, though. No kit for Blitz, who, as always, stoic in his climb up the scoreboard. They're going to come at him, deal with him, and secure that pistol. So if Pain have any chance at winning their map pick, it's a kickoff from Snow in the pistol.
It is all about the offense, as you said, right before we went to the break. So, a great one here for Snow, who helped eliminate 9Z yesterday. Also was a solid presence on that map 3. He's a kid who clearly still has a lot to learn, but in some of the elimination games, that's when he's actually playing his best. And some of the late round situations where you'd expect an inexperienced player to suffer in, he's succeeded. He's thrived.
So, Launders, what do you call this one?
It's the Mongolian haystack.
Ooh.
Because it gets prickly.
All right. If you hide a needle in a haystack, what do they put in haystacks in Mongolia?
A horse.
Sure. Yeah, there's... You're on. Let him cook. Let him cook.
That's the most iconic Mongolian thing that I can think of.
I can't think of something else.
You can?
Oh, never mind.
Okay. Now I'm terrified, considering the things you said this game, Connor.
I
don't
know what you're talking about.
This isn't an angle.
He's on the beans. That's what that position's called. FYI, if you needed to know. J-Raz, show us the beans.
Go to your preset beans.
Thank you.
Beans preset initiated. Look at them hinds.
Pistol's the first step, conversion's the second. But of course it was a save last round. So Mongols coming in, nice healthy buy. I see M4s across the board for the most part. Little saved Mac 10 for Senzu, which means maybe we get aggressive. Techno, a little shoulder jump. Cowes, there's a player on jail for him to lock in here. But that's the Mac 10, right? The one liability, maybe?
Yeah, jail's a weird spot to start because you can't really support.
Oh, that doesn't help. I mean, depending on who you are. Senzu. That flash was good. No way.
He gets it, and they can't come out of dark now. It's too dangerous.
All the damage done from Blitz to boot.
Perfect utility coming in. It looked like a very perilous position. Snow on a lurk. Oh, and he just tries to jiggle that position. Oh my God, no way. Blitz pushes in a 4v3.
Oh, and Mzinho comes on to the bricks position and locks down Snow.
This is the confidence play that we're seeing out of Mongols.
Right back to what kind of kicked off their first half here. Oh
no! Mongolian throw singing initiated.
Not bad.
It pours.
Crazy that Senzu gets away with both these kills, man. Flashed in the corner. That MAC-10 was almost dry. You just said it right. Jail is such a weird start to the round.
Yeah, it was. Because, like, in jail, you can't. He has a full kit of utility. He can't use any of it with exposing his position. And if he does, they're going to molly him, nade him from safety. And yet it works out because the players rotating in had the perfect utility to use him as a trap card. Oh, my God.
Bye. Zito on long A.
Yeah.
It's a one and done. 9-10 sticks around. Oh, he
wow, that's...
See you later, Big Guzera. Calling from the sidelines. Missed second shot, but Fountain player's dead. Blitz is just in the heat of the moment. And as he keeps Lux pinned against the fish wall, frag for him. And it is all down on Cowes. I ask you this, can Mongols do anything wrong?
These guys are insane right now. This is an incredible CT play coming out from them. They've stopped everything. We're in a game where we see Mzinho go 1 for 1, and you're like, it's still fine. Like, everybody else is going to over-deliver.
Blitz's confidence here just boiling over as he comes out through the camera.
Wow. They're playing great. They are playing great.
Awesome scenes as they continue to try and run this lower bracket to the playoffs. Only 6 teams from stage 2 move on to the Lanxess, and obviously this one may be a little easier than their potential next opponent.
Yeah.
So if Mongols can make a statement, regain some of the confidence from what I'm sure, again, like that SAW loss has to hurt them. Even if we want to sit here as pundits and talk about the potential of SAW, we know that they've had a good year as well. I mean, they're no chumps.
That's the easy game.
Right? It wasn't the one-off, but it was their best chance.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Get back that confidence, that swagger, that same style of CS that hoisted a trophy just earlier this year.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for. So they reset the round. No investment on this one for Pain. Maybe a foregone conclusion that this one's over. Mongols likely to get to 12th first. And, I mean, again, it's not like they're pulling off insane holds and sitting around and winning a clutch. They are going for it on CT side. They're making this look like they're on the offense still as we moved into the second half. Pain might be staring down the barrel of 5 Anubis losses in a row, despite their recent or their amazing performances before. And Connor, this is 5 Anubis losses in a row at this one event.
Yeah.
So that has made a massive difference for them. Every single time they've picked this map, they've lost it.
I mean, it's so clearly a core part of their game plan coming into one of the biggest opportunities of the year.
And that was Pain at Copenhagen. We're just taking all these victories at home that we thought that wouldn't translate to international competition. Yep. And then it did. But this time around, it doesn't. At least not so far on Anubis.
And I hate to break it to them, but if they lose this one, the chances of seeing any more Anubis or any more Pain at Cologne becomes slim.
Yeah, this might be one too many.
And then you're going to have to fly home with just this uncertainty around what is, again, kind of a pillar of your preparation. How could it have gone so wrong to lose it every time? The pick is supposed to come from some sort of certainty.
And to be honest, they're just off it right now individually, man. I mean, NQZ, agreed. Too many shots that were missed. No Lux holds. Big Zero is the only one who really had some great rounds beside Cowes.
Snow's been sprinkling in a couple holds here and there, so I think numerically he's kind of risen through the board, but we're talking round-winning moments now for Pain. That's what we're looking for, because we've seen round-winning moments out of Mongols across the board. Just got to get Snow back in the server. We'll jump back into the action, sitting 11-5 to the Mongols' favor. We have thinned out the herd as far as competitors in Cologne.
Yeah.
And yet there is still room for some more underdog stories when it comes to the playoffs. Na'Vi and SAW locked in. MOUZ and Vitality will be on stage. 2 more spots. The winner of this goes on to fight the loser of G2 Astralis, which is certainly no easy feat, but is an open door. It's an opportunity.
I mean, it's definitely the easier side of things, I think. On the lower semis, the most likely matchup is Liquid FaZe, if not Complexity FaZe or something like that. FaZe going up against Falcons. They should have an expectation after losing just now to Vitality to win that game. I'd rather be up here in this group, I think, than have to play against those teams, especially with Liquid still just like turning out unlimited great performances.
I'd rather be up here in the commentator's boat.
Yeah, not have to face the music down there.
It's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to criticize from the safety of our nest.
Yes.
Sometimes here in the studio, I look down from the rafters. When you guys see that long shot of the room, you see the 8 different setups head to head. We, analysts, commentators, up in the rafters, we kind of look down into the pit, and every time I look down there, I'm just kind of taken aback by the tension that you can feel in this room, because we've got generally 2 games ongoing at the same time. And yeah, sometimes it's full of hoot and hollers and teams having fun and whatnot, but the eeriest thing that I have sometimes is when I step in here, the lights, the cameras, and it's just silence pregame. Just the clicking of keyboards, the swiping of mice. The emotions go up and down in Cologne because every year you're lucky if you get to compete here.
Very much. I mean, there's a lot of money on the line, but there's even more pride as we go back live now. And off the pause, again, we're not going to see much. Oh, maybe not live. Triple fake, we're live.
We just had to call Snow's parents so that he could open his phone.
Forgot to sign the waiver.
Needed the passcode.
Oh yeah, it's a child lock on his phone. He could log into Steam. Mom, you said I could play on Steam today. That's not what he sounds like.
Of course not.
How dare you do that impression, Connor?
My impressions are better than that. Back in we go. Oh, we wait all this time for Glocks, Launders.
Yeah.
Keep flapping your gums, would you?
Yeah, I'd say that, it's a pause that interrupts the momentum for Mongols, but luckily for them, they're going up against almost nothing. So.
Yeah, right. You get this kind of freebie to just...
kind of situation you would think would favor Pain if they came up with a bye and they get to mentally reset, but...
You get to wait a little while and then jump in with a Glock and just kick that can down the road because it's feeling like a locked-in 12th for the Mongols.
They would need the world's best call.
No phoning a friend allowed. No 50-50s. Just a jump down into the canal. And Techno does take a bullet to the head. Hey, that ain't half bad. Puts fire down. Ooh-wee. A second comes out of Big Zero. Grabs the bomb. And as he tries to plant it, Mzinho comes through to deal with a little bit of health. And the second.
That was close. That was close.
Not a bit
We were definitely going to shave Connor's head after that.
Not one. No stress. No issue. 12th round secured for Mongols.
All right. Nice try. Nice try.
They just repeat what was offered in the pistol. You take your eyes off bridge, and next thing you know,
it's overtime.
Ain't come flying. So, here we go. Round 18. The end of Pain's hopes on Anubis. 5 straight losses on this map, perhaps. Unless they make a miracle happen.
Immediate aggressive push.
Why not? Mongols seemingly can do no wrong.
What?
Headshot out of Mzinho. But they kill 9-10, so they know there's a second player here.
Oh, that's beautiful. He actually pushes forward. He's not worried about the Molotov. He has a teammate here to push with him.
Senzu comes to help. If he can hold the bridge/stairs, that opens up Mzinho to just hold back on Ruggs where he got his first headshot. Flash trying to get him out of here. And it's a little bit weird as they isolate Senzu. They're still aware of him, and he gets a second frag in the round. Honestly, serves up such a nuisance, but we go 2v2 nonetheless. Cowez feeling like he's got an opening, but it's almost stopped by Blitz. Nice headshot, great reaction. Can Techno steal this away?
They know he's the dark player, but they get the bomb, and it's so deep into the round with such a messy start, they don't know if they're running away or into him. That's a step made by Lux, and Techno most likely heard this. But at the same time he's pushing forward, it doesn't see anything. They're going to go late through mid, and I think this timing works out just fine for Pain. If Techno decided to run it backwards, and it's a little bit awkward.
They make a lot of space in between them and him.
Yeah, so...
He's still cautious, still walking, so that gap becomes near insurmountable. We'll see if he decides to go for it. He doesn't have a kit. That's what I'm looking at right now. Oh, nice one, Jay.
Here we go. He's went ahead and found one, and he's going to play this one potentially quickly.
Incendiary for bricks. That'll force... Nope, it's the camera instead. Frag grenade. Oh, he still hangs on to it. He doesn't throw. He's got just that one piece of util, and he closes the gap. They do a good job of dodging.
Oh my god.
Holy hell.
What?
Why does that feel so winnable?
That was close. They just did not expect him to keep running that way. My god.
Good job picking up all that utility, too. I thought he had already used his incendiary, grabs a second one with the kit. So does a good job of, piecing together where they're not.
Yeah, very, very nice try overall on this round. Mongols come out with the aggressive maneuver. Pain stop it, but just barely. And honestly, if Cowez doesn't get his kill, which required the 70-degree flick instantaneously on a player waiting for him, the game is over.
Wow, okay. That's...
Well, the flash mistimed. Well, it would have been timed well if Memzinho was coming out of the choke point. But they didn't expect Snow to expand that quickly. It wasn't being watched here from Dark. So that risk doesn't pay off. Again, it's been very aggressive here for the Mongols. That's good damage as well. Ooh. Blitz is correct. He will get respect off of that smoke. They're not going to push through. But what other idea is going to be worked on if he's walking back to mid? Oh, man.
A 9-10 bridge peak. Little exchange of utility at a minute. Blitz. Ooh, burning. Yeah. Takes a step into the flames. NQZ ready for it, even with just the MAC-10.
So gotta watch Techno.
They'll transition into the hit here.
Oh, 9-10, excuse me. He's got the op.
Puts the op around the side of Cake. Wow, a volley of util to get him off it, but they don't jump on this.
Oh, interesting. And actually, Techno's gonna pull back a little bit.
But still sticks around. They cut noise before they arrive, but he's not buying this whole it's a play. So now they start to shuffle forward. First fight's won.
Wow.
Lux a little ahead of the pack, straight up wins his duel. That's a second T tagged. A frag grenade for Senzu that could knock one over.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And now with Cowez also low towards Dark, it could come down to the NQZ plat position, but maybe he's just an isolated duel.
Wow. Okay.
What could have been? 9-10 takes the same route, walking upwards, gets the first to the corner. No peek out of Cowez, no clutch out of the Opper. Mongols will tuck tail, save the sniper, and give Pain a 7th.
With no one listening, that was definitely a convincing fake, because sometimes you got to commit a player in to really sell it, but in this position, with the time remaining, and again, no one behind Pain as they were coming into the site, they threw a utility that told Mongols there's at least 2, if not 3 players definitely outside of there. So they had to run right away. They did. They got to Techno without him getting a single kill. And a couple things went right in the end, even though it was a good response from Mongols after that first kill. And they live to see another day. It's a good round. It's not one where it feels like they're going to make the entire comeback happen, but it's a good round.
Op saved. Nothing really purchased around it, barring a P250 and smoke.
I feel like 9-10 in a game like this. So a round he's most excited about because he's been very aggressive. Yeah. Oh, and the smoke comes out. They want to kind of disrespect this, yeah, and they're right to do that.
Yeah, they should just keep this tempo up. Biguzera sending in his forces. Ops trying to scramble over. Oh no!
Not like this.
A USP kill? Are you serious? Fire damage to the player Fountain. Heaven gets held by Lux, but here comes the Opper. Dealt with swiftly. Snow locks in those final 2. Pain survive. Only 4 more map points before we go OT.
Yeah, okay, that was exciting. And it was a good play to use 910 in that way to push through the smoke to get his frag. 4-round game. Bai comes in. And a first attack here for the Mongols. Trying to figure out how not to hemorrhage. Mzinho somehow from kick gets his 2 dinks in and a kill. But they survive. And I mean, that's one thing for sure. BR teams are like trained. Even if Pain are going to come and be like play cohesive and slow and methodical, they are trained on winning crazy rounds like that. If the other team is going to be like that, that's how they beat 9Z yesterday.
Every single team from Brazil knows how to throw a Hail Mary.
Yeah, 100%. They go for it.
Gotta respect it. It's that kind of fighting spirit that's going to keep them in versus Mongols with a 4-round lead. What at one point felt insurmountable is within touching distance. 910 has killed Big Uzera 2 rounds in a row before the Brazilian IGL can get anything for himself. He will try to entry again towards mid.
They're drawing his attention away, and this could be a great call from Big Uzera. 910 walking back though, yeah.
Blitz is here to help. Oh, but it's perfect. 2 kills out from Pain. They predict those positions. An attempted hold from Mzinho, but it is an A site open for the taking.
Yeah, that's a
Pain, the call is good. The distraction just big enough. Almost perfect, in fact.
They bid on it.
910 steps back because he realizes it's just a little fake, and NQC's on the angle.
That's a moment where you see, like, if a player decides to walk back off a position, it's not as small as, oh, he can just come right back. That one small moment where there was a little bit of main pressure on the A site, Pain used that to take over mid and knew they were pulling the offer off of that angle. And even though Blitz comes in, they hold it from both sides, and they become the CTs in that spot, holding the perfect positions for the reaggressions. Mongols will have a bit of regret, and this is now a great round to follow a good one for Pain. And now the only thing they're really going to be kicking themselves about is just not having a better first half.
Sure.
But at the same time, they do this with a pistol as well. And they hear the match port music every round.
Fist bump order of operations figured out.
That was very hard, I think. That was like almost Rubik's
complex
Cube level.
system, okay? There are layers. As there was to this mid setup, a player a pop for Pain. Posted on the mid entries.
Patty cake.
And 2 rifles here for Mongols.
No way. No way they're
Bombs still drop back though. They're just taking over main fast. I like that call too. Calling out Mongols. No, they like the deep smoke, but they can't actually play for it now. Where will the T's eventually go? I mean, they're not going to do a pick play. They're not going to risk Cowes walking into the B site.
They're going to walk at this long hut.
Wait, is that
910's on the angle.
Wait, it wasn't spotted.
Oh, God. Lux tries to put it down. Oh, he loses his teammate. Lux is locked in, but the fire protects it.
The bomb is immediately running away.
Senzu tries to get in. 1 of 2 M4s on the play here. Techno is the second.
Sometimes, man, Techno puts together a hold that just has your eyes wide open.
Yeah, it's in the name. 4 of them to drop on the approach. Bomb joining the players towards long. What? There it is! Halfway there. Just in time, too. Lux clears that fast flank, but Bomb's still stuck on long. Lux returns the favor to Techno, who's still alive. Plays off of the plat with Senzu on the obelisk, 20 to the clock. And as they hold, time is running out.
They're faking
NQZ
it.
knows he has to double back, and he finds Senzu in the open.
But no time. They have to go to Techno.
It's all Techno from the start of this. Those 2 kills already. Third one escapes him, and they come back.
That is close. Oh my God. He's the only one to get kills in that position. Everybody rotating over. One more thing goes wrong, and it's all over. The sound bait to walk away baited Senzu into peeking a little bit too wide. If he had just stayed tucked, this could have been a matter of time. Unreal spray transfer.
Does half the job right then and there.
But that's also a round where they're saving.
Senzu stepping out from behind Obelisk to give away that op kill.
He ate on, he bid on it. He was thinking about peeking into dark on the other side of default, and he heard a guy running away.
Sure.
I don't think he calculated that, it's a little bit too late to pull off a move like that.
Man.
And all he really had to do was sit pretty.
Devil's in the details.
Pain have tried to do that a couple of times now. Full buy comes in, and now we're at the point of the game where you can look past all the close rounds that you've won. You've just won rounds in succession, all kinds of them. Really strong ones.
2 M4s in that last one keeps Pain on their toes.
Now, this is a real test of Biguzera. They've done a good job of conditioning here. Can they continue to trick the Mongols is the question. Nade misses by a hair.
Risky business here from Lux. Oh, he almost unraveled that. Almost, but it's Senzu to instead pick up the kill. And Senzu nearly dies. Dropped down to 6 health, but it's a 5v4 in Mongol's hands.
Oh, it's a perfectly timed molly.
And QZ just looking to press into the camera, not give it a chance.
The bomb is still in spawn right now.
Oh God, no, not like this.
Pain wanted to try to attack this site. Oh my God, all of Techno's mollies and smokes have been timed beautifully. He has not died yet. And they still have to go back and get the bomb. And everybody's in a position to keep this map active. Biguzera is the closest player. And he'll decide and show us where they want to go. And we see the intention. It's to take it back to the B site.
Careful.
Oh my God.
Careful.
Oh, he missed his chance. 35 seconds. But Senzu gets one.
Lux peels it off the bridge. He's going to try the same little jiggle. Techno, you're lucky to be alive, but he baits them in. And with it, a kill. Blitz to the back of Plat. The utility this round has been chess-esque. And so as he finds Sanctuary back Plat, they're drawn into him, 15 to the clock. Blitz finds the headshot, NQZ lands it. 9-10 slides out, mischance. And with his teammate coming up from long, it's 8 seconds as bomb goes down. Hands busy on one, and he covers. Biguzera covers right when they need him. He saves NQZ, and Absinio's bested by the Opper. This map goes 24 rounds.
They want overtime. Oh my God. I can't believe Techno got away with everything in that round.
How many jiggles?
Yeah, he actually fell back on 2 positions versus the op. It was very dangerous to try to do that, and he still got away with it. Look at this play from Lux. They get a rotation out of all of this. And this cover is absolutely extraordinary. 9-10 does rush this situation. The T's have a position where they can put the bomb down and they have one person to cover.
Twice.
Now Biguzera is in the spot to watch that angle. They risked it all to get that bomb down.
1 round prior, fake steps away, gets somebody from behind Obelisk. 2 instances in the final 10 seconds of rounds whereby Mongols overstep.
But is this the most dangerous combination of ingredients in terms of weapons? We don't have the op, but we have some of that eco potential that we saw in previous rounds. A little bit more freedom, which Mongols have had fun playing with. And I don't know if they're going to go aggressive through A, because that's the #1 play that people are playing it. But oh, Molly's perfect on NQZ, and they're pushing everything right now.
Dude, they want to fight, and they're going to find it. Lux comes in. He's going to go peeking down Canal. Oh, the trade's good.
Oh, the shot missed.
With the double.
No.
And Absinio adds that extra pressure from behind.
Oh.
You want to talk about pressure. Round 24, and they go haywire on the aggression. They bait Pain into all these fights, and with heads turned, it's a long A push. 20 frags for the kid. And Biguzera, who has called an excellent T side, a true test for Pain, has a minute to make this clutch happen. He needs a massive mistake. The trajectory tells him there's somebody over here towards long A. If Senzu takes too many steps to his right, he is the first domino to fall.
I mean, everything is being watched. If he walks into this, there is no forgiving his position.
Right now.
Senzu.
Right now.
Oh, he is.
Biguzera jumps. 910 looks to come at it from Canal. He's got just the right tools for the job, and Biguzera, that peak from Canal is primed. He thinks it's the corner, and as he chases down the deeper lane, it's a CT to tuck in. Biguzera can sense that he's getting squeezed. Oh, he waits.
Oh.
It's a sliver. Which of these fights does he take first? It's a second in the clutch. Biguzera goes back. I told you once, I'll tell you again. It's the bigger, better Zera.
There is no way we just witnessed that. A damn near impossible clutch. Because Senzu, why are you throwing utility in a 3v1? Every angle is locked off for you, but even from beyond that point, absolute disbelief. 2 fights separated, 30 seconds, site has to be picked. And Biguzera is given the chance. They don't want to fall back to the sites because they've got one player stuck in canals, no way to join up. And that could have been GG right there. It should have been. That was 99.9%.
You said it. If he backs up, everything was covered.
Everything.
Every single
possible. What do you
entry
need?
to
What
that
do you need a
bomb was-
molly for when you have 3 people to get 1 trade? What do you need a molly for, Senzu?
Pressure gets to them, and Payne just ran back a hell of a T-side. They're going to keep the pressure up. Ooh, can Mongols survive the heat? 910 has left it on the table. Chances have slipped past him. And now Cowes and Snow have control of long A, and the only form of defense here for Mongols is that op back site.
This is why they do all the meditation, so they can survive tilt like that.
Sure.
That's the one upside of subscribing to Marcus Aurelius, like Blitz does. Keeping all the pain within. It's for rounds like that. Delayed hit on A. That's what we're about to see. Biguzera fired up. What an absolute monster. He's in a great position to get... Oh, Techno finds the timing. And this is the round, Mongols. This is the round that you finally are able to pick up.
Looking likely. Or is it?
Or is it?
NQZ able to answer? There's that secondary op though,
Senzu.
huh?
It's a 3v1 Senzu.
He peeks in, gets tagged down to 4 HP. NQZ's nade doesn't quite find him and exposes the threat of a peek. 8 seconds to the clock here. NQZ's lost this. It's just this op rattling off. He's throwing guns over the wall, doing anything he wants to in the face of an NQZ clutch.
Oh my god.
That double op setup is something we've been talking about with the Mongols as of late throughout Cologne. Haven't really seen it, and now it shows its head in overtime. 910 skims the shot into Snow. Second op on bricks. And the Mongols take a CT round win. Considering, again, 9-3 T-sides for both these teams.
Yeah.
Value in that last one for the Mongols, but how many more can they pick up? Because it's another 5v4 off of the back of a blitz position in the side of the window. The left side peak just didn't expect to have him there. And we go 5v4 in the opening seconds of round 2.
Yeah. And QZ is a little bit off it. That wasn't an easy shot, though. They were trying to displace his aim. And a nice one from Biguzera. Waits patiently for his opportunity. Razor thin margins. And they know what Techno's going to do again. And he's had such a good sense for this, right? He's never got caught actually with his utility out.
Sure. Always gets onto plat, usually offers a kill. Did a really good job of dodging a couple of those op shots as well.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, this...
Oof, Biguzera gives him the frag. More where that came from. Techno's got this locked in. Oof. At least for the first two. Op out of Senzu, tagged him. Cowez pressing in against the pistol, falters, and Snow gets caught out. Sidearm slices down the last two challengers. Mongols just wanted to make us sweat.
Yeah, they said, hey, have your big moment, but overtime was always ours. No problem. We made some mistakes. We were a little nervous. You showed us a good comeback, but this is where the party ends. But still, Pain, even if they don't pull this back somehow, they showed amazing resilience, man. And I think, you know, if you had any doubt in Biguzera as a caller or as a player, that faith has been restored. It is so rare these days that you get a clutch like that, and you do need a, you know, massive mistake to make it possible. But it's almost refreshing to see it. It feels like we're back in 2016 for a second.
Map point.
Ah, insane.
Looking for something to punish, but Mongols doing a good job of just keeping themselves leaned back. Again, we were just praising Techno for his ability down in dark, but Senzu actually takes up his position. Double ops have been working out. Oh, yes!
Wow.
Biguzera double headshot just like that.
Oh my God.
Pulls the first op out of the play, but if they keep stepping forward, Senzu's got a chance here. Frag is going to take a good chunk of his health down. Fine by him. He catches Snow in the background. They smoke him off so that he can't get another. Biguzera down to 14 health. And it's just enough to scare Mzinho back into his bomb site. He's going to give himself a flash. Oh, and it works! What? Perfection!
Oh, that's amazing. And he knows that his flank is compromised. And he's still not done yet.
Oh, sets himself up to succeed and puts the Mongols on his back. Biguzera, 14 health, kicked this off and gets kicked out.
Wow, that's amazing, man. A perfect timing on that walking right click. Yeah, dusted off Mzinho. Amazing stuff. He's the only one there after Biguzera cuts off 2 rotations from coming in to help him.
He's all they need.
And he doesn't freak out one bit. Look, the timing is unbelievable. It is unbelievable.
That's so smooth.
It's a forced error.
Oh, the kid is slick.
That's crazy stuff. 3 straight as we go to the T-side overtime for the Mongols, where they got their first 9 rounds.
As many CT round wins in overtime as all of regulation.
Oh, and NQZ misses again.
However, we get Cowez into the action. His 18th to the board, Biguzera slips in, and we've got a response real quick out of Pain.
Wow.
Screw your man advantage.
That was incredible.
Out the window go the odds.
We are getting some unreal rounds out of these individuals. Good luck with this one, though, 9-10.
They came into that long push with confidence. Look at that radar. The Mongols' corpses stacked high on A.
That's with the opening frag.
A bloodbath from Cowez. Didn't take a point of damage. Just mowed down an entire team. And 9-10, you've got a player on the fountain. That's going to catch him off guard. Biguzera's in the sight. Luckily for him, layers on the defense. Luckily for us, Pain's still in this.
Yeah, for sure. They want to bring it to a second overtime. They're going to have to dig deep to do so. I mean, do a lot better than they did in the first half. And I think at the end of the first half, they got one of their rounds. So there's that. Powered up a little bit too late. They got to be more warmed up now. This tactical timeout for the Mongols. I think they're just, I don't think they really need to reinvent the wheel here. They've had so many good tactical plays that could work on at any moment. Mara flips up his mic nice and early. They spend the rest of this time deliberating amongst themselves. 3 3 straight CT rounds, that should be the key.
Should be. But it was a fast tempo set by Mongols. I'll see what happens if they slow it down a peg. Oh my god, Cowis is going in. Oh, he's taking damage.
Peak.
Op's gonna give him cover. NQZ missed second chance. Not gonna fall into the sight.
That much.
Biguzera comes running down from camera, just empties the utility belt, but Mongols are fine with that. They got what they wanted.
Yeah, we're looking at some more potentially heroic moments.
Hold on, they're gonna go in.
Yeah.
There's already a rotation in place. If they force this fight, they know what they're up against. This is head-to-head inside of the A site. Do or die for Pain on Anubis. And Biguzera pulled off Snow along the wall, doesn't get his, and Biguzera's got to do it again.
Hey, why not? Run it back.
They try to keep that pressure up. He attempts to go for spam. Incendiary keeps him at bay. Low health for Mzinho, smoke in his face. It is a dire straight that lies ahead for Biguzera. We get this cross into the camera, which should guarantee the post plant, unless he comes at it from heaven. But even that has 2 sets of eyes upon it. He drops the smoke, and what's the next move? Creates a little more room to wiggle, but they layer up on it, and they lock this one in. A hell of a first half from Mongols that could have had this map in the bag. But a fight from Pain means we may have a game on our hands.
affair on Anubis, a tale very much of two halves and then maybe some more halves of play. It was getting loud on the server. It was getting loud from Mzinho, and two guys next to me were getting loud with cries of despair watching some of those rounds. What did we just witness?
I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, I don't
like. Listen, I'm getting on with my age. I'm losing years just watching some of these rounds. Because what was that? An incredible first half from Mongols. That was some textbook T-side on Anubis. It was like a chainsaw cutting through butter. And then we saw what happened the second half.
It was just pain. I guess resilience is something that...
It was pain. It was real pain.
It was pain.
Petting, perhaps.
It was pain.
Oh, okay.
I think at this point the Mongols owe you health insurance because they've certainly given you some sort of chronic condition.
I don't think any provider is even going to give me health insurance, considering I commit to this Asian CS thing. But listen, they got it done in the end. But we've got to talk about how pain, they were able to bring it back. Obviously, showing a lot of tenacity, a lot of, and also by the way, if they got completely stomped here in map 1, I believe this could easily be. I would believe that it would be a 2-0, quick 2-0 for Mongols, right? So they did put up a fight, but for the Mongols, man, they need to know when to just pump the brakes, just pause for a second. You don't have to go for every single kill. And round number 23 right here, they have this one in the back, Mac. They have this one, and we can just talk through this.
I don't want to relive it, but we have to.
We have to. It's our job. It's our job, right? Look,
Senzu relive it.
Senzu gets a kill through the smoke, right? He gets a first kill, and then NQZ trying to peek on in, burns alive, takes a lot of damage as well. And you can see here, Pain are telegraphing. They want to head towards his B bomb site. Also, keep an eye on where the bomb is. Bomb gets picked up with 50 seconds left on the clock, right? And they don't have much time to work with. And this jiggle, man, Techno 4K, he's just giving me a heart attack, just toying with that. And then this push up top mid by Senzu. How many times has he died just going for unnecessary info plays? I've lost track.
I get that one. You wanted some info, but I just feel like, solo pushing mid at that point of the round where you need information and you just don't know where they are. Like, even when you get the info, they know that Blitz, they know that someone's here on the back of site. Blitz gets the first incredible trade coming out from X.
Look at the time.
And it is just crazy. The time is also what forces out this first mistake. I think 9-10 decides to swing for it, but incredible cover coming through. Bigu with the one-tap saving the bloody map, at least to take it to OT. That was just...
I mean, it's a 5v4. Senzu pushing mid, as you pointed out, right? There's no need to go for that. Even in the 2v2, Blitz gets a kill, he gets taken down. In the 2v2 9-10, it's no need to rush. You should be expecting the second T to be holding the angle. Like, the small little mistakes, which you don't usually make, Mike.
Well, look, this is a little bit of exposure therapy for you guys, and if you thought that round was hard to watch, I've got another one for you. Cue it! Rip it, boys! We got round 24 on deck, and this one was even spicier.
For fuck's sake. I can't do this again. I can't watch this again. But by the way, this is such an insane round from Mongols to call in the final round of regulation. This aggress is so up in the air, but they pull it off. They get the kills, the trades are fantastic. Double kill from Senzu, and take it away, Mac. I can't do this.
The thing is it was so effective. There were so many rounds where it was incredibly effective. Mazzino was going in with the flash.
Why is he throwing the molly? Why? Why are you throwing the molly there, Senzu? He's trapped. You know where he is. There's no way out.
40 seconds.
But if they swing him, he definitely can't get out.
And even here, right, like the moment they have an idea where he is, they swing him together, but no, they give him so much space, too much respect. Either give him no respect or play all the way from the back into this half-arsed approach coming in here. And by the way, brilliant clutch of Big Azera, incredible clutch, but should never have happened.
I think I watched the pair of you go through every possible human emotion.
Bro, I was dying, man.
1v3. They were ready to run down to the desk, and I stayed behind and drew them back and realized everything was still very much on the table. I do want to take one moment. As much as
take some moments.
Despair's been over here. Pain, credit to them. We ask ourselves again and again and again, this young team, this gutsy team, this team of relatively inexperienced players, when will the resolve crack? And they continue to battle back again and again and again.
No, absolutely. I feel like once we saw the first half transpire the way it did, I really felt like they're just going to throw in the towel, right? They're not going to be really putting up any fight whatsoever. But the fact they're able to grind it back, winning, 7 rounds in a row? Again, 7 rounds in a row, back to back to back. Never really, even when it looked hopeless, they never gave up. And yes, Mongols made mistakes. They did make a lot of mistakes here individually. Senzu is one guy I'm going to keep pointing at when it comes to this, but they were able to punish it. Even in scenarios when it came down to these 2v2s, 3v3s, with 10 seconds remaining on the clock, it was Pain who were holding on to the composure.
Now, I do want to talk as well about why that first half went so well, Mac, because this was Pain's pick. Ultimately, it does go the way of the Mongols, and there were reasons for that, no?
There were. Let's see if we can get the reasons. I can't show you the reasons, unfortunately, but we can look at a different reason.
Let's look at a different reason. I like multiple reasons personally, Blair. What was this reason?
We can talk about this one real quickly. Hold up, let's go all the way from the start since you got a little bit of time. What I like in this particular round...
Cue the Kadia playbook.
The Kadia playbook right here. It's actually going to be a 4v4, right? It's a 4v4 right now. And wait, I'm just going to go all the way at the back. Maybe we can just reverse this. Yeah. Skip back time. Perfect. There we go. Lovely. All right, from the beginning, right? It's going to be an opening kill going the way of Big Zera towards mid. He finds 9-10. And then, of course, Senzu is able to get a lucky kill in a 4v4. Mongols slow it down. They slow it to such a crawl. Now, there's 30 seconds remaining right here. And for Pain, they have no information. That's a big mistake they made here. They have no information what's going to be happening. So the defense is kind of spread out. And look at the Mazinho play. NQZ doesn't get a shot. He's not presented a shot at all. Mazinho plays this to perfection. There was a chance if he gets a kill towards Mazinho, but no, the peak comes out. Beautifully played by Mongols. Incredible composure. And that's the thing. On the T side, even when they're running out of time, they were showing great composure, playing like a veteran team. But when it comes to the CT side, they're just so itchy to getting these kills. Unnecessarily too aggressive. And I feel like they just need to reel it back a little bit, just a notch, and we'll be fine.
People have issues finishing when there's a lot of pressure on the line. And
absolutely, Mike.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Things have not been going well for Mongols on Anubis. So when they were so close, things just started going wrong.
But it got it done in the end.
Yeah, they got it done in the end, and that's the most important thing.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you're so close and then it just seems to get so far away. Look, there are more maps to play here. We've got more Counter-Strike. What's going to happen the next?
I have no idea. I have zero idea.
That's what your job is.
I will say this, though.
Mr. Analysis, man, give me analysis.
Mongols like to play Mirage, right? And here's my problem with Mirage. Every time I've seen them crumble a bit on the CT side, it's been Senzu being unnecessarily aggressive, picking up that secondary AWP. And I'll tell you what, from what I've seen from Pain so far, map 1, they're going to punish them for it.
They're going to punish them indeed.
They're
going to punish them indeed. I said the look said it all. It's
done as well.
Agrees. We're going to see how this one goes. Who will be punished? Who will be feeling the pain? Well, it's time for a break first. Then we'll get all our answers.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you. No more T-Tours in chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
This man, 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, he doesn't go for the one, and he wins it! Lovely falling.
After an unfortunate result yesterday versus SAW, the Mongols let one slip, and it felt like they were letting it through their fingertips yet again. But they closed, Mohan. They shut it down. Their opponent's map pick of Anubis is indeed 5 straight losses for Pain, a very difficult stat here at IEM Cologne that they have to go home with. Or do they?
Or do they? If they think about it, because if they survive this game, they can think about it later in their next series. If they don't, well, then they do go home. And it's a long damn flight.
Competition really is that simple. Win or lose. Mirage. Here we go. Mongols want to take it here. A little body block, a soft block of the smoke. Leaves Big Uzera a bit of an angle to work with. Let's see if he makes anything of this. This is all set up by Big Uzera. Misses his chance on the player crossing triple. That is the bomb in sight. That is 10 men ready to rock here inside of the A plate. Frag grenade comes out to the staircase. Bomb is going down eventually.
Yeah, it took so long. CTs get into position for a CT retake, and they're jumbled up on missiles. It looks a little bit uncomfortable, but the shots are amazing.
Zinho with 2. Snow returns the favor, and he gets there. 9-10. Picks it up, pushes Cowes to the 1v2 clutch. He is stuck between 2 players. That's as much HP as he has. Peeks close to the Tetris and gets toppled.
Yeah, well,
line piece.
That looked like a messy round, though, for Mongols, where something was going wrong communication-wise, and they could not figure out how to get that bomb down or to swing on the player on stairs or whatever. And when they took that much time, there was a chance that Pain could have fragged their way out, even not being in CT spawn. Probably just surprised to not see anybody there to stop them. So right now we got Pain, who played against Na'Vi, got absolutely crushed on this map. Mongols have a lot more confidence on it, and unlike on Anubis, they've got a win rate with recent wins. So maybe a bit more confidence, but I don't know. I don't think that this is a given.
No.
No.
No. I think what we got is 2 ferocious teams that are playing for their dreams at an IEM Cologne.
Oh.
Two underrepresented regions. Both rosters with something to be proud of throughout 2024 already. Mongols considered the favorites up a map. But if you think this fight is over...
Yeah. That's a good move, actually, though, for 9-10. Taking over window. It's a small risk, but they kind of needed to take one. He's not walking up just yet, and... Oh, well, there's an opportunity lost.
Bomb is looking at this B site, though. Ooh, thought he had a little more room to work with. Lux slides out, takes him down, chucks that weapon over.
Great shot from NQZ in this round. Molly's come out, no one playing close up. Can this scout do more? Oh my goodness, yes it can.
Excuse me?
Was classy out of NQZ. He's having a tough time with some of the easier ones, but maybe that was an Anubis problem. Great round from him here.
Bow! Bro! I felt that in my bones.
Nasty.
Well, if you're going to bring that kind of play to the server, then let's get it. Screw your pistol round win. Mongols back to the drawing board. And Hugo ate all the crayons. Drawing board?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, little late, little late.
Normally you put him on, you know, Bristol board.
Ah, yes, yeah. A whiteboard.
Well, crayons on a whiteboard. That sounds like something Hugo would do.
Who knows what that guy's up to?
Since he ate all the markers.
No, those are, he smells those. Smells markers, eats crayons.
And he sits on pencils.
Bathes in glue.
Wow, okay.
It's still there, man. It's still there. That little tidbit of hope for Senzu.
3, 2, 1.
One more. Ah, not going to happen. NQZ a little too sharp. NQZ content to take a risk there. Had 8 health. Deagle hits him anywhere. He loses his Galil, his Kevlar, and all 4 of his grenades, Mohan.
Yeah, but you know what? He said, my name is my name.
NQZ.
It's a Wire reference. You got to watch it, man.
Oh, okay. We're doing that again.
The Wire, Sopranos, Hunter x Hunter. Then I'm off your back for life.
Oh, Christ. Need some time off. To meet your demands. Mongols demand a little respect.
Ooh, Cow is playing triple alone on an anti-eco.
Stuck on bench. Hey, he's done a good job of dodging the threat. Look at him go.
That's nice that he got out of there.
He gets out, he gets found out because as he jumps through smoke, NQZ is actually the one who tags him up.
Oh, come on. What is happening?
Why are all these Tech 9s finding frags? NQZ to the top of the stairs is off to a flying start. We saw it with the scout shot, man. He's got that pizzazz.
Hey.
Stick it.
God, they're so far away.
Tech 9's going to have to run at him.
And Techno goes down, and now the stick comes out. Senzu,
no.
There's no swing.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
What's happening?
Give him a test. He can't walk all the way up there to CT spawn. All right.
Oh, you guys mind if I defuse this real quick? No.
Alrighty then.
Peter Griffin grew a mustache.
I mean, honestly, if they're just going to swing him, just swing him with both in that situation.
Well, didn't expect the kid, I guess. I don't know.
All right, well, doesn't matter, seems like.
We're going to have one of these maps, aren't we?
Yeah.
This is...
Q Face It Mirage.
This is going to be one of the maps of all time.
Uh-oh. It's not getting out of that. Lux. Oh, yeah. Look at these dinks, man. What's happening?
Miguzera gets a double, then Kawez dies inside connector. Who wants to fight? Who doesn't? Everybody's taking peeks. Everybody's dying interchangeably with one another.
Yeah, we need to get everybody lined up, nuts to butts. We're going to figure out who wants to fight, and then we're going to go at a gauntlet in mid, one angle at a time.
1v1, one at a time. and then maybe we can make sense of this, okay? You guys are making Chev's job a little too hard at the moment.
Nice.
I mean, that mid-fight to
keep
me,
it up, though. You can't trick him.
It almost didn't make sense. It just didn't make sense, did it?
Yeah.
It just felt like...
It does make sense, though. It's going to Lux.
The moment somebody wants to step away is the moment somebody else decides, nah, let's step in.
17 HP, one shot already missed by Lux. He's not a full-time opper, obviously. And right now, he doesn't seem to have any idea. He's going to check on window in a second. There's a good shot. There is a good shot.
And he's back into very solid cover. Senzu gives away the second position. That's both Mongols now known to Pain. Lux tries to hone in on another. Oh, and his Biguzera assist comes out through window. Now Senzu's got to finish off this job.
Just bleeding off time off the clock. They could go and try to deal with him, but they are just too afraid to try to approach.
Seconds. You got to get him off this pillar. Oh, the peek back sight. You got to get him off this pillar. You got 5 seconds left. You know exactly where he's at.
Oh, wow.
Senzu gives him the beans.
Nope. How do you like them Dragon Balls? And there ain't no respawn until next round.
Oh, they peeked him. They peeked him because they knew for sure he's getting up in the face of the op. So Biguzera tries to save the day. But Senzu just a little too quick with it. We get back into a feisty start to the round. Pain clearly signing up for these early fights. Biguzera waits with Blitz. Oh!
Ooh, with the
gets
Galil.
dinked and loses to the Galil.
Look at how much utility has just been protected here for Blitz. So not only is a gun unretrievable for Snow, but yeah, full buy here. That's a key duel one. And it's going to be a real broke Pain if they don't figure this one out. Mzinho ready to leap with the MAC-10 out of Palace, and Cowez on the search. Definitely a good thing to do. And I think in moments like this, we see highlights from Cowez. It's just him, of course.
I like the angle. It's risky business, but oh, it's almost one that works. It's a good amount of damage on Techno. Lux has been given a chance versus one of these 3 players out ramp. And the others start to cross over. 910's got the bomb with the op, and NQZ deals with the one player coming out from Palace. The one guy who could have cleared Lux off the play dies before he gets a chance to strike. And 910 covers.
I want to say NQZ desperately wants to win this round.
No.
If he can. It's still planted opposite on triple, right? Oh, there's a chance now.
Then the bomb plant. He knows he's locked behind these boxes.
It's these two again in the 1v1, and Senzu is going to time the swing again. Shadow shown.
Oh, it's close.
Oh,
and
he
it's
pulled it
off. Mongols thought a post plant would save them, but NQZ with a triple kill to keep this lead in their hands.
That is key. 11-2 for NQZ Revenge. And with that momentum, oh, that was such a crucial moment for the Mongols to get back into this half. Playing a little bit too loose in this position. An extra fight that they didn't need. But he was razor sharp. And he already has that 1v2 on the A side as well. That was him? I don't even remember at this point, but clutches regardless. Look at the guns available. But we've seen what the Tech-9s could do before.
Oh,
Cowez is blind.
Oh my god, he's still up there.
Uh-oh.
Techno's able to get past. We go right back into an action-packed round. There is no chance to catch your breath here.
They're gonna flash.
NQZ behind cover. He's been the best piece of Pain so far. Even in that last round, killing the player Palace was so clutch to set up the MP9, and then literally clutch off his 1v2.
Oh my god, they're all peeling back, okay? And we've seen some post-plant positions completely blown here for the Mongols. And in this position, they also look a little bit uncomfortable. I wouldn't be surprised if they give away a kill or two, but the molly, ooh, that makes things interesting, and they aren't even going to try it now, are they?
Bro, their last nade is that Molotov. That last piece of utility is enough to lock out any possibility of the retake, so Mongols know what they want. If not for NQZ 1 round prior, A-site falls.
It might be a good decision here for Pain to back up, because if they had lost those players, it's like, you know, off of the back of a clutch, no money once again, and Mongols with anything here. Oh, that's how Techno got the info back. Jumping in front of balcony. All right, that's a zany round, but you know what? It's Pain who can afford to lose in this way, keeping 3 with the op and everything. You look at the deadpan faces on the Mongols and you think, this isn't the style of CS that they want to do. But they are just so unbelievably aggressive. They showed every round on Anubis that they were totally up for this style of CS. This is like...
really is an instance of like, don't judge a book by its cover.
100%.
You know, I say just never read books, but...
I could go as far as picture books. Oh, man, Techno's shoulder peaks are actually so solid.
Right, we saw it all Anubis long.
Mad confidence in them, too. Imagine he just walks back into that. Like, you see, how far do you go, man?
All the way, apparently.
Oh, wow.
How much further?
I think he's probably still worried. He's going to get lodged in. It'll be hard for him to flank. A-site, at least they have confidence, though.
Yep.
It just depends on the timing here for the Mongols. So they go early. A-site's being pushed as well. Oh,
man,
my
they want
God.
Ramp. Oh, my. No, Big Uzera. Okay, got one. But loses window control as Snow goes down empty-handed. Last time, NQZ saved Lux in this position by dealing with the Palace player. If that doesn't happen, you think Mzinho comes out and just beams this player on site, or 910's going to eventually find him.
Again.
Or he's going to get off of the site, get a kill and a half, and set up the ramp play. Cowes doubles back. That's the bomb down in the open. And NQZ, who is flanked around the world. As we go 20 seconds to the clock, Blitz is trying to get over towards Ticket, but this is going to burn so much time off of an already low clock that, I mean, are they going for this?
He's got to run. And
5 seconds to spare to scoop it up and plant it. NQZ is dead. They find him on the Tetris, and who needs time?
I can't believe they got the op off of A-ramp like that. That was his fight to lose. Oh, man. Mongols, not only do they get that one as well, another precarious situation that could have easily been lost, especially with the info that NQZ got in the B apartments. But now it's finally Mongols clearing the board, finally forcing a full eco.
And if they just had better guns, Lux sitting on bomb site, peeks out that second duel outside connector with an MP9.
That's because these rounds have been so close. That's because Mongols have already given up many winning positions. This is an extremely scrimmy Mirage in all the best ways.
This is one of those games that just anytime somebody tells me you want Mirage taken out of the map pool, listen, I understand if you don't like playing it yourself, but watching some of the most individually talented players in the world,
so fun.
I'm not saying this game, but it's a good instance of it. Like,
wait, what do you mean? These are some of the. These are definitely some of the most individually talented players in the world.
Okay.
You can say that.
Okay. I just don't need those. Actually, unless Monacy's in the server.
People forget, you know, you count up every single player that's here at Cologne, however many, and that's, you know, what fraction of the player base is that, right? These are the most individually talented players in the world.
And they just make Mirage look so good. So fun. We're in the entertainment business. And if you haven't been entertained throughout this match, something wrong with you. Objectively. There's the first one. Snow's USP finds a kill, and Lux boosted inside of jungle. It's an interesting state of affairs. They would have known there was somebody boosting him, so they should know the second player is also here.
They don't seem to know for some guys.
Techno falls to the P2000. We go into the Deeg. Big Uzera, don't you dare.
Yeah, time for another clutch.
Don't you dare.
Nice. All right, so it's a close round and sort of expensive. Pain will now buy up again. Mongols got just enough to play, and this one goes just out of prep. It goes out of history. Mirage games that they played recently. They're just, every situation is brand new. They're having fun. That's what we're watching.
Same.
Great to see this map sort of from NQZ. Oh my god, this could be like 9 rounds straight for the Mongols, if not for him.
Well, him and Senzu are really going tit for tat. Who can carry harder? Time tells. Again, they want to take this ramp control. Pain's had this affinity for pushing forward on the A site, but it does temporarily leave a door open towards Cat and B.
And this is a round with no op in the B site.
Uh-oh. Bomb's looking to go into the apartments. Does it go down underpass?
It's a perfect push, but this is very awkward. If they double push all the way around, then it ends up coming back to A. We don't know.
Let's try to figure out where the hell this defender's at, and NQZ steps up to the plate.
Oh no, it's pulled the CTs back over towards A slightly.
Snow, holds his own. Amzinho getting a kill towards A. But Biguzera's got the flank to Palace. Oh my god, the timing just missed. But it's CTs getting peeks here and there. 9-10, he's gonna Molotov off the Cat play.
Wait, that's spotted, right? Wait.
He didn't.
His teammate died in Palace. Amzinho, what is happening? The bomb can get planted on B? Excuse me? What the hell?
Well, this game's got it all.
Is this chess?
It's something. 9-10 burned off sight, down to 16 health as he stands in the fire. There is nobody in the market. The bomb is planted for Cat. There's 2 Pain players coming from this direction, and then the flank in apps.
And he can maybe... Nope, he gets spotted, surely. Wait, there's surely no way he wins now that he's been spotted.
That's a smoke on top of the bomb. They're going to force him out into the site, and Cowes kills him. That round, you can talk about.
I loved that round.
Why?
To watch. Because Counter-Strike is all about preparing and strategy and positioning and teamwork and communication.
And in this last round, we had
something different. That's the most beautiful part. No matter how good you are and organized and well prepared, that it can still all go wrong and you get what you don't expect. That's the reason we have our eyes glued to the screen right now.
We play a game where everything is possible.
Everything is possible.
Whatever that thing was, it happened.
You know, that was like Simple talking about NPL, I think, when they were playing together. And he's like, you know, you can jump spot half wall on Banana and Inferno this way. But he said, when you play against players like Nico and Saiwu, you can't do it that way. And so, like, there is a literal different way to play versus certain competition at the highest level that had to be introduced to someone who has no experience, you know, when Nico crouch peeks you from the bottom of Banana. And that is what makes Counter-Strike so damn exciting.
It was exciting.
I was really drinking my own Kool-Aid there. I totally forgot what we actually just saw.
You did a great job. You did a great job.
That was hairier than Hugo's chin.
Cowes slides in. Oh, just the perfect flashbang out of NQZ. But guess
Where'd
what?
he come from?
Windows compromised. 9-10 comes through, clears ramp, bomb spotted, and already the B players getting into the action. How many times are we going to go back and forth? Snow makes the difference. That is the bomb to be planted seemingly. Lux does not fire off from Con, and that gives them a chance to reposition. So Techno pulls out of the Palace, looking to join 9-10 towards ramp. I lied. He's going to go all the way around because bomb is planted on the short side of Triple. And 9-10 looks to keep the jungle guy locked in. Goes back, and Connector's gonna blindside him. But now they're thinking about ramp more so than anything else. Bomb is at the halfway point. He sees a couple gun barrels, starts to take a shot, and only gets the one. So unfortunately here for Mongols, they get into their sight, but Snow does a good job of peeling players off so that there is no comfort in that post plan.
I think that, I mean, I kind of understand playing a bit more aggressively in that spot because it's still 2v3, but you almost know you're going to go out as a martyr and get a kill and get traded in that position. They had no idea Lux would be coming in from Connector, so it's sort of half-baked, and I think that it would have been probably smarter, especially seeing how far the time ticked down, to just pick a spot to get your one kill. as you get sussed out to buy Techno more time to get in position.
Pain have really loved playing A-site by getting down into the ramp. They've been taking fights top ramp, they've been sliding through and there's no resistance. Ooh, Lux takes one to the head.
Their pistols are so crazy.
Techno should be dead. His nade. Oh, his nade. His nade.
And they're still going past this? No.
Snow able to reposition. Oh, another nade.
1 HP on Techno.
And that 1 HP makes a difference. Yeah. Lux gets finished off. And with it, Techno's given a Molotov. Gives his gun away. And a half-health Snow still bolstered by Big Uzera over on B. Cowies, you got nowhere to run, buddy. Ooh, and they smoke off his exit. Oh, he fires the MAC-10. Nobody else turned. It's like those silent shots which whiz by unnoticed.
Wait, they're giving him space.
Guzera peeks in, gets caught by Senzu, but here's Snow in the corner.
Techno gets by.
Oh, but he gets spotted by the jumping Tech-9. At least he has been found out, but will it even make any difference? NQZ in for another clutch. Goes into the immediate redirection. Can he make the jump? Yeah. Over onto Cat he goes. Has to make sound all the while. Molotoved on the approach, and he misses his shot. So the Mongols bag a 6th. We get a tied half at the end of the T side here for Mongols. Their map pick and their CT side up next. Ooh, the electricity is crackling in the server here on Mirage. We got the Mongols, we got Pain, and we've got elimination on the line, okay? Those coveted tickets to the Lanxess are far and few between. And in victory tonight, neither team qualifies, but they'll have a chance tomorrow. A dream on the line. For now, you gotta get through this Pain T side, because Mongols map up, but that last half, man, I mean, anybody's to take.
It was crazy.
Incredibly weird Counter-Strike. It was wild rounds.
A little bit under par for the Mongols, but still decent. But they actually lean a bit better on their CT side, so Pain gonna come up and try to change all that. Zinho, nice opening kill, and some pressure on 910, who, yeah, eventually just falls.
Rotations come over, and
running out of ammo. No, you can't let that happen.
3 kills already. And as he goes back in, he will finally go down. NQZ supposed to catch Techno.
Come on.
But even he dies.
What are these frags?
Lux now pushed to the clutch, tagged by Ticket, and knows that Techno's bottom mid, so he's gone.
They're
back
just
into
so...
the ramp. Minute and 10
They're
to
just
clutch.
so not afraid. And you know what? The more time that...
Okay.
I was going to say, give them space and maybe they'll make a mistake, but they just hunt them down. How are Mongols going to do that after a 6-6 half? And we saw what happened in the first half. It's like they didn't learn any lessons.
And Zeno gets gushed, comes back in with the reload, and just hoops off the triple box, man.
Little asthma.
Sorry, that's NACS.
How's that copium you're huffing?
Glocks. Nope. Not gonna happen.
Oh boy.
1 death for Blitz, so be it. Mongols go up 8-6, convert, and I like the Pain. Don't waste time. It's AKs across the board now.
We'll see. I think it's going to be mid-control on the board here for the Mongols. And if Pain want to go with fast A plays, that obviously was a good solution for the Mongols. I can't believe the amount of strength they showed when they were playing with just Tech 9s and Mac 10s. Sure. I think they consistently took over the site. And Pain are spreading out for the quick split. Mzinho looking to clear things out. And Cowes has not shoulder peeked this. Snow holding. Nice one from Snow. Oh, beautiful stuff. Oh, that nade. Oh, it bounces.
That's crazy. The Cowes survives. Meanwhile, Senzu does pick up a kill. That's at least top middle in the back pocket of the Mongols. Utility to make sure Mzinho's not in his tricky triple spot.
This lurk is crazy.
Techno flash for himself. Oh, he's going in. Oh. He just dives sight. And he doesn't fall back, but unfortunately for him, he's losing teammates left and right. Comes back at it from triple, gets toppled by NQZ. Enough's enough, boys.
That's crazy.
Senzu is playing some lights out CS, but his backline's compromised on the B site. Biguzera gonna put him down.
Wow. Okay, 1 round game. But because Mongols won that last round with losing only a single player, they have enough money to buy again. I don't even blame MQZ for thinking he's not going to reaggress. Mongols' style of play is move fast and break things. That's what they're doing every round. Willing to risk it.
Similar scenes as the last round. Pain allowing for somebody to step into ramp if need be, but that's not the plan here from Mongols, clearly. They're going to leave Mzinho up on top of the Palace.
Personally love this setup. Balcony and 2 at the top of connector. Tethering off of one another.
Just Techno's 5-7 over here towards B. Good nade. There's half of Biguzera gone.
I don't think they're worried about that. Little bit of pressure that Biguzera puts down. Yeah, they're totally worried about the right thing at the moment. So, Minute Smoke comes down inside a window. Bottom con as a counter.
It's an audible for Biguzera as he hears pieces running round. And 910 fell off the box, so he could have hurt both of those CTs. Zeno blocks off ramp at 30 seconds, so they push through. He climbs the ladder as 910 holds on to mid-control. There's that frag that Techno queued up, and there's the assistance meant to tether along the MP9. Blitz hangs on to the ticket booth. Techno comes out with the 5-7 for a frag onto Lux, and it's low health Cowez holding bench as bomb has to get planted. Techno swings! Oh, but it gets away! And so Blitz is going to have to come through with the clutch. He's got no kit to work with, but plenty of time. And as NQZ sits behind triple, it's first Cowez on bench, and that's enough to lock it in. Game tied at 8.
Oh, I can't believe the rounds that Pain win in these close situations. It looks like Mongols have full control of it. They have Mzinho getting some damage in. They can't dislodge him just right away. They have the first kill with 910 on Biguzera's lurk. And then somehow Cowez gets his. NQZ is able to get it together to take out Techno on the approach. Wow. Pain are fighting.
And Mongols shouldn't put up much.
What?
I don't know, man.
He did that from the window in the smoke.
I don't know.
By the way, with a USP.
And they shouldn't put up much of a fight here. USP just blasts him out of nowhere.
Oh my god, no, not this round.
Hold on. A dink comes through to Cowez. Techno will get taken care of and everything's okay. Why would we ever panic? Why would we assume that the CTs can do anything at all?
Dude, these guys' pistols are just unbelievable. That's just... I don't even know what to say.
350 damage this round from USPs.
Yeah, and 3 players down is expensive as hell. So...
I don't get it.
I don't know. Those, yeah, they're the Tech 9 plays that they showed in the first half of this game, and these USP frags.
I'm curious how many bullets 910 shot before he got that frag, because it felt like just back-to-back headshots.
It felt like back-to-back.
Just a little beep, beep, beep.
I've never seen that before. A USP. Lux dies so fast. I think you get overwatched doing that.
Yeah, right?
Tack timeout here called for the Mongols. They've got a good opportunity with those 3 kills. And QZ's the only one with a lot of money left over. But it's not that they can't get themselves into good positions. They just can't close some rounds.
Yes.
It feels like Mongols could have won this game 10 times over already. But Pain are just staying composed and very good in clutches.
Definitely making the most of this NQZ performance. Guy's got 8 deaths.
Yeah, and honestly, man, he's been good, but also some of the whiffs that he has, they're really noticeable.
Well, you don't have to talk about those.
Yeah, I didn't.
That was a choice.
I really did choose to.
It's also a choice to fight fire with fire, and that's what Mongols want top mid. Lux trying to cross over. Oh man, Blitz was just climbing up.
He was just getting airlifted right there. Can he walk on water too? What is happening? These guys are casting spells.
You love it.
You wear it.
Poor Snow, tasked with moving top middle alongside NQZ.
Oh no.
They'll have Biguzera to come help, but strong position from Senzu. And of course, if anybody's playing that, you know there's eyes top mid. So do Pain really want to press their luck by swinging out now? Nobody stands there without support. Cowez trying to capitalize on what could have been maybe a weaker Behold, but Techno, no fun and games.
Techno's
straight to business.
Techno, I mean, he's not like top fragging every game, but man, his protocols sometimes are so sharp. His shoulder peaks are so good. He's one of the most reliable pieces of presence, I think, on the Mongols. tastes like Sprite.
I was getting nervous that like there was going to be like a Ring reference. Somebody had some,
oh yeah,
you know, some scare, you know, jump scares.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of those things?
Yeah, back in my day on the internet, 9gag, they had some.
Watch the Mazda Miata as it drives down the road. Don't take your eyes off it. And that's why at 30 I still have trust issues.
The score is tied. Not that that means anything.
9-all.
No one knows what's going to happen this game.
Dude. It's... Climbs up and shuts down the top mid box cross. Poor Lux never had a chance in the last round, so...
I want to say this round means a lot, but I just don't know if that's true. It should, though. Pain are the ones who are worried. At least we can put it that way. They're the ones who have big 0 on a P250.
Zinho, here's the rumblings of the attack. Ooh, eats the flashbang. Ooh, and as he goes back around, so Snow, 2 kills. There's a spam.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Make it make sense. Tell me. Share your secret.
Flashbang is perfect.
Cowes blind, Techno doesn't swing, the fight comes to him.
He swung.
And now you go man advantage. This was a 5 versus 3 off the back of Snow's opening 2 kills. A lot of HP here for the Mongols retake. A utility goes down as well. NQZ is on site. This flank from Big Uzera. Oh my God, what a risk he has taken. But as he stretches for the AK, he does go down. And Pain lose control of the post plant. Mongols 3v5.
I don't even know, man. There's not a lot of room for analysis when Blitz can hit the spray transfer through the smoke. After Snow gets these 2 great kills, tracing him back, I mean, that's what this is right here. But he just holds it down. Lux comes right into him. Oh!
Lux trying to throw a Molotov to get him out of the corner.
And then Cowes swinging into spawn after their flashes failed.
Right?
I don't know. Or their flashes hit. They just expired.
It's like he missed his chance to pounce, but then still played as if the opponent would be blind. Mind you, he doesn't know what the hell's going on because there's flashes all over.
But the thing is, it doesn't matter because even though there's no money to buy, Pain could still absolutely win this round. 100%. Some say life's not all about money, and that's especially true in this match. Anything is possible.
True warrior spirit out of both these teams.
They're all coming out of A ramp.
Fight for every inch.
Surely the Mongols put themselves in the best position possible for this. Surely.
9-10 back on ticket. There's nobody coming out from Palace. The T's decide to jump with the flash. It was a good flash. It got 9-10 off his angle. Oh
my God.
Zinho goes down. 9-10 is missing shots. Get your op out. Trying to drop nades instead. And what do you know? It's a post plank here for Pain. They grab 2 guns. Their smoke's up. Mongols save. In the wise words of Mohan Launders Govindasamy, everything is possible.
Everything is possible. But you know what? The Mongols
want to play the retake?
Still going. Oh my God. What the? What happened in mid?
Senzu's got the pistol out. Just looking to hang on. Oh my goodness, he's fighting for it. And
oh my God.
It's his for the taking. He keeps the op. We go 10-all.
I can't, bro. I actually can't.
You're the expert. You break that down.
Oh, please. This is the final boss of analysis. Oh, man, the flashes are obviously... The flashes are obviously perfect for Pain to get across the site. Maybe a little bit of nervousness here. First shot missed by the op doesn't help, of course.
Well, let's be real. When we got to the end of Anubis, I think we saw some cracks from Mongols in their composure. We saw that 3 versus 1 that they gave over to Big Uzera. We saw a couple of post-plant peaks that just didn't quite make sense. And that's what allowed us to go to overtime to begin with. So now as we get to the tail end of Mirage, 9-10 gets traded out underpass. They're still going to press their luck top mid. One set of eyes stays fixated forward. Senzu, blasted by NQZ. Blitz looks to hang on, but the Opera's got his number. And Cowes finds an entry into A, so the bomb will be scooped up. And this is Pain to double back and likely take a lead. I say likely, because nothing is certain. Techno slides out through the murder hole, dropped by Cowes, who doubles down this round. And yes, Pain to 11.
Yes, and now it's Mongols with nothing. They don't have the investment. I want to assume that the T side, you know, slight investment is more likely. For some reason, 9-10 gets this shot and then swings out wider. He jiggles it and allows for an instant trade. Again, it's unbelievably messy, but it's two teams who are quite, I think, nervous to play each other and are showing us why. Well, oh my God, they force.
Wow.
Whoa, they don't save? Oh my, does this actually catch Pain off? They are pushing with 2 MP9s on B.
They have underpass as well. They have a player underpass to also pop up and nobody's holding. Oh my God, a killer pop, and then Blitz strikes from down beneath.
No way!
Seconds!
You can't be serious. They forced! I can't believe they forced. And it's the perfect call because Pain had no idea that this was going to happen. Big Uzera in a 1-on-3.
Surely he can't do this twice.
Around match point. We've seen Mongols blow better positions than this. I won't even lie to you. There's no other way to put that. With a full minute up, I would genuinely be scared if I was Mzinho and Blitz. Okay? And Blitz is cautiously holding for a mid play and checking on the A site with Mzinho here. This might be a raw duel for him. But they're juggling utility.
He's worried about underpass.
I mean, this is just not... Okay. And maybe this gets heard soon. I don't know.
If he kills Mzinho, he grabs that bomb and Blitz is in a bad clutch. A retake with the op. I mean, we saw a round 24 clutch at a Big Uzera 1v3.
What's happening?
Mzinho is not even considering this possibility.
Are you serious?
Big Uzera comes at it from a completely different direction than what the CTs expect. He scoops up bomb and he's gone.
How is that a good way to hold the site? This round should be over. Blitz now in the 1-on-1.
Should be. Could have been. And could still be. If Blitz, who called an excellent force buy with the triple MP9, got all of his pieces into position. Big Uzera comes through with another critical clutch, perhaps. Blitz arrives and dies. And for a second time in this series, it's go big or go home.
This one's a little bit beyond reasonable. I don't know how they could have, even with no info on the map, how they could have thought that was a smart way to hold the bomb in B-apps. That was kind of ridiculous. That was kind of ridiculous. After all that they just pulled off with those MP9s.
How could you write off the possibility of an apartments flank?
I mean...
He had 30 seconds to do that.
Yeah, that also there was no time, even when Blitz is done watching in mid for the early, you know, that flank to come in. There's plenty, you need to come back to the bomb at some point to get the instant trade on the kill.
Stop pulling the nades out.
Yeah, yeah. And also, Mzinho is holding 2 angles. Like, go clear underpass.
No, just smoke it and look at it.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Man, and also, it's frustrating just because Mongols pulled off that sick triple MP9 play.
No, that's unreal. That even happened. I have no idea how that could happen with a chess player on your team.
Genius is a curious thing. Two M4s, 2 MP9s, a Deeg. That's all that keeps Mongols in this. Big Uzera has been the bane of their existence in late round pressured situations.
Yeah.
And that's when Big Uzera really thrives. So you give him a clutch. And And he'll give him and his team a chance. Back to the ramp push. But this is not clear for the taking. Mzinho peels back. That is the two MP9s pressed forward into the ramp. Now, Snow and NQZ on the receiving end of this. 9-10, not even ready. Like, not even looking for the possibility of the walk-up. So, A-Site crumbles. And this may extend to the Mongols in general on Mirage. I mean, they were queued up to push this to OT, if not to close in regulation. And now A-Site falls. A T-side that comes through from Pain. This was the Mongols with both pistols.
Bomb has been planted.
And Techno 4K needs one if he's going to keep them in map 2. Believe your eyes. Pain given a chance to bounce back in this series. Pain given a chance to continue in Cologne. And it felt all but shut down. Mongols left a little slack out there. And they get tripped up by it. Tough stuff to deal with as we go to a decider. Cologne elimination on the line with Nuke up next.
It ain't over until Pain says it's over. 13 rounds to close it on Mirage. And the Pain train keeps on chugging along towards the station. The Mongols this time could not recover from their mistakes. They just can't seem to settle down here, Mac. Yeah. You don't say.
Yeah.
You don't say.
Yeah, look, no, well played from Pain. That was well played from Pain. The first half was great for Mongols. There were a few individuals who were hitting some shots. I'd say, look, 9-10, bit of a turnaround, but then also Pain, look, they were playing very good Counter-Strike on the first map of Anubis, and they brought that back into Mirage. But look, we're just swapping map picks, you know, trading them off. Who needs them? Who needs to be a professional on any map? They just keep it close, keep it exciting, keep it as entertaining as possible, and break my heart, his heart, and everyone else in in Apex Heart. That's okay. It's not about us.
It's not about us. And listen, again, Pain showing a lot of tenacity to close it out. You okay, Mike?
I'm kind of loving this. I'm not gonna lie. We've got
smoke in your face.
Mzinho screaming like no other. Like I've never seen him before. This is the loudest I've ever seen Mongols, and like we've watched a lot of Mongols. We watched them get cussed out by Katie, and we got watch them get yelled at by this, that, the other thing. That was just stoic, not looking at Mzinho screaming his lungs out. They're all yelling, yeah, I have never seen this Mongols before, and they are feeling the pressure.
Look, there's a saying that I've brought to the desk a few times now, and it's you win or you learn. And I thought Mongols would have learnt from that clutch, but they won, so they didn't learn, and they've got 1v3'd by Big Uzera again. So let's roll the clip. It has to happen.
And this is
we have to have a quick look.
And this is such a great start for the Mongols. Look at this. The MP9 push up there. The trades are quick, fast, and furious, but it's a very, very light buy for the Mongols. It's almost like a do or die round, and they pull it off. Now, Big Uzera left in a 1v3. Bombs dropped in apartments, by the way.
Yeah, and for me, it's like 9-10. You can't fault him in this situation. They didn't know where Big U was at that point. Bombs down. The spacing was really good. That you can see Blitz. No, he's gone towards top mid. He's making sure he's got a bit of an off angle to try and stop a flank from TV. But after, look, there's 40 seconds before he makes contact with Mzinho here. There's 2 smokes that are thrown at the unders, a molly that's thrown at the unders. Mzinho gets caught throwing that utility as well, unable to fight back. But the spacing at this point, when there's 30 on the clock, you need to be closer to trade.
You need to be closer, and there's so many ways to approach this. Also, it's such a big mistake here from Mzinho. They seem to assume there was no way the Big Uzera is going to be coming from apartment, so I don't know what sort of a brain fart that was. And again, you could have had Blitz playing all the way like next to Mzinho, it's jiggling towards TV, right? Yeah. You had a Molotov as well. Why are you mauling towards underpass, mauling into apartments? There's so many things they could have done to make this impossible for Big Uzera.
We could, you know, maybe they've done prep, maybe they think he's got tendencies to go specific ways. Maybe,
I doubt it.
Maybe there was communication, maybe someone said you heard him here. We don't know these things, you know, sometimes here with the in-ears, it's a little bit different to at home. So I'm just trying to grab at some kind of reason why there was these little...
I think those are some good excuses. Yeah. You're trying. You are trying. You are doing good work here.
I disagree. I disagree.
Let's
what
be
are you
real,
going to do? Are you going to be watching demos of Big Uzera playing 1v2s and know what his tendencies are? Like, are you out of your mind?
It's just all copium.
I mean, they had just seen it before, so they'd already reviewed it once.
Well, if they saw it before, they clearly messed it up this time. But look, I don't want to take anything away from Pain, though. There were a couple of miracle rounds day one of their own as well. One run comes to mind where it was just going to be an exact 3 Glocks, 2 Tech 9. And Mzinho is alone on the A bomb side. Now he gets blinded with a really good flash actually from Pain. He gets taken down. Then 9-10. You stick along for so long. It just sticks along there, gets taken down, and it's just a wild game of Counter-Strike, Mike. I don't understand how some of these rounds played out.
It was, and I want to keep heaping praise on Pain, and specifically I want to talk about NQZ, right?
Oh yeah,
this
that clutch.
Young gun, he had clutches, he had openers, he had everything you could possibly want from an Opera Mirage. He was, at the end of the day, the difference maker that propelled them to this victory that brought us to a 3rd map.
And if you go back all the way in the first half, there was a 1v2 from NQZ over the A bomb side. He hits a blinder, a flick of a shot on towards a player, I believe it towards Palace, and it clutches out to 1v2. And now, with the context of how close this game was for Pain to win, that clutch really came in clutch.
Clutch.
Yeah, wordplay right there. That's why I get paid the big bucks. But no, he was great, fantastic this entire series so far.
He was indeed. We do have another map to play.
Yeah.
NQZ will feature prominently in it. I know when you saw it come through the veto, you guys got a little nervous about this.
I'm still nervous.
It's gonna be Nuke. Why are you nervous, Mac?
Because it's Nuke and it's Pain. And Pain are really good at Nuke. They're really bloody good at Nuke. They
play a lot of Nuke.
Yeah, they just absolutely smashed 9Z on it yesterday. You know, Mongols Nuke can look a little bit shaky at times. So I'm worried as what Mongols we're going to get, because we've gotten a very contrasting Mongols today. Some of the rounds have been some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen from them in ages, and then some of the rounds have also been some of the worst Counter-Strike we've seen from them in ages.
This might be
it's very very tense moment for us here.
This might be the biggest gulf I've seen in, like, you know, top 10 of a top 10 team between the floor and their ceiling. The ceiling's incredible. Individual skill is amazing.
There is no floor. It's just a hole.
It's a bottomless pit where I find myself in here, Mike. But no, jokes aside, I think Nuke is going to get very interesting. And you mentioned that, you know, you hope Mongols have learned from the mistakes, right? And this is one thing we need to touch upon. One thing they do in Nuke time and time again is when they stall out, when they on a CT side especially, when they don't really have an information, they always, without fail, go for an info play.
Yeah.
But sometimes it gets a little too predictable, even in 5v4 situations and 4v3 situation where you're like, hey, just let's turtle up a little bit, have a nice crossfire being set up. They instead go for an info play, and I've seen them just lose so many rounds, even in Cologne here itself. So hopefully that's a tendency that they fix for themselves. If not, Pain, they're waiting for them for that.
I agree. Look, positionally, there's so many points where we will see Mongols in positions that aren't great pivot positions. Usually you want to stay as close to your teammate as possible, be able to set up those crossfires, peek off the contact, you know, team play, basics, fundamentals of Counter-Strike. And Mongols, they're playing a different game sometimes. You know, it's probably just their style, right? It's just Blitz setting some stuff up with Mara, you know, and it works. Most of the time it works, but when it doesn't work and it feels like there's just a miscommunication here or there, or there's just something that's just causing these crazy moments that we are witnessing today, it just looks so horrible at some of those moments.
And I should touch upon something which Jason said yesterday when he was casting them as well, where he pointed out when the initial plan doesn't work out,
yeah,
the protocols, especially on the CT side, as to what your backup plan is, what your next setup is, seems to be kind of lost in the sauce. And now it could be because of the heat of the moment, obviously, because pressure is absolutely on. But you need to figure that out, because so many times you just catch them with the pants down, catch them with with the T's just contacting into a bomb site, and they don't seem to be ready for it. So there are definite issues here for Mongols.
Everything we've seen, Mongols T side looking so much better than the CT side today, and that's a scary thing to say moving into Nuke, which is going to be that third and final map.
Well, we'll find out. We've had some highs, we've had some lows, but maybe it's the middle that's required for this map number 3. And with Clowns to the left of me and Jokers also to the left of me, here I am stuck in the middle with these two. Scrawny and Launders taken away one more time after this break.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
Two regions hoping to keep themselves alive. Between Mongols and Pain Gaming, I can't believe my eyes. I thought for sure we were done in 2. I thought this was toast. I thought Pain had met their makers.
We shouldn't have even gone to overtime on map 1, let alone closed out map 2. If you're the Mongols, I mean, that was unreal scenes in the... It was probably the 2 worst...
Do or die.
2 worst rounds in the history of Mongolian Counter-Strike in back-to-back maps, but they just wanted to make it exciting. But now they're in jeopardy of actually losing.
They lose the knife round. Pain choose CT side. And we could be in for an extension of Pain's tournament life. And if they win this game, oh my goodness. If they win this game, they get one more chance for the playoffs. Snow pressured off top hut. Decides to go back into that fight versus Main. Yeah, why should he give up his position? Techno ultimately gets the trade frag out from the hut exit. NQZ does not activate on flank just yet, but he does have a teammate inside of the hut, so they are going to swarm all over. Biguzera just got a kill next to the AC outside. Here we go. Squeaky's open, 2v2. And Biguzera looks to combine from above. 2 separate engagements. Oh, and Senzu just gets the headshot. Wow. Just that sliver of Biguzera's noggin that he needs.
And every pistol round now is just a bit more sensitive. We know that the rounds can go either way. We saw Nuke give us, deliver us some crazy Counter-Strike that both teams were fantastic. I think Pain made less mistakes, obviously, and they also punished more mistakes from the Mongols, who actually showed their individual skill was more impressive than their team play, which is not the thing that I expected. And I thought they would go toe-to-toe on both fronts, and Mongols wouldn't make that many mistakes, but no.
Wrong.
So now we'll see if that's true on Nuke.
Force buys in. We got a Mongol in the vents. And we got Cowez trying to run down here to join his teammate to stop this before things get too zany. But it's already crazy. Techno versus Cowez. The MAC-10 prevails. And then NQZ is also popped back rafters. This could not have gone better if you're Mongols.
Yeah, it was pretty perfect. I mean, the part of the reason they get Techno vent is just to make sure that the fastest rotation downstairs is blocked off. And if they take ramp at the same time, well, those are the only 2 places you can go if you haven't started Secret, which you don't do on Eco, so...
Now, I'm not going to talk about Pain as if their tournament run is already over, but they have made it further than any other South American team at the event rate.
Oh, that's really incredible. They did the same thing at the Major.
Yep. The lower round 1 losses of 9Z and Furia to Liquid means that Pain here in the lower semifinals are the furthest performance of the South American teams. Tied with North America, except Complexity versus Liquid guarantees that a North American team goes one step further.
So they'll have to win this and a bit more.
All in all, still a great Cologne in terms of America's representation. And we're all still holding our breath for the possibility of an Asian team in Cologne playoffs. We're talking about never before seen scenes.
Always looking for a little bit more history. That's kind of love what, I mean, it's all about the underrepresented
That's what
regions,
Counter-Strike
right?
has.
Yeah.
Counter-Strike's history is unmatched. The remnants of the last round's force buy comes through here in the third. We'll see if the Mongols' SMGs need to get upgraded by the end of this one. They can genuinely afford a few deaths. In fact, they might be better off with a few deaths.
The Mongols here? Oh, just because of the MAC-10s?
Yeah. 3 MAC-10s and an MP9.
The Macky Smackies. But if they keep them, they'll just upper pop next round. So
yeah, but that's predictable. You know what I'm like?
True. Biguzera staring right at the trophy.
Biguzera not only with 1v3 clutches on each map so far, but also still the worst view model at Cologne.
He's using Davies' PC, okay?
Look at this monstrosity. But
you know, when I used to play it a long time ago, I used a view model like this. I'm not proud of it though.
Oh wow.
Cowez. Will they expect him to be lodged up this close? I mean, they have lots of time to clear him up. They're also scared of the scout.
Yeah.
And they're just going to go back now. They haven't been perfect on watching their flanks. No molly to re-clear into the hut. Cowez walks into this beautiful...
Zeno saw something. That's why he was kind of preparing himself for the fight, but his shadow advantage gives it away to the 5-7.
Oh my
Dude,
God.
2 more kills come out from MP9s?
They are
Now they're just going to try to attack in from main. 2v5. Tag on Techno. Blitz trying to get something unraveled here in lobby. He is going to have to go above and beyond, and it's far too much to ask for. Oh, Lord. Pain rob one away. The remnants of the round 2 force buy steal the 3rd round, and they do exit with an AK to boot.
Man, they walked into a lot of sort of rough kills right here. Like this position, they aren't covering each other properly. Like you have the guy who should be watching the hut push exposed more to Squeaky, and the guy beside him holding ramp, and they're both exposed. And so great push from Pain. A little egg on the face of the Mongols, however, as everyone buys now. And they let Pain win while saving.
They're lucky that all they had last round were that majority Tech 9. Mac 10, Scar 20. Wall of smokes goes up, 3 players behind it.
Thompson.
You exposed.
So silly when you see that happening. Someone turns the lights on.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
It's like when you think you can make it from your bedroom to the bathroom in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry, getting older.
All right, nice peek out of Lux.
Good trade, though. And it's not on Lux, right? So you know you've got another player down here. That's Mzinho just throwing the bomb behind him, but they don't know about the garage guy.
Yeah, they aren't even thinking
QZ
about it.
doesn't wait.
He's still in a killable spot, and
he knows where they're both at, but he just can't hang on long enough.
The way that
Mzinho comes through with 2 kills this round.
Yeah, and they have him above now. They know Lux was down there, so they can go ahead and take over Heaven Control. And Mzinho plays with so much confidence. They all do. Maybe a bit too much sometimes. I love it though. It's been fun rounds.
Looking for the 1v2 on half health. But you got that deep position from Senzu up in Heaven. That's going to be such a problem for Lux to deal with.
Imagine if they put themselves in a position to not trade again.
Imagine. Luckily, no trade needed.
No trade needed.
Why do they do that? Why do they do that? Why do they do that whole, you know,
Why do they choose to do that?
Yeah, what's... Explain to me the
with
philosophy.
Unlimited time and the control of the map, do they decide to do that purposefully? Such a good question, honestly.
You're the expert.
I mean, yeah, but I'm not a genius.
Oh, okay. Well, somebody call one. Get Bubsky on the phone.
Oh, man. So, Mongols full buy. Of course, they bring that one back. And Lux hunted that one down.
He really signed up for that fight. Oh.
Okay.
Well, you take what you can get. NQZ returns it. No top silo player to double down on. He will have to walk away.
They're clearly thinking about ramp now that they saw this op, but rotations are taking place. Kawaz is on the ramp. Does NQZ go to Turnpike? No, he's sitting in hell. Oh, actually, eyes on Squeaky.
Wow, Big Guzera gets away before the smoke fades, tries to lay one down, just missed it. Kind of bounces back, he gives himself a flash, snow from the rafters, unchecked, holds on to Hut, and doubles down. Big kill from the kid, Blitz, bouncing back, but has no clue where Kawaz is at.
He knows it's the ramp player, though. He knows that the ramp player could go Heaven. There could be an opportunity to drop vents, so Blitz, because he's in this position where he can go all 3 spots, Blitz now has to think, what's his gamble? Oh my God, Blitz is going to walk into him.
But will Kawaz hold it the entire time? Will he move a muscle? Oh, it looks queued up, and it is! Kawaz gonna make sure that he's got the right read. Patience pays off.
That's awesome. That is awesome. I mean, he splits the difference right there. He could drop lower, he can go up to Heaven. But he's not in a rush, that's the important part.
Nice shots from Snow. And an ice-cold clutch. That's a 4 versus 5 round win for Pain. After a round where they already won with lesser weapons. Not a pretty spot here for Mongols. Double AK, pistols around it. And Senzu tasked with an opening kill outside, but it doesn't look like Pain are going to give him much to pull on.
Blitz Molly back. It honestly feels like the less guns, the better. For the Mongols. Oh, and a great long-range spray here from NQZ. And Senzu face pressed up against this. No flash for him. He's just going to... Okay, he's going to peel back a bit now. They're changing up. It's actually full-on ramp to Cowes. He'll have to fall. Oh, what a shot. That's the deagle out of Techno.
And honestly, now they can just wrap towards Heaven instead if they choose.
To be honest, unless they can run down and get control side, they don't have the smokes to take lower. And if they do it fast, they could take control side, but now it's too late.
Okay, so find other options. Mzinho looking to double back to lobby. That's being held by Biguzera. He's got the weapon advantage, but he's also not sure which entrance they take. There could be a lurker outside for all he knows. Snow down beneath. 3 players. Oh, and Techno! Another! 2-1 Deegs in the round. You said lesser weapons better. Well, here we go to the post plant. 9-10 grabs the weapon off the dead body. Cowes takes Heaven. Nobody holds, and Cowes comes in with 2. It's Senzu stuck in, but he's got it all. Try your damnedest, but no chances when Mongols have lesser weapons.
What the hell is happening, man? Oh, there's 3 players in Heaven. No one's watching the ladder.
They thought...
How did Techno get this kill from Heaven, man?
I don't know.
That was so insane.
Oh, that headshot on Lux.
That's crazy. That's just bonkers, man. This game has been complete madness.
When will it stop?
At the end of this map, for sure. It should be a best of 5.
I don't know if I'm going to make it.
I don't think we get all the answers within a best of 3 with these 2 teams right now.
You really can't write off any moment in this match.
No,
from start to finish.
It actually feels like maybe there are less wins from the team who has a full buy.
And I know that can't be true. But I'm almost willing to give it the benefit of the doubt.
It might be true.
It can't be.
It might be when the Mongols key rounds on Mirage.
No.
It might be true, man.
It can't be. Don't
like this round, for example.
You mean when they run into pistols? When they try to charge into the A site and the 5-7s prevail?
Yeah.
That's what you're telling me is going to happen?
Oh, and the scout just hits a random shot through the smoke.
Oh,
and the
my
Tech
God.
9 again gets another.
Snow burns out. Biguzera continues to try to spam. 9-10 catches the lobby flank. That opens up another option. Bomb, of course, out there on the 8th floor. NQZ has to wait for the fire to burn out, but it's replaced by smoke. His job does not seem easy. And Mongols break through the A-site defense. A couple kills from the 5-7s.
Not over, man.
Biguzera wasn't able to piece it together with the scout this time. Collective sigh of relief. Everybody
5-7 kills, like
hang on.
MP9s. Like what?
If your chair happens to have a seatbelt, put it on. This roller coaster has no end in sight. But it's 5-2 T-side Mongols, and that starts to paint a very dire picture for Pain.
It does, yeah. Yeah. Already almost at quota, regardless of how crazy the rounds that Pain have won were. And now we still don't have money to buy, of course, here. It's just 2K on everyone for Pain. But again, we'll say it, not that it matters. We're in the accursed territory of the Mongols where they have basically a full buy.
Trying to run boost Biguzera to have a faster tempo, but nobody gives him a fight.
Who just broke their legs?
Who's asking? Forget about it. Scout from outside garage. That's the one thing you've really got to be worried about. But surely Biguzera doesn't take somebody's head off. That would be ridiculous.
If you're just tuning in, you'd think that's probably true. But this is the season finale of the most zany series
See,
at Cologne.
Mo, there will be a lot of people just tuning in because G2 just beat Astralis. Danes are done for here in Cologne.
Well, they must have crushed on that third map then.
And G2 plays the winner of this game tomorrow. So if you are joining us from the A stream, welcome to the craziest game of Counter-Strike at Cologne.
Yes, easily.
Where there is a chance half buys of one more rounds than full buys.
And this scout could...
Tags Blitz. He's stuck behind the AC.
I was just out of the round. They're taking so much time.
They got back.
They're taking so much time on a round like this.
Yeah, but it's just USPs again.
Exactly.
It's not like we've seen USPs win a round.
Well, why are they taking so much time with just USPs?
Well, you know, I mean, it's just making everybody sweat. 9-10 finds Cowes. These two USPs in the bomb site won't do anything.
Themselves out with 20 seconds, and now they're scaring themselves. There's 2 players. CT is cowering at Tetris.
Oh, and Blitz hasn't seen them.
And they just need 1 kill.
Seconds, there's another. It's all good.
All right.
It's all good.
11 seconds.
There's 5 players alive. There's no reason to stress. You're making everybody panic.
Mongols are nervous. So are Pain. And so...
20 seconds, they molly themselves.
Leads don't matter. Numbers and clutches don't matter. Pistols matter.
There are 2 1v3s already in this series. Both of them belong to Big Uzera. But that X factor, that clutch he offers has only come after round 20 both times, when push comes to shove. This is the best start for Mongols yet.
Mongols take a minute 30 versus Pistols. And then we'll exec in the same half in 15 seconds versus a full buy.
It's Big Uzera close main. It's NQZ towards Hell. Those are the 2 sets of eyes outside for the Brazilians. Big Uzera, yep, exposes one. And luckily for him, his teammate trades from the back line. Very quickly, Mzinho slips through the same smoke unnoticed. But then, Senzu just straight up duels. And in doing so, gives away man advantage. It's a deep smoke for the windows, but Mzinho knows the real position.
But this is a hard approach, because NQZ can incidentally run into this. And I think Mzinho's doing this correctly, so...
Keeping his head down beneath the cement.
Oh my god, he's going completely across.
Yes, yes. However, Heaven Peak. Oh, he panics, but he still connects. Oh, but he can't turn it around. NQZ making a name for himself yet again here in round 9.
9-10 is right behind him.
3 kills. Oh, but on the reload, he gets stuffed.
And it's 2v2.
Snow slides out from the vent. Techno behind the other side gets tagged. Lux has killed the Opera elsewhere. Techno, half health, dealt with. Lux comes out, critically so, and gives Pain their 3rd.
Oh my god. I mean, I think that Mongols should take attack pause. I kind of want to call one.
Oh, you think?
Oh, there we go. They call one. I think they should have called one after they let a round versus full USPs go to 10 seconds before they exact. That's when it's already mental.
Or maybe after they mollied themselves out of a bomb site with 20 seconds.
That's the same round, Connor.
Exactly. Point and case.
we can't even discern the crazy rounds that have just taken place, which and when. Ludicrous situation taking place outside. And QZ had to get unlucky to die, finally reloading. Thinking he had a moment to breathe. Mara having a sip. And everybody's upright again.
6 round CT side, best case scenario. Op posted early outer. Haven't really had to deal with this. We haven't felt the op really at all. So it's out there and there's no counterpart. NQZ just working with the A1S. The op rings out. Suddenly outer and facing the T side. Feels a little more daunting. They almost got away with T-spawn control, but Techno puts a bullet to the back of Cowes' head.
You got a close watch on that.
Mzinho versus Lux could be a critical fight downstairs.
Yeah, they spread out a lot.
Big Uzera's taking scalps elsewhere. What a shot!
Are you serious?
And QZ? Oh, he's locking horns here with Senzu. Gets away. Heaven's compromised. We've got a player up top. Blitz comes down.
They come down to chase this. The bomb's in front of Mini. Hello?
Emzinho goes back down lower. Biguzera's ready this time. He hits his headshot. And now the 3v2 can take place with a little more comfort in mind.
What was even their goal in that situation? Double layer lurk downstairs.
You're not a chess master. You wouldn't understand.
I just can't get in their head.
Blitz comes through. Okay, gets dinked, and then Snow primed to finish him off. 12 health for Snow, and it's a Senzu clutch.
Yeah, it's a Senzu clutch, but there is someone downstairs, and he's thinking about dropping, but his best chance is actually staying up here.
You heard Snow take the rooftop. You heard a player take the rooftop.
I think at this point, it's too hard to keep an inventory of where everybody is.
It's a guaranteed plant. He knows there's somebody up here in lobby.
No, I can't.
Nope. He's going to get around the wall. But as he doubles back, Snow!
Oh my God.
8 HP.
Another late round situation for Snow with a great kill. 3 kills in total for him.
He really does put his best foot forward when the pressure's at its highest.
Yeah.
We saw that yesterday versus 9Z, and we're seeing it again here versus the Mongols. Snow goes in for the lobby control. Biguzera takes back 2 frags as well, but look at all these separated duels.
No, it's insane. I honestly can't even tell what they're doing out of spawn here, what they're trying to do, or even how Pain are catching them. Everyone's just making individual decisions to try to lurk for more map control. They're just trying to win by elimination, it feels like. But here's where Mongols are the strongest, Connor, okay? 2 Tech 9s and a Mac 10 to pair with these AKs.
Does anybody get caught crossing? That's 2 frag grenades already out from the outer hold. Yeet. 3 players into secret. 4th one joins them.
Oh.
Okay. Now what? We get a vent drop from Pain at least. Lux throws himself towards Decon. Going for the jump spot and the frag.
Oh, nice one.
Beautiful shot to deal with the straggler. Frag grenade does soften up a couple. Lux's position, gonna get pinched, and he tries to take another down. Cowes forced outwards. Oh, but it gets away from him.
Both die?
Techno and Senzu take the man advantage. Biguzera backing around from the fence. He's been spotted, so they go elsewhere. But they are not gonna feel safe on this site, not with those double doors about to swing wide. He buys a little time. Snow could, at a moment's notice, come emerging through the smoke, and he will with a double. Low HP back sight. Emzinho 2 kills deep. Biguzera's got him locked in. Oh, and as the kid swings, he gets taken out. Biguzera with another clutch, but Snow with another big round.
Yeah, another big round out of Snow, you're right. Man, another situation that's just so ridiculous, and they don't have control side. They don't have control side, even though Biguzera is spotted over towards Decon. They mollied it, and then didn't plant for it, didn't play within it, and then fought towards ramp. They could have avoided that whole situation. They planted in the middle of the site and tried to all fight here. And it somehow nearly worked as well. I mean, that's always the crazy part about all these rounds. They're still almost somehow working, but to be honest, Pain are making less mistakes. Somehow Mongols still have more rounds.
It was all that early momentum. They picked up pistol. They converted. We went 5 rounds back and forth. Mongols stabilized. That's where the rounds really came from. 3 in a row in the middle of the half, only to be answered back by Pain. The amount of X factor we have had in this series, the amount of clutch. Clutch. Clutch.
That chant's perfect, because I have no idea who's going to win sometimes.
We, the viewers. And it is a busted up bye to try and finish off this half with a 7-5 T-side lead. Again, 6 rounds T-side. They can be happy.
Yeah, they can be happy for sure.
But the scary thing is the mental shift that they have allowed Pain, who will now lock down the A site seemingly again. Snow puts forth another double kill, 12 and 8 on the half. And with man advantage, bomb planted, Cowes not going to waste a moment here. Pounces out from Heaven and forces Blitz to double back out of Squeaky as opposed to going into lobby. Opper in the Heavens gets the headshot, and it is indeed Pain to tie up this half. When push comes to shove, with Cologne on the line, the South American representation steps forth to the challenge as Mongols let that slack come back to haunt them. Three Diffuse round wins in a row to close out that last half. A 4-round streak put forth by Pain in the face of absolute adversity. They couldn't hold back some of those pistols. The MAC-10s shredded flesh from bones. But they've given themselves a hope. The South American representation with the dreams of Cologne playoffs on the line.
Yeah, man, and again, it's impossible after we've watched these two maps to tell you who's going to be better in the second one. It should be the CT side, but I mean, what Pain did on the T side of Mirage just kind of would knock your socks off on the exec, and Blitz is going to maybe get run over here.
Wow, he survived. A bunch of damage offered up here from Pain. No answer yet. Techno overwhelmed by it. Actually killed a teammate in the middle of all that action. We go 3v3. Heaven held on to. Here, stop laughing at them.
He just jumped out of Heaven while his teammate was still in there.
Blitz and Mzinho and 910. A whole gaggle of Goonies coming out from Heaven. NQZ fades away into the hut. Gets the headshot.
No kit.
Cowes, forced in, and 910's low, so Pain looking to open up T-side with a pistol. 15 health here And 9-10 just desperate at this point. He's got no kit. They're going to have to come and check that, and they're playing with him. As the time expires, it is indeed a chance here for Pain.
Okay.
Odds stacked against them. Expectations to that of Mongols.
I honestly think Pain with the clutch calling on this T side, and with, you know, with Big Uzera, who's the most clutch player in the entire server at the moment, and with the way that Mongols can fall apart to very fast rounds that Pain like to call on Mirage, I could definitely see this getting away from Mongols, and that is crazy to think because Mirage was a free map. It was done. It was done. They had it locked up. They barely got away with winning the first map. They should have won the second, and now they might not win the third.
But they have done insane things with these kinds of buys.
That too is true.
Like unthinkable feats. For better or for worse.
It's good damage in for Mzinho here. Little Deagle chip off, little HE damage. And I don't know, man. We saw Mongols waste so much time in rounds like this, you know, on T side. I don't expect Pain to do the same thing. Can't tell you who's the better team overall. It's just going to be decided by who wins.
Yep. Who wins and who goes on to face G2 tomorrow. Don't think about that. Focus on this. Shoulder to shoulder, 4 players work their way down ramp. Surely, Mzinho, oh my god, he still pops Snow.
Last frame of his existence, and he grabs a kill.
That's all you can really ask. He confirms. Pack of players ready to burst down into B. Blitz slides up, but his head taking clean off. Senzu into the corner. The 5-7 tries to serve up a distraction, and it almost worked. But NQZ actually dies to that 5-7. So be it. 3 players stand tall for Pain. They convert off the pistol. 9-10 Scout gets nothing going. And he has had a struggle of a best of 3. Comes into this third map with a 0.87 rating.
NQZ had it off map, had a much better Mirage. It has been a journey. But just like in those maps where Snow didn't overall have a lot of kills, it's the clutches and its late round decision making, I think that makes the biggest difference. That's what's also got me believing more in Pain, the ability to have survived everything here, including an overtime loss on the first map, to potentially close this out. They can see the victory. And if they're less nervous, maybe they can make it happen. CT side has its advantages, but pressure transcends everything.
Straight for the ramp, huh? They know what they want, but are they biting off more than they can chew? Scouts here, the only thing that they really have to work with, and unfortunately the support system for the Scout goes down. Yeah, Deagle hits the dirt, 9-10, hits a headshot, it's a zinger. But it's still Pain with 3 players into A and a plant to boot. So grab the AK-47, the fruits of your labor, and cross your fingers and try to save, because Pain are off to a 3-round start and a 3-round lead on this T side.
And it's like the first time ever, I feel like, in this series, there's not an instant conversion after the pistols won. Just 3 clean rounds overall. Pain powering up into the night. They'll have some time to sit and think about their CT setups to come, but again, it just feel like, oh man, and there's pressure on 9-10 as he gets pushed out. Molly to go back, Big Uzera takes him down, and they'll reclaim that gun too. Between a rock and a hard place now, Pain pressing their faces up against 10 rounds on map 3. It's incredible that they've got this far. And now it might actually be incredible if Mongols can win this game. The tides have really shifted.
Let's see what that T-side's going to look like. Oh,
Fast
right.
to the action.
Said don't shoulder peek this.
Senzu has been the best piece of Mongols across the series. He's looking to come alive.
I think him.
Late on the third.
Mzinho's had some incredible rounds.
Oh, yeah. Back on Anubis.
Yeah. Techno's had some very solid anchor moments, too. It's not like a lot of highlights.
Oy.
Oh.
Incendiary goes out, but Snow's already ahead of it.
Oh, he wants to fight so badly.
He's not alone. 2 players to test downstairs, but they keep that pace up, and they deliver the frag to Blitz, who then hits a dink on Lux. So definitely worth it in terms of the damage. Further support here for Pain. Senzu going to try to line up a spray, but there's nothing there to be had. Lux, you just better stay behind the Philo. Oh, he just returns the favor. And while NQZ's got control of the double doors, 2 players line up in front. He shuts down the first and second on his own. Needs no help. Locks them in and posts double digits.
Oh, that 3K is beautiful. Second and third map has been tremendous for NQZ. Up highlights and now rifles. Pain survived this. Senzu makes a mistake of playing forward into this. Of course, he's going to get spammed eventually. NQZ, how can't they trade him? That's unreal. That's incredible. And now it's true jubilation. It's not desperate. It's not to scare your opponent. I think they're truly at a moment where they can enjoy what's happening. Because things are going their way. They're not playing from behind for the first time. That's Mongols.
The series has already been sprinkled in with cracks under pressure. We saw it from Mongols back on Anubis when they just lost that lead, nearly losing the map in the process. And with that lead comes that same pressure. As you said, something Pain haven't felt across this series. Playing with the lead, Big Uzera. We praise him for his ability to come alive in the biggest of moments. To not only lead, but to hit hard. That's the Big Uzera way. Kawez, dinked. As the spam comes out from main. Wallbangs through Hut as well. Techno, fine to just keep firing off. But unfortunately for him and the Mongols, he doesn't soften anybody else up. They go 3 players heaven. The Pistols to set up that second M4.
Well, they're waiting for this exact. That feels like it's only a matter of time before it comes. Pain want one more rotator kill to make a mistake. It's a late ramp boost, but I don't know if they're going to come here. 40 seconds. Big Uzera on the lurk. We've seen him get caught off by Techno before.
True.
Techno's actually staging 2. Oh, try to find him, and he will miss him like ships in the night. So close together.
Techno doesn't turn around, but there's a smoke up. He's just looking at the smoke.
Oh.
Staring at the smoke, hypnotized by the thought of putting shots through it.
Ooh.
And instead, it's just a barrel to the back of the head.
It's just such a neater package here. It's just so tidy. Every round has a bow on it from Pain. They even now are showing off what they can do in the form of lurks. Mongols were trying to create chaotic situations and then hopefully aiming their way out of them. Pain are putting together clean strategies with smokes in the right place, baiting the rotations that they're looking for, and then punishing those set rotations. Big Uzera being a part of these rounds with the lurks. He's making sense of this game now. He's in charge of what Mongols are thinking.
We're finally hitting a point in this series where things become regular, normal, predictable. Where the outcomes of rounds are as expected, and that all hinges on Big Uzera being able to continue to call without error. Without mistake, and without a pop-off individual moment here from Mongols. Something they'd shown us all series long that they can bring to the table. Biguzera given this kill in main, and that just makes everything so much easier when it comes to putting the bomb down. One of 2 M4s hits the dirt, and Payne sit pretty on 11.
Yeah, he's thinking about the game at a very high level. And now the Folk money comes in. We had the early 5v4 out of the Mongols previously. Oh, little dink. Not that much, though.
So much tempo, though. Cowes on the chase.
I wonder if Mzinho has even had time to look at his HP. They get by this.
It's a little incendiary, and Mzinho, he wouldn't have heard any footstep, right? He thought that whole thing gets covered, so he gets no audio. So Cowes not only behind the first, but the second to boot. There's the trade out from Snow. Everybody ready.
Oh, he ran by the molly.
The incendiary change.
Just too small.
It haunts the Mongols as Mzinho was confident they were still behind those doorways. Little did he realize he was compromised, and he brings a teammate to die alongside him.
Oh my God. That's all the money here. Mongols desperately need to save these guns if they have any chance of pulling this game back.
He tiptoes his way around the incendiary.
Oh, that's the play. Normally you trust a molly like that on the fallback. I mean, it's not like in terms of protocols you did anything wrong. As the ramp player dropping lower, you had to freestyle a molly like that every once in a while. Oh, and both of the Mongols died to the bomb.
In lobby.
Oh my God. And so, if it wasn't already tragic, we have a complete force down here for the Mongols. We're talking about an auto shotty on Techno. 2 rifles bought up.
Bro. Oh my God.
Famas and
lapse in judgment, and
could have absolutely used all of that.
Auto shotty, MP9 and Famas, lackluster nades. Dude, Payne have got this. The writing's on the wall.
It's doomsday.
And just because of the nature of the back and forth on previous maps, it's slowly felt like anything was still possible. But now at this point, Payne, I mean, they have not dropped a round, bro.
Morale is at the bottom of the basement right now. Like they have to earn back any sort of semblance of self-respect and dignity, because they could have ended this series a long time ago, and now it feels like they don't have any business winning. So far to come back to get into this game, and Payne are letting them stew in it. Sitting here in the anti-eco after surviving everything in this series.
Biguzera with 2 1v3 clutches. Payne, I mean, the turbulence was real. They closed out their CT side with 3 consecutive defuses, a 4-round streak in the face of a 6-2 half, and they have not looked back yet. Not 1 round lost since, and the timing still works out, but Biguzera spotted, and the defense stands tall.
Of course it does. All right, so despite losing every single gun, Mongols, they'll go ahead and pick this one up. And okay, NQZ, he said roof is closed. No ability to come back into this. It becomes a 5-round game. Somehow Mongols pick one up. Of course, it's the round that you least expect when you have the least to work with. That's when they turn into MacGyver.
Some kind of gap on the smoke in main. And then Senzu plays behind from Vent. 3 kills on the round from Senzu. And that was one of the MP9s, right? That's one of those limitations we're trying to highlight. And he just makes it look like a chance to shine.
They set up another lurk here from Biguzera to get into Mini. They think that that is sort of the final twist of the key.
Yeah, but kind of betrayed by smoke and dealt with from rafters. Oh, 910's got NQZ's number this time. Who were we to think this was finished?
Maybe Biguzera said last round was charity.
Had we not learned our lesson? Throwing 910 up so that he can rotate round with op. Mzinho, it's a dangerous game, but one that he's played well. Barring that cheeky play around the incendiary, which is hard to fault him for. It's just such a detail. But that one detail puts them on 12.
He's going to release his nades.
Yeah, this is going to burn Techno out.
Yeah, they are trying to come in this direction. Oh, Techno completely burned to death.
Just didn't even make a move.
4 on 3.
He puts a smoke into the squeaky door, but it didn't put out the flames, and so he's burnt to a crisp, and Pain go up, man advantage. It also flustered Mzinho towards ramp slightly. They've got him to reposition. He's playing more passive. Smoke for main. 9-10 fixated on Squeaky and rewarded as he sits on that angle. Mzinho in the corner. Good headshots. Beautiful triple.
Oh, Mzinho, beautiful stuff. Using that perfect angle on the back of ramp, and it is time. That Pain don't go for the upper hit. They don't go to ramp a little bit earlier on. They lose this opening trade to 9-10.
And screw a lower rotate. Mzinho just locks it on the line.
The smoke bounced off the floor. He tried to toss it into the molly. God, that would have hurt if they lost in a round like that for Techno. And it would have hurt if they lost in the round after 2 players died to the bomb. We don't really see that reality, that version of reality. Instead, we have a 4-round game, full buy, and somehow Pain may be out of money soon.
Maybe, sorta, perhaps.
This is in fact a round
of
Counter-Strike. And I mean, no, the round where they're almost out of money. And even though it's the Mongols who showed so many nerves, we also now see it from Pain. There's just so much at stake.
Yep. Hadn't had to play with it for a little while. They forgot about the taste of pressure.
He's staying. Oh my God. Yeah, they do have a turnpike player. Mzinho does not overextend.
Mongols playing now because they can't afford to lose another. So willing to take that little more of a risk. Mzinho holding back. Smoked off the angle. He's going to go in.
Okay.
I thought for a second he was about to dive the back of ladder, which was feeling a little crazy.
They're trying to cause some confusion, and they're doing so.
The Crazies looked good on Mongols as of late.
It's a great spot for 9-10 to be with his op. Depends if they drop that molly on him. Misses his first shot. Now he's in jeopardy.
Oh God, it's with a flash.
It's a bad molly. No, it's not.
Spreading all the way down he goes. Lux burns him out. Pain, hearing the footsteps coming in from hell. Mzinho stomping alongside Blitz. Biguzera can't get his. Man advantage, 45 seconds. NQZ, we've seen wonderful things from this position. It's a little bit desperate here for Lux. They open up the smoke, he punishes him for it, and sends you down to 28. Toppled, Pain, 1 kill away, they've done it. South American representation extending their lives in Cologne.
Absolute madness from Pain as they do it into the late hours of the night. The most unreal 3 maps of CS so far here at Cologne, and it is nothing but tragedy, bitterness, and bile here for Mongols. They've got to be feeling sick about the way that this ended. Not showing their best game in the last half of this last map. Pain capitalizing on mistakes, and Biguzera showing us that he's the better IGL on the server.
So much domestic success for Pain. They come all the way across the Atlantic to play again more America's representation, but given a best of 3 versus the Mongols, the best that Asia's produced, and they knock them down a peg. Oh Lord, the promise that comes to the server when Pain step into it. Looking somehow to tap back into that success they felt at the major, and they haven't had that taste of victory so sweet since. This was a big one. To go beyond that of Furia, to be SA's representation. One more game left between them and the playoffs.
One hell of a game, and it was so back and forth across all of it, but Pain will find themselves still moving forward as you eliminate the Mongols. I got to start by asking this. You picked Anubis so many times, and you can't win it. Why do you keep picking it?
I don't know, dude. In Brazil, we were like 9%, 92. So we were amazing there, and here we are make some mistakes that we don't usually make. So I don't know. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. You're still going to pick it?
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
I respect it because you just keep going for it. And then it just seemed to be some madness back and forth in this game. The 1v3s you got away with, right, that you probably should have never got away with. What was going on in this game? What was going on just in the communication for this team? Because it seemed completely crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. We are so hyped right now. And when we were like crossing the game, and everyone was so hyped all the time. So many times we were like more than normal, but we kept the calm, you know. Mm-hmm. So it's not usually this calm, and sometimes against Mongols we have some keywords, like I said, and when people just run away together, like retake and this kind of stuff, we call Mongols. And the last round, I just say, Mongols rape, Mongols rape. just it was like two or three guys running there, and it was crazy.
It was crazy, but you've survived and you've got yourself through another bit, but you must be drained at this point, right? What did it take energy-wise from you guys across this series? Because I'm surprised you had energy on the last map.
I don't know. Actually, to be honest, I think it's because I'm from Brazil. There we play like 3 BO3 on the day, and it's normal for us to play a lot and be like tired.
And how does it feel for you to be the team that's got the furthest from South America? You've done it again, like at the major.
Yeah, the same. We are so happy because of this. I think being the best Brazilian team, South American team in big events like this is so crazy.
It's so crazy, but you've done it and you've done it very well. Congratulations to you. We will see you tomorrow. Mike, let's get back to the desk.
Back to the desk, indeed. Pain, they go the distance. They've got the endurance from many a match in Brazil, but just like an underdog boxer, they outlast their opponents, outbrawl the Mongols, and now they move one step closer, one final hurdle between them and the Lanxess Arena.
Yeah, just have one more team to overcome. That's, of course, G2.
I will get to that
tomorrow. We'll get to that later on. But right now, let's get straight into it. I want to give credit where it's due here for Pain, because I like what Big Azera mentioned in the interview as well. You know, they were very calm when the pressure was really on. And for a team that's super loud and super, you know, just very bombastic in the way they approach the game, I think it's a very, you know, such a nice thing to have overall. And I think that's what won in this final map. They look like the way more composed team as opposed to the Mongols.
Yeah, Mongols needed so much more in that first half. Their T side was going so well.
7-2.
There were so many rounds, so many of those little rounds where they just could have swung one way, swung the other, 1v1s, 2v2s, and it always looked so good, but Pain won every single one of them. And we already spoke about the CT side being a bit of an issue for Mongols. We said it wasn't looking super good on the previous two maps. There were those mistakes, and then it was very rough for them to find their first round. It wasn't until they were on death's door that they managed to pick up their first in that second half.
Now, we talked about it. It did feel a little bit like Mongols were trying to match some of the intensity coming through from Pain. At times, we saw a louder Mongols than we've ever seen. It's almost like they tried to match what their opponents were doing, and in doing so, it's hard to beat the lungs of Snow. That's a tough game to decide to play. I'm going to give you one more thing here about the Mongols heading on out. You know, what's the takeaway here, Blah?
The takeaway here is they really haven't learned much, honestly. Sometimes I see them play, you know, it's some of the events we saw this year, they look amazing, taking on Spirit, for example. And when everything's clicking for them, they look fantastic. They have some really good protocols when things are working out. But in mid-rounds, when it's a 2v2, it's a 3v3, the number of times I've seen them make these decisions which make no sense whatsoever. I saw too many of them in this series as well, and I feel like it gets exacerbated when the pressure is truly on. They need to go back and just revisit what went wrong, not just in this game, in this entire tournament overall. I think they can play much better CS than this, and for me, and I think for them as well, this is a massive disappointment.
Yeah, for me it's adaptability and variability. The fact that they're readable. Everyone seems to know what they're doing on those CT sides. When they get the numbers, everyone sits back. They're like, they're going to push eventually, guys. They're going to push eventually. And that kept on happening. Pain read it. Pain was always looking in the right positions, able to bring those man advantages back in their favor. So that is something that Mongols need to change, is try to just vary up the playbook when they are at their most readable.
Especially when you're a top 10 team right now, the eyes are going to be on you. No longer just that there's an upset team, right? Teams are going to be doing the prep work on it, and every time we've had post-game interviews from teams who have beaten them, you saw it from Bigazera as well. It was calling out how Mongols have certain tendencies. Yeah. We heard it from Saw as well. Saw was like, yeah, they like to reaggress. That's how we beat them on that map. So they are getting red right now. So they need to kind of revamp their playbook and also maybe, I don't know, get a mental coach or something, because some of these moments are just rough.
Yeah.
It's adapting to that role of no longer being the underdog that no one's studying, no one's reading up on. Well, now they're certainly in the spotlight, and maybe that light shines a bit too bright. But you know who the light wasn't too bright for? Our Air Force Aim High player of the match, Bigazera. His numbers may not be the most eye-popping, but it's all about them clutches, Mac.
3 from 3. There's a reason he's getting it over NQZ today, and it's solely for these 1v3s. This one got them going, took them to overtime, gave them a little bit more passion in their belly, and then this second one as well was absolutely ridiculous. That saved them from getting 2-0. That saved their tournament lives. And even though he didn't have a huge amount of impact in map 3, he didn't really need to, as the rest of the boys doing the work, he saved the game.
When a captain is bailing you out from situations like this, it is going to inspire you. We saw NQZ as well really step up. We saw Snow, everyone else chipping and helping him out, but he was leading by example, and I have to give credit, like obviously he's going to be playing a big part in the prep work and also the calling. Yeah. And today, even though Blitz is the chess master, he got outplayed in almost every aspect by Bigazera.
It really is just a situation where it feels like we continue to heap praise upon this guy every time we see him at an event.
He deserves it, bro. He deserves it.
And then he just keeps earning more.
Yeah, it's almost like you go back a few years and talk with Bigazera, oh, he's just languishing over in this team and no one's really picking him up and how good he is, right? But for me, the fact that he's making it work with Pain, because coming to this tournament, I won't lie, I had 9Z pegged way higher than them. I had Furia pegged more higher than them, right? And they had to run that entire gauntlet of taking down all cannibalism, but taking everyone down, showing that at least here in Cologne, they're the best from South America.
Look, at the moment, he's taken down almost every single other team, other player from the Americas RMR, and there is only one man that stands in his way, and that's Mario.
That is Mario. That is MOUZ. That is going to be their next opponent. It's G2 Esports. A dangerous opponent indeed. We just saw them dismantle the Danes over on the A stream. They, look, maybe allowed an extra map than expected.
It was a 3-mapper, all right.
Make short work of them in the final, largely thanks to that Guatemalan man. So maybe not so geographically distant after all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it's going to be a very, very hard game, right? And let's be realistic about it. I think for Pain, going up against G2, especially the form G2 in right now, it might look insurmountable. But listen, man, I've seen this guy, whoever players he's got on his team, always seemingly pull off the impossible. Yeah. And considering what they pulled off here against the Mongols when it looked like it was all done, the writing was on the wall, who can really count them out, honestly?
It's just that Brazilian resilience, man. Brazilians, I think they were calling it on the A stream. But the fact that Pain just keep on going, no matter who they're against, we know G2, they can trip up, they can fumble. They already lost to Saw this tournament. That's why they're here in the lower bracket. Imagine if Pain bring the Pain train and get through G2. They certainly will deserve that spot in the Cathedral.
Expect the unexpected, Mike. That's one thing I've learned here so far in Cologne.
I think that's one thing that Pain have taught us, but there was another party here, and we did actually get some words from the Mongols on their exit from IEM Cologne. Let's give that a listen.
The Mongols' journey will end here for Cologne, but they put up one hell of a fight right until the end. Techno, I want to start off with at just how stressful this game was for you guys.
I think it's kind of a stressed game, maybe. And we just made a lot of mistakes individually and tactically. Maybe not tactically, but we just so many mistakes. Yeah, we just lost. I don't know. I didn't know. I don't know how many clutches we lost. Yeah, that was it.
I want to ask about the clutches. There was two, one on Anubis, one on Mirage, the 1 versus 3. Those things, did that feel like you made too big a mistake? Like that hurt the team mentally?
I think every lost clutches, maybe their affect or their mentality. Maybe everyone little bit played from back far right. Yeah, can't play aggressively like this one. Yeah, and I think we were not asked today. I think so. Yeah.
There was moments where we saw you guys being you, and then there's moments where you were a bit more quiet as well. I want to ask about your performance here for Cologne overall, because you did fight well. You had some very good games, but still you only hit 9 to 12 position, same as last time. Are you satisfied with that level of performance, or do you think you can do more going forward?
Honestly, of course not. Our first goal was to make it to playoff and play in the Lanxess Arena, and it's done now. Yeah.
Well, hopefully you can make it the next time. Thank you very much for your words. That's it from the Mongols here in Cologne, but they'll be back stronger, I'm sure, at future events.
Too many mistakes. Death by 1,000 cuts. Not paper cuts, some of those. Full-on dagger stabs.
I'm gonna give some kudos. We've been very critical of Mongols so far. Look, they took down Spirit. I think that's something no one expected, especially the fashion in which they did so as well. And today, yes, they were absolutely not themselves, and I'm very glad that Techno, who's also his interviews are getting much better and better. Shout out to Techno as well. Yeah, that's pretty much macking me right now. But jokes aside, it's also like he actually played an incredible tournament, if you ask me. All these mistakes we saw coming in from Mongols, Techno wasn't a part of them, a lot of them. He was playing really lights out, really smart Counter-Strike. You could see Anubis on the B bomb side. He's swapping out roles with Senzu, and it's like, listen, watch me play. And he played fantastic overall. But yeah, some good takeaways. But again, as he pointed out, it is still a disappointment. And I'm glad that they acknowledge it is a disappointment right now, because you're the best team we have ever come out of Asia in a very long time. Everyone's got expectations of you, and so should you. This is a disappointment. Go back, get better, come back again.
Yeah. They know they made a lot of mistakes. They recognize that straight away post-game, and they would have known that during the series as well, which definitely is going to hurt their mentality. But yeah, a few praises from me. Like Senzu finally turned up. It felt like it took a few series before he got going, started to feel himself, but at this point, it's just too late. If there's a few individuals that aren't able to lift, aren't able to rise around him and get the Mongols to that final lower bracket final, and then maybe make it to IEM Cologne in the playoffs, it's just too little too late.
Maybe the weight of expectations becoming too heavy to bear, but the Mongols will have to wait for their first true S-tier trophy. But we do have a few more contenders for this one, and we're coming into our final day of the groups. There's not many more teams to send through. You could see that first matchup, Na'Vi saw for the semis, and G2 Pain for the last spot of Group A. Group B, though, MOUZ Vitality for the semis, but look at these four we've got down in the lowers here, Blood.
Oh boy, listen, I'm just looking at something, and listen, I don't want to be mean to anyone here, but I'm expecting FaZe to beat Falcons. I'll just put it out there. And Complexity Liquid, listen, Mike, your heart's going to be in tatters no matter who wins.
Hey, NA wins.
NA wins. There we go. That's the way you got to look at it. But I feel like if we get the rematch of Twistzz versus Karrigan, call me a happy boy. That's cinema right there.
Yo, we got that FaZe game here on the B stream. That's going to be interesting. They looked incredible today against Vitality, but Vitality just looked better. Na'Vi saw, get to see how Saw fare against the current world #1, and then MOUZ and Vitality. Whew, okay. Who's going to the Saturday? Who's playing Friday? Get to figure all that out.
We do indeed. And then the NA Derby, where, you know, I'm a master of cope, so either way, I'll find a way to make myself happy. G2 taking on Pain. I'm just so fascinated to see how Pain defies expectations. So yes, they'll be the heavy underdog, but at this point, who cares? I just want to find out if Pain can go all the way and make it into the Lanxess Arena, one of the holiest grounds we have in Counter-Strike. We are so close. We are so close to that trophy. We are so close to glory. We are so close to the fans in person in the Lanxess Arena. There's one more day of the groups, a few more teams to send through, and I cannot wait to find out who it's gonna be. Good night, everybody. Tune in tomorrow to find out your last members in the Lanxess Arena.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Go Lot of fights, big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray, will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I find my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance, indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it, I rise above it.
Fight or flight, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up the
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strawlins win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's MOUZ! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you. No more T-Tours in chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.